Okay, well, I think I'm supposed to open here. I
Yes.
guess that's the usual.
Yeah,
But
that's what
here
we were
we
doing.
are, Crash and Sneeze, casting the Kernel Kup 5. Now, different parts of the world coming in here from Singapore, of course, while good old Crash is situated in North America. But we're excited, right? This is
Yeah.
the kickoff of the, I guess, titular event of the Kernel, I guess, region, and we're very excited to be here. Of course, we're going into this whole hog, I think. And by whole hog, I mean we don't know anything about the teams. We don't see any familiar names. We don't have any prior thing to reference. All we have is some neat little Dota buffs. And even those, did a quick look at some of these players. It's not entirely clear what roles they prefer, right? They're
Yes.
just full on. That's my thing, right? I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, this guy who most played Timbersaw. Oh, but he's like picking Drow Ranger, Shadow Demon in his recent pubs kind of thing. So we don't know what's going on. I think we'll figure out as we go along here. But we have a full day of festivities, right? We're starting off with best of ones, and I believe we're covering the grands as well.
Yeah, so for anyone unfamiliar with what the format is of the tournament, it's pretty much like lower division, upper division, or like East Coast, West Coast kind of stuff. Right? It's not necessarily lower MMR, higher MMR. It's just the way the bracket ended up going. So it's just a series of 3 best of ones, round robin kind of style. If there's tiebreakers, there's tiebreakers, but whoever wins, I mean, there shouldn't be tiebreakers, but whoever wins will go on to the grands against the team from the uppers, and then we have a winner, and that's the game.
Yeah, starting the draft out already, and this is rough, right? Because like we said, we don't really have any team history, but already coming through is some pretty spicy names, right? We got the Malibu DILFs against Fear the Hawk. Like, I mean, I know Malibu Jesus would fit right in. Shout out, Mr. Jesus. But also the names on these players are insane. I was just asking ZT Pasta Mansa in chat, like pre-game lobby chat, whether that was like a reference to an old web-based game. Not sure if you've heard of it, Crash. It's called Kingdom of Loathing.
I do know Kingdom of Loathing, not intimately, but I've heard of.
Yeah, it's just all the shit that comes out of my mouth. You just imagine that, but like in a text-based game, they're just like non-stop. They can't stop themselves from making references to every goddamn thing. It's hilarious, but of course, I think he was too busy locking in for this game right now. And speaking of lock-in, already midway through the bans, a lot of sort of interesting heroes being taken out. Not really what you consider meta, but I guess that when you come for sort of more community level events like this, it's all about that comfort.
Absolutely. I just had a game personally, like myself, where I played Pause 1 Dawnbreaker. Not a good Pause 1. Not a good Pause 1.
No.
But very comfortable. Jesus. But very comfortable. And that's what allowed us to win the game. At the end of the day, right, comfort is king, especially at this, right, it's not, these players are not 10k, 12k MMR, like this is your average player. No, we don't know that for sure, but this is, right, this is the average Dota player. This is not your top of the line, pro, stick to the meta, blah, 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 blah. It's comfort, it's fun, it's community, it is whatever meme you want to do, let your memes be dreams here, right, anything is possible.
Yeah, we already got nice little sort of layup setups coming through on both sides, right? The recipe is pretty similar. Cooking, you got 2 backline supports. A bit of a frosty theme going on for the Malibu DILFs. I don't know anything about Malibu. I'm from Singapore, but from what I heard, it's hot and sunny down there. So maybe they're trying to cool things down a little bit, right? You got the Axe jumping in the setup. You got some nice vision already with the Ice Vortex that can help him out with that. Similar story, Fear the Hawk. They got to get that Centaur Wall Runner Stampede to either escape or set up as well, and probably follow up with some of that Ice Path action.
I'm really liking what Malibu DILFs have on the table right now. It's nothing too crazy, mind you. Now, like, the supports I think are lacking, but where the supports lack, this Axe is going to really pick up the slack, right? Yeah, any sort of big call should be picked up by Ancient Apparition and Lich, right? These 2 supports should be on the ball constantly around the Axe, playing around the Axe, getting their level 6s, and just constantly using them off cooldown on any hero that's being caught by this Axe.
Yeah, they can just really pump things up the second he gets his blink. I wonder whether we're going to see the Axe just rush straight for it, because that's always the conundrum of blink initiators, right? You're not sure whether you want to get an intermediate item before sort of going for that initiation. We've seen sometimes as well that even these offlane heroes that have a good start, if they end up going for something like a Veil instead and not really picking up the pace, the blink just gets so delayed and suddenly your plan to just go gang squad fails. I love this Venge pick though, just some utility and save potential from this jump of Malibu DILFs as well.
Yeah, with your whole, all of your eggs being in the Axe basket so far, the Axe skit, if you will. It worked better in my head. The execution was awful. But
execute. Okay, nice.
Execute. Oh, that's good. I didn't even mean to. It's right. So all of your eggs are in this Axe. Oh my God, Axe basket right now. Jesus. And all you need is the one hero to get rid of it. The Vengeful Spirit is king over the Axe. You've got either save your friend or swap the enemy. Right, and with Axe, it's really interesting because if you swap the Axe and they're still taunted, you're going to bring your team back towards you very slowly. So either way, you're getting your team back into a better position.
Absolutely, and the Stampede's definitely going to help with that as well. Yeah. Timbersaw snatched up by Malibu DILFs here as a response to the Weaver. Now, I like the Weaver because I think it adds on to the minus armor setup that Venge already has going on. Could potentially lead to earlier Roshans, and the one thing about the Weaver is that he is going to be able to hunt these supports down. I'm not really sure about this Timber pick though. I know it deals well with the Centaur and can probably pressure the opposing supports on Fear the Hawk, but it's not really speaking out to me. This likely is going to be a mid, right, given we've already seen the Axe picked up.
Yeah. You know, you can tell that we're in 2024, Sneeze, when I'm gonna preface this with, I know Timbersaw has a reactive armor, but listen, he's not gonna get a level.
I'm listening.
Right? He's not gonna level it. Swarm plus Wave of Terror is going to be devastating for Timbersaw for quite a while, right? Until level 9, 10 comes around. When you're getting more into reactive armor, that's when things will start to feel better for you. But until then, you've got a slew of magical damage, so you want something like an Eternal Shroud. And then you've got oodles of physical damage as well from the Weaver. So you're in a position where, like, you want armor, you want magic resistance, and Timbersaw naturally gets one of them, but he's going to have to build the other, I think, this game.
Yeah, I mean, just like my bank account, every time TI rolls around, he's going to be hurting real bad, like in many different ways. Malibu DILFs, they choose to open up the mid lane by banning out this OD as well as the Zeus. So two long-range heroes that could potentially contribute to save and a lot of damage as well, right? You talk about the magic burst that Fear the Hawk have available already. And the last pick is going to be the Jug, which is pretty interesting because I don't really see it as a good matchup into the Weaver unless you're just perpetually carrying a dust around, but they're going to rely fully on their Axe and the supports for the control. And on the flip side, Business Casual going for that Hoodwink. So is this what? Is this a mid Hoodwink situation that we have going on here? Because that's what it seems like.
That's what it's looking like. I would beg. I would put my eggs in the Hoodwink basket that this is the mid Hoodwink. This could still be a mid Venge. That's the
lot of eggs going on here. What are we? Goddamn grocery.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Can you tell?
Okay, gotcha.
It's early in the morning, right? Surely it's morning, right? Yeah.
It's not even morning for you, man. You don't have an excuse. I could make that breakfast situation. Okay, so you did say your guess is mid Hoodwink. I think we're on the same page there, but I guess just looking at these drafts, any particular lineup that you're liking? Because for me, Fear the Hog, even though that mid pick's gonna be a bit unique, I'm liking what they have. It's very clear cut.
I like what they have, but one thing is they are incredibly squishy. Everyone but the Centaur, right? Jakiro, he's got HP, but he doesn't have armor, which means against the Weaver and the Vengeful Spirit, your HP, it doesn't matter. You're still going to get chunked down. So, as much as I do like what Fear the Hog have going on right now, I am going to hedge a little bit towards Malibu DILFs. Just a little bit. Not by too much, because I'm still interested to see what this core Hoodwink or core Venge will do, just because we really don't know too much about these teams, like we said. But taking a look at the items, it's definitely a mid Hoodwink.
Yeah, I think this is definitely interesting because the Hoodwink, of course, has the break inbuilt with Sharpshooter, so that's
Yeah.
gonna help them deal with the Axe as well as the Timber. But maybe something like a Spirit Vessel from one of the supports is gonna be necessary because between the Timber and the Axe, they're gonna tank up real big. So the one thing that I am seeing is that Fat Monster, even though he has that debuff immunity of Blade Fury throughout most of the game, I'm not sure how well he's gonna do because if he ever spins into them, it's not like they can't do damage to him anymore. And that's
Yeah.
the big change with the whole magic immunity, debuff immunity sitch. Um, Something he really has to keep an eye out for because Jug, not the highest HP hero.
Yes, yeah, and I think the squishy envelope definitely goes both ways, right? Like, Timbersaw, we've kind of already talked about, is despite his high HP pool and his reactive armor, still relatively squishy, which is so weird to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's relatively squishy. Axe doesn't build armor really anymore. Like, he builds Vanguard, maybe the Veil. Maybe we'll see Veil build up on Axe.
Yeah.
But like because the Vanguard feels weird, the Blade Mail's kind of
No,
nerfed,
you don't.
right?
Vanguard is like kind of like so dead, and it's left X in a
Yeah.
bit of a weird spot. I feel you almost want to get it so you can go cut creeps and stuff like that, but I feel like that style of X is long dead, right? It's been so long
Yes.
since I've seen the X just try and pull back here, mostly because I guess the lanes have just expanded by so much that you're not really starving out the opponent carry the way that you want to, right? The old school situation with that Axe was always that, okay, you know, they can't face up against you, but they don't really have anywhere else to go. Well, looky here, they have a whole new section at the top side they can hide away to.
Yeah, this whole strip of jungle is theirs for the taking, and I think you kind of nailed it, Sneeze. I think that is the exact reason that Axe is not seeing play. Is there's just too much place on the farm, on the map, right, for these carries. Even these other offlaners like Underlord, right, these heroes that just kind of push you out of lane and make it so that you can't lane, haven't been seeing too much play. Now, Underlord, he's more in the meta-ish, right, because Shivas is so good and Auras are so good. Axe ain't no Aura buyer. He is a Shiva's buyer, mind you, but he's not like a Rush Shivas kind of player.
Yeah, I mean, if you rush Shivas on Axe, I'm sure you'd still feel good with how great it is this patch. But we'll see what Nathan Explosion chooses to go for, right? I think that's kind of always the story of Axe. It really feels like a swing and a miss type of hero. If you don't manage to tide through the early game, you'll be recovery farming, trying to sort of pick up that blink ASAP. Like we mentioned already as well with this Jug last pick, in a way, they are putting more weight on the shoulders of Nathan to carry them through the mid-game initiations, but bot side, it's first blood. From this Jug, just an easy sort of kill setup between these two, Frost Blast and Blade Fury, turns out it's strong.
Yeah, who would have thought the old Lich Juggernaut lane coming back with a vengeance? I have not seen this lane in years, but it is still incredibly strong, right? Any slow with Juggernaut, any stun with Juggernaut is very, very good. Hell, remember when Crystal Maiden Juggernaut was running rampant in like every single game a few years ago?
Oh, don't even, don't even, yeah, don't get me there, man. I think to a certain extent, in the same way that we talked about, you know, maybe some of these tanky heroes on Malibu DILFs not necessarily surviving the most. Centaur has insane strength gain, but it's gonna take a while to get there, so he has a chance of being run down as well. Speaking of run down though, Fat Monster just getting auto attacked. Has level in the healing ward, so should be able to walk this one off. But yeah, I think the side lanes are gonna be real scary here because I feel like a kill could happen at any moment.
What do you think top lane is going to look like, though? Because despite you saying that, I think the top lane is kind of free for both Weaver and Axe. Like, as long as you're not getting caught in a huge call, which, as a Weaver, you really shouldn't be. The only one that I think you have kill potential on is the Jakiro, and that's a maybe at best.
Yeah, I think maybe a few more levels for Insanity in the dual breath just to get that additional slow up, and Lars might actually be free food for the Weaver.
Yes,
so he's gonna have to watch his positioning. For now, still being pretty aggressive in terms of contesting this pool. Not too bad, you know, and actually the lane that I did want to talk about before we lose track of time is mid lane, right? So far, trading very even, nothing special. Looks like the Hoodwink is actually, if I'm not wrong, still going back for either a Witchblade, a Mage Slayer, or Orchid. So we're not entirely sure because it's the Oblivion stuff that's queued up for right now.
It's got to be the Mage Slayer, right? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's, it's just the Oblivion
that's
staff.
what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like even with the Orchid would be pretty sick this game as well, just to sort of run and hunt down the Jug. Although I'm not really sure whether that gives you as much stats as you want. Top side, Dr. Clayton dropping real low. He's gonna need medical assistance, and I'm not sure whether he's equipped to provide it. But Nathan Explosion stepping up a bit too far. It's those insects that you talked about, the swarm. There's not really a hero other than Jug who's gonna feel good hitting those bugs, and turns out being a double for this duo of the Malibu, not the Malibu DILFs, Fear the Hawk. Sorry, I saw the Fear picture and I'm like, that's a DILF right there.
That's a DILF. It is a little bit of both, isn't it, right? Fear is a little bit of a Malibu DILF himself, so it does check out. Yeah, you're free this time, Sneeze. Make one more mistake and it's over, dude.
And then I'm just instantly cut from the squad.
Yeah,
my tryout is over. Yeah. So back to the conversation topic about the mid lane, because this is kind of what I expected to happen, right? Look at Squizgar. He's just running through onto business casual. Actually went for higher levels in the reactive armor just to be able to square up. And yeah, just should be an easy chase down. I mean, even if you don't get business casual now, you're forcing the Hoodwink so far back in the lane. It's gotta feel uncomfortable.
It's a little weird. So, like, my problem with Timbersaw mid going these builds is I think it's the right play this game, but it might leave you in this weird spot outside of the laning stage where you can't really rotate because you just don't do enough damage, and you're stuck just constantly cutting this top or this mid wave. Speaking of top, like you kind of said, Lars, this ice cream cone is melting, and he's going to constantly be doing that. I don't even know if you come back up top. This is I'm going to go make stacks for my axe and go gank.
Bot side, Fight Monster, forced to get the spin out. It's a lot of damage back the way of Pasta Mancer, but not able to finish things off. Still level 2. And yeah, both these teams just trading blows here. I guess the one upside is that Nathan Explosion, apart from that death, isn't really being deterred in terms of the CS. It's not like he's being forced out. And Dr. Clayton, you know, he's had his hands full trying to put out the damage on his counterparts, and hasn't really done too well in terms of the CS either. Big winner of this entire laning stage, surprise, surprise, is Squizgar. And you talked about maybe not wanting to rotate. Do they want to rotate, you think? Because lanes aren't going too bad for them. They can just kind of keep this even game state. And I think it should be fine, as Nathan Explosion actually getting a kill on the top side, but traded out by Dr. Clayton. So maybe not so even after all.
It's okay. I mean, you'd like to be putting pressure on this Weaver, ideally, right, in a perfect world, but like, because this is my problem, right? Hoodwink is going to rotate come level 6, exactly what she's doing. All she needs is a rune. And this Jug could very well just die here. Full to 0, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, sharpshooter stun, nowhere to go from there, but Squizgar trying to come through with the TP rotation. Even with the low levels in his damaging abilities, it's just enough to cut down the Centaur. The one strength hero on the side of Fear the Hawk here. There should be more than enough resources to run down Kiragos as well. Great return, but Nathan Explosion has somehow found himself in this bot side as well. Out of nowhere from the axe. I guess he just TP'd back into this lane, but Twin Gates is going to allow him to get back to the top side. Yeah, I mean, even though it's a great response, they haven't answered the Weaver yet, and I think that's going to become a bigger and bigger concern.
So, because of this Timbersaw build, the Weaver won't be a concern for him, but you can't protect the rest of your team from a Weaver. You don't have the damage to blow him up. That's the best way you can protect your team, right? You are all in on self-survival, self-preservation. And we'll see if that pays off in the end, because kind of already talked about Timber can fall into this weird position where he just doesn't do anything in the mid-game.
He's actually dropping low under the tier 1 tower at the bot side. He needs to be very careful as Pasta Mancer just getting chopped up a little bit. Yeah, Squizgar. It really is all about self-preservation here, so he needs to make sure to keep himself alive, because I feel like any single death that he gives over is just going to allow the side of Fear the Hawk to come back and really build up those key items that they need to continue to kill him off, winding up the sharpshooter. Uh-oh! That is not a good look. Business casual finds him lacking a little bit here, and Squizgar gonna go down.
Can we talk about sharpshooter? Can we nerf this ability?
Is it that bad? I think it's. I don't
know. 550 damage is quite a lot from such a long range.
It's not the easiest thing to land, though.
I guess.
It's a skill shot, and I think the discussion is always that skill shot should be rewarded, right? Like if it takes a high level
Sure.
of skill to land an ability or execute an ability, it should be equally powerful. And I think you know, there are a lot of other things that nerf about Hoodwink, like maybe that acorn shot.
Oh, it's definitely the acorn shot for sure.
3 members up here in this top side, looking for the setup. It's a nice ice path to start things out by Insanity. And follow-up stun, Kiragos able to set up for the Swarm. Nice little call though. Ooh, Nathan baited them in, and looks like it's Insanity who's gonna go down. Kiragos desperately trying to work down the axe with the help of the Swarm Bug. It should be enough, but good rotation from Squidgelf to just return that pressure. But they haven't got the big kill, right?
Yeah.
It's Dr. Clayton able to weave his way out of trouble, and would you look at that? Yum, yum, yum. 3 bounties.
Oh, it is going to be the Witchblade for Hoodwink. Interesting. I can't necessarily think of a reasoning behind this. Do you have any insight?
I mean, my only read is that, number one, she just wants to get a bit more armor, and I guess just doesn't think that the Mage Slayer is worth the money anymore. Hoodwink does have a decent amount of int gain compared to some other edgy heroes, so
True.
maybe she's just prioritizing some of that poison damage from afar. And this is what we said as well, right? The very squishy lineup of Fear the Hawk. They're gonna have to keep their distance throughout this game, so just kind of playing on that front. Although, I don't know, maybe Mage Slayer is not core enough for her.
But then don't you just go something like a Gleipnir instead, right? Speed up your farm.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that which at top side, we gotta sort of hold that thought, as it looks like Kiragos is just gonna get chopped down. Didn't connect on the Culling Blade, but still more than enough damage. As now, don't really need to rotate or anything, right? Just being this tanky body on the Timbersaw, working on the Veil, is gonna allow you to be this essentially usher for the creep wave to try pushing down these towers. There was a sharpshooter in the mid lane, almost killing off Fat Monster there, but able to walk himself away with the healing ward. As aggression continues in this top side, Dr. Clayton needs to get the time lapse off, narrowly does so. And with the Stampede, they should be able to retreat. Actually, might be able to turn the pressure out onto Squidgar, but another taunt. Clayton doesn't have that time lapse now and will get run down. Nathan Explosion, last bit of magic damage. It should be enough. So it looks like Squidgar is able to walk himself out of there business casual, going wide with the Hoodwink Bushwhack. So they're still trying to chase down the Jakiro on the backside here. They brought the Centaur in finally. Chain Frost coming through, but can't stop business casual from just gunning him down. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade as the dust settles, but definitely going in the favor of the Malibu DILFs there.
The big DILF is down, right? Big Daddy Weaver has been killed, and that is a start to all things good for the Malibu DILFs, right? Is kill off the Weaver, do it again. Hell, maybe even do it again. You're going to have to keep killing off this Weaver, because he is going to be the one that will be a big problem. Weaver is not a hero that farms jungle very fast. He's going to be a hero that is either farming a lane or farming your heroes. So you have the choice of either protecting the Weaver and putting aggression, which it looks like they're kind of doing right now, right? Weaver's running bottom and so is the rest of the team. This is what I'd like to be seeing through the rest of the game. Follow your Weaver, set up some kills, feed him some kills. Feed him more net worth.
Full rotation coming through. Wanted to get the touch onto Fat Monster, but they'll settle for the Lich instead. There is an Omni Slash available. They swap the Jug in as well, but Nathan Explosion is coming to the fray. It's a pretty big Ice Blast, connecting onto both Kiragos as well as Insanity. What else can you find here? Swarm completely missing the mark, not latching onto anyone. They'll call out onto the Jakiro as well. The last thing you want is to activate the Axe with more procs, and that's why you see Dr. Clayton just shuffle through instead of start auto-attacking. It's starting to see a bit of a problem, right? We mentioned that this Big Daddy DILF Weaver is hasn't been caught so far other than that one death, but even when he shows up to the fight, it's not really enough damage to cut through these tanky heroes on the Malibu DILFs. They'll try and mount a defense against the 3 cores, but this is a dead tier 1 tower.
Yeah. And the DILFs are in full control of this game, despite the kill score being quite even. And I think a lot of it comes down to Squidgar, right? His rotations, despite not necessarily having the best skill build to rotate, or even the best items, right? Blink Dagger is what we like to see, actually. Squidgar, this build might actually save his life here. He's very tanky. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, has 11 sort of charges to the one as well. The swap through, a little bit of miscommunication as spells go completely wide. He's got a Timber Chain to the high ground. Can he make a great escape here? The Centaurs, they're They're not going to buy him any more room. He's still cutting through, but with that Stampede, surely you can get the Timbersaw now. Another chain out. Last bit of damage. He is just bringing them across the world. Ice Path. Finally, Dr. Clayton should get the last touch. That last bug. We'll find him. Holy shit. He was on the run like a goddamn criminal on FBI's most wanted list. But just like in real life, justice always prevails. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time, kids.
And Timbersaw almost got away with it too. Squizgar knows. He said, oh, so close. If it wasn't for you and your meddling kids. You and your meddling bugs, even.
Yeah, maybe they're Weaver's kids. I don't know about the exact timeline on that. I know it gets a little weird. Not really sure whether he's the father, but in which case, if he really did birth those children, he would in fact be a certified DILF. I think. Yeah, that would give him DILF status. I think one thing that you mentioned earlier, Crash, is that, you know, with a Weaver, it's not really a hero that farms very well. It's kind of a byproduct of the build that he's gone for, right, as mid lane. Looks like there is an initiation out of the farm monster, but it's an easy, just kind of spin away. But yeah, I mean, he could very much have gone for something like the Maelstrom and try and amp himself up instead. But this is a very aggressive build, right? Deso Falcon Blade.
Yeah, it's the put pressure on the enemies kind of build, right? This is the fighting build for Weaver. You're going to get your shard, and that's what's going to increase your farm. You're going to Shikuchi through a wave and kill it instantly. And that's how you're going to farm, right? Until then, it's slow, it's kind of greedy, it is not the best feeling when you're delayed.
Yeah.
But it's effective, right? It can do the job. And it's a lot of damage.
Yeah. That's the Ice Blast coming through into the mid lane looking for a setup. They still don't have the Blink Dagger on Nathan Explosion. He's been spending a lot of time running around with his team instead of farming, and that, you know, has slowed down his timing. It's still not too bad though, but you'd love to sort of get that initiation. As all the members on Fear the Hawk come through and defend. It's a nice setup, swap back, and Stampede back to safety as well. Squizgar from out of nowhere. Where the hell did he come from? He might just find himself straight into a sharpshooter, stunned up as well. They lose the supports though. Omni Slash should be enough to cut down the Jakiro. And Squizgar, he is still a problem. They just don't have enough damage to work him through. But that's before the Weaver comes out. TPing into the fight now. And looking for the pickoff. Finds Rando. And now Jug's in no man's land. Fat Monster is chased quite a bit too far and will get chopped down by Pastamancer. So a big over-aggressive move from the side of the Malibu DILFs. They don't get the tower because I think this should be a successful defense, and they lose the Jug.
Yeah, their insider DILF, Dr. Clayton, comes in just at the tail end of that fight, right? Cleans up the Lich perfectly. And that's what you want to see from your carry, right? Not necessarily show up, be there for the beginning of the fights, but you definitely, especially when you're playing a carry like this, a very greedy carry, you want to be showing up and cleaning up these tail ends of fights. It's going to get even more important now that he has the Deso, but, you know, good showings from Dr. Clayton so far.
Yeah, and you can see that the whole game plan from Fear the Hawk, they are sort of smelling a 25-minute, 30-minute timing coming with their Weaver, right? Pastamancer, very interesting build-up. He's gone for a pipe rush. Don't see that very often anymore as Fat Monster just gets picked off, standing around. Nice wards being set up by Insanity. I'm gonna spot out that Jug, and it should be them who are taking a tier 1 tower instead. But yeah, like I mentioned, with this pipe complete, they should be way more resistant and able to just kind of 5-man up. And I mean, unless you get a killer team fight with Nathan Explosion blinking in and getting a call into 3 or 4, it's gonna be very hard to break through this formation.
I think you're right? Fear the Hog, 25 minutes, a nice Roshan. Could see the end of this game at that point, right? A fight in front of the enemy high ground could be Rax very early on. This team is ready to push. They're ready to go. Hoodwink is feeling so confident. Business Casual is going back for the Mage Slayer on top of this Witchblade. The double Oblivion Staff.
Yeah, crazy. Ice Blast coming through. Looks like there's a spin chasing down Insanity on the side. Fat Monster, he has an Omni if he wants to commit it. But yeah, it's a little bit awkward to do so. Looks like the rest of the team still being controlled up. Stampede coming through, but the Ice Blast hanging so many heroes. I'm not sure whether you're confident continuing to chase. The Weaver will start putting damage out. Tries to dust him, Fat Monster. Tries to look for the Omni, but you got to keep in mind that Dr. Clayton very much still has that time lapse and can pop it out. Yeah, just going to leave the Jug high and dry. Very, very awkward stuff. Okay, they're still kind of running through there. Okay, well... Yeah, I mean, Dr. Clayton, that's the thing, right? With this carry matchup, there's unless you really catch him lacking, there's no way Clayton gets caught out by your Omni.
Yeah. There's some deep crash and sneeze lore we gotta catch you up with really quickly. The old runaway strategy, right?
Yeah.
It's something we touch on a lot,
crazy.
and Weaver is incredibly good at it. No, not because of Shikuchi, you silly goobers. It's because of the amount of legs that Weaver has.
He has 6 freaking legs, and can you imagine? Do you see how fast he's putting those bad boys to work? He's really sort of going over time. Nathan explosion. Blink up. Nice ice path to break things up, but no time lapse. They don't connect on the tree, but they will find the big bad intergalactic fast moving bug DILF. Okay, well, Nathan explosion almost just dies. Someone attack the bug.
Get the bug, please.
Oh my god. Okay, I don't think we're gonna kill him because he has damage block from Vanguard and whatnot.
It's like level
but still,
1.
it was
yeah.
it was like, get the hell off. A sharpshooter wasn't enough to finish him off, and yeah, just as it seems like Fear the Hawk were starting to get a bit of momentum and getting a bit comfortable, at the side of Malibu DILFs fight right back.
And this game is still incredibly even. I think that Fear the Hogs have a little bit of an advantage just because of their itemization, right? They are ready to fight, ready to take Roshan, where Malibu DILFs, they have a little bit more time until they're ready to take Roshan, and that's when things will start ramping up, right, as Roshan.
I wonder if they'll get there. I mean, the Timber, he's going for that Eternal Shroud like you mentioned, so a lot of resistance to the damage that Fear the Hog are putting out. And honestly, even with how much quote-unquote damage they're doing, they aren't doing just enough, right? We talked about the tanky hero problem that they're going to deal with. It is becoming quite an apparent issue.
Yeah, I don't know if Fear the Hog were expecting Timbersaw to go like 1-1-4, because I certainly wasn't. But
yeah,
he is the man that they needed while Axe was getting ready, right? Axe was in the back changing. He was putting on his blade mail, getting his accessories ready. Timbersaw was the man until that moment, right? Stand in front of all of your heroes, take damage, do a little bit of damage, right? Do enough damage. But more importantly, set up for your Axe, right? Call in heroes, not literally, but as the Timbersaw, right? Call in heroes around you and have the Axe just slowly walk in and just call them. For real this time. And this fight is very easy, and that's what they did for the first 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, we gotta keep our eyes on the Nathan explosion there, getting the jump out to business casual. The Hoodwing, like we say, can't get out of that type of sticky situation. A lot of damage turned back onto these two tanky cores though, but can they finish things off? Rando is gonna turn around with a nice chain frost. It's bouncing, forces Dr. Clayton to that time lapse. As Quizgar, he's able to just kind of create the distance and cut down the Centaur while they weren't paying attention. The stun's still coming through though, trying to control the Timber. But where is Clayton? Finally cleans up. Onto Kiragos, and they're trying to chase down Insanity as well, but Quizgar, he's out of resources. And with the cleanup, Dr. Clayton looking for his next Deso charge. And finally, they'll be able to kill off the Timber. Great set of kills for Fear the Hog. But the whole time, it's a 4v5 situation, right? Fat Monster, he's just farming away up here. And I don't think Malibu DILFs are too sad about that.
No, they're content, right? Jug is almost to his Manta style. This is just as if I've been so out of touch with Juggernaut for a hot minute. What's Jug's timing, right? When is he feeling good to fight? Is it the Mjolnir, or is he fine with just the Manta?
Oh, just, I guess like right now is when he's feeling good to fight. Just straight up Omni Slash, Fat Monster, going ham up here on this top side, but Pasta Mancer just a bit too much HP at the moment, especially the Vambrace toggle to strength. Oh, looks like he's angling for a pick as well.
Here comes
the There's no Blade Fury, but yeah, I don't know whether they can connect in time. You try and throw the Bushwhack out, and oh, he doesn't spin. You come through with the Acorn, just auto attack him, baby. You got no HP.
The Mage Slayer and the Witchblade. We may have questioned. Well, I may have questioned it, but first kill with it. Sure,
okay,
right?
Realistically,
It works.
business casual could have gotten any two sets of items.
He got
there,
it because of those two
okay.
swords. Yep. Actually, what is Mage Slayer? Is it a sword?
It kind of looks like a little arm guard situation.
It does, doesn't it? Like an assassin blade.
Yeah. Hoodwing going for the old school RPG type of itemization where you actually physically equip items on your hero's body. Dual wielding Hoodwing as this is a cute move. Actually going for the Tormentor Steel on the back of Dr. Clayton's insane damage. It doesn't look like Nathan Explosion is aware this is happening. You might see the effects in Fog. I'm not sure whether that's still a bug that exists. But being able to deny that being able to deny that between Ice Spire as well as maybe even the AA's just kind of Ice Blast Egg Shard, which he already has, of course, so I guess it's not gonna matter. I'll just Courier Central here last. Able to snap. No, that one's gonna get away from him. Let's go, this guy. He's right there. Whoa, where did he even come from? Huge call onto Business Casual. The Code Wing again in some trouble. And Clayton, he's a bit preoccupied trying to deal with these supports, but they need his damage on the front lines. These heroes are a bit too tanky for the rest of his squad to deal with, and they will pay. 2 kills going the way of Malibu DILFs again. The bright side is that Business Casual gets to walk away, but you know, you gotta wonder whether the focus is waning a little bit here from Fear the Hog.
Yeah, I'm not quite... This is kind of the second fight where we were kind of questioning, like, where's Dr. Clayton? Like, first fight, like, bottom, over around here, he was taking the tower. That's where he was. But up here, Dr. Clayton, he never had an in, and it's pretty easy. It's not the... Well, I mean, easiest, but... It's not the hardest thing to find an in as Weaver. You're invisible and you're at max movement speed. You should be able to find a way to wedge your way into a fight.
Yeah, we already talked about the amount of legs. Like, what's your excuse? Coming in here in this top side again, Nathan Explosion, an easy connection with that call, and Business Casual just gonna get cut down. Omni Slash committed in as well. Now, Dr. Clayton is in the middle of the fight and looking still for the support kills, has the time lapse away, doesn't finish off on Rando even, and now Pastor enters in, but he's way too deep. He can't really do the damage needed. It's only Clayton who can get those auto attacks off, but he isn't hitting anyone. Might be able to finish off the jug. That is a huge kill to pick up. But Squizgar still on the front line, still chopping away, forcing the supports away. And, I mean, he's gonna get controlled up here, but I don't really see him dying.
Tanky.
Clayton's gonna try and make it happen. And with the bug, they will keep vision. The legs going to work now. There's the walk away strategy and the walk forward strategy. Clayton is employing the latter, and he's gonna kill off Squizgar. So sticking a bit too far forward for his own good, and he'll pay the price for it, but... I mean, that ultimately, gold and EXP-wise, goes the way of Fear the Hog. But I think Clayton, you know, you can kind of see his dilemma there, right? He just doesn't know who to focus on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the time-lapse was a little bit early in that fight for Dr. Clayton, right? He was 1 hit away from killing off, I believe it was the AA, or the lid, one of the two. One of those two blue icy boys.
Basically interchangeable.
Yeah, same shit, right? In between killing off one of those two heroes, you time-lapse. When they're 1 hit away, that was a free and easy kill. It just seems like Clayton, maybe you're a gold Weaver. I feel like you've got to have at least some sort of comfort, but maybe fear, maybe like uncomfortability playing with the team. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It was a very awkward move, and that's been kind of the name of the game so far. For Clayton, it's just been a little awkward.
Yeah, but that's kind of what we talked about when you pick a mid like this, right? You have a Centaur and all the pressure's on him to front line. So far, the way these fights have been starting, I can't imagine that that's exactly what Fear the Hog have planned for themselves, right? It's always business casual, angling for action, getting called, and you just kind of need to take the fight as a sort of counter initiation instead of ever actually finding any pick-off. Initiative has all been on the side of the Malibu DILFs, and now with the smoke up, they're looking for more.
Oh, this will be devastating if they catch Hoodwink again, who is suffering quite heavily, right? One of the only core on Fear the Hog that is really struggling. Centaur, he's fine, he's Centaur.
Oh, he's dead again. Oh, the call off the mark though. Nathan Explosion, not expecting the double back, and now Pasta Mancer kill tank the full Omni. Not sure whether he can live through that one, just enough HP. And crisis averted for now. Omni slash used. Timing, ready? Fear the Hog, time to go.
Yeah, you don't have Stampede and your Centaur needs to reset, so maybe put the brakes on just a little bit, Sneeze, like maybe like a minute or two, but then I'm with you. Then it's go time, baby.
I mean, right now it seems like the side of Fear the Hog are ready to keep moving because even though you don't have Stampede, you're up against no Omni. That just cuts down the Jug's effectiveness in the fight by such a huge margin.
Oh, you just needed Centaur to refresh, right? He was so low HP. He's good now, though. And look who they're running towards,
But mid lane, Dr. Clayton, that is a solo. Just pick off. He wasn't with his team, and they didn't even need anything other than Nathan Explosion, just 100-0ing him. They're gonna try and get a return onto Fat Monster. The sharpshooter, did that even land? It felt like it did no damage, and he's just able to TP out, swap not in time. Very, very awkward stuff from Fear the Hog as think better of that TP, decide to stick together in the mid lane instead, Malibu DILFs, and they get the better of that trade. Clayton getting caught with his pants down a little bit by this axe.
That's the best way to put it. And how does Weaver wear pants, Sneeze? What is Weaver's pants situation like? What
he
legs?
puts it on
he
his
put
mouth,
on?
obviously.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. I
Yeah,
shouldn't have even
that's,
asked. What an obvious answer.
Yeah. I don't know. What are you, new to the fashion scene?
I
What the hell?
guess. I'm not a fashionista like you.
Yeah. You can tell because I'm in pajamas, which is the appropriate outfit for today. Pasta Mancer. It's so tough for this Centaur, and he immediately just has to stampede out because every time you show your face, you're just taking so much damage. They are able to turn around and burn up this axe, though. Nathan, still very susceptible to the magic burst coming through. Work down last as well. So a bit of an overextension this time. It's so important for Nathan to get a connection at that call, and when he doesn't, things just get so awkward. Rando able to throw out a nice little chain frost to slow that advance of Fear the Hog. But Clayton's actually in the area. He's just narrowly able to dodge out of trouble thanks to that nice Glimmer Cape usage. And yeah, I mean, this game has just been back and forth, right? It's still a less than 1k gold lead at this stage, 23-23.
It's kind of crazy, right? Not even like back and forth throws either, because that's really not what it is, right? It's just one team getting the upper hand over the other team because of maybe one, not even necessarily like a mistake. Like Weaver dying there isn't a mistake. It's just I'm a carry, I need farm, and oops, like we misread the situation a little bit.
Yeah.
It happens, right? That's Dota, baby. That's just that happens to literally anyone at any level of Dota. Like, I mean, how many times do people be like, oh, RTZ farming, lol, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing. It's just,
Yeah, you wouldn't get it.
Yeah, it's just part of Dota.
You just wouldn't.
Carries like farm,
King.
believe it or not. It's hard to believe, but their whole hero is centered around it. Getting gold, it's kind of bonkers to me, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I think we do have to sort of track back a little bit. I won't apologize, but I will sort of acknowledge that we've been putting a lot of focus on Dr. Clayton. But it's because I feel like the way the draft is designed is very much a focus on Dr. Clayton. He is going to be that primary damage dealer moving into the later stages of the game. The Hoodwing has yet to ramp up. Speaking of the Hoodwing, not even ramp up, just find any sort of footing. Nathan Explosion is almost has a Hoodwing magnet attached to him or something like that. Every single time he's just out and about. Oh, squirrel!
A bunch of rabid dogs. The D in DILF stands for dogs, and they see a squirrel, they get the squirrel, dude.
Yeah. Ever watched the movie Up? I always felt like that talking dog gimmick was like, it was funny like the first time, and then it just kind of like, as the movie went on, like, I'm like, man, shut the hell up.
I love Up for all of it except the dog.
Sure.
Like dog, I could do without.
Yeah, like I appreciate it because when I was a child, you know, now that I'm watching it back, I'm like, Up is still a timeless classic, but like the dog kind of throws me off. Okay. Setting up for this mid lane. They're feeling comfortable now. Fat Monster, you asked the question. Oh, we gotta hold that thought. Nathan Explosion, a swap back from Kiragos, but there's Squizgar to help him body some of the damage. The Ice Blast gonna come through and go completely wide as well. They haven't been able to find Business Casual just yet, and I believe the Omni Slash was used earlier, so not available for the fight. Seems like it's Fear the Hawk's time to strike, but Pasta Mancer can't find the angle with the Hoof Storm. Might just have to settle for Squizgar. But yeah, that's not really the initiation that you want. You see Dr. Clayton, he's just tracking them on the right side of the fight because he needs to make sure to jump in with the team. It's very, very awkward if he shows up post-Shikuchi and just gets called and killed.
Well, they know exactly where they are on DILFs because they've captured the outpost. They're moving towards the Tormentor, but this smoke could really catch them off guard. I don't think anyone's expecting
Not business. Not business.
Not like
Casual,
this.
get the hell out of there, Hoodwing. No, the call! Just speed down at this point. The Hoodwing goes down again. They chop out Insanity, and it's just these nice wards that were left behind in the triangle that have yet to be addressed by the Fear the Hawk team. Just giving so much information to Malibu DILFs and allowing Nathan Explosion to connect every single time.
These wards are like double planted almost, like right on top of each other. This is I mean, both teams understand exactly the important parts of the map to be protecting. Right? Even like double warding your triangle, right? Just because you want a little bit of extra vision over here. It's incredibly important. Now, I keep harping back onto this because I feel like it should have been taken 10 minutes ago. But Roshan, someone's got to go take it, and I am really hoping that that's what Malibu DILFs are gearing up for right now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Starting to just survey the area, maybe set up a picnic mat, get an outpost going, just start boiling the kettle of water to brew some tea. Fat monster, they're sort of make it look casual, This is kind of what I look like when I try and give my cat medicine. Like, I just like kind of stroll past the pit, give a little bit of a look, how you feeling, how we doing here, Roche, you ready to die? That's exactly what's gonna happen. They just full focus is down, and without any outside map control on Fear the Hawks, they're not gonna know this is happening until they scan, and that's a confirmation, but there isn't really anything they can do about it.
No, it's one of those, okay, we know where 4 of their heroes are on the map. It's time to go push all the other lanes except for the one near where Roshan is near. And we're gonna do that until they show up. That's so far exactly what's happening, right? Weaver pushed out top, Centaur's mid, now someone's finally responding to mid. You gotta break them up, right? You can't just let them get Roshan for free and then run down a lane. That's just not doable. You need to be getting something out of this when they're roshing, and ideally it's not jungle creeps. You want, like, if you can get a tower, that's like perfect scenario. If enemy team is taking Roshan and you can take a tower, you're laughing, right? You're so happy with that, especially if you're like.
I don't know if you're laughing. You're just kind of like you have a gentle smile.
Sure,
you have a gentle smile. Perhaps you're like, no. I don't know, because
if you're not gonna take Roshan anyways, and you're fine with the enemy team having Roshan, which, to be fair, the Timbersaw is an interesting hero to put on this this Aegis, because I genuinely don't think he's dying. Really, Jug would be a much better hero to put it on.
Yeah, I mean, even to a certain extent, I know this is going to sound crazy, but even Nathan Explosion, right, who's been sort of very much on the front lines, having to give his life up, if you manage to get a second or third round of the call, that's going to really do in these Fear the Hawk heroes. I did want to address something in the draft that we mentioned that hasn't really come to fruition. We were really liking this bench pick because of 2 things, right? We're saying, okay, it has that double-edged sword of being able to be defensive and offensive with the swap, and it can also help with Roche. Fear the Hawk haven't actually ever gone for Roche in the past 30 minutes. Haven't actually defensive swapped, right? Every single time Kira goes, I don't know whether it's a positioning thing or maybe business casual is just dying way too quick, but he just can't get into position to save business casual, and it's resulting in these awkward fights. Kira goes, he's gone for a unique build, rushing that Hurricane Pike, and now one component away from the Axe. So kind of very core-centric. I mean, even on core bench, you rarely see the Pike. That's kind of feels like more of an auto-attacking item.
Like, if you don't have Pike, you have Ags and a little bit of gold now. You have Ags and 4 staff, right? Like,
yeah,
it's very awkward.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think it's awkward. That's the best way I can put it. Is you're in this situation now where you don't have Aghanim Scepter. You desperately want your Ags.
I'm trying to reason it.
Sure.
And I think that maybe Kiragos values it for its potential to push the Timber back, or just kind of put them in a weird spot. Like the Axe, right? Create that distance, like forcefully.
Yeah.
So that your Weaver can get out of trouble. Maybe that's what they're thinking there. We haven't really seen it come into effect in the fight, though. That's the problem, right?
Yeah, I noticed the Pike once during the fight, and I'm gonna be honest, I was like, oh, they used Psychic Headband. I was like that.
Yeah, right.
My mind didn't even register Venge had a Hurricane Pike.
I mean, and just like a Psychic Headband use, it's rarely super impressive, right? You're just kind of, oh, okay, like they're just back on you because they have Timber Chain, the Axe can continue running forward. There's nothing really deterring the side of Malibu DILFs right now. Funnily enough, even though they've gotten the Aegis, it's still a 1k gold lead. I feel like this game has just been teetering back and forth. I mean, you look at the gold graph, of course, that tells a little bit of a different story. We've got the highs and the lows, but this game has felt even throughout it all. And right now, though, it's Malibu DILFs on the front foot. Using this Timbersaw as the front liner as they have most of this game. They will start burning away at these towers with that flamethrower.
I don't think you defend tier 2s right now if you're Hog. You are more than happy to just kind of chill on your high ground, right? Have Weaver farm up his next item, which it looks like it's going to be the Daedalus, and just hope and pray that they don't push your high ground right now.
Yeah, I don't really see any reason for them to stop, though. They swap in the Timbersaw. Ice Blast comes through. It's not going to connect. Nathan Explosion looking for a call. A little bit awkward. It's just the Venge who dies there. Would have loved to have an Axe in that situation, and they still aren't able to kill out Squizguard because the healing ward, it's just pumping him all the way up, allowing Fat Monster to get a huge Omni Slash off, lowering the HP of the supporting members. Fear the Hog. Oh, Dr. Clayton, he's in a little bit of trouble. He's hexed up, but saved by Business Casual. The 3 cores just focusing fully onto Dr. Clayton. They're able to get the jug on the backside a bit too deep, and maybe this is why we were saying, you know, maybe the Aegis on the jug would have been a good idea, because look at that, he's dead. Pastormancer looking for a little bit more here as Rando forced the Glimmer Cape away. But the fact that Business Casual was able to play that entire fight, hiding from a distance and staying alive and throwing out these spells, I mean, that definitely helped them a lot there.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, Timbersaw, he was in so deep, so far, and he's full HP. He's fine. Aegis is expiring. That feels incredibly bad for Malibu DILFs. That was just maybe a little bit of an oversight. Did Axe just get a Nemesis curse? Okay. Interesting.
It's not too bad.
No, I never thought about it, though. I've legitimately never thought, like, Nemesis curse on Axe. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, Blade Mail.
Yeah.
A little crazy. This Weaver's got to kill himself, right? Nathan Explosion.
Yes.
That fight just kind of went a bit awkward because the initial jump only tagged Kiragos, who, you know, he would have swapped himself into the fray if he had the chance anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So,
exactly
especially with this Aghanim's now complete, I think the amount of tools that Fear the Hog are getting, it's just increasing. And it's going to be even harder. I think the fact that Insanity at the Aeon Disc also prevented the Omni Slash from getting a single kill. And the Jug was probably really confused, ending up at the tail side of that fight. Like, huh? No one's dead? Oh, I guess I'm dead. Okay.
My Nathan Explosion might be dead, too. He's being wrapped around by a lot of heroes.
What the?
What's Pastormancer doing there?
I think Pastormancer didn't expect to see them. Nice little macro pyre, burning them up. But it's not enough damage. And looks like the Centaur, yeah, he's just going to get chopped down. Ice Blast coming through as well. Dr. Clayton kills off Nathan Explosion though, and looks like he's trying to hunt for more, but I don't think these 2 supports can deal with Squizguard themselves. They need the help of the Weaver. Just playing around with him for now. Second life available for Kiragos, of course, because of that Aghanims. They should have more than enough stuns. Nice break, Hex out. He's gonna try and get a kill before he goes down here. It's just enough damage. As Squizguard is dominating, but instantly that kill streak is claimed by the Weaver. And it kind of feels like, especially with the itemization he's gone for Dr. Clayton, we've talked about him being a problem most of this game, but Skadi, Aviana's Feather as well, if you don't get the 100-0 connection on him, he's gonna ruin your damn life.
And the only hero that can 100-0 this Weaver is the Axe, right? With the Aviana's Feather, Jug is no longer reliable enough. I mean, the HP pool as well on Dr. Clayton, but you're not reliable enough as a damage dealer from the Omni Slash anymore because of this Aviana's Feather. You get low, and you've got oodles of evasion all of a sudden. And flying
Kinda
speed.
Crazy.
Shakuchi flying speed. Holy cow.
I don't know about from where you're from, but here in these parts in Southeast Asia, flying insects are like the bane of our existence. Of course, we sort of evolved to get real good at just snatching them out of the sky, but holy shit, like if a bug like Weaver with that many legs was just kind of swooping all over me, I'd cry. Like, I just burst out into tears.
I have a thing for moths. Not a thing for moths, but like a thing with moths. No, listen.
Explain, Crash, what the hell?
Have you ever seen Mothman? Have you ever seen Mothman, dude? Oh boy. Talk about a Malibu DILF. No. I like bugs, right? I'm fine with bugs. It's when they're flying, they're big, and they're in my face. If like a bug lands on me, like a moth, butterfly lands on me, I'm fine. It's beautiful. Look at it. Ooh, nature. Near my face, no. When I'm in the shower, double no. I'm vulnerable at that point.
Yeah. Pastormancer, we're looking at this Centaur now. He's made a pretty good recovery, all things considered.
Yeah.
For someone who did a pipe rush, the fact that he's still kind of able to stand his ground in this game, the Yules as well, it's going to be a pretty handy tool for him to buy that additional time. As we see, I mean, there's no point in the game where this gets easier, right? You're playing Centaur into Timber and Ice Blast.
Oh, look at Clayton's HP pool.
Clayton! The evasion didn't matter. Nathan finds the connect. I feel like that's what I've been saying the entire time. Nathan, it's all on his back. If he lands the call, they're just instantly dead. There's nothing you can do about it. But if he misses, suddenly the fight gets awkward. And this time around, Nathan, right on the money. able to just kind of get them this big advantage that Aegis or not, they're still going to feel comfortable pushing the high ground. In comes Squizgar with his little flamethrower. The call, again, business casual. Kiragos, you need to swap your Hoodwink out of trouble, but he doesn't press it in time. He's busy trying to run away for himself, and Insanity's going to go down as well. You Aeon this. They have to buy back on the Weaver.
What a storm.
He just has to come back into the mix, but where's the follow-up damage for now? Here comes the bugs, but Pastaman says to give his life up for it, and Clayton, he needs to be so careful. If he dies here, the game truly will be over. But Nathan Explosion, if you're able to take the axe out of the picture, that won't be a concern. Kiragos still has that second life, will be forced to just dodge into that spirit form. But yeah, I mean, you've already lost 3 heroes. It's a 3v5 now. The storm comes through. It's a nice setup, but Clayton is dead. And with his departure, it looks like Fear the Hawk, I'm not really sure they can stand up into this. Pasta Mancer's making a real honest go at it. You really got to commend the Centaur for his efforts. You buy back now on the Jakiro, but this feels like a dying breath. He will get chopped down. Nice ice path to buy him that time, and I guess he'll be able to walk this one off instead, but Insanity taking the full brunt of that Swift Slash. Fat Monster will decide not to chase any further, but huge advantage gained from the side of Malibu DILFs here as they continue working on this tier 3.
I think DILFs are still not in a situation where the game is completely won. It's in their favor for sure, but I don't think they megas here. Maybe, but Hoodwink's back up. Venge will be up soon. Maybe it's enough? It's going to be hard, but it might just be enough.
Interesting. A lot of buybacks, and now Fat Monster in some trouble. Turns around with the Swift Slash. And he just bounces up to a very, very safe area on the high ground. Squizgar is just able to buy him the space as well. Just putting on so much pressure on the Pasta Man. So yeah, the Centaur's scary, but not into a Timber like we mentioned, and he just gets chopped down. That's the Ice Blast from afar coming into effect. Lars, he's been on point with these ones for the most part.
But they're buying time. Weaver's almost up.
Almost 40 seconds, but so is the Axe. He can rejoin this team. They have that outpost taken. Seems like they still want to continue putting the pressure on, take advantage of this timing, and understandable. Squizgar, he's just healing up big time, can come through on the front lines with a Hex if needed. Nice little bushwhack onto 2, the macro power on top of their heads. They are burning up, but it's not enough damage. Turning around the Swift Slash, Nathan Explosion, blinking into a stun, but gets the call and gets the double chop. Both supports are out of the picture. Fat Monster needs to spin out of trouble. The towers, the last touch, 11 HP, he goes down. Sticks around too long for his own good there. And they're able to, even though they lose literally every single hero in the process, they're able to kill the Jug off. So at least for now, the push will be suspended.
The raid boss has been killed. Thank God. For fear the hogs. Thank God. Jug is dead. Hi-ho. But nothing is going to stop Nathan Explosion from trying to find this Weaver again. I think with these
that's
two heroes,
literally his life mission.
Right.
That's what's assigned to him right now. That's the only thing he needs to be concerned about.
Maybe not getting double stunned too. That kind of feels bad.
Yeah, that you can add that to the side quest checklist. You know, that's not the main. If you get that, but you still find the Weaver, you're still doing your job. And despite not having the Jug, they are fine because they know it's literally a 1.5 v5 or 4 situation.
And they've got that flamethrower to do damage to the building, so they do have ways of bringing down objectives, albeit incredibly slow.
Yeah. One thing we didn't mention as well, Squizgar, with that Agonims, but in comes Pasta Man, so he's respawned into the fray. But all of that damage is being resisted by the reactive armor passive. He gets Clayton again, Nathan! He gets tagged by the double stun side quest, unsuccessful, but wins the game essentially for his team with these stuns. Every single little pickoff is just set up with a perfect call. And there's nothing that Fear the Hawk can do about it. Lars, he stuck around a little bit too long. He will go down. But this is what feels like the 4th death for the Weaver in succession. And that has led to a 14k gold lead right now for Malibu DILFs. They are well and firmly ahead.
I don't know how many nails they can put in the coffin, but there are currently like 4 or 5 nails in the coffin of Fear the Hog right now. But they're not giving up yet, right? These are all best of ones, right? It's just a chain of BO1s. So when you're playing best of ones, it's best to just not give up, right? It's like any Dota game, right? There are always ways that you can get back in. Now, maybe buying a Deso on your Hoodwink isn't that way, You're wasting a little bit of gold. You're stacking attack modifiers. Maybe not the best. Maybe it's enough to give your damage, but I feel like you'd want this Daedalus instead.
Yeah, it's kind of the issue that we talked about, as we'll see Fat Monster get that Aegis of the Immortal, and there's, of course, the cheese available as well. They'll hand that over to the Timbersaw. But it's kind of this age-old issue where we talked about the Weaver. It's been the struggle he's been dealing with this entire game, right? Where, you know, if he stands there and he auto-attacks, it's such an easy setup for Nathan Explosion. You almost need to wait for the axe to go in first.
You definitely
but so far, he has... Right, but if you wait for the axe to go in, one of your teammates is dead. So it becomes this huge sort of toss-up where, okay, how do we want to start the fight? Does it have to be this crazy hoof stomp that it feels like Pasta Mansa has been landing, but it just hasn't been enough? It's a very tricky situation. The front to back, it's a lot more coherent from Malibu DILFs. I'll take advantage of it now. Straight on the high ground, working down the racks. Not much of a defense being mounted by Fear the Hog as they're not in position. They're busy grabbing that little... I believe it was the Tormentor, even though they have all the shards. Fat Monster. Fat Monster. Oh, forcing out the time lapse already though. That's an important tool out of the equation. As Rando, he will accidentally force staff himself the wrong way. The Ice Blast will come through and full duration Omni/Yules keeps the Centaur alive, but Clayton, he needs to find an opening in the fight, do the damage straight up. Hex, Squizga finds the Clayton Weaver and just bash him down. He's gone for 100 seconds. Turns out Nathan isn't the only problem. Squizga is as well with that control. And Fat Monster able to run rampant now. You have Business Casual coming through and trying to do as much damage as he can. Pasta Monster holding the rest of DILFs back. But they just don't have enough damage. That is the problem. Take down the JAWGS first life. But Squizga, he is still basically full HP. He's just standing here. Full on. The Ice Blast, the Venge Illusion as well. In comes the Storm straight onto the Jug. He's able to Manta it off though. And really, I'm not really sure how you scratch him. Still has a Swift Slash available. You'll also buy you some time, but come back down to Earth and you're going to get chopped up to size. Hex as well. Fat Monster has the Abyssal available and will put it to work.
All the while, I mean, dude, Nathan is objective gaming. He is sitting there clicking the racks. That is all he is doing during that fight. He gets the call, doesn't even get it on the Weaver, but gets it on other heroes that matter, because then all of a sudden Weaver has no backup. And then the rest of the fight, Nathan clicks the racks and lets his team do the rest.
Yeah, it's weird because in the draft, I feel like we thought the Venge would be a sufficient enough answer for the Axe, but clearly not. You know, for a hero that was kind of essentially second picked, Nathan Explosion has had a whale of a time and has done exactly what his team needs him to. I can't lie, I'm not really convinced by this last pick Hoodwink.
Yeah, it was a little ambitious. It's hard when you pick a mid laner like that and then you have to play into a Timbersaw. Right, Hoodwink as a laner is domination based, right? You need to dominate that mid lane, make the mid laner suffer, but when Timbersaw goes 1-1-4, there's no suffering for Timbersaw. He's gonna stand in lane and
chilling.
He's not gonna pressure you as hard as he possibly could, but he's gonna disable you from doing what you want to do in lane.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly what happened, right? We just kind of saw, like, Dr. Clayton, you know, he tries his best to enter the fights, but it feels like they're just missing that one component. I think I do got to commend the side of Fear the Hawk, though. I think especially Pasta Mansa played very valiantly. Both offlaners standing out for me in this game. The Malibu DILFs, they just have way too many tools. And Lars and Rando, you know, they're being chased down by Clayton most of these fights. They just tech up, right? They get E-Blade, they get Glimmer, both of them have 4 staffs. It's just the standard set of support survival tools. They don't get greedy with any crazy core items like eggs or stuff like that. And it ends up paying off for them because they're able to stay alive and keep themselves intact in these fights and continue to help their cause out. And that's going to be a Malibu DILFs victory.
Now, so that's going to put them 1 up, but fret not, friends. Right, this is essentially a BO3 of BO1s,
yes,
or 3 BO1s.
You can call it. It's like tiebreaker, right?
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah. So up next, we do have another game. We're gonna take like a 10-minute break, make sure everyone can go to the bathroom, get ready, because Fear the Hog will be playing again. So hopefully this game isn't in their head, right? Hopefully it's hey, maybe the Hoodwink wasn't right. Let's just readjust and play the same. Right, because the play wasn't bad, right? It was just unfortunate. Maybe the mid laner couldn't have the impact you wanted. Your supports did fine. Maybe itemizations were a little bit of an issue. But these are things that can be fixed in between games, right? These aren't things you should be laying like hot and heavy, be like, oh man, you guys suck, blah, 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 blah. Chill, baby, like Wyvern says, right? Just chill. Game number 2, or I guess another game number 2 for them, second series. It can still go well, right? Who knows what's going to happen? We don't know anything about Corn Dogs. I don't know how much Fear the Hog know about Corn Dogs either, so we'll see. Game number 2, or not game number 2, series number 2, we're going to take a little short break, 10 minutes, and then we'll be back with series 2 after a short break. Until then, stick around, friends, and we'll be back.
Radiant team ban.
Hello and welcome everybody to Kernel Kup 5, Game 1. We've got Kimp versus PDA. Korn In My Poop, or Kimp, is a brand new team coming out of, I think these folks are from, we got a few folks from Europe, I believe. We've got like 3 brand new players in the Kernel Kup here. We've got Exotic Tuba, None More in Black, and Chinese Takeout joining us, and returning our Bone Nut and Stainless or Vanished, if you saw them before. We've got a wonderful, excellent game here up in the upper bracket, or not the upper bracket, but the upper group. And it's going to be me, Chhampion, and my co-caster, FancyPants, running this stream today in KKUP 1. If you would like to see, if we want to see the other group playing, that's going to be in Kernel Kup TV 2, so make sure y'all check it out.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, we got a couple bans coming out here. First ban was Vengeful Spirit, followed by the quick Meepo and Puck ban. Looks
assuming Korn might know something more than we do. Everything we've heard, I've not heard there's a Meepo spanner on Pizzadog's side, so this might be new tech coming from Pizzadog that Korn might not want to see.
Yeah. I don't know if there's been any sort of new meta coming out regarding either Meepo or Puck, but you know, they must be a targeted ban, you know?
I mean, looking at Korn's third ban of the Warlock, I could totally see it being that Korn does not want to play against big teamfight ultimates, which Puck does. Just Dream Coil is still a great AoE teamfight ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
That might be why.
10 seconds remaining.
And with the Abaddon ban, I'm assuming they're going to want to land these longer duration stuns and or debuffs, because Abaddon just stops a lot of those type of pickoffs. So I could see maybe Korn's looking for something like a Bat Rider, maybe?
Yeah.
Along those lines?
Really hard to tell. I mean, both these teams are newly formed. We haven't even technically seen Kimp, Korn In My Poop, play before. Pizzadog Academy has played before, but they're a completely different stack.
Radiant team pick.
Yes.
Let's see. I don't think I've ever seen Sparkling before. Oh, Sparkling has been in before. Oh, Ancient Apparition for the first pick on Pizzadog.
Team ban.
Lion.
Oh. Lion right now, just very strong. Recently buffed, one of the most buffed supports in the last patch, right?
Going into this patch, got a lot of buffs, and since then, every letter patch has only caught nerfs. So we're gonna see if he can still bring the terror he brought at the release of this patch, but
5 seconds.
he's hurting compared to what he was previously.
Yeah.
Though in the end of the day, Lion still does bring, once you get that Blink Hex, still a 0 cast point stun, and that is very powerful in the right hands.
It's the strongest CC in the game.
Yep.
Unless you're a god, you literally can't react to it. So that's hopefully, hopefully with Korn In My Poop, they don't have too many of those here on this team. But you know, with the Ancient Apparition pick, you're gonna really be, you're really going to be looking to limit the kind of hero pool that Korn In My Poop are going to be picking, right? So nothing long-winded. So they immediately banned a Slark for some reason. Huh, weird. Oh yes, because Pizzadog could then easily take the Slark and have picked up their own counter.
Yeah, you have it right there. I mean, AA does sort of limit. You really don't want to play the big strength cores, the Dragon Knights, Mars, those sorts of things. You really don't want to play them into AA. It just makes you feel really bad.
Yeah.
It's not end of the world, but it does just suck.
10 seconds
Mhm.
remaining.
And so it doesn't surprise me, though, that you then ban out the
5
Slurk,
seconds
because it is
remaining.
just a natural one. And Slurk also does just feed on lions and witch doctors. I mean, Slurk just is free stats just
Radiant
about.
team
So
pick.
Oh yeah, and he can
Yeah.
cancel. Ooh, Centaur. All right, bit of mobility, a lot of tanking here.
Yep. I mean, a great AoE stun. Then they made the change this last patch that allows him to use his hoof stomp while moving. Really allows him to be a bully in lane, and allows him to maybe look at doing
5
other
seconds
items instead of a
remaining.
Blink Dagger Rush. Because you can go like Boots of Bearing or
Dire team
other items that give burst to speed.
Yeah, a lot of utility coming out here for Pizzadog. Ooh, Jakiro. So I see might be very good against that Witch Doctor. He's got that big channeled ultimate. Great against Lion, who's going to be running around, but very slowly, albeit. And a Dragon Knight coming out on the side of Korn In My Poop. So a little bit of tank themselves, could be flexible, could be in the 2 position, could be in the off lane. From your knowledge, FancyPants, do you think it's going to be more of like an off lane or a mid
10
kind of Dragon Knight?
seconds remaining.
That is a really great question, because I can see it being in both
5
right now.
seconds
I can
remaining.
really, in all honesty, seeing it being in the pause 1. Unlikely, but I have seen that in the past from some of these people in Kim.
Mhm.
But I'm just slightly worried. I mean, this is one of the characters that AA makes feel really, really bad. And they kind of picked it into the AA. So
Yeah, he's not going to get that regen.
he's not going to have that big 25 plus health regen a second going into this mid game. And that is a lot of your tank, especially when you're looking at the amount of magic damage coming out of Jakiro and even the magic damage coming out of Centaur. All of that Dragon Knight armor is really going to do nothing here. So I'm a little bit worried on that one. It does bring them a lot of control, and they can always go my personal favorite item, because I'm a stan for Meteor Hammer. They could go the Meteor Hammer, unlikely, but you know, a boy's got a dream.
Truth. I mean, I think it would be perfect Kernel Kup action to see a lot of Meteor Hammers come out just for the meme. But whoa, Viper! So there's your mid right there, up against an OT. Wow, my least favorite mids playing up against each other. I don't mean that from a spectating perspective, just a playing perspective.
I don't know if this could actually be a Viper pause 3. We have been seeing from a few of these players on more Kip, where they are actually running Viper 3 specifically against melee cores, because it just makes the melee core's life living hell.
I do believe
it sort of
Immersing
locks
do that.
down the off lane
Mm-hmm.
in favor of Viper, and allows that pause 4 to just roam, because it's really hard to force Viper out of lane.
Yeah.
Really, that's what I'm seeing here, in all honesty. But they could easily run it middle. They could run it in pause 3. Right now, their cores are very fluid. They could run both of these cores in any position, and Pizzadog's probably the only one that's a little more locked down. You're probably going to see the Centaur off, and your OD can flex 1 or 2, but you know, you have less flexibility on Pizzadog than you do Korn at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. Right now, at least up against these bigger cores, Odie's gonna be great. You know, if he can do anything these fights, he's not super great against being hexed or stunned, which Witch Doctor is gonna do plenty of. But you know, with the composition that Pizzadog is running, I doubt there'll be very many bongo bounces. You know.
I do want to make a call out here at the bans for Korn. Korn banning out both Faceless Void and Monkey King. They are really scared of big AoE teamfight abilities. I mean, they banned out of their bans. More than half of them are just big AoE teamfight ultimates and abilities.
Mm-hmm.
They're really not wanting to deal with that, and so potentially looking at later games in this group, it will be interesting if Korn stays in that direction of bans. And then, of course, we saw Pizzadog ban out Juggernaut. Juggernaut is a classic OD counter. OD cannot imprison you. They then banned Troll, which is a little surprising with OD, because if Troll ults, OD can just make them go to the Shadow Realm and waste their entire ultimate. But I totally understand the bans coming out of Pizzadog at this point. They have a strategy, and they're wanting to really figure out how they're going to really round out their draft here with this final pick.
Yeah, looks like the chat is a little excited for what's going on here. Looks like Escalade. Wow, that's a name. Escalade Business thinks that the Viper is 3. You know what? I think at this point you got a really good point there, right? Because you're gonna want to bully out the Centaur, make his life a living nightmare. Oh, and it's a life stealer. Ah, I see it.
This is the one thing I was thinking. Really, one of the few characters that can stand up to the Viper in lane is Lifestealer. One of the few characters that Viper really has to hard commit to kill. Otherwise, Viper's just going to back up and lifesteal all the health back. So it will be interesting to see how they can protect this Lifestealer, but when they want to go in, Viper really can't stop Lifestealer from killing him at all.
Yep. He doesn't have a way to really stop him. He's going to be able to be CC immune for those key seconds. And I guess we're just looking at a pause 1 here, unless we're seeing something a little unorthodox coming out of KKUP here. Anticipation though, and there's no reserve time left for KKUP, so this is it. This last 40 seconds is all they got.
Yep, they only got 40 seconds here. Really looking at this, I think you're probably either going to see a really big damage. And
just a drow.
I mean, this is big damage. If you needed someone to stand behind and just pump damage forward, this is really it. And we'll see if they can protect the drow, because you do have a lot of really scary bodies wanting to move in. Centaur's going to get that early Blink Dagger, the Lifestealer, Centaur, Warrunner, Blink Dagger bombs on top of the drow. And if they get there, they really don't have much displacement. And so it will be interesting to see how this plays out going into this mid game. I think Pizzadog has the opening to be very aggressive, and Korn has to really respect them.
Yeah, it's gonna be a game of keep away, right? Can they keep drow alive to kill everyone? Is the big question. And Lifestealer is that kind of magic immune, sorry, extremely magic resistant train that's gonna try to plow into that. Oh man, I love that set. I actually met the person who made that set for Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's super cool. Ran her. She was working on a studio at Probably Monsters, so it's really neat.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the Valve, unsurprisingly, a lot of the artists that do make some of the sets that get into the TI Immortal pieces are from the Washington area, and so it's unsurprising that they're right down the street from the Valve office.
Yeah, right?
They want to keep them close.
All right. Well, I think we've just got a moment here before we get into the game. Any predictions?
I think this is going to be really derived from the mid game, and I think it's going to be, can Korn really protect their drow to be able to kill? It's going to be really interesting going into the late game, because you do have this OD, and OD is a menace in the hyper late game. The ability to point and click and say, you're not going to be able to fight once they get that Ag Scepter is such a powerful tool. Being able to just take 2 people out of the fight and say no.
Yeah.
So this game will be, I think, very deadly in the mid game, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Heck yeah. All right. So we'll go ahead and start with the rating. We've got Korn In My Poop making their first team debut. We've got on the Viper, we have our Kenny, whoa, who is this person? Kenny Lavender on Viper, Chinese Takeout on Witch Doctor, Vanished on the Drow Ranger, Life Insurance on Lion, and Bona on the Dragon Knight. Coming out from the Radiant, we've got Erotic Flower on OD, on Centaur, Vrig on Shakiro, and Mount on the Ancient Apparition. And finally, last but not least, we've got Honeybee? Eternal Rain on Lifestealer. Oh, there we go.
There we go. And right now, you see Kimp going into the south side of the jungle. They're trying to see if they can catch someone. Lifestealer's already sitting under the tower, but, you know, and then you see Pizzadog doing a very similar thing, trying to play up top and away from the enemy team. Trying to catch people. I will not deny they did ping it out. Viper ran under the tower vision to drop this observer ward in mid lane. So if Pizzadog was watching, they did ping it out that they saw someone float in and out of the vision under this tower.
Yeah, looks like the two teams are gonna pass 2 for 2 on the runes. Ships in the night. Ships in the night. And
So
good luck
like
has
gonna
been
be
coming
running
out.
it. Yeah, so good luck, have fun. They are going to be running the Viper in the middle and the Dragonite in the off lane for Kimp. So that was one of the big questions of where are they going to run these lanes. They're deciding to run the Viper and really try to pressure this OD and make this OD not have a fun time.
Yeah, we've got some interesting matchups here. I think it's going to be, in terms of survivability here, I think Drow's going to do just fine up against the Centaur. Got a block coming out here in top lane. Coconut flies out from Chinese tech out. They're going to trade a little bit. Ow, that looks like it hurt. Ancient Apparition with a level 1 chilling touch really sucks up against when you're Witch Doctor.
I think one of the big things we're going to need to actually watch is watching the safe lane, this bot lane down for Kimp and Honeybee. One of the nice things about Lion's drain mana and what would change is once they can hit level 2, Lion can feed a fair bit of mana to Dragon Knight. And if you're already looking, Jakiro is half health just from the spells coming out.
Oh yeah, he's getting the beat down
There's
from
a
life
lot.
insurance.
It's deadly down there, and so it's going to be something to watch.
Yeah, well, and Lion knows what they're doing. They trade supremely well, I gotta say.
Wow. So far, it is quiet on the Eastern Front, though, right now.
Yeah,
no one really that low other than the Jakiro.
No, man, he's regenning up there. I think he's tangoed up.
And people are just kind of getting their last hits. I mean, right now, Centaur doing what Centaur does. Drow really can't force them away, though they might be going for the first blood. Mopt barely dodges out the arrows from multi-shot. Centaur soaking 2 of them for him. Otherwise, Mopt would have actually been first blood.
Yeah, wow, he got really low there, down to sub 200 health there, just barely started regening back up. Thank heavens he's got such a big tanky guy standing in front of him. Oh wow, the Drow got cold feeded, and she's going to actually catch there. Not much the Witch Doctor can do, but he's got a healing going on. Wow, that clutch level up right there. I don't know if it's going to heal all that much, but and he makes it out. Banished lives.
It does enough. That's for certain. I mean, it was the level 2 level up to grab the Voodoo Restoration. What this is interesting for the team. Potentially, Pizzadog's going to be looking at this as being an opportunity to really pressure, because Witch Doctor does not have access to the Maledict, and that is, of course, one of the powerful damage tools that Witch Doctor does have.
Yeah, I don't think Viper's having the best time right now in the mid lane.
Yeah. OD is doing a really good job pressuring the lane and pulling it forward.
Yeah.
But you're looking at last hits, they're only 1 last hit difference, and there's more denies on the side of Viper, so actually Viper's getting just as much as OD out of this lane. Right now, this really is the game of the mid lanes and the off laners. The off laners and mid laners all having more than the cores, than the safe lane cores right now.
That's the meta right now, right? It's just very centered on, you know, off lanes and mids having good lanes, so it's not horribly surprising, right?
Dire's top
Look at
tower
that.
is under attack.
17 last hits on the Centaur here, and they're contesting that camp up there.
Yep, Centaur looking at stopping the pole, stopping.
Oh, Stomp comes out. Coconut bounces right back into the camp, but it's just going to be a kind of a ward off here from the Centaur and AA, not letting Witch Doctor contest whatsoever. They are the bullies in this lane. Drow's just going to go her own way and farm the wave, and Centaur and AA are going to take this camp from them. Wow, I think.
Get this pull off.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, I think he does. He gets it off.
There you go.
Equilibrium
really
going
help.
back.
Yep, that's going to really help the wave equilibrium, especially if they can get this deny on this on the inspiration creep. That's going to be a real big help for them. And it does. It gets denied by the creep wave, by the jungle camp. Those always feel bad when they don't get last hit.
Yeah, seriously. It's gonna end up eking it out a little bit more for the
Dragon Knight is under pressure right now. He's getting hit by all the abilities, and Lifestealer bring him down to 400 health. They're not wanting to dive that tower. Lifestealer doesn't even have a point in the rage yet, so he's really not respecting their stun combo right now. So that is something to be aware of.
Oh, stun comes out from the line. Line water down drained. Oh, it's stun from the Dragon Knight and the Flame Breath, but it's not quite enough to bring him down. And he will salve up.
That might be why they're not going rage. They're might just having a hope they can survive otherwise, because the level 2 mana drain is eating away at Lifestealer's mana pool very aggressively.
Yeah, I think he just understands that he's not necessarily going to get a lot of rages off anyways. Because if Lion's going to have anything to do with it, he's going to keep, you know, draining him. Oh.
Shiny's pushing on Mompt right now.
Yeah, he gets maledicked up. He's going to get the beatdown from Shiny's takeout, and he's just going to walk away. But he's going to take a lot of damage for that. That's going to drop him down to half health.
But right now, another person dropped down to half health is OD. OD half health to Viper under his own tower.
Wow,
Viper doing a very good job of orb walking right now and pressuring OD. You have that magical level 6 with level 3 poison attack. If OD gets too close, he's just going to Viper Strike him and kill him with poison attack.
Seriously, yeah, he's not having a good time here. Oh, he might have overstepped right there. He's going to dive? No, he will just throw the pool and walk away. Just tell him he owns this lane. I think AA might be making a move here. Here he comes. His Maup's coming in from the top to middle lane. He's going to circle up on Lavender. Oh, TP comes out from Witch Doctor.
This is perfect
Freeze comes
timing.
in. Coconut comes out. Nope. Oh, and OD is able to pick up the kill on the
That's First Blood.
First Blood, yeah. And Dragon Knight goes down too.
Dragon Knight goes down in a very interesting position, being aggressive onto the was being really aggressive onto the Jakiro, looking to get a pick there, and unfortunately just Lion didn't have the cooldowns. The one downside of Lion is really long cooldowns on his abilities.
Yeah.
To kind of make up for the fact that he has infinite sustain with mana drain. So
that's so rough.
That is an interesting turnaround. We'll see how this plays out in the lanes now. Only one kill's not the biggest of difference, but OD was getting really pressured and is now full health, full mana, and has the double null talisman.
Yeah, he's pulled ahead in last hits as well. So 2 up on the Viper. Look like I've got some stacks coming out. Ooh.
This is something that I've been seeing recently. If you look at Centaur's items, Centaur did rush the first item, Veil of Discord. This is what I've been seeing recently in some of these offlanes, especially with if you have these big magic damage cores like Jakiro and AA.
Mm-hmm.
Centaur loves the health regen, and also 10% more damage makes Double Edge start to hurt really, really hard. Especially if you can get access to that shard early, so it'll be interesting to see if they can use this Veil of Discord to effect. So AA might be dead here, getting ran down by Jarrao and Shiny's takeout.
Oh, the Blood Grenade comes out, and that's going to be a lot of damage with the Maledict, and they pick it up.
That's their first comeback kill.
Oh, Viper is just bullying. Lavender is just bullying Erotic Flower. Erotic Flower can't get close to that creep wave when he's around.
That is true.
Alright, it looks like Erotic Flower is just going to start farming these side camps as much as he can. He doesn't really want to be in lane with this Viper whatsoever. Alright. Looks like we're going to have a little action down here in the bottom lane. Oh.
Looks like the big fight's happening.
Yeah, Dual Breath comes out on the Jakiro. Fire Breath comes out on the Dragon Knight. He's dropped really low. That Lifesteal loving to hit this Dragon Knight.
Lifestealer doesn't care at all about the Dragon Breath damage reduction because all of his damage comes from Beast.
True.
And so he does not care. It is not mitigated at all, and he loves it.
Brig is so annoying with the Liquid Fire.
Yeah, Liquid Fire is going to start being very annoying for the Dragon Knight.
Oh, look at this. The top. They're going on the driving down the tower. Oh, ult comes out from the Centaur. He's positioning for the perfect stomp. He almost has enough damage, but the whole enemy team reacts.
Wand.
Oh, and he's going to just try to do as much damage as possible. Get mopped out. Good play on the side of Radiant, but unfortunately, good reactions coming out from Dire.
Yeah, that is a 3-person rotation they immediately smoke, so they might be looking at doing some cute support rotations onto this OD who didn't really back up, and so we'll see if he respects
he's so
this.
far up
This might just be
comparatively.
OD dead.
Yes, they're wrapping
Yeah,
all the
Ian
way around
versus
life
the wrong
insurance
person.
stuns. Project Chinese takeout, hits him with the Maledict coconut, and he's gonna throw the ultimate, but it's not gonna be enough. Rotation comes out from Centaur, but it's too late.
Way too late for him to make an impact into that gank.
That was a great
That was
play
a-
by Kim.
Beautiful smoke rotation. That was just get the
Oh my gosh, look at this. You see this?
Go.
The suck health mana give? That's actually
Yeah.
beautiful. What synergy? Oh wow. I actually really like that combination. Just the I give you health, you give me mana. Oh wow, Dragon Tail comes out on the Jakiro, but Ease might be overstaying his welcome. Oh, life insurance comes in with a
Dragon
Hex.
form to get the distance. This does feel rough as a Dragon Knight. Really, always Dragon Knight wants to use these Dragon forms to pressure towers. Not really to try to get away. This is not really what you're wanting to use this ability for.
Yeah, it's a really tight game in terms of position 1s and 2s, but as it comes to 3s, it looks like Centaur's really pulling ahead. Oh, double stun comes out onto the Lifestealer. Eternal Region is going to jump in using his ultimate into the Catapult Creep. He's just not going to die. It's going to take a minute to kill him. Cold Feet comes out on Dragon Knight, but unfortunately, he's just a bit too fast to make that work.
AA did just reach 6, so all of a sudden you do have the Global Ice Blast now in play. So
yeah,
we'll see if that makes any big of an impact here.
Oh, look at that. Eternal Range is just completely healed up.
Yep. Also, rushing the Radiance already has the Talisman of Evasion, which is going to help against this Dragon Knight. A lot of his damage right now is right clicks. Isn't too far off from this Sacred Relic. Let's take a peek. Yep, Centaur, of course, going into the second item, Blink Dagger. You have Drow finishing her Power Treads, now rotating into the Dragon Lance.
Yeah, what are we gonna see here? Any moves? All right, they're gonna. Coconut comes out, double stun. Maledict comes out, full ultimate coming out on Chinese takeout, and they're gonna pick this one up.
That is a dead Centaur.
Yeah, that's enough damage. I think Jakiro did TP in, but I don't think that was fast enough. He did TP in.
That was the classic. I'm gonna hit level 6 on Witch Doctor and do 1,000 damage to you, because that's exactly what happened. He did 1,000 damage in that fight. I mean, that is something you have to respect against a Witch Doctor always, is that once he hits level 6, that Maledict single target Death Ward combo does just truck you.
Yeah, and they're gonna find OD here in the jungle. Oh, ult comes out from the Witch Doctor. Oh, sorry, on the Centaur. He managed to save himself, and they pick up the Viper.
OD landing the Astral Imprisonment, the double rotation of Centaur and AA does just save OD and kind of get a kill in return.
Yeah, this making a lot of space for Drow up here. Vanish is able to effectively catch up, pulling ahead of the Lifestealer by about 10 last hits.
Right now, these teams are still just super close. Levels are real tight. Money is real close. I mean, no one's really taking an aggressive lead here at this point. You're looking at, you know, a 1K advantage at most in gold. These teams are still real close, still vying for trying to open up this, getting really close to the mid game.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Kimp is definitely taking the lead in terms of tower damage. They're about to take this bottom tier 1, and the top tier 1 isn't looking good either. Drow's been knocking on that tower. Oh, we got some stuff going on in mid here. They're hunting for OD. They want him. They're going to dive tier 2. Oh, he gets the Hex off, but he's just underneath the safety of his tower. Double damage
under the safety
Viper.
of his tier 2 while the tier 1 is still up. This is some really aggressive plays for Kimp that I'm totally into seeing, but it is.
We've got Drow coming in here too.
This.
Ooh, dual breath coming out on Kenny. Lavender gonna hit him with the Apparition ultimate combined with the Macro Pyre. He's gonna die for it, but they're gonna probably pick up this. Oh, he picks up Kenny Lavender. Big Witch Doctor ultimate. He gets stunned up, but that's 3 down for Pizzadog. For 1.
Also, massive Drow Ranger damage. That OD soaked every single wave of multi-shot. OD shows up to that fight and just gets trucked.
Yeah.
They get the Viper, but they do it for 3.
Pause coming out. Oh man, that was Oh, audio issue. I see. Man, that was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. We've got it 4-7 here in favor of Kemp and 3K up. So that's not insignificant. Unfortunately for Pizzadog, the Drow is also on top with the lifestealer, though he's been having a relatively quiet time.
OG. Alright, waiting for the go from Korn.
My dog isn't. Wait, what?
Alright, looks like they're on pause and they're good to go. One of the interesting things to watch here is how these safe lanes are going for either team. You have this Dragonite, which is having a rougher time in lane compared to the Centaur. But when Lifestealer leaves, Dragonite does just take the tower. If you look at the damage on the Dire safe lane, Centaur really hasn't been able to make much of a dent.
No, he really hasn't. And honestly, I don't know how they're going to really deal with this push coming out of Kemp, because Kemp's kind of just able to take these towers with very little consequence.
One of the big things right now, and we did just see Purple Circle at top lane, looks like they might be trying to pressure this Drow, and the reason why is Centaur did just get the Blink Dagger as of right now. So this is a 15-minute Blink Dagger Veil of Discord. We're going to see if that allows them to make some movement onto this core.
Yeah.
But Korn's already getting in position to save. I mean, Kenny's on their way up at the Viper, and they're trying to pressure this Centaur.
Oh, stun comes out. Witch Doctor gets caught, and then he throws Coconut. He's gonna drop Maledict. No, he does. Looks like Viper's gonna get caught out by the OD. He's gonna finish the OD. He might die to the burning still. Gets picked up by the Lifestealer. Lifestealer's jumping and just whole hog into it, and he's gonna silence. He's getting mana drained. He's gonna get stunned. Double Coconut coming out. Mount might be dead here too. Oh, he's dead. That's a full 5-man wipe coming out for Kemp.
Yeah, that was a rough middle end of that fight, because you had this situation where people are running in and they're kind of running in one by one and trying to save their friends and just getting picked apart one by one. Drow wants that. Drow doesn't want these multi-person fights. They just want to right-click one body at a time.
Yeah, great focus fire, just moving from target to target. First OD, then Centaur, and then and as they're trying to retreat, they pick up Lifestealer and AA. It was just cavalcade of Treckle. Looks like we got another setup here. Wants to jump in, but it looks like Kemp is gonna think better of it. They're gonna respect that the entire team is up, and they're gonna back up. Oh, ping's coming out on the Invis rune here. I think they might want to grab it on the Viper and go again.
Maybe they do have vision at the top of this hill, so they are currently watching. There's some detection.
Yeah, Pizzadog grouping up maybe for a smoke here. They got one on AA. Will they think about doing it? I think what they're thinking is they need to make a little bit more room for Lifestealer. Lifestealer spotting out most of the enemy team. He pinged it there just a second ago. And Kip is just sitting smoked on the other side in the dire Radiant jungle.
Yeah, so that's an Invis rune right now. Right now, Witch Doctor's trying to see where they can get into position. They have 2 seconds till Death Ward's up, so they're kind of wanting to hold and not take a fight until these ults are up. Dragon forms in 15, Fingers in another 30 seconds, so it really is a situation where they're just kind of wanting to, if they can catch someone out alone, they'll do it, but
yeah,
with them sort of wandering around the jungle, not really farming or taking anything on this map, this gives Pizzadog the perfect time to finally take this top safe lane tower. Immediately into a smoke, and they're going to look for a fight. All their ults are up.
Yep. There was a ward just got dropped here, so they see Lifestealer here. They see Eternal Rain. They're gonna settling for the siege for the tier 2. Creep Wave is gonna crash here in a second, and it looks like Kip is gonna just group up and wait for them in the jungle. Oh, smoke came out. They're coming in through the mid lane. Smoke breaks. Will they know to jump? He doesn't jump, unfortunately. He gets 2 in the stomp. Big AA ultimate on 3. On 2. Oh, big macro pie. Holy cow. Viper's gonna die from this, certainly. It will. Oh, and big Witch Dark ultimate coming out. Only trading 3s, unfortunately, for now. Sorry, Viper and Centaur.
Still chasing into the enemy team right now. Dragonite might just be dead here.
Oh, he's way dead. Oh, Drow is completely unmolested. She's able to take up 2, and they're just gonna chase down Eternal Rain here, or maybe not.
No, Drow's gonna pivot and take the tower.
Yep, much safer bet here.
A level 2 marksman to give them a bunch of agility. They do a lot of base damage now.
Ooh, yeah, look at that. Look at that damage done. Drow getting 2 multi-shots off.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, she's the big winner of that fight.
You do have, though, also at this point, Drow did just finish their Hurricane Pipe, so it's going to be really hard for them to connect onto this Drow, as unless Centaur can get the Blink stun, I don't know how they get on top of her.
Nope.
Korn's just doing such a good job bodying for her at this point.
Swiftly now.
Yeah, this is the keep away from our Drow Ranger. Oh, that was a great move. Basically, the whole team pivoted, pushing in from the mid lane, and then she just wrapped around, came in through the side lane, and knocked him out. Looks like the vision's being sighted out here by Pizzadog. Pinks came out. They got the ward in their jungle. Trying to reclaim it. Looks like Erotic Flower is on the hunt, looking for somebody to work on. Another pause.
Another pause. This time on the side of Korn. Getting some server lag, supposedly.
Yeah, really odd. Man, it's not looking good for Pizzadog right now. Do you think they have a good way back into this game? I'm not 100% sure. Like, they're not going to be able to burst down the tanks, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, we saw in that last fight was, unfortunately, Dragonite did survive long enough to let Drow get the damage off. I think what we are probably going to have to see in regards to Pizzadog is trying to connect their abilities onto this Drow, because they still do not have their BKB. So if they can start landing these OD imprisons onto the Drow and just take her out of these fights and pick the rest of the supports, or imprisoning some of these supports to let you get some damage into the cores, I think is where you're going to do it. Probably imprisoning Dragonite so you just can ignore them.
They find Dragonite. Stun comes out from the Centaur. Ice Path into the Dual Breath. OD is just laying into Bone Nut. Bone Nut goes down. Caught him in the triangle. No vision. But they do drop a sentry. That was a much needed kill there for Pizzadog. Finally something going their way, you know? Alright, so there is a Radiance on Eternal Rain. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any other items. How do you feel about his Manta style pickup here? It looks like he's going to Yasha and to Manta. Didn't I see? Lots of pings coming out here from Erotic Flower in bottom lane. Looks like they're going to do a little bit of a quick lane farm together as a team, and then maybe smoke up. Oh, smoke comes out on the dire side. Supports are looking for someone.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Life Insurance leading the charge here, getting ready to set up. Bait a little bit with the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, most likely to look and use the smoke to get a pick, and then maybe look at taking the...
Oh, they catch the OD. Hex comes out. Colty comes out. Oh, he misses the shotgun blast. Ultimate comes out from Lion. They're going to take out this OD. He unfortunately gets completely coconutted up. And looks like they're going to pick up the A as a consolation prize as well.
Yeah, got exactly what they wanted there.
Oh, and Vrega's unable to make it out. He's a big slow dragon. 3 for nothing there.
And let's see, are they going to head back and look at taking these Tormentors, or are they going to look at trying to take another tower? They are scattering the 4 ways of the wind. Looking like they just want to take some more farm and push. Looks like they're going to leave the Tormentor for another time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's a rough game so far for Pizzadog. Kept playing very tight, giving up very few kills, and making these moves where they were able to just completely like pop the smoke and they knew exactly where to blink. Oh, looks like Pizzadog's gonna TP in to kind of fight over this Roshan pit. Unfortunately, Chinese Takeout is just kind of staring at them from the high ground here.
They are smoked up, so that unfortunately they were caught with that TP off the smoke.
Ooh, look at this positioning for the supports here. They're just hanging out in the trees, so they're gonna end up popping these smokes before long. Oh, smoke has popped on the Erotic Flower. He pings it. He's looking for more, but he's kind of way out from his team. Like, even if he catches someone, will they gonna be able to follow up in time?
They do break double A smoke, and it looks like Life Insurance is playing a very risky
Oh,
game.
they see him, they see him, they see him.
Gets hit by the stun, and I think they're gonna be taken
Oh, they
out.
miss. They missed the stomp. Stun on 2. Ultimate comes out. Eternal Rain popping out of Centaur Warrunner. It's a big, big fight. They're trying to stand their ground. Oh, unfortunately, Drow Ranger gets hit by the AA ultimate. They're gonna take down Chinese takeout. OD just pumping damage here in the back line, but unfortunately he's trying to duel with Drow Ranger. She's just going to pump out on Lifestealer. It's a full route.
Yeah, they're gonna try to get out. Centaur in a very interesting situation, trying to bait out for the wait blank. Drow still just gonna chase down and get another kill, no support.
Yep, 2 cores make it out alive, but at the cost of the 1 in sports.
Yeah.
Oof. 2 supports and 2 supports for 2 supports and a carry. It's not a good trade for Pizzadog, unfortunately.
Here's in all honesty, the scary thing is this is the 3rd fight in a row where Drow survived these fights after being a part of these kills. Drow is starting to get a pretty scary experience lead, and once Drow hits 18, that is the scary time. That's at 50% agility bonus.
Yeah.
She's only 900 gold away from her BKB.
Yeah, she's not too far off experience-wise either. They're setting up for the Roshan for the Aegis here. They gotta quickly pick it up. Another smoke comes out for Kimp. They're just playing very tight Dota today.
There they are.
Oh, split coming out here from Kenny Lavender here. Gonna push out the lanes while they meet up at mid. Seems solid.
Yeah, looks like Kim's looking to take a fight in the top lane.
It's
It's the only place they were. They're currently running through the entire enemy jungle. There's only one place left they can be.
Dire's top tower is under
Yep,
attack.
it's in the triangle. Oh, jump forward, blink on the bone nut. He nails the Eternal Rain. He is able to get the rage off. Unfortunately, AA is gonna die.
A does get the 3-man ultimate. Is A going to be able to get out with the help of Lifestealer inside?
Looks like it.
And it looks like they're going to pressure the Tormentor potentially. Take the enemy Tormentor with the 5, but no. Instead, they choose to walk away. Interesting, the lack of pushing for Tormentors, both of these teams. It's 25 minutes and neither Tormentor has died yet for either teams.
Yeah, very strange.
It's quite surprising. Oh, looks like they're going to be getting another pick here on OD.
Oh yeah, he
He's not
overstayed his
getting out.
welcome. Nope, nothing to save there either. Like Jakiro doesn't have. He's got a Pavise, and AA has not even the Yule Scepter yet, so he's not going to be able to make any saves here.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's a tier 2, and now Kim's going to look to basically own the high ground right now, especially after taking that tier 2 middle. They're just going to push up the side lane, probably try to take the top tier 2, and then maybe look at the enemy Tormentor? Maybe.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting play here. Completely dominating the map on the Kimp side. Age is still up on Drow too, so she is not worried whatsoever.
Maybe they'll look at taking high
Radiant's
ground
top
instead of this
tower is
Tormentor.
under attack.
We'll see for certain. Lifestealer currently bottom, looking to farm up some of the jungle and some of the last safe space in the map.
He is right behind Drow, but 2 levels still. Looks like they're
There
going to
you
work
go,
on
yeah.
the Tormentor here. And who will it be? It's going on Viper.
That goes on Viper. That gives Viper that armor reduction now on poison attack, which is not insignificant when you have a Drow hitting buildings, because that also applies to buildings as well. That's scary.
We got 2.5 minutes there on the Aegis, and it looks like they're not going to stop. They're just going to kick it up here. Start knocking on the
There you
tower.
go.
Ooh. Gus comes out from the Drow, misses.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Very safe play coming out here from Kemp. No, not too much cockiness whatsoever.
Yeah, they're playing very, very safe. They know that the way that Pizzadog has to come back into this game, and then really the one way they do is they need to start getting. They can get some big fights and get this pick on this Drow. This Drow is worth a lot of money. So that is the thing, worth a lot of money and experience. And so if they can get a pick on this Drow, is really the way that Pizzadog comes back into this game.
Yeah, she hasn't even died yet, so it's just gonna be a big streak for her. 6-0.
Yeah, 6-0, also just level 18. I mean, one of these level 11 supports survive for that kill, that's
Dire's
2-3
bottom
levels
tower
just
is
alone.
under attack.
Just on that experience difference.
Yep, Erotic Flower, staying on high ground, gets Force Staff
Beautiful.
back, saved.
Beautiful
Ultimate on
force
Drow
save.
Ranger. Oh, and they nailed the Dragon Knight as well. So Macro Pyre and Dual Breath on Dragon Knight. He's going to have to back up out of respect, honestly.
Yeah, but at the same time, this is the point where Dragon Knight does now have the Mage Slayer, and the Mage Slayer does help Dragon Knight just stay alive. Also now going into the Ag Scepter, so once he gets level 18 with that Ag Scepter, he gets to apply that Mage Slayer in an AoE, and that's 40% less spell damage.
Yeah, there's a
Half
full
your team's damage is all spell.
Oh, Ice Path on Drow Ranger. She's dropped to half. She's going to get Ice Cold Feeded. Unfortunately, Jack Hero is going to end up giving away his life. Life insurance getting beat down by Eternal Rain, but he's able to Force Staff out and be saved. Covering fire from Vanished. It's such a tough fight for Pizzadog. They've got the high ground advantage, but there's just so much literal damage and save coming out from Crimp.
Yeah, we're coming into a little bit of the situation where you're looking at. I mean, you could just look at how many Dragon Lances and how many Force Staffs they have. I mean, right now Korn has 4 Force Staffs. You know, both Vanished on the Drow and Kenny on the
Viper.
Viper both have Hurricane Pikes on top of just the 2 base Force Staffs. So when you're looking at stuff like hoping that Ancient Apparition, Cold Feet lands, or looking at trying to kite away from this Lifestealer, you have the ways to kite away. And so when they're trying to contest them, trying to go in, it's just the chain Force Staffs out to home and safety.
And Aegis is reclaimed on Vanished here, so no longer immortal, but he might as well be since he's 6-0.
We'll see. All right.
Radiant's bottom
Erotic
tower
Flower
is
is
Looks
just
under attack.
taking top jungle
Dire's
mines.
top tower is under attack.
Yep. We also see the Glacier out for Drow Ranger that does let her just take high ground and ignore uphill mischance. Unsurprisingly, Drow Ranger being one of the better high ground takers in the game now, due to that update to Glacier to make it so they cannot miss if they're on their Glacier. So we're gonna see it right here, and this is them just hit this tower. I mean, that is a lot of damage going in. They have to crack. They have to press Glyph to not lose their tower. Tower's already down 1,000 health.
Yeah, Drow Ranger being unpunished for her play this game,
Dire's
really
middle
taking
tower
over.
is under attack.
They're smoked up behind the tower, waiting for their shot here. I really don't know how they initiate. I guess just
Dire's middle tower
Here
has
it is.
fallen.
They get inside. They put the Lifestealer bomb into Centaur, and the hope is that Centaur can get on top, land the stun and the Shiva's guard.
counter smoke comes out. Counter smoke comes out. All teams are smoked up right now, and they're just gonna back up. They're scared. This next fight could determine it for Pizzadog. If it doesn't go their way, that could be it.
We will see. We will see. Looks like they're wanting to pressure top lane
Radiant
instead
are
of pushing
scanning.
down through bottom, but right now they're just really respecting what Pizzadog can do here. And we can't deny Pizzadog does still have the OD ult, and that OD ult is a lot of damage. They do have the damage to pull this out. They just need to land their combos correctly and as fast as they possibly can. It's gonna be rough. Both these teams have been really playing defensively and playing defensively effectively, so we'll
Yeah.
see.
I'll take that.
I mean, it's a round robin best of 1 format for now until we hit the grand finals. So these games are being played like they're the last games, each one of them, I'm sure.
Very true.
Oh, what a blink dodge coming out from AA, or sorry, from Centaur, and an ultimate to get OD out. Ooh, unfortunately, it looks like Mop's gonna get caught. Oh, triple ultimate coming out here.
Radiant's top
And they're just gonna
tower is
finish
under
off
attack.
take the fight 4v5.
And then they're just gonna take this tower with those 5 stacks of poison attack. That's -5 armor. Your tower's taking a bunch more damage. Lifestealer gets a disconnect. We're gonna see if they did say earlier they were having some lag issues. So we'll see what happens here. We'll hope they come back soon.
Yeah, hopefully full DC. Ooh, Man, it's a rough game for Pizzadog. Kemp not giving up anything around the map. Only 11 kills total on the side of Pizzadog. I don't think they're playing bad. I think Kemp is just executing really well, not stepping out of bounds, giving respect where it's due. Tate saying hi, Mom.
I agree right now. You're really in this situation where the Pizzadog has to play very safe, and it's just they keep doing some good jobs getting picked.
Mm-hmm. Atomization on Kemp really good too. Like the 4-staff call was just whoever made that call. It's not a wasted 10,000 gold on that team.
Yeah. It looks like they're all good to go. Looks like they're going to be unpausing, and they're going to continue pressuring. Hopefully, maybe they're going to continue pressuring this tier 3 top. It's gone. Well, they
that
go
was
high ground
so
completely.
fast. Well, they don't have any mount. It's gonna be 30 seconds unless he buys back right now. Oh,
There's
big
the
jump in.
Lifestealer bomb right on top of Drow. Are they going to be able to get the pick? Drow gets the BKB off. Lifestealer's just hard fighting Drow.
Oh, he can't finish her. She's too fast. Double 4-staffs. Oh no, he's gonna go down. But Drow is gonna get sniped by the OD. That's a huge kill. Look at that. The fire comes out, dual breath. Oh, he goes down. It's a full, almost 5-man wipe here. They're gonna wipe him off here. The map. Rampage on Erotic Flower.
Gets the rampage.
Whoa, whoa, what a reversal. That was what Kemp was worried about.
And that is it. That was 5,000 damage. Sorry, 5,000 experience going the way of OD. OD dealing 6,900 damage in that fight. I mean, that was exactly what Pizzadog needed. They needed to land the Lifestealer bomb on top of Drow, force the Drow away. Kemp doing everything they can, using 4 staffs on their Drow to make her have the space she needs. Just wasn't enough. OD still had access to his mobility and was able to get in the big hit.
It's like a 8,000 gold swing right there.
Yeah.
That was massive.
That was the thing that Pizzadog needed to really bring this game back up to parity. No, Kemp is still ahead, and Kemp is still in a strong position, but your cores went from being 15, and both Lifestealer and OD are now 19. So you've had a massive experience. This is kind of what I was calling out earlier. If Drow dies, the experience swing is going to be probably one of the bigger things impacting this game. And Jakira went from 13 to 16. OD went from 17 to 20. I mean, you're dealing with some very big XP swings right now.
Yep, that was one death. If there was ever a single death to change the game, look at that. Look at that. Like, just shooting up in terms of win probability. Sorry, XP and win probability for Pizzadog. Gold, not so much. Still a big gap there, but man, oh man. The XP game is back. Back in favor of Pizzadog.
And here we go. And here is OD actually picking up. OD going the Ag Scepter before they go towards the Phasma. You've been seeing a lot of Phrasmas recently on OD. It is a great item for OD. Does everything OD wants. Basically turns that Witchblade into a just super damage stick, for lack of better words. It does so much damage. And reducing their magic resistance, which makes OD's ultimate hit even harder. This is a scary item. If OD can get that, they're really going to have to respect this OD's damage.
Oh yeah, Roche is being done right now. The roar comes out. Pizzadog knows it, so they know they're going to come up against Aegis right here. And Cheese. Scouting AA ultimate. It's in the clip too.
Hey, still hits the Witch Doctor, so
yeah, I'll take it. It's a win.
You can mark that off as not a missed ult, but unfortunately it was a little late for them to actually make any impact with it.
Eternal Rain truly showing that he is NA Spinus. He ran straight into Drow. He dove 4 heroes, and that really let Pizzadog start wiping out the heroes in the front to the back, honestly.
Oh, and this is Double A getting caught behind the tier 2 tower, just in front of everyone.
Space?
This is another stack though for Lion. At one point they are going to need to respect this Lion's finger damage. I mean, when you're at 7 stacks, it's getting closer and closer to a 1,500 damage nuke.
Yeah, he's He's got 280 plus 725. That's about just over 1.1k.
And then the other thing that's, of course, scary is the level 15 talent. I mean, the extra 70 max health is not insignificant. You have a support here. You have your pause 5 support. They have 2,200 hit points with Assange. I mean, that's not insignificant.
Double what the AA's got.
So.
Yeah, on par with Jakiro. More than Jakiro. On par with Centaur, honestly.
There you go. Kemp looking to pressure middle now. Middle is low health already. And this is, of course, really, really scary. Kemp needs to respect what Pizzadog is doing, because Pizzadog did just prove just earlier with the rampage that they have what it takes to get back into this game.
Yeah, it's an excellent back and forth. I might be a first showing for Kemp, but Pizzadog showing that they've been around a couple of cups before, you know? Keeping it cool. All right, we're gonna push out the lanes here. We're gonna settle into the top siege. We've got Aegis on Drow and Cheese on Dragon Knight, so really it is just in Kemp's Kemp's court to make this push. Looks like they're calling it Tormentor.
Just doing some quick item looks. Looks like the next big item we're going to potentially be looking at having is Dragon Knight looking at getting the BKB next, which will help him a lot now that he has that Ag Scepter. But Drow easily and quickly takes this Tormentor.
Ooh.
That is now Fireball.
Fireball?
Yeah.
Literal AoE denial.
That is an ability. Unfortunately, it is also, though, just the last Ag Shard that needed to be picked up on their team. Don't really know if it's going to be super, super important, but we will see.
Oh,
going and initiating on the AA.
Oh, Mob is so
that
dead.
Was a finger.
0 to 100 in about a second. Oh, shoot. Big OD ultimate, but unfortunately, it's not going to be all that much damaging. Oh, AA ultimate comes out, nails it on the Lavender, but unfortunately, they're going to lose Dragon Knight. He didn't get the cheese off, I don't think. He did get the cheese off. That was 2 lives, basically. Vanish jumping right in. He unfortunately gets sighted because they have vision, and he's going to go for round 2 in the second life here. Oh, Ice Path comes out. They're going to be able to nail him. Vanish BKBs. They're going back in. Centaur jumps ahead. Unfortunately, Coconut's going to ruin this for them. Oh, the trickle in unfortunately plays right into the Coconut, but it's a good trade from both sides, honestly.
Yeah, they saved their Drow, and looks like they're maybe not going to respect the fact that they still have some of their initiation up, and OD is still alive.
It's 4v3. It's a 4v3. Erotic Flower's slow. He hasn't come back yet. No BKB. Oh, he could easily get caught here right now. There's a Blink Dagger on that Lion. If he chooses to blink uphill here. Oh, Force Staff away. Goes up, blink forward. Takes out Jakiro. Here comes the beatdown from Eternal Rain. Unfortunately, that is not going to be enough. Oh, that hurts so bad. Glyph comes out. 2 buybacks available, but will they go for it? They give up the racks? I think this is just best to give up the racks and reset for the next fight.
Testing their range, looks like they're going to be taking the melee as well. Yeah, they take top racks after that long engagement.
Yeah. Man, normally you would think that the long engagements would favor Pizzadog, but unfortunately the supports can't stay alive long enough to cast spells. Round 2 comes out. Ice Path, Macro Fire comes out. HE Apparition ult on 2. Drow has to retreat immediately. OD, BKB back up. He starts beating down the supports. Oh, Voodoo Switcheroo. Oh, Eternal Rain jumps inside of OD. Oh, Viper gets caught by the Ice Path along with the Witch Doctor. Invis is going to save him temporarily. They're going to focus down on the Viper. They lose the Viper and the Centaur. And they're fighting in the pool. It doesn't look like it's going to go well for them. Beatdown coming in from Eternal Rain. He's just healing right back up by hitting this Dragon Knight over and over. And they're able to make the retreat. Covering fire literally with the... They're going to have to give up the support. They really should give us the support. They're going to give up the support. That's good. And they're going to wipe out Lion. And that's going to be the end of the fight. Wow, what a long, long fight. Holy cow.
They did not respect the buybacks once again.
What a line.
a little bit of the voice line action going on, and you can see another one. I mean, this is another long fight. Gold change going 2,300 gold in the favor of Pizzadog, but the bigger one is a 5,000 experience push towards Pizzadog, getting their supports closer and closer to parity. I mean, you're even in a situation where, due to the fact that Jakira's been able to stay alive, Jakira's a higher level than the Centaur now.
Yeah, and now they have a opposite situation where they are knocking on the front door. Oh, looks like Eternal Rain wants one of these supports. Unfortunately, he's not gonna get him. Oh, Voodoo Switcheroo coming out, and oh, he's gonna save himself. Oh, sorry. Oh, Bone Nut trying to go in and do damage, but he's just gonna knock down Odie, chunking him. Yeah, the armor health doesn't mean anything. It's pure damage. Odie's gonna wipe out the Witch Doctor here. Centaur goes down, trying to take the heat off of Eternal Rain. Eternal Rain's gonna jump inside of a creep, and the chase begins. The Great Escape.
We're gonna see if they get any picks on these supports. Did not realize Momp's very low here.
Yeah, Mop is very low, but a low support, no doubt. Finally got that force staff. They're force staffing each other backwards.
Range creep, little Eternal Rain being cute here at the range creep, blowing up the regen rune just to take it away from the enemy team. OD just really coming in now, starting to come in with that magic damage, really starting to hit hard. I mean, that Dragon Knight died to that pure damage very quickly, and that is something they do need to worry about. With the Parasma now online, these right clicks are going to hurt even more.
Yeah, I mean, OD just jumping in there and knocking out a support and a core. Honestly, you're right. This build is just coming into his stride here.
And then going towards the Scythe of Ice, I mean, gives him more CC, more lockdown. It'll be interesting what the rest of these cores are looking to buy. I mean, Lifestealer did just finish up the Skull Basher, which of course gives him the ability to really duel Drow. I mean, if he does get on top of the Drow at once, Drow cannot win that 1v1 if Lifestealer can get in melee range, especially with this Manta style Basher. I mean, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, she gets smoked up here. Lion on the hunt.
This is another one. Drow did just pick up the Frosteros Ag Scepter bonus, so now you do have this big anti-healing thing. So anti-healing element now for Drow Ranger really allows her to fight this Lifestealer. It'll really, in all honesty, now come down to, with her having that Ag Scepter, come down to, can Lifestealer proc Skullbasher enough?
Yeah,
mean, really, that's about it.
Third Roche coming out. This is going to be Banner and Refresher Shard. The yell comes out. They know.
This banner is a scary item, specifically for pushing down these lanes. I mean, giving all the creeps that walk through them a 75% increased health and 50% health bonus.
Ooh, big ale.
That helps. That's scary.
Yep. No shards, so no lockdown, but it's going to land on Drow and in Lion. It's going to be a bad time. It's giving a lot of room to Pizzadog, though, in all honesty. They're taking this time to just kind of farm up and try to keep up to the best of their ability. Oh, wow. is just playing with fire here, teasing the enemy team, running right into their jungle, and he's going to get out. Got TP up and everything. Oh, he's cutting the wave. He's not going to let them push. Oh, I guess low-key kind of got punished for not stopping him, huh? And finally, looks like Kip is going to settle in for the siege here. Trying to take the last tier 3 tower for Pizzadog. No D on the scene yet, so no big catch. But it looks like a cute little cheeky ice path comes out. Tower goes down. Kim setting up right behind the Dragon Knight. In Passion Prison Code. Blink forward from Life Insurance. Stun the Hex. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be a big H apparition on 2, on 3. Lands it. Wish Voodoo, full channel ultimate from Witch Doctor. Oh, Lion ultimate comes out, but gets blocked by the BKB. Buyback from the Dragon Knight. Chenny's takeout gets knocked down, but they are gonna finish the racks here. They've lost Lifestealer. There's no second core for Pizzadog. It's just OD for the damage now. And that's Mega Creeps coming out. Oh, he doesn't have another BKB. He's going to go down swinging. Oh, wow. What was that? He Astral Prisons to save himself. He jumps forward, seeing who he can take out. Big ultimate on 3. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up damage. He might still get the Dragon Knight. He can't heal. Buyback from OD.
Last bit of buybacks, but this is looking to be the final call, and they're really not wanting to lose a game in these round robins. So we'll see what happens here.
Blink forward from Life Insurance. Hex on the OD. Oh, wow. Mouth gets half health from that, and unfortunately, Erotic Flower saves him, but he won't be able to save himself. Mouth can't do much. Nothing does instant. And I think that's GG.
That is the GG call. Good game. Good first game coming out for this group for the round robin.
Kernel Kup history right here. First. It's the first rampage of the Kernel Kup history.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, we're going to do a 10-minute break, everybody. So, as we set up for game 2.
All right. See you all shortly.
Well, would you look at the time? Looks like we got Fear the Hog back. They kind of need a, get themselves a little dub here if they still want a chance at making it to these grand finals here up against DAWGS. Of course, Crash and Sneeze here bring you the action. Last game was, you know what? I'll call it what it is. It was a bit of a weird one. It kind of felt like both teams were swinging back and forth on the chandelier, and none of them really wanted to get down until, of course, the big kicker, Nathan Explosion, was like, yeah, all right, boys, we're done messing around. Just found call after call, and the Weaver, Dr. Clayton, just couldn't really do much about that situation. The DAWGS, we'll see what they can bring to the table here in this opening game for them, though.
Yeah, like we kind of talked about at the very end, we don't really know anything about any of these teams. I don't know how familiar they are with each other as well. The bans lead me to believe that these are being targeted bans, right? They're just gonna get rid of the mid laner from Fear the Hog. No more fun for business casual. No OD, no. Well, I guess PL's not a mid laner, but no OD, no sniper, right? Very clean game of Dota being played. None of these cheese ranged mid laners that just buy stats and own you. None of that BS. Instead, we're going for Pudge.
Yeah, which is notable for being a very clean and fair hero.
Yes, very fair.
It's funny that this was picked into the bench, though, because then you already have that innate save. But it's worth noting that Fear the Hawk had this Pudge banned against them, if I remember correctly.
They did indeed.
So this is likely going to be a special team. Maybe it's business casuals, mid Pudge, maybe it's Pasta Mansa. I was definitely more impressed with one of these players than the other, that's for sure. I think Pasta Mansa had a really hard game on the center, but still was able to make it work. On the flip side, that last pick, Hoodwink mid, really wasn't hitting the mark for me.
Yeah, I would like to see a more traditional mid laner, right? At the end of the day, I think that's what we talked about.
Like Pudge.
I mean,
not really either, right? That's kind of my thing.
Yes and no. Like, if you're a Pudge aficionado, like we talked about this too at the very beginning of the draft. If you're an aficionado on a hero, if you're really good on a hero, Comfort is king. Especially right now. You're down a game, go with Comfort. No matter where this Pudge is going, I assume whoever's going to be playing it is comfortable playing Pudge. Now, if you're going to play position 4 Pudge, then we might have words. Or position 5 Pudge. Then we might have words about Comfort. But it looks like, by picking up this Grimstroke, it's probably going to be a core Pudge, probably an offlane Pudge. I think this is a 3-4 lineup that we're seeing right now.
I actually think, I wonder whether it goes down in terms of priority, right? We've seen this most notably recently, for us at least, with Spirit Breaker, where, you pick the Spirit Breaker really early on in the draft, and Spirit Breaker is a hero with a very specific mechanic. You pick some heroes to counter him, and now you're thinking, okay, let's put him in support so that he doesn't get completely sacked in the game, right? This might be something that they're looking to do with the Pudge as well. Double Dismember is something that's on the chopping block, and,
nice.
Being able to have that insane amount of control from just your support duo alone is going to be sick. They play together nicely as well. I'm not sure whether this patch needs to be a core, especially with the Night Stalker being picked up as well, just being able to get insane levels of vision.
So what do you think? Are you if you're gonna support Pudge, right? And hear me out. Are you more of a 5 Pudge enjoyer or 4 Pudge enjoyer?
No, 4. Gotta be 4. You want to get those rotations moving early.
Sure.
And I think you can pick something like a Viper in the off lane, and that would go pretty well, right? Because right now you just need somebody to be able to stand your ground, fight the Venge and Night Stalker. Even if you get swapped, you have more than enough HP to just be like, yeah, okay, you're dead
Death
now.
Prophet as well?
Yeah. Death Prophet might be a bit trickier into the Night Stalker silence. That's my only concern.
Yeah, that's true. It is one of those jump on you, kill you kind of heroes in Death Prophet, Spirit Siphon. Can't use it when you're silenced, and that is Death Prophet's tank ability, right? She is not the tankiest hero outside of it.
Yeah. Jakiro picked up by Condox as well. Clearly something that both Misanthrope and maybe one of the players on Condox enjoys. Witch Doctor will be the snatch up instead. So, like you mentioned, it's likely going to be a call patch. Now, we don't know anything. It's still going to be called Grimstroke, call Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
Which, now that True Strike has been removed from Death Ward, obviously just a complete dog tier hero.
And
nothing
the
like what he
damage
used to
being
be.
removed from healing. Like, this hero has received
Yeah,
incredible,
it's
like,
so-
core nerfs.
Yeah, right. Like they're just like screw you, Witch Doctor players, and just like one-liners to ruin your entire day for no damn reason.
Oh, look at it go down the drain.
Down the fucking drain. Yeah,
Yeah.
like you know what? The saddest part is they made these changes to curb call Witch Doctors, but it's a support Witch Doctors who are sad.
Yeah.
Why remove my tools? Now, Bloodseeker is an interesting pickup. You're running into the fray with a lot to be worried about. So I'm not really sure what the plan is here. I guess Rupture is really good against Night Stalker and Swap doesn't do shit against it, is my only thought.
Yeah? Here's my problem right now with Fear the Hogs draft. And this was kind of the problem I had with Malibu DILFs draft as well. Their lockdown is very unreliable. I think we've talked on length about Coconut Sneeze. We have similar but differing opinions, but I think we can both agree that Witch Doctor Casket is not a reliable stun. And Inkswell, as good as it is, requires you to be on top of a hero, which is highly possible, but it's not as reliable as a Venge stun, like a Lion stun. These kind of point-click stuns, they are stunned for 1 point whatever seconds. And this doesn't actually help Corn Dogs that much, in my opinion.
It is radiant spam.
Yeah, it kind of gives them a bit more of what they already had, which is like long-range magic damage. So I guess the only thing that I'm seeing is Night Stalker is feeling like, okay, you know, I might not be able to pick off these heroes all by myself. I need some artillery backup. That's what I'm seeing. It's funny to see Bloodseeker and Zeus on opposite sides because most of the time that's the combination that we talk about, right? I think that's where a bit of your confusion comes from. I will say that with the lack of reliable disable and relying on Fear the Hawks heroes to get up into the mix, Zeus is very well positioned here. He has a save, he has a long AoE stun, he has so many ways of keeping the other heroes distracted away from him that I think this is a pretty solid pick, especially maybe it's the mid laner of Condoc saying, okay, there might be a chance that this is a patch mid. I'm comfortable on the Zeus because either way I can just heavenly jump out of trouble.
Yeah, my only fear for this Zeus is the Bloodseeker, right? If Zeus gets ruptured, he's dead, right? If Corn Dogs can't rally to his aid, he's just dead. Now, this is a good hero to rally, right? And this is also a hero that does not care about Rupture whatsoever. Initiate on him, please, Corn Dog says. Please go on our Wraith King. What are you thinking for Hogs? What do they need? Offlane mid? What are your...
I think they need they gotta pick a offlaner now because there's no way in hell your Patch Grimstroke combo or your Patch Witch Doctor combo can outdo a Wraith King Jakiro.
That's what I'm thinking too. Or like even Wraith King Venge, either way.
Yeah,
it's Trouble City.
You can prey on the Wraith King early on in the initial levels, but it just doesn't feel convincing to me as a game winner, right? You're lacking too many things on the Fear the Hawk draft from you at the moment. You don't have tower damage. You have a lot of sort of kill potential. but it doesn't come together in the most convincing way. I need someone to tie those knots. I was just gonna say something like a Void Spirit or Ember, but they're already banned out. I think you might have to settle for the Puck, but the Puck feels awful into Night Stalker. Then the heroes like Primal Beast and Pango feel weird as well because you're initiating into a reincarnate.
Pango is I like Pango, I think, the most.
Yeah,
you've got the Grimstroke on your
swap.
team. Yeah, but swap, right? That is the big problem.
So you're never gonna be able to Rolling Thunder without worries, and you're Rolling Thundering. I think it has to be the Pango. I think it has to be the Pango because it will work very well with the Grimstroke. It would be a good little add-on bit of control in the team fights, and it ends up being a Dawnbreaker instead. So my guess it's gonna be Pudge mid up against the Zeus. Like we already mentioned. No, so business casual Dawnbreaker mid.
Holy moly! So
look, you're the Dawnbreaker expert. You're gonna have to walk me through this.
Here's what I think business casual should be going in lane. Like some sort of like 1-2-2 or something like that, because you want to get max luminosity. You're probably gonna keep 1 point in your Starbreaker, max your hammer, then max luminosity because you need to stay in lane. Wand is going to be incredibly valuable against a Zeus, but you have an incredible amount of damage, right? Dawnbreaker's strong part is her laning stage. That is when Dawnbreaker's at her strongest. Her spells do so much damage, and Zeus shouldn't be able to stand up. Now, Zeus, to be fair, literally doesn't need to, right? He can just chill back, farm and push, and do whatever the hell he wants on his own. I genuinely don't know who this favors, whether it be the Dawn or the Zeus. We'll have to still wait and see, but I would think that it favors Zeus just based on how those interactions work between Zeus and melee heroes. But I like Cloudkicker starting out with the magic stick, right? Recognizing that Dawnbreaker will be spamming abilities. So
is that good? I don't know. I'm not a big Dawnbreaker enjoyer, and I don't really interact with the hero much. I mean, my interaction with the hero was limited to when she first came out and I was playing Pulse 5 and I just got killed with 2 spells. Is it a good magic stick lane?
For Zeus, for the wand, he's got the wand, not the whole stick. Just the stick, not the whole wand, rather. I think it's pretty good, right? Item? Dawn's gonna be spamming her spells as much as not as much as her hook.
Yeah. It gets it onto 7, but they are trying to chase down onto Clayton. They don't have enough damage to convert it into a kill, and business casual will be the one claiming that first blood. The Coconuts hold Rampage and Bojangles in place as well. Things have gotten a bit awkward now for Corn Dogs. Try and walk this one off. Pasta Mansa has another hook available. Monkus looking for an angle. Roctopus trying his best to juke and jive, but this is an easy straight line. And another kill. 2 on the board to start things up. And a lot better of a beginning now.
Oh, okay, Jesus. Business casual almost walked his courier down lane. Very cool. That's how you want to start off as a mid laner.
Nah, he was busy flexing his muscles to the opposing Zeus. I mean, you get that 2-0 start. He had the first blood as well, which is going to really propel him towards whatever next small item he wants to get. And yeah, looks like it's the magic wand that'll be coming up shortly after. So, like you mentioned, Cloudkicker, he's going to be enjoying those stick charges, but casual, he's a step above already.
Yeah, he's going to be, right, the Cloudkicker stick is a little niceness, right? It's just so the Dawnbreaker can't potentially fold to 0 you. It's just a little bit more gas in the tank. It's not like Cloudkicker's going to be running around with max Swan charges. It's just not going to happen, really. But it should be enough to keep you up and running against this Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. I mean, either way, I'm sure Cloudkicker, we already see him queuing up the bottle, so a lot of the rune control is going to be important, at least until the 4-minute mark or 6-minute mark. They should be trading evenly, unless there's some interference from the supports. We'll see whether any of them decide to angle on over. So speaking of the supports in the side lanes, it's actually the Jakiro paired up with Rampage, which is a bit of an interesting look. Forcing out some pressure onto Misanthrope now, and maybe that's kind of the idea, right? They want someone who'll be a suitable enough bodyguard who can stand his own ground and harass back against the Bloodseeker and Witch.
It kind of must be what it is, because I like this Vengeful Spirit Wraith King lane. I really like it in the Pudge as well, because Pudge is a hero that needs to buy armor, right? He isn't a hero that naturally gets a lot of armor. Wave of Terror plus Wraith King crits, or he's going to be creating for like 200-300 every hit.
Yeah.
it's gonna hurt on this Pudge, and that's when all of a sudden, like, your Flesh Heap, your active on Flesh Heap, isn't gonna save you like you wanted to with all of this high damage.
Speaking of the high damage, joke, just crits.
Yeah.
A little bit. Look, the word wasn't ambitious, but just kind of. he kind of like walked up as if they didn't have 2 stuns.
Yeah.
Which was a bit strange, and you can understand his thought process because he's trying to secure the range creeps. But you know, when you have a Grim Stroke with a Stroke of Fate, sometimes you just gotta hand that responsibility over to Kuragos, even if you're not getting the gold. It's the EXP that's important for a hero like Pudge, right? Oh, trying to mess around the hook.
Nice
7. Nice little sidestep and immediate voice line as well. Yeah. It's one of the best parts about playing Venge, I think. Just that, what?
Yes. Well, business casual already kind of putting into work this Zeus, but like you said, that bottle is going to keep Cloud Kicker up and fine, and did use that stick as well, so that gas in the tank, very important, because Cloud Kicker, he was very, very low.
I mean, this mid lane sort of war of attrition, it just doesn't really amount to anything unless you're fully able to convert into a solo kill. Speaking of that, it looks like Pasta was able to grab a hook onto 7. He was sticking around trying to contest for that small camp, just get it pulled, but all these little crevices and narrow areas are just so easy for the Pudge to operate in. I'd love to see the Venge focus a bit more on just playing in the lane.
Yeah, I think you can kind of fall in a trap as position 5s, and I come from this personally. I just had this explained to me. Sometimes it's better to play the lane. Like, if you are pulling and trading with the position 4, it might leave your pause 1 kind of struggling in the 1v1. Wraith King should do fine against Pudge, but it's kind of when, like, it's just awkward for the Wraith King. You would love to have backup and kill potential, and that's what 7 provides, right? You are no value to your Wraith King trading with the Grimstroke. That's just not how you prove value in your lane. It's just not it. You know, you can get this pull and stack every now and then, but you got to do it on Bojangles' terms. It's no longer on your terms, right? You need to be communicating with your pause 1 to make things as efficient and as not awkward for them as possible.
Yeah, I think you sort of summed it up perfectly there. I think 7 and Bojangles, the value they could get as a duo highly exceeds this situation where Pasta Mancer is just able to stand his ground and get CS. We saw it happen in the earlier kill as well, right? You walk up, you just get punished with Magic Missile Wave for Terra and Bojangles. It'll work you down. A little bit of unfortunate CS misses under the tower there, but still doing very well for himself, 21 and 8. Basically in tandem with the Dawnbreaker in the mid lane, so feeling very happy about this situation. I mean, as long as, you know, we talk about 7 dying here, as long as the Wraith King continues farming, he's gonna be fine. And yep, double stuns up, start to run down Pasta Mancer, early level in the Flesh Heap, and the 2 bracers should allow him to be fine. Tries to turn around for hook, goes completely wide, misjudging the distance that 7 had covered. And it shouldn't be enough to kill him off that damage block, but
they
still.
were body blocking the Wraith King. He could have gotten 1 more hit in, and if it was a crit, Pudge dies. Skeleton's working against you, my liege.
I actually think it would have been fine because Pasta Mancer was already within tower range already. Like the additional armor and whatnot.
Yeah, it was going to be incredibly close. The Skeletons didn't help. We'll agree to
this
disagree.
is why you need to. This is why you need to get phase boots on Wraith King. Mandatory item build. If not, you look like a goddamn fool surrounded by your peasants.
So I learned something recently, Sneeze, and this is, I think, going to be effective into Pudge as well. But this is what I learned for Juggernaut, right? You buy multiple blades of attack and you just kill him. You just right-click him and kill him. Getting early blades of attack against Pudge is the exact same thing. This low armor hero, just right-click him and kill him. Trade into him when he tries to rot you. It's the same thing with the Jug Battle or Blade Fury. Just trade into him. Do more damage than him. Trade into him, and he will not be able to be effective, an effective tool. He'll be the one running away.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is trade into him. There's not much of a trade, just a complete murder here. This top side is Bojangles. Chops down Kuragos. And with that help from the Zeus coming in from the skies, it's a double kill for this Wraith King up here in the top side. He is firing on all cylinders here, Bojangles. Very, very happy with this situation. It's
It's all because of those phase boots, Sneeze. MVP.
Yeah, it's all because of the blades on attack, like you say. A lot of trading going on.
Yeah.
And yeah, Bojangles just making him work. He is going for this Radiance Rush, which I don't mind too much. It's going to be a lot of AoE damage as he continues to survive in the fight, and really, all he needs to do is frontline for his team, right? The longer he stays alive, the better.
So, let's see. Business Casual. Going for Echo Saber. I'm a fan. I'm generally not a fan of Echo Saber Dawn, but I think as a core, like when you're playing a more carry or core Dawnbreaker, like mid, it's really good. 7 actually, he actually stole the Wisdom Rune. It's really good. What? How did Wisdom Runes go, actually? Yeah, 2 for 0. They're gonna lose Dr. Clayton bottom, unfortunately, but these Wisdom Runes, well worth it. Screw your safe laner. Secure the Wisdoms. That's all that matters.
It's nighttime now. They don't have a lot of mana, but they still should be able to get the run down onto Misanthrope. Rampage. And the wand up. The 3 levels in that void should just be able to punch you down. Face boots. Getting blades of attack right now.
Yeah. The blood grenade did not help you live there on the Witch Doctor. That just lowered your own HP. Now, you're dead there anyways, but it certainly didn't help.
Topside, Kiragos again just being crit down. It's so easy. You talk about the Pudge being low armor, the Grimstroke. He ain't got HP too.
Pastamancer, he's had enough of this top lane, right? He has moved down to the bottom lane. This is something that we saw the Axe do last game, right? Nathan Explosion rotated level 5 down into this bottom lane to get a gank as soon as he possibly could. But I genuinely think now it's just because Pastamancer can't really lane. He's going to have an incredibly hard time, and he's going to potentially maybe lose his tower here to all these skeletons.
Yeah, they'll TP back Kiragos in to try and clear the way with the Stroke of Fate, but action happening in the bot side. Mr. Clayton just gets run down. Dark Ascension coming through, and even with the Solar Guardian, you connect on the Night Stalker, tag him with the Maledict as well, and that should be enough. He turns around for one parting void, and Roctopus trying to do some magic damage. It will burn down the Witch. So Business Casual, even though he comes through with the ultimate, he ultimately doesn't prevent his team from dying, and looks like in the top side, Pastamancer TP back here. We talked about it being inhospitable for him, but he still shows up and they greet him in kind. Oh, Kiragos, dude, one stun and he's dead. Turn around with throwing his dead wife out there. That's the only thing that keeps him alive.
No, they're just gonna dive. Yeah, Kiragos, you gotta get the hell out of here, dude. He's gonna get swapped back and killed. Nice TP rotations.
But mass TP rotations means that Bojangles need to hightail the hell out of here, though. The last thing you want is to lose this insane net worth advantage that you have. Essentially a whole 1k above the mid laner on the enemy team. That's crazy.
Thanks, and he's 10 CS up as well, right? Like 10 and 15 and 10, 52 and 10 rather. Hello, numbers. Is gonna set him off really well into this Radiant, right? He's already halfway there. He's more than living on a prayer at this point. He is going to be living on Radiance very shortly.
Yeah, this is... it's only awkward when you're banking so much gold and you can't get anything done. But for Bojangles, he has been making action happen. 4-0 and 1 right now. And, I mean, he's not under any threat of dying. It kind of feels like you need to come through with a rotation with both the Grimstroke, the Witch Doctor, as well as the Dawn. Yeah. I mean, hell, even why not just bring Dr. Clayton up there, rupture him? But even then, it might feel so awkward because you don't know whether he has a level in the Reincarnate. That could get really hairy really quick.
A little bit of harass being put onto Business Casual. That is an AD rune on Zeus, so those lightning bolts really hurt.
Looks like he's going to be completing that very standard build these days, just a Phylactery Rush.
Yeah.
Just being able to... It's kind of like a Witchblade, right? But for casters, in a way. Like, just empowering those auto attacks to just do that much extra bit of damage. The slow is so annoying as well.
It is one of the only heroes on Zeus. Like, he's the hero that does not upgrade Phylactery into Conda. It's completely useless, right?
No, maybe later down the line where you sort of go Lightning Hands, auto attack build.
Sure.
Looks like there's an ult, allowing them to get the vision on Pastamancer for the swap. Solar Guardian coming through and the TP as well, but perfect Ice Path from Roctopus. Holding them all in place, only level 1, but it's not gonna matter. And do you know how scary it is when your Wraith King can posture so aggressively like that? Cloud Kicker just gets a solo on the
Whoa.
backside. Where did he come from? I mean, he's just gonna TP out of here and leave them a little scrambled. What the hell?
How do you do that? He's mid. How do you get him?
I don't even know where he came from. I must have just weaved through the triangle. Wow, I love your mom.
What does that even mean?
What the hell? I'm not even gonna look into it. It's Dark Ascension at the top side and Pastamancer. Even though this Pudge was banned away from them, it's not really a confident look from Fear the Hawk this game. They haven't really been able to get the engine running or get any kills happening. And it feels like a similar situation where they're relying so much on Pastamancer and the mid lane. Business Casual, he's yet to really come alive.
Yeah, it's hard for Dawnbreaker because you need to rely on your team to be making moves, but your team, they're just feeding. They're just dying all over the map.
There's not much you can do about it other than try and swing your hammer, get a return onto 7. The last touch from the tower will finish the bench, but nice hook. Finally, Pastamancer, is this his time to respond? Dark Ascension has ended, and they will chop down Rampage. So utilizing the Dawnbreaker's tankiness to just kind of survive through that fight and respond in kind. You need to get more of these happening. But realistically, that wasn't even you, right? That was just a bit of an overextension from ConDawgs.
Oh, 100%. You're thankful for it, but you're not like, oh guys, we did so well. Like, that's not a kill that's gonna pump you up. That's not a kill that's gonna get you back in like momentum and motivation and stuff. Like, that is just, they overextended. That's fine, whatever. Now, can you turn it into like an up for your team? Absolutely. And should you desperately need to.
Bojangles, this bot side, dude, I love how this Wraith King is playing. He's not like, oh, I'm almost to my Radiance, I chill. He sees an opportunity onto Karagos and just runs forward with those phase boots and immense damage from the Sacred Relic. He's essentially forced 3 heroes down here by himself. This active carry play is really impressive, and it's going to cover up for the smoke for both of these supports coming in. They have the stun set up onto Business Casual. Rocktopus unfortunately can't connect with his spells. Didn't have the Macropie available as well, so the Dawnbreaker just able to walk this one off. But it just kind of feels like ConDawgs are pulling the heroes of Fear the Hawk all over the map where they don't want to be, and it's allowing their cause to just get everything they want.
How many of these Dawnbreaker ultimates have amounted to anything? 1, maybe? If
Yeah,
even that?
I don't even know whether you call it anything.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like they survive, right? You know what I mean? Hook. And that's kind of what the Heavenly Jump does for you. You can just turn around. Misanthrope is just dead.
Pastamancer's gotta be careful too.
He has a decent amount of HP and regen with the Helm of Iron Will, but looks like fighting is happening elsewhere as Karagos gets a tag out of the silence onto the bench, but just an easy stun. Macropire, been really impressed with 7 and Rocktopus. They're making so much happen. It looks like there's a Dark Ascension coming through as well. Rampage, sending them running. This is a tier 2, my friend. He's gonna feel confident enough to try and dive. Whoa! Just goes forward. Sansa's on the punch, but the rest of your team is a little bit far at the moment. You gotta watch yourself. Dr. Clayton can't get vision. They don't have any high ground wards placed. And yeah, he just eats a void. So annoying, Rampage. He'll be fine here. They're able to walk this one off, but just circling them like sheep right now, it feels like.
Oh, just a little dismember action on a creep. Okay.
Yeah.
That Business Casual instantly kills.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, very cool. Very cool team play. Awesome. You love to see it.
Okay, good start though, right? You're starting to just kind of flush out the vision that they place in these areas, but they're not done. It just turned nighttime and Misanthrope gonna come back straight into her own death. There's a Solar Guardian, but you're not even that comfortable using it because you're not confident the Witch Doctor can survive that long. Karagos, easy swap, another kill, and Clayton, he just can't respond. The Bloodseeker is in no position to fight. Still, like the last bit of an inch towards his Mithril Hammer to finish up that Maelstrom. But this doesn't really even mark your timing when it comes to fighting, right? You want to sort of put that to farming camps, pushing waves, but ConDawgs, they're right at your door and they're going to take this tier 1 for free. Radiance is complete for the Wraith King and they can just keep this going.
Oh, almost Pastamancer. If that hook lands, maybe things start happening, but that's kind of been the name of this game for Pastamancer, right? If this hook lands, if he can live through this lane, and it's just been a lot of ifs and not a lot of good stuff for Pastamancer, unfortunately. This Pudge has really fallen off a little bit.
This kind of feels like Pastamancer training arc, dude. Like, first game, he has what feels like an impossible game on the Centaur, still shows up big time. This game, it gets so much harder. You first pick the Pudge, and this is a hero that's very abusable.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why we don't see it very prevalent in pro play. It just requires such high level of execution. And Pastormancer, as solid of an offlane player as he is, into this lane of the Wraith King bench, into these circumstances where vision is being just darkened, the map is closing in, they don't have any angles to try and work. They'll try and square up with the team for a smoke, but even he realizes, okay, maybe they're not even around. Because why would they be? Why would they retreat to their own jungle to farm? They need a mount of defense for this tier 2 tower stat.
This Pudge pick is so weird for me too. Like, it doubles up on the weird because you're gonna build this Veil, but what other magical damage are you amping up? The rest of your team does physical or pure damage, right? You're amping Grimstroke's damage? Whoop-de-doo! Veil just doesn't seem right, but it's the correct build on Pudge, right? I'm not trying to say don't build Veil on Pudge, it's just awkward this game.
I mean, they changed it so that it just amplifies damage from spells, right? So physical or magical, it doesn't really matter. Who knows, you know, if you get a tag out, the Rupture's gonna whir a bit more too. Turn around, straight onto Pastormancer. He's surrounded by 4 heroes. It's kind of awkward for Rampage, but with his flying vision, they just can't get the jump on him. He's just messing around with them, giving his team full information. And here they are, gonna come through with the Solar Guardian. It's an awkward position. Cloud Kicker gets pulled into the fray. And with the Death Ward, he just can't fully channel. It's too much damage. And Rampage just kind of toying with them there the entire time. Business Casual will try and return the hammer, but can't even attack in time. And Rampage appropriately gets awarded with a triple kill. Looked a bit hairy for the Zeus, getting a bit too close there, but it didn't even matter because they're just way too far ahead right now.
Yeah, the second Cloud Kicker got Solar Guardian. I was like, oh, that's troublesome. Saw the Death Ward, and I was like, shit, they're dead. And nope. One Lightning Bolt, one Void is all it took to cancel the Witch Doctor ultimate, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, and Clayton just kind of isn't there in the fight. I mean, Pasta, he's gonna go down in this bot side again. Anyone fancy a nice little lunch? Kind of
not a Pudge, no. I would
not
honestly,
a Pudge, but some pasta would be.
Sure,
pasta
yeah, pasta.
Right
I'd
now.
love some pasta right now. Yeah, absolutely, dude.
Oh, I could do some like seafood malfadine or something like that right now. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh,
I had like a salmon chickpea stew for dinner. It was very good.
Ooh, I love
very
stew.
good.
I love stew. Salmon chickpea. Wait, you eating big today, huh? What the hell?
Yeah. It's a special night. Delicious. It's a special night.
Okay.
You know, Kernel Kup. You gotta make sure I'm fed up and ready to stay up all night. Yeah, I'm popped up even.
Okay.
Kernel, get it? You know, like popcorn, Kernel, pop. Hook. Oh,
anyway,
Pastormancer just kind of gave himself away there. Gave away the ward at least.
Yeah, Seven's just gonna clear that out. To be fair, this is a D-ward of a previously placed ward from Seven. So this entire area has been contested anyway. I'm sure they're gonna sort of do their due diligence, especially for Zeus to clear out the vision. But yeah, like we mentioned, the complete contrast from the previous game where things were neck and neck until the very end. Hog are behind, right? And Hog aren't feeling comfortable. They're just continuing to gear up in this area, get the hook out onto the Night Stalker. They have a swap available though. Seven was in the perfect position to help his ally out. And even though the Venge may die here, they're taking so much damage. Another crazy setup from the Jakiro. They're looking like Katy Perry the way they're burning up hot and cold. The Zeus just shots them in, and yeah, you come through with a hook, but the Jakiro has a Yules. The support Jakiro has a Yules. Clayton will still be able to clean up and start to run down onto Rampage, but it's too much magic damage. And every single time I feel like I'm watching these fights, I just see Business Casual. He's sitting healthy, but he just can't find an entry. He can't do anything. Look at him, he's swinging his hammer into absolutely nothing right now. And Rampage will just be able to walk this one off. It finally becomes daytime, and at least their nightmare is ended for now.
You know, we questioned Business Casual's build last game, right? The Witchblade into the Mage Slayer. It just seemed a little bit too slow. A little bit too awkward is what we were calling it.
Yeah.
And this build on Dawnbreaker is a little bit awkward too, and this gank is incredibly awkward. You try to save your tier 2 tower, but you might just feed yourself away for it.
Yeah, Pastormancer gonna come through for Dismember, try and set up for the Death Ward, but Bojangles still has that second life, just turns around, starts chopping into the Witch Doctor. Gets saved narrowly, but the Magic Missile with the shard bouncing to that poor support. Swap out as well. Clayton's in the fight though. You might be able to walk through the Wraith King, but oh, he is so tanky. Has the Paphista help. The Rupture onto 2 targets as well, but Bojangles just standing his ground and fighting. It's my territory and this is my kingdom. Doesn't back down for a second. Doesn't even need the help of the backup from the rest of his squad. He's the king here, and he might just keep it going. You're dropping low on Dr. Clayton, you need to go back for a reset because in an instant the Wraith King can blink all over you. And he's 3.5k gold up, he's looking at the AC already.
Wraith King just got almost 1,000 gold for that fight. 4 heroes on
Jeez.
2. Well, 4 heroes on 3, because Venge was there at the beginning as well.
Yeah, at 3.5 for the Wraith King second
2.5,
life.
yeah.
We're getting real technical.
Sure. But it amounts to nothing, right? The Solar Guardian not used because it was still on cooldown. And once again, like, Solar Guardians are really just amounting to nothing when they're incredibly important. Now this is a very important kill to get.
Yeah.
Oh.
Rampage. Ooh. God. No.
No, don't. Not like this.
That's kind of... Look, I'm sure they have a valid reason to
Spill. I thought Passamanswer was telling them to spill. Like, why'd you pause? Big water spill
big
moment.
water spill moment.
No. Oh, Rampage just kill me first. Let me die in peace, please. Cause so like when Dota is paused, aren't like the game itself is paused, but aren't the heroes still moving, like, and breathing? So
yeah,
isn't it just like all the heroes are in this constant state of pause? Night Stalker's dying. He's probably in a constant state of death. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like the whole Itachi Uchiha thing. You keep him in the Genjutsu.
Oh,
and
the
just kinda
Tsukiyomi, yes.
Yeah, they keep fucking slicing you with the swords and shit. Okay. Just some nice little tips from a Misanthrope there.
It's very important. Very important. Just you know, that's why
Did
they've
you
got
feed
that,
your computer any of the salmon chickpeas too?
I actually put it right into the ports. I poured the stew in right. I squished.
Oh,
the
you have the
chickpeas
stew
into the
pot
USB ports.
on your CPU.
No.
That's crazy.
The USB ports also act as stew ports. It just doesn't
Okay,
say on
okay,
the
okay.
box. You just have to
Right,
Right. You'd be
You
surprised
check
how
for the
many
logo.
chickpeas.
You check for the logo on the Campbells,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, okay, gotcha.
You'd be surprised how many chickpeas you can fit in a USB port. That's what the USB. That's what the C in USB-C stands for. Actually, is chickpeas.
Yeah, chickpeas.
Yeah.
That's what the S in USB stands for. Stew bus. Universal stew bus.
Chickpeas. Dash chickpeas.
Dash chickpeas. If you don't have chickpeas in your stew, it's not gonna work. That's the connector.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could stand for carrots too, I guess.
Yeah. Could stand for corn if this wasn't spelled with a K.
That's true. How's everyone?
Oh, I
doing
love
the
that voice
K-Cup?
line from Pyrion Flex. Please,
so
lads,
good.
cast your spells.
I also just genuinely love P-Flax's voice.
True.
I could genuinely I was a fan of P-Flax.
He's got a
before I
good
was
one.
fan of
He's got a
Dota.
good one.
Yeah. I was a fan of Flax before I was a fan of Dota. It's just kind of funny how those circles connected.
Yeah, I think where P-Flex really comes into enjoyment for me is on his podcast. He has this Triforce.
Oh, you
podcast.
watch Triforce?
I've listened to Triforce.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Listen. You can watch it
because I like
as well.
sips, man.
Dude, that is so like I'm a fan of like DAWGS stuff in general. So like Sips, I'm a big fan of Lewis and P-Flax. Like that podcast was like music to my ears because I'm a fan of them all.
Yeah, no,
and they are so funny.
They are. It's hilarious.
It's
Some
like
of the
the
stuff
only
that they
Dota
talk about.
podcast I don't listen to, or I do listen to rather.
Is that even considered a Dota podcast?
No,
I don't
it's
think
the only
so.
it's the only podcast that isn't Dota that I listen to.
Ah, okay, that's what you're trying to say.
Yes.
Right. So you listen to a myriad of other Dota podcasts?
I've always been a fan of Position 6, with Dan.
Oh, right. Is that even still running?
It isn't, but that was like my
That's
go-to for the longest time. I hear the Cap Blitz one, when it was running was good, but Cap is doing one with like Quinn now, isn't he?
Yeah,
like
Quinn
Cap,
and
Quinn and
Insania.
Insania. Yeah, I hear that one's really, really good. I just have never watched an episode of it yet. I really need to. I keep telling myself to.
That's fair. Okay, well, clearly it had to have been a humongous bit of water being spilled because they're still
They
cleaning
did
up
say
here.
big spill. They did say big
Yeah, it was a
spill. to be
big water
fair.
spill moment.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take stock of the game. Because it's kind of hard to believe that Corn Dogs are 18k gold up. What the
22
hell?
minutes in, yeah. It's like if this was 40 minutes in, 18k up, sure. Yeah, that's fine, right? That sounds like they're executing a clean game of Dota. And to be fair, they still are. They're just doing it a lot sooner than I feel like either of us expected.
Probably a lot sooner than Fear the Hog expected as well, right? The fact that I think especially this Night Stalker was able to ramp up the way that he did. This Night Stalker hero is one that's very close to my heart, and it's just I wasn't really convinced by this Dawnbreaker last pick. It feels like the second time that we've seen this team give business casual the last pick. He's come through with something a bit more unorthodox, but it just hasn't really worked out, right? Like it's every single time in these fights, we're seeing business casual flounder a little bit around with the hammer, try to find and connect on a target. There isn't really any other setup at all.
Yeah.
You kind of are looking at Pudge Dawnbreaker, who's initiating the fight. I think that's been the big story this entire time. And Clayton, when he does show up, I mean, there was a nice double rupture in the mid, but at that point, the Wraith King, he's already beasting up way too hard.
Yeah, just stand your ground and fight, right? A-click the ground and hope for the best. And that's really all you need to do is Wraith King this game. Bye, World Rampage.
Yeah.
One last
Rampage,
hurrah.
let's go. Finally.
Yes. Good voice line too, Misanthrope. The B-Cop line.
Delta Clayton has a rupture in 3 seconds, but doesn't want to kind of use it on this bench.
No, it feels fine, right? You're like 16k
Not too
down.
bad.
You'll take any kill you can get. Ideally not on a support, but if a support presents themselves, it's easy pickings.
And beggars can't be choosers, and
Yeah.
they're definitely begging a little bit in comparison to the economical state that Corn Dogs are in right now. Harvest looks to have been good to them this year. They are very much ahead with a 95% win probability at the moment, according to this Gaben graph. It doesn't get any easier for sure, especially if this AC being completed. And Bojangles, one thing I did want to mention about that mid fight and the reason why he ended up surviving there is largely because of these Vampire Fangs, right? The fact that he got 15% lifesteal to add on to the already crazy lifesteal of Vampiric Spirit. These crits just go so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's exponential, so it's probably just additive, which means he was up to 60% lifesteal on these crits. But here comes Clayton starting the fight. Cloud Kicker actually jumping into the mix. Rupture available, but he doesn't want to use it, and he's just gonna TP out. Actually swapped up to the high ground. Very awkward now as Clayton squaring up against the Wraith King, but that's not a fight you can win. Bojangles, he's able to take down the Bloodseeker, and now things are troublesome. Now things are dirty, and they just get wiped out. The triangle belongs to us. What are you doing in here?
Yikes. Yeah, that was big rough, and I think the reason that fight goes so well, and to be fair, I don't think the Solar Guardian really mattered there. It may be a Mounts and a Zeus kill, but Rampage comes in, it's a sick 3-man silence with this Blink reveal, and Dawnbreaker all of a sudden does nothing until the fight's over.
Yeah, I think also there was a bit of miscommunication going on there, right? Cloud Kicker jumps forward. I thought he was toast there. It feels like the second time we've seen the Zeus make a little bit of a misstep. But at the end of the day, I'm not really sure why Clayton was so hesitant on the Rupture. He had that available, and if he put that out on the Zeus, maybe he would have done a considerable amount of damage as they'll hook you in, but this is a 3v5 that it doesn't feel like can possibly win, especially once Bojangles start attacking. It's not gonna happen now. They'll buy back. This kind of feels like the last stand here. Rampage forced to TP out, and without your Night Stalker in the equation, is it gonna be enough? Still a second life available for the Wraith King as he starts getting dismembered. The Ice Path holding the supports in place, but Bojangles, he is still feeling so strong. Turn around with the punches, knock down the Dawnbreaker, and you turn around with the Maledict, but you're just going to die. The prescription is just death here. As, yeah, Bojangles is way too strong. Like, you buy back, 30 more seconds, they can take, like, what? 2 lanes of Rex? Just pop down to the bot side? It's easy.
Yeah. And they did all that pretty much without Rampage, right? He got ruptured and just left. See you
Yeah.
guys later. Bojangles,
Peace
you
out,
are on your
boys.
own. Yeah. I've done my job. I've soaked up some damage and tanked some abilities.
Yeah, we just haven't really seen the Soulbind combination come into play as Kiragos just gets swapped in, chopped down, killed off, and oh man, this is not a good look. Fear the Hawk continue to bleed out here. And we're still waiting, wondering, asking ourselves, even with this BKB from the Dawnbreaker, will it make much of a difference? He jumped through straight into a Ice Path set up perfectly. Rocktopus has been such a clean, stable anchor for the squad, and he's able to set up another double kill. 3 cores all down. And I wonder, you know, there is sort of something to be said about sticking into the end of it because you're playing for fun anyway, but now you're just essentially giving more and more little kills over to Bojangles. He's racking up the bones for sure.
Yeah. There's, look, there's obviously a reason to continue playing, right? Best of ones, you're having fun, just kind of, you know, waste the other players' like time, you know what I mean? Like, there's a multitude of reasons you could just not give up. So I do, like, kudos to Fear the Hog for not just piecing out, see you later, because they very well could have done that 10 minutes ago, and I probably would have been like, yeah, that's fair. You know, this just feels like they're putting on a show on Corn Dogs right now.
Yeah, you gotta sort of respect it, right? Like, they're here for the entertainment value, although I'm not really sure how much they personally are enjoying it. Great save from the Dismember. Oh, no, it's not even a save. He just died. I didn't even know where his corpse was just burnt up under the Macropire. That's unfortunate. He has to buy back now. And they are still trying to put up some sort of a fight. No Solar Guardian available, but yeah, Clayton just goes down. There's so much spell damage coming out from Cloud Kicker.
That's why they're playing still. Pastamancer hook into Fountain. That's the only reason they're still playing this, I bet.
Yeah, I guess, but right now, after that sort of swing and a miss, they'll just be keeping their distance. And swap back. Misanthrope is dead. 3v5 situation, set up with the Yules. The Solar Guardian's on the spot, but that gets stopped by an Ice Path. This has just sort of become a really, really sad situation for the side of the Hogs. And I'm not gonna lie, nothing really to fear from them this game. It never really felt like they were at any point of time in control in the slightest. Not a single fight that was taken on their terms, not a team fight that was executed in the way that they probably hoped for. And with that, Fear the Hog, unfortunately, will not be able to make it to the grand finals. It's going to be between Malibu DILFs as well as Corn Dogs. And based on the performances in the game, I have a sneaking suspicion who I'm favoring going into the next match.
Wouldn't necessarily say I'm favoring one team more so than the other. I definitely have a sneaking suspicion on which team I'm thinking will probably win. I wouldn't say I am personally
You just said the same thing. You just said the same thing as me, asshole.
I am personally favoring them. But,
okay, fine. But you know what I mean, like favoring as in they
have the upper edge.
Bitch,
they have a little bit of an edge going into this, right? I do definitely think, and momentum is a huge thing in Dota 2, right? Corn Dogs are riding this high. A 28-minute victory after Fear the Hog have a complete slog fest back and forth of a game or Series 1. Corn Dogs come in, clean them up, and they're going to be, I'm telling you right now, dude, they're going to be looking to doing the exact same thing for Malibu DILFs.
Now, the one thing about Malibu DILFs that does work in their favor is that momentum is one important thing, but resetting is as well. That Fear the Hog game, it did get easier by the end of things, but Fear the Hog were very much keeping them neck and neck throughout the first 20 minutes or so, right? So I think being able to just kind of breathe out, watch this game, maybe identify what went wrong for Fear the Hog from a third-person perspective, and come into the game against Corn Dogs and address those problems, or at least address the strong points from your opponents is important. It's tough to say though, because I can't, like, Corn Dogs, I feel like they played phenomenally this game.
Yeah, the lanes were really good, right? The drafting was great as well. It's comfort mixed with meta, right? And I think that can go a really long way in tournaments like this.
Yeah, I think the Night Stalker pick was just perfect, right? It really tied everything they needed together. We were a bit curious and worried about the Zeus pick, and maybe against any other mid lane matchup, it would have been a problem. But it just felt like the Dawnbreaker allowed Cloud Kicker to get away with everything that he wanted. A master tier on that Zeus and feeling very comfortable. So yeah, that does wrap up this game, and of course that's going to bring us to our third best of 3 of the day before we head into the grand finals. I believe on the other Corn Cup stream, they are cleaning up on the upper bracket as well. But yeah, this game went by really quick. Corn Dogs up against Malibu DILFs will be our final best of 1 for this initial stage of the tournament.
All right, we'll be 10-minute break, 10-ish minute break, and we'll be back with that game. So stick around, grab yourself some water, a snack, whatever you need, and we will be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. We're going to be kicking off game number 2 of the Kernel Kup. Topside bracket. Korn In My Poop versus Foop. Morgan, how you doing?
I'm doing great. We just watched Kimp or Korn play just last game, so it's going to be interesting to see if they change their strategies going in, because they did do a pretty aggressive win against Pizzadog, so we'll see if those changes happen.
Gonna be honest, didn't get much of the first game. I was watching the other one, so you're gonna be the expert on whatever team was playing in the last one.
So Korn did a really aggressive Drow Ranger comp where they really, it was a really good 4-protect-1 situation going on, and they were able to get their Drow off to a very mean lead, and that just let them push high grounds and take these really early team fights, and was really able to pressure Pizzadog's Lifestealer as well as their OD. So we'll see if that happens. Foop doing very similar bans what Pizzadog did last game. I mean, really banning out these big team fight ultimates so far.
And Korn ban just an annoying hero right now.
They just played against DK and Jakiro last game, so this may just be a we don't want to play against them again. Potentially.
Makes sense.
Dire team back.
Makes sense. Sniper revenge, okay. Sniper, kind of interesting. Scared of the little dwarf man flanking away from me at a distance. Understandable.
5 seconds remaining.
Sniper does change the way you have to play the game, so I can understand wanting to ban him out. Because some teams just don't want to deal with that. Some teams just want to play their game, and Sniper stops it. You have to change your picks, have to change how you interact, because you have to be able to dive this little nerd in the trees 60 miles away shooting you.
We're going to see the first pick come out here on the side of Foop. I'm going to will this into being ready. We're going to see a hoodwinked. Calling it now. We're going to see a squirrel.
You're going to see a squirrel. That is your call. It was a lion.
Well, I mean, he kind of looks like a squirrel. We're going to see a squirrel in this draft, period.
That's you sending the vibes out to the universe, willing it into being to existence.
Bring us the hoodwinked. No, we're going to see the Lion of the Death Prophet. Pretty meta heroes right now. Lion, an absolute animal in the early game of the lane. Super impressive. Death Prophet, you get that Shiva's guard. You pop the ult. You're just a menace in the team fight. Nothing kind of out of the ordinary.
I have nothing to add to that, because Lion is just scary.
Lion is scary. I mean, look at that guy. Look at his hand. You're going to tell me that guy with that hand is not scary?
Right. I mean, it really does come into Mana Drain is just such a gnarly ability in lane. Both making your opponents not enjoy playing the game because they can't use their fun abilities, but also your ability to give your mana to your ally as well. Really makes a lot of pause 3 laners that might have to get stuff like soul rings or really aggressive early wands. Maybe can push those items out a little bit, a lot like laning with a Coddle, but Lion brings CC and Coddle does not.
Yeah, you still gotta ask that question. What was Ice Frog thinking? They said, let's give this guy the ability to take away mana. And then they said, let's give this guy the ability to take away mana, deal damage while doing it, and then be able to give it to his teammates.
Radiant team pick.
As if he wasn't strong enough. AA, Invoker, okay. Maybe... I got a lot of big teamfight characters just getting banned out. I don't know if we're gonna see some big old teamfight characters.
It is interesting. It is interesting where they're banning out a lot of these team fights.
5 seconds.
And I don't know what direction they're gonna take these drafts. Death Prophet kind of already wants to group up.
Tide, Earthshaker. I mean,
maybe.
Tide, Death Prophet, pretty impressive lane. You run the 4 Tide, the 3 Death Prophet. Good luck.
Crystal Maiden.
You could.
CM. Rubik's still in the pool. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw that out there against the CM. Kinda crazy.
It always does feel good. You're not wrong. And Rubik does have easy steals on Death Prophet and Crystal Maiden, both having just great sets of abilities. Death Prophet stealing Death Prophet Silence. Stealing Death Prophet Ultimate if you wanted to steal that. I mean, just great steals from Death Prophet, great steals from Crystal Maiden.
You know,
Maybe we'll see
Viper,
that.
just one of those
10
characters, you look at
seconds
the enemy
remaining.
team and you say, that's a lot of magic damage, Viper.
And
5
also,
seconds
Viper
remaining.
just makes, if you can run Viper in the mid, you can run Viper in the 3, and in both lanes, it makes your opponent not want to play the game. So already, Foop City drafting the make your opponent not enjoy playing the game draft, because both of these people just make the lanes just unfun to play against.
Not even that. You got some strong right-click heroes on the enemy team. Late game, just pick up that Aghanim Scepter. Good luck dealing with that disarm.
Radiant team pick.
Grimstroke.
Okay, I like that.
Grimstroke is an
I
interesting
like that.
choice, that's for certain.
Link Ghost onto CM and any other person. Yeah, nobody's casting spells.
I'm going to be intrigued to see what they
Seconds
pick up as
remaining.
their last two characters, see if they can really find a way to utilize this Inkswell aggressively.
5 seconds remaining.
Because right now they really kind of don't have anyone that wants to run in a melee range. Viper usually ends up there just because people usually run at him, but I'll be intrigued to see how they make this Inkswell a little more effective on Grimstroke. But now we're going to get the double pick in a row on Korn to really see how they really come up against this draft. Right now I'm just seeing a lot of magic damage come out from the side of Foop. So someone who's naturally resistant to magic damage might be an interesting choice. Something we saw banned out last game was actually a Slark. Slark isn't looking terrible here. Does have a lot of really easy kills here, both on Lion and Grimstroke. Lion less so than Grimstroke, so that might be a choice. Won't deny Korn playing a very different strategy than they did last game.
Radiant team pick.
Okay. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about the Centaur. I mean, you just soul link him to somebody else, and that ult is basically no, you just run with him. Depends on
you
how
just
you
run with them.
seconds remaining.
I think Centaur is in a really good position right now, especially
5
after
seconds
the
remaining.
changes in this most recent patch. Making him be able to use Hoof Stomp while moving
Yeah.
was huge for the hero, and Centaur is really hard to lose a lane. I think the only way Centaur loses lane right now is if they draft, like if they actually put Viper in the 1 against Centaur. Even then, it's just
Dire
hard to
team.
really make him not have a good time.
I speak for the trees.
Wow.
Okay. Death Prophet mid?
I am shook. I was not ready to see a Nature's Prophet this event so far, in all honesty. I love it.
10
We're gonna see
seconds
Death Prophet in the
remaining.
mid lane. You know what I'm thinking on the side of Foop here? It's
5
Zeus.
seconds remaining.
Zeus. Oh,
Zeus.
feels good. Zeus is just a spicy hero, man, you know? Stun
Now,
that CM out of her ulti. You can deal with trees stupid easy with your arc lightning. Just a good hero.
Are you saying that because you just want to see the multi-Zeus ults with the ultimate, with the Grimstroke
Maybe.
ultimate?
Maybe.
It is a fun one. I think I could for certain see it. It also gives them the ability to really pivot into the later game and go into that right-click Zeus build that does just do so much AoE damage. And so when you're looking at building these armies with Nature's Prophet to take objectives, Zeus does just murder those with his shard. So we could see that. I'm not against the idea. But
Dire
As
team
for
back.
ones, what are we thinking for ones?
Tide,
There's the
Tide.
tide.
there's the Tide.
There's the tide.
I think
All right,
Tide's
so
great.
this is a mid Viper probably, and so we just need ones on either side, and I don't really know. Not a clue. There's a lot that could be played here. I have no idea
10
what either of these
seconds
teams
remaining.
play.
Yeah. This will be interesting. Right
5
now, I think
seconds remaining.
Foop needs to either pick up like a really aggressive melee core or
Radiant
pick something
team
also
back.
upranged that like their Tide Hunter and their Viper can protect.
Radiant team back.
And that's kind of what Korn is thinking they're going to go for. Something like a Drow, something like a
What about
Martha
a
is what Korn's thinking they're going
Life
to go
stealer
for
on
on
the
Foop's
side
side.
of Foop.
So I won't deny we did just watch Korn legitimately run a class, a college level course on how you counter Life Stealer
10
in the late game.
seconds remaining.
I don't think Korn would be afraid in any way, shape, or form.
5 seconds remaining.
They did exactly what you need to do. They bought 4 Force Staffs, they kited him out, and I I don't know if Foop was at least watching last game. They might be hesitant to pick something like a lifestealer into their team.
Really contemplating these last two bans. What are we scared of? What is gonna cause problems for us?
Not really is the great question. Both of these drafts are very, very interesting. Korn's, to me at least, is a little less orthodox, for lack of better words. But I'm very fascinated to see what they pick here to really
Dire team back.
capitalize. Oh, Ursa. Interesting Ursa ban.
You know, I was just thinking about that character. Ursa is pretty mean against Centaur and just melts CM.
Ursa does not care about Centaur and does generally very
10
well
seconds
against
remaining.
Crystal Maiden. Does okay against Death Prophet. Death Prophet
5
usually does buy the
seconds
Yule
remaining.
Scepter, so in most situations where Ursa's going to red bear then run at you,
Dire
Death
team
Prophet generally can just Yules
Oh,
themselves
I
up.
got it.
Oop,
Foop needs a
oop.
Bloodseeker here.
Foop needs Bloodseeker. That does
Needs
allow you to have that
Bloodseeker.
second aggressive body that wants to
Yep.
that they want to use Grimstroke Inkswell on, so they're not just using it only on Tidehunter.
Yeah,
I can
double
totally see
rupture,
Bloodseeker.
counter the Centaur ult. Yeah, I think it's a solid pick.
5 seconds.
I do like
remaining.
Bloodseeker. I think that's a great choice. We'll see. They're about to get out. They're about to get into their reserve time. They only really have 30 seconds
Radiant
left.
team pick.
Here it is.
Here it is.
Phantom
Phantom
Lancer.
Lancer.
Okay, you know, that Ags Phantom Lancer with the Grim ult is disgusting.
It's annoying
I
to
mean,
deal with. That's
a lot
not
of
wrong.
illusions.
A lot of illusions. It's very annoying to deal with. You get the early diffu into Ag Scepter.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
won't deny though they do have just a lot of damage to deal with these Phantom Lancer illusions though. They
5
have
seconds
the
remaining.
Crystal Maiden
What about an
spells,
Ember?
Death Knot spells.
Pick an Ember on the other side.
I'm actually really pushing more towards the Muerta right now, actually. I think Muerta might be a really great pick here because they don't have a lot of magic damage other than Lion Figure to kill
Phantom,
it.
choose your hero.
They go PA.
Okay. I mean,
All right. Forces
terrible.
them into the Battle Fury direction.
well, here we go.
Yeah.
Game number
Interesting draft.
2 of the upper bracket, Kernel Kup 5. We're gonna be seeing Foop go up against Korn In My Poop. Who you got, Morgan, based on draft?
In my opinion, I think we're probably going to be looking at Foop maybe being in a more aggressive position because I think their draft is just a little bit easier to execute. I think Korn has to execute a little bit more efficiently with stuff like Nature's Prophet roaming all the time. Crystal Maiden being so slow, getting her into rotations early can be a challenge. Where Foop's draft is a lot more straightforward. Support, stay behind Tidehunter and Viper, and then you walk at the enemy team. So I'm putting a little bit more of an easier execution on Foop City, which I think will help them into this mid game.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and agree with you. I've got Foop in this draft. I like the big team multis. I want to see Tide jump in, throw some Ravage. I want to see big links with a ton of illusions. I like it. I like Foop's draft here, but we'll see what happens.
And there we go. That's what I was saying. That was taking a while to load in.
Dude, strategy time takes some time. Look, people gotta
Strategy
plan out what they're gonna do. They're gonna buy wards.
Strategy time takes time, and I don't disagree with that one. Oh, Foop has a nice little banner now.
Look at that.
Look at
All
that.
right, here we go. Kicking off game number 2. I thought I was gonna have an observer, but I don't. So here we go.
Oh. Okay, how do we? All right, so we'll hope that we're looking at the same thing the person is. So let's start with the Radiant side, and you can grab the Dire. We have Bone Nut on the Phantom Assassin with Vanished on the Centaur. We have Life Insurance on the Nature's Prophet with Kenny on the Death Prophet, as well as Chinese Takeout on the CM. Not gonna be hard to say so many prophets on the Radiant team.
Over on the Dire side, we're gonna see them smoked under that observer. Nobody's playing real aggressive.
30 seconds to battle.
Sorry, we're trying to figure out the observing here. Looks like
Gotcha. Then I'll continue with who's playing who. We're going to see Shadow Moses on the Viper. We have Sneech on the Phantom Lancer. We have Abe Lincoln on the Lion. Grimstroke, Hot Cold Man on Grimstroke with Big Boy on the Tiger, because of course he is a big boy. And they're just gonna trade two for two on runes. No one really looking to be anything aggressive, though I did currently see Dire throw out a smoke to get into those positions early and quick. And we're looking to see the Viper up against the Death Prophet middle. They're not going to do any weird, audibles on this. But Lion is sneaking by. May look at doing a wrap here onto the Death Prophet. No, just heading down southwards. All right, Replayz. How do you feel about these lanes? I think the lanes that may be the most aggressive and most deadly might actually be this Dire safe lane.
The Dire
really
safe
feel like
lane.
The Nature's Prophet Centaur does have kill potential, especially with the
100%.
Nature's Prophet having that Blightstone early. That's going to be some scary. If you can get a Sprout into a Stomp double edge, that's a lot of damage coming out of that burst.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the Radiant off
Oh,
lane
safe lane
probably-
right now. They might be getting Phantom Assassin, getting under the tower down to 90 hit points. I do apologize for interrupting, but Big Boy doing the pressure with the level 1 Gush.
He can't walk up. He can't last it. This Gush is too oppressive. Earth Spike is constantly, under threat for this PA. It's gonna be a tough lane here. CM's gonna need to start pulling, even though it's right outside of tower range. I mean, this is just Tide. This is what Tide does. He's just a big burly C-boy who just stands outside your tower, and you just have to deal with it.
Yep. Looking at top lane, they're doing something similar, and this is another one where, if you look at this right now, who's leading the last hits? Looks like mid just took it over, but it was Centaur running the last hits. PL just can't contest him in lane.
Yeah, we got two big burly offlaners on both sides. We're probably gonna see struggling to farm on the pause ones on both sides pretty early. It's just a matter of who can pick up their farming item first to catch up and get back into this game. Is it going to be PL on the Ags, or is it going to be PA on the Battle Fury? In the mid lane, we're going to see Viper no bottle. Death Prophet's already got hers. Going to see a little bit of harass coming out on both sides.
Say it was Viper about to push that up to 5 stacks of poison attack, and Death Prophet hurting real bad.
She's got that bottle. There is a water rune both sides.
Oop,
Viper is just keeping her from walking forward. A couple more stacks. There's the suck. I don't think it's gonna matter.
That's first blood.
First blood of the mid lane. Poison's gonna stack up to 5. That's gonna hurt. Viper just gonna continue to push this aggression, farm up what he can, and
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
not gonna deward the DAWGS. Just gonna let the range creep do it.
Oh,
Deny
he got the deny, actually.
No gold for you, Viper.
No gold.
Over in the bottom side for Radiant, or the bottom lane, just again, PA struggling to walk up to get these last hits. It's right outside of tower, but still just struggling against this Tide.
Yeah,
And that seems to be the case on both safe lanes.
Yeah, if you're looking at this though, oh, 1 second, looks like Big Boy might be going on. Nature's Prophet coming down bottom.
We're gonna see it engage on the top side as well. They're gonna stun up the Centaur. PL or Grimstroke will get the last hit there.
Both of the pause
That's the 3 for a 3. Oh, but Abe's getting caught in the Sprout. Lion will be fine.
Yeah, when they made Sprout do damage, I mean, that is a 40 DPS spell. I mean, that is a lot of damage for that ability. And I mean, we're just seeing the power of Nature's Prophet teleportation around the map with this Blightstone. Just does do a lot of damage. And I was about to say, if you're actually looking at this last hit, what's actually been very, very fascinating is Phantom Assassin up until this point was at 4 last hits, now at 8, so she has doubled her last hits in the last 10 seconds. But if you actually look at this Phantom Lancer, even though Centaur's been doing well, Phantom Lancer actually is the head most last hits in the game, 21 last hits. So it's the Tidehunter's been doing a really good job keeping the Phantom Assassin down. This Phantom Lancer's getting everything they want from this lane right now.
Mid lane, this Viper just gonna keep putting the pressure onto Death Prophet, stacking up that poison. No fear in the hearts of this Viper. There's another one. Can he get one more hit? That's gonna be it. Death Prophet's down again. Not respecting the poison. You let that stack up to 5, and it's just not a fun day for you.
I mean, this is though the level. Really, it is the level 5 Viper. Those 3 points poison attack. You gotta respect that the level 3 poison attack does so much damage.
Some might say too much damage.
Well,
Top
knowing when you play against Viper, you would agree.
Yes. The hero is broken, please stay.
But
looks like we're just gonna continue to do a little bit of classic farming. Nobody's gonna
farming.
make any moves here.
A little bit of pulling going on.
The PA is still struggling in last hits department. 12 last hits versus Phantom Lancer's 27.
So yeah, Phantom Lancer really getting everything they want. Already have the gloves of haste in the stash, waiting for their courier to get back and get that over.
There's a stun. There's a blood grenade. He's gonna be able to get out of it. The Sprout's gonna catch him though. It's gonna take some time. Ooh, we're gonna get a kill on the line in the bottom lane while this is going on.
Wow.
Didn't see what happened there, unfortunately.
Death Prophet playing super safe now in lane after getting bullied by Viper a bit. You know, really looking just to burst down these waves with Crypt Swarms and try to play safe. We're gonna see if this Nature's Prophet makes another rotate. TP is up, so we're gonna see if that happens. Grimstroke does have the Quelling Blade, so the instant cut gun to get them out of danger here.
Tide just continuing to sit out there. Nature's in position, checking for the wisdom. It's not there. Lion was ready for it. But they are noticing the Nature's TP out. They're going to take this opportunity to go onto the Centaur. There's the silence. There's the stun. It's going to be a good amount of damage. Is he going to be able to get out? There's another ghost. Re-triggering the silence. He can hoof stomp. PLQ comes out. A little bit more damage. Stroke of Fate's going to finish him off. Good heads-up play there on the Dire side. Noticing Nature's went for that wisdom to make that opportunity. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Lion barely going to escape with any health. Tide is going to be walking forward, trying to clap this CM, but she's just going to walk away.
You did it.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Viper just occupying high ground.
Yeah, I don't know. Death Prophet's doing what they need to do right now. They're really not contesting Viper from the perspective of...
Oh, Viper Strike coming out mid lane. There's the ult. Gonna see the Nature's TPing in. He's gonna back off a little bit. Death Prophet's just eating this poison. She commits the ult. Ult is down. Viper's gonna keep walking forward, keep stacking up the poison onto this Nature. He's gonna get away, but will he take down? Nope. Regen just threw it barely. Oh my gosh.
Fountain regen is enough to keep the Nation Prophet alive. And
middle tower is under attack.
yeah, that was just a lot of damage. Viper just
That's
doing
exorcism
a lot.
down for 2 minutes.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Viper Strike up in 10 seconds.
Yeah. We're just gonna, once that happens, we're gonna settle back into farming our lanes, farming the map. This is really the name of the game right now for a lot of these teams. Just get a pick and then farm.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, any major items coming out here? Nothing Nothing huge just yet. We're gonna see the double Wraith ban on the Viper with the treads. Treads on PL. Pretty normal stuff.
He'll gonna be able to land the Inkswell.
Centaur ult. Pop, try to save this Nature's Prophet. It's not gonna be able to save him though. PL just doesn't care about the Centaur. Keeps bodying up against him. CM's here. She can get the slow from the Frost Nova, or the Crystal Nova. There's the Frostbite. That's a dead PL.
That is... Let's say Korn's gonna be happy. Kim's gonna be happy about that. That's
Bottom lane. This Lion just forcing this PA out of her. She's got no mana. Tide is under tower. Doing a good job managing to find farms still, even considering the situation.
And Tide has, you know, the favorite Tide Hunter item in the game ever made, Vladimir's offering. With Vlad's, the amount of lifesteal you can get off these anchor smashes. Looks like they might be getting a good wraparound on Big Boy. The Big Boy is looking to commit the Ravage into a finger.
There it is.
instant
Ravage
kill.
committed. Finger committed. That's a dead Nature's Prophet. Oh, gonna blink in onto Lion. Two-man hoof stomp. Anchor smash, gonna heal him up a good amount, plus the gush. It's not gonna be enough though to save this Lion, and Tide might fall too unless somebody can rotate over to help him. Here comes Viper though. Viper gonna see what's going on, throw a couple poisons. The Tide's still living. They're standing in the poison. Bonut's getting stacked up by the Viper. Somebody's got a Veil. Centaur pops the Veil. Sprout's gonna be used on the Viper to keep him from chasing after the Centaur. There's the Viper Strike onto the Natures. Natures is probably gonna fall to the Viper Strike. Exorcism being bought. It's taking 5 people to try to kill this Viper, and he still might get away.
What?
Big Earth Spike from the Lion, gonna stun him up. Crystal Maiden 1 hit. Ghost on is gonna silence up the Centaur. The Dire's just gonna walk away. Oh my! Oh, the Ghost is gonna take the Lion. The Lion got a little greedy there.
That was an interesting decision on the Lion's part to decide to give that away with the exorcism still happening, but that was a insane fight. And if you look at the fight recap, Viper coming out of it doing 4.7 thousand damage. I mean, that is just the dream. And
here comes the Viper Strike. There, go back in. Inkswell on the Viper. There's the Crystal Maiden ulti though. This is dead Viper. That's what they needed.
Yeah.
That's a 6-kill streak.
that is a lot of money experience going their ways. Unfortunately, Grimstroke wasn't able to get off the Ghost. The Phantom's Brace in time to interrupt that freezing field. And note, this is the fourth time or fifth time that Viper sat inside Sprout for its full duration. Still hasn't chosen to buy a Quelling Blade just to fix this problem.
I
foresee some issues on the Radiant side. If you want to take a look at this PL's items, he is already halfway to this Aghanim. As where the PA on the other side, not a single component of the battlefield.
That is not a good sign. You are correct. We'll see we'll see what PL follows up this Ag Scepter with. If they go towards like the crit route, if they go towards the Rush Eye of Scotty or the Diffusal Blade and a Disperser route, we'll see. But that is not good news for Radiant when you already see Phantom Lancer at 13 minutes with 2 pieces of his Ag Scepter.
75 last hits to Phantom Assassin's 48.
What's the net worth looking like right now? But still, Viper at the top of the net worth.
Yeah, Viper's gonna top it and followed by PL, and then Centaur right behind that, surprisingly.
Missing bottom.
Interesting thing to see on Viper's Courier right now. I don't know if you've caught a peek at it. Mage Slayer finished on Viper's Courier right now, so that's gonna give Viper an additional, some more magic resistance on top of this cloak, but also really will punish these Death Prophet spell damage cores, right? Like the 40% less spell damage isn't significant.
You gotta smoke bot lane on Tide and Lion. They're gonna see what they can find.
Instantly broken.
They're gonna get the Hex out onto the PA. There's the Earth Spike. We're gonna commit the Centaur ulti to get him out, and the Tide and Lion are just gonna back up. We're gonna rotate 2 in. Catch the silence onto the Tide. That's a lot of damage. Exorcism's gonna be committed. Ravage committed. It's gonna catch the TPing in Nature's Prophet. Inkswell, 1-man stun onto the Death Prophet. They're just gonna back off. Let this Death Prophet ulti push in.
That's exactly what Camp wants. They want these Ravages to really not be used aggressively and make them be used defensively, just not really allow them to follow up on it. This is exactly what Camp wants to do in these mid-game team fights.
But do you want to push into this DD finished Mage Slayer Viper? That's the only question.
Oh, that is scary, but they don't have their big team fight ultimate while you still have the...
Tide TPing back in, gonna start stacking up some poison onto the Death Prophet, gonna back him off. Viper Strike committed onto the PA, she's gonna blink to the Death Prophet, try to get out. There's the blur, they should be able to get out. I don't know. Honestly, I think Dire coming out on top of here, a whole lot of nothing really happened. Meanwhile, Phantom Lancer almost done with the Aghanims. 500 gold off of the point booster.
Is gonna be a scary timing. That is exactly what Phantom Lancer wants. I mean, this is not a good sign because PA's been down here this entire time just about in these fights, trying to make an impact. That's not what you want when the other core is just free farming for days.
Death Prophet is climbing back up the net worth charts a little bit, so it's nowhere near over. We got plenty of Dota to play here still. Plenty of time to come back. We're gonna catch this line under the tier 1 that's gonna run forward from the Centaur. Commit the ult. There's the Frostbite. Viper Strike onto the Centaur though. He's gonna TP out. And there's the Swell, gonna stun him up. That's it. Meanwhile, Tide lurking behind the tier 1 on the high ground.
Doing a little farming. Gonna farm a little bit while they're still over here looking to get that Blink Dagger. And it really, Tidehunter doesn't really want to fight for another 15 seconds at least, just so they can get that Ravage back, because, I mean, that will give them the time they need to stack this poison up in these fights.
Phantom Lancer has got the point booster on his courier, that's it. Death Prophet also just finished a Mage Slayer as well.
Interesting. Yeah.
And there it is, Aghanim Scepter on the Phantom Lancer.
Alright. They are looking though at grouping up this top lane and getting potentially a gank coming up right now. They're looking at a 4-man rotation top. And PL just he saw PA and just TP's away. Says, I want none of this. I need to get my Diffusal Blade, and already on the other side of the map.
Yep. And CMO gonna get committed to nothing.
And they rotate forward top lane.
The fastest ever. Ever.
So fast.
So fast. Literally never been beaten.
Never been done.
4-man smoke. Get him come out for the Dire
Rampage.
Ravage is ready. No blink. 2-man stun into the Ravage. Beautiful setup on line. 2-man finger. Oh my gosh. They just get deleted.
That is.
Centaur's just gonna be joining them.
That is just Lion's wet dream. That is a rank 1 finger getting 2 stacks. That is every Lion's desire.
I mean, the setup, the double Earth Spike into the Ravage, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that's exactly what Foop wanted going into this mid game, is just really start pressuring with these big team fight ultimates, with these Ravages and these Soul Links, Soul Lights. Hot.
That was hot. That was hot.
So, looking here, really, you're seeing Bone Nut pivot. Bone Nut trying to get this farm up really quick, trying to get the next few items, but still quite a ways. I mean, quite a ways away till they can get that Battle Fury up, and that's only going to let them get to their next item faster. I don't know if it's going to really allow them to stop this aggression coming out from Foops.
I mean, Bone Nut is still about 500 gold off of this Battle Fury. Phantom Lancer is about 800 gold off of his Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be rough. Korn needs to find a way to make space for this PA, because this PA has been pulled into these fights time after time after time. That's just really inhibiting their part of this map.
Centaur popping ult?
Popping ult to save the Nature's Prophet
get away?
middle.
Okay.
Yeah. I do like this. The Centaur is being pretty aggressive on the usage of the Stampede to counteract the Viper Strike, because it does just stop you from caring about the 80% movement speed slow, and Stampede just sort of lets you say, I don't care, I'm gonna run away.
Foop is gonna opt to go do their Torm, it looks like, whenever it's up.
Oh,
Radiant are
Minute
This is-
1 Torm.
this is
timing. My
this
gosh.
is a as anyone who was around for last game. This is radically different. We didn't even see a Tormentor killed until the 30-minute mark last game. So this is
that shard
Tormentor
on
killed.
Grim.
Right. Oh, perfect. That's every Grimstroke's happy days. Free ag
days.
shard.
That's
That's
their happy dream right there.
their happy dream. Really lets them go straight into the Spirit Vessel.
That's a
That's
nice
what
happy
they're going
dream.
into. Happy dream full of happy trees.
They're gonna
need
be
to
under
make
the
that.
guise of smoke. Happy
say,
dream with happy trees.
No, they didn't make a Bob Ross Grimstroke skin,
Oh,
right? Like we
what?
need it.
Oh, that's not where I thought you were going with that. But I'm all for it. I thought you were gonna say like a Bob Ross announcer pack.
Oh yeah, that
but-
too. Oh yeah.
Skin is good. I like that. Phantom Lancer gonna run at this Death Prophet. There's the Earth Spike to set up. Phantom Lancer backing off. Centaur ult gonna be committed to get the Death Prophet out. Bob Ross just lurking in the trees, ready to go at any second.
But
Gold for me.
yeah, I like that.
And
That's
we're
diffusal
just,
done on Phantom Lancer, and now they just group with Phantom Lancer.
There's the Battle Fury. We got Battle Fury.
Oh, we got Battle Fury. That's big.
That's big.
We always know, right? There is always the issue of
Dire's
if
bottom
Phantom
tower
Assassin
PA.
rolls dice better than you.
Yep.
That
That's
is just
the
a
PA
problem.
clause.
This should make my life
Yeah.
easier.
And then they're looking just to push in top lane. I mean, you're looking at 5 now pushing in top for the 2-2. Are they actually going to take it, or are they going to approach it? They do scout out.
There's a
the Tormentor.
blink in with the Ravage on this
Rampage.
new Death Prophet. He's gonna get slowed up. There's just the defusal.
Beautiful.
See him
Oh,
also. This is massive. PL's taking some damage. He's gonna try to get away.
PL dies.
Can't. That's a double kill for the CM. There's the blink forward. A kill onto the Phantom Assassin as well. Oh man, that's a swing. That's a big swing.
Yeah.
That's a 2 almost 3K net worth swing. Little over 3K.
Yeah, no, that was by far Tidehunter initiating and not really having the team close enough to follow up. Tidehunter blinks in, gets the nice Ravage, and the other two were not close enough. The only one who was able to get close was PL.
You know,
And they just,
I've
and
been
they just trickled in
that
one
guy.
at a time.
I can go ahead and tell you right now what was going through that Tide's head, because I've been that Tide. You're
Yeah.
sitting there, you're hitting the tower, your team is taking it, they're like, take tower back up. And Tide sees two juicy characters stacked up. And then you say, no, no, and then you blink in, and your team's not there for you. The tail ult is time. We're gonna commit the Centaur ult, see if we can get something onto this Tide. Inkswell's gonna be pretty much wasted. Viper Strike onto the Centaur though. He's gonna be broken. Death Prophet on the back line, just clicking and blind finger.
So blind finger.
This guy's got some huge fingers. Death Prophet's gonna be heck. She's gonna fall to the Phantom Lancer. This man and his big fingers. This guy's just got the
Dire's
biggest
top tower
of
is under
fingers.
attack.
The biggest fingers in the West by far. Already up to 5 stacks. There's an extra 200 damage on this ultimate. Putting it up at a 900 damage ult. That's a lot of single target
gosh.
damage.
My gosh! That's 5 finger stacks at 24 minutes.
Oh, and that is the cute Crystal Maiden having the shard running up and dropping a Crystal Clone.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
That's cute. Pushed them off the
Sure.
tower and everything.
It worked. The DD bot side's gonna be
I'll
spotted.
be honest,
Let's see.
I've never seen the shard before, so I would be
Me
scared.
neither. I honestly didn't know what happened.
Going in here, I do like, so they're just splitting up, farming up the map. I'm surprised Foop is not smoking up, though they might be maybe waiting for the Lion ult, but that's another minute to wait. They have Ravage and the crew alive, so it wouldn't surprise me if they grouped up and smoked and just tried to aggress with this Ravage.
You know, and farming has slowed down a little bit, even with these farming items. I mean, we're still pretty far off BKB onto the PA. Looks like PL is going to go for the Manta. Nothing else real big. I see the Ag Shard queued up on the Lion. We're going to see some big sucks. Some big magic immune sucks.
It's just being debuff immune for, what, how long is that ability again? 5 seconds every 6 seconds if you wanted to, is just such a powerful tool, and it makes sense that they would prioritize it.
Viper going to be going for the Scotty. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, my favorite item is Viper. I always feel bad building it. Yep, love it. You know why? Level 25? That's crazy.
Yeah, the 25 crazy. Universal's a fun talent on Viper, and makes him, because usually around the 18-19 mark he starts dropping off at damage, and then you hit 25 again, and all of a sudden you're doing as much as the PA. So it's interesting. Well, PA is not far off, only 350 gold away from the BKB if they're not wanting that buyback, of course. But as we all know, they're not cowards. The PA is not going to die.
They're not cowards.
Yeah, and so that's about, and you're looking at PL looking to go into the Manta, still a ways away. I mean, almost has the diadem now, but still another 1,500 gold. So there is a timing here where if they take it, PA will have the BKB. PL's not going to have their next item.
Yeah, PL's about 1,500 gold off of that Manta, but I mean, we're a good whole solid item ahead of this. I mean, look at those net worth charts, and that's, I mean, 2K over the PA. She's catching up, but he's a little bit of a lead there still. Smoke popped in the mid lane. We're gonna pass up on the regen rune, leave it for the PL.
So instead of
smoking, spot out the Centaur. Oh, the quick reaction! Oh my gosh!
Yeah, looks like instead of smoking earlier, they really did just wait for the finger to come off a cooldown to re-smoke up, and Tidehunter is looking and is finding some people, but
they're just gone. That's
they're
it.
All gone.
Like a fart in the wind.
And like a what? yes, and Phantom Lancer just back to farming. I have my Ag Scepter. I like to press my Q.
Let's take a look at this net worth graph on stream.
We currently have that's just a dead Nature's Prophet. PL finds Nature's Prophet in the lane, and
that's what happens.
That's a dead support. There's the tip from Big Boy. Big Boy recognizes the
Big Boy real recognizes real, we like to say.
Yep.
Let's grab that net worth graph for stream if we could there, Mr. Observer, sir. Net worth PL gonna be top in the charts right now, followed by the Viper. Pretty good lead against any other Radiant hero.
You know, they're doing a good job actually equalizing out their farm as well. PL's not doing what a lot of PLs do at this point and take the entire map. He's only taking most of it.
Radiant Smoke, they're gonna know that something fishy's happening in the top lane. There's the stomp, out on the time. We're gonna see the exorcism, Hex out on the VP.
Still gets off the Ravage.
Big old Ravage. The big old Link there, armed at 2. There's the PL ulti, or the Q with the Link. The Dire is just melting.
Dire is just melting right now.
PL cleaning some people up there in the back line. Gonna get the Centaur, gonna get the Natures. I mean, it happened so fast.
I won't deny it. That was the second fight in a row where Crystal Main's been able to get a full duration ult off, and Freezing Field does a lot of damage. Can't really ignore it.
You remember that thing you said in the draft about, you know, if the Radiant can execute their team fight properly? I think they just did. I think they found it.
100%. Yeah, it is one where their draft is harder to execute.
PA's getting committed onto the silence plus the Inkswell. Over-committing. Very much so. I don't know if it's worth anymore. I mean,
Really isn't.
That
I mean, that
Doesn't feel
comes
good.
back a lot.
You just spend their core, your core.
Yeah. We're gonna see. Can they find? Can they see it?
Oh.
CM gets out.
And now
And-
free Roche.
With the TPs out, that does give them a free Roche.
I don't know. It looked good, and then not so good
It
anymore.
looked good. But what is nice to see is that Korn did, of course, bare their teeth and is telling Foops, no, you may be ahead, but you're not going to get everything.
You know, in the wise words of Jimmy Buffett, you got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, and when to walk away. Know when to run, and you never count your money before you've taken the tier 2. Those are his exact words.
I never knew Jimmy Buffett was a Dota fan.
Huge.
That's big lore
Huge
that
Dota
I
fan.
was never aware of.
Yeah.
Looking at
Favorite
these
game, actually.
at these charts, I mean, you are seeing, of course, the prevalence of the Viper being at 10 and 3. An interesting one to look at, and I think this really comes to say from the last couple fights where you're getting these full duration CM ults off. CM's yet to die. The slowest
4-0
character,
and 12.
generally a character that dies a lot, hasn't died yet. Phantom Lancer's not been able to punish her.
You know what we say about CM? Low net worth, big impact.
Yeah. Like all of these supports. I mean, some of these supports are relatively low net worth, but they're, let's be honest, we all know it. The
finger
mid
boy.
laners, the pause ones, right? They always get all the spotlight. They're always the cool people. We all know that it's all about the pause 4s and 5s who really make them be able to play the game. So
Yeah. But nobody talks about the big fingers and the big 2-man earth spikes and the big freezing fields.
yeah. Oh no,
Young
Finger is
heroes.
up with Soulbind, so you might be seeing a potential smoke come up on Foops as they all group up in the mid lane. They might be looking to smoke again and try to put this combo into effectiveness.
You know, you really think about this Soulbind combo and the absolute damage they have throwing into it. Between Viper Strike, between Finger, between the Phantom Lancer Q, the Spirit Lance, it's disgusting.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
has
I
fallen.
mean it is a lot of damage. And weirdly enough, you now actually have Tidehunter with the Dead in the Water, which is another very interesting thing to throw into that combo.
Oh.
Locking 2 people in place, they really aren't going to get away from this PL.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
I would be intrigued. I don't actually know how the Dead in the Water interacts with Stampede. Which one actually takes priority on that? Maybe
They
we'll
are
see
gonna
it this
spot out
game.
this Centaur. He's gonna just walk away though.
Looks like they're trading farmer across the map. They take a tier 2 middle, and now they're going to look at potentially taking a tier 2 top. And, you know, Nature's Prophet doing Nature's Prophet things with CM. I'm going to go to the opposite side of the map, summon Trents, and push your tower. Come contest it.
Aegis up for about 2.5 more minutes. We're gonna probably see the Dire try to make a play here, see if they can do anything.
Yeah, Dire's looking like they're just going to take the easy tier 2 top.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This PL is level 21.
Yep, PL also finishing the Iascati, getting a bunch of hit points. We'll see if they go
Radiant's
Heart
top tower
next,
has
but
fallen.
they're a beefy. They're already a big Phantom Lancer. 3,100 hit points going into these fights.
Dire's bottom tower is under
21.
attack.
That's crazy. But you look at this level graph and you actually see the Radiant is pretty
Radiant's structure.
far ahead in levels collectively.
Dire's
Yep.
middle tower is under attack.
Like we're getting some good fighting here. Interesting itemization to look at real quick. You see already on Death Prophet, you see the Mage Slayer purchase. You actually see the follow-up Eternal Shrouds. You're really not wanting to die to this magic damage. Another interesting itemization though to look at, which I've not seen a lot of, Tidehunter picking up the Veil of Discord after Vlad's. Really wanting to scale their team's magic damage on both the Spirit Lanes and the Finger.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Shivas. I mean, in this meta, you buy Shivas or you lose, it feels like.
She
The item is just
such a
too
good
strong.
item.
It's too strong.
It's in such a good spot. And they're really looking to play safe. Phantom Lancer not wanting to push towards the enemy team, retreating back to their triangle to farm it up some more. Looking like they might just let the
Smoke on
Aegis
the-
time out. About 50
Smoke on
seconds.
the Radiant side into their triangle. See if they can just try to get vision back. Doesn't look like they're going to try to make a play with it. Just an information adventure.
Abe Lincoln Online is scouting out the Tormentor and maybe going, hey team, do we want to take this thing?
You know, who doesn't have their shard?
Really, the only one is actually Phantom Lancer.
Lancer, yeah. Which, honestly, good shard. Good shard.
Good shard, but obviously he doesn't care enough to go take it. He's in...
There's more important things to do. There's ancient camps to be farmed.
Yeah.
We got no time for this.
Other than that, he's the only one who doesn't have a shard already. So.
Yeah, just gonna do some good old-fashioned farming here. Aegis gonna be reclaimed. This might be the opportunity that the Radiant side's been looking for now.
Oh, it looks like everybody's... Never mind, they are actually going to take their Tormentor. Finally, Tidehunter pings Phantom Lancer and says, dude, get over here. We're trying to get this for you. And then any possible one loves having free net worth.
BKB E-Shroud finished on the Death Prophet. Nature's has got Orchid and Gleipnir. The absolute menace.
Yeah, this Nature's Prophet is turning into a situation where if he can just kill any of these supports by himself. I mean, Orchid, Gleipnir's not... That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
So.
Tide, unfortunately, falling behind in the farm category. He's been looking for fights, but they just can't seem to find anything. Right as he jumps in and tries to commit, they're already gone. Radiant is going to group up. They're
actually initiating on Tide.
Ult is going to get popped onto Tide, and there's the Ravage. She's going to die. Lion's going to get silenced up. Here comes the rest of the team, though. Viper Strike going to be committed. PL's running away. They're dipping. They see the BKBs. They see the exorcism. They don't want the smoke.
Yeah, no,
honestly, a great disengage.
A great disengage, but that was exactly what Korn wants. I mean,
yep.
They just got a great pick. They're gonna spawn
out the Grim. They're gonna see him.
Oh, there's Grim. Yeah.
Centaur's gonna try to get ahead of him. There's the stun. Grim's dead. Did he have TP? He did have TP. He opted to try to walk back.
They take a tier 2. Let's see if they take more. But this is exactly what they wanted to do. Really force these really disconnected fights. I mean, you really hit on the head. Tidehunter's been looking for these things, hasn't really been able to make anything happen, and then they just cracks Ravage, and there's just none. His team's just nowhere near him to follow up on his ultimate.
Korn In My Poop is finding their moments.
Finding their stride, and if you actually look at net worth, they've tied the game back up after those fights.
It's basically dead even. They're taking the lead. There it is. With that tower. I think it's the first time they've taken the lead this game.
Let's see here.
Yep.
Yep. Networth wise, they've won it right back.
Gonna get popped. We can try to get this Death Prophet away. Those illusions. That's just PL illusions. This guy's no joke. Alright, looks like we're gonna be just regrouping on both sides of the map, regaining their vision, waiting for some big ults to come up. 30 seconds on Ravage, Exorcism 30 seconds, Centaur ult 30 seconds. We're gonna see some scrapping here in the next minute, I got a feeling.
You might see a pivot here. They have smoked up on the Dire side, so we'll see if they continue doing stuff with it. But
are scanning.
You know what we're not seeing get built by this Phantom Lancer though, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. No MKB. Just finished the Butterfly. No MKB.
Yeah, they might be looking at doing that after the Ag Scepter or really cutting their Diffusal Blade for an MKB.
I mean, how else do y'all expect to deal with this Phantom Assassin?
Yeah.
They just don't have enough to do any sort of damage. Yes, they could try to throw as much magic damage as possible, but that's what BKB. That's what that's for. Lion
Radiant
smoke
are
is
scanning.
gonna break. This Nature's is lurking. He knows something is going on. He's gathering all the information.
Majors also has a Scythe of Ice. This support has a lot of money.
Yeah, he's been all over the map. Oh, man. Oh, they're gonna know! He throws the trees! They know! Insta-hex! There's the Centaur ult to try to get him out. Exorcism's gonna be popped to see if they can turn this team fight. Nature's is melting, though. There's the Ravage onto 2. She's gonna get leashed, dead in the water. Centaur's into the back lane, though, stunning them up. PL's gonna jump in, take down the Death Prophet. Centaur splitting the team really well, though. PA now broken from the Viper Strike. Gonna get separated from the rest of the team. Not looking good for the Radiant here. PL is an absolute menace running around this battlefield, cleaning up kills. Centaur, no mana, gonna go down. That's the fight the Tidehunter needed.
Yeah,
That's a 5-man team wipe on the side of the Dire.
Yep, this is everything you want, and really we saw how Phantom Lancer planned on dealing with the PA. Just got to Viper Strike him. Can't be dispelled. 6-second break.
Yep. Guess we don't need them, KBs.
Yeah, so that was what they decided was how they're gonna deal with it, and deal with it they did.
BL's gonna push, Tide and Viper gonna opt to take this Roshan by themselves. Should be able to do it pretty easily.
This is the epitome of somebody was probably yelling at their Pause 1, hey, do you want this? If you don't want it, we're gonna take it. And Pause 1 with objectives on his mind.
Roche Banner gonna be down as well as the Aegis. Nobody's picked it up. They're gonna see if they can bait out his Natures.
PL coming all the way over from the bottom jungle to come pick this up.
Man, if I were this Nature's Prophet, I would have yoinked that easily.
Yeah. Make it PL making all of his other cores do all the work for him.
So let's imagine a world here together.
Pause 1 privilege.
You're Nature's Prophet. You TP in right outside of the Roche pick, okay? You walk in, you see the Viper, insta-hex him, yoink the Aegis, you're out.
Yes. Or you would just die.
Well, that's why I said the insta-hex. That's what the
got it. You're
Yeah. Gotta have those fast fingers, man, you know?
Got it. Yeah, I mean, totally. Now, how would you deal with the fact that Dire does have complete vision around and outside of the pit?
Let's worry about that at a different time. Back to the game. We're going to see the Aegis on to the Phantom Lancer. He's going to get that 25 talent. Going to opt for the critical strike. That's just more damage.
A lot of damage.
24% chance for 200%.
And it applies, of course, the importance of that one is it does actually apply to all of the juxtaposed illusions because it's, of course, a talent, not an item effect. So that's actually a really big deal here.
That's a lot of damage on those illusions. Disperser is going to be done as well.
Yeah.
Ravage is ready. All the ults are ready. They're going to walk forward, see what they can find.
This is what PL starts to do.
Nature going to cut the mid lane.
I don't think it matters. Tower's dead.
It does not matter. You know what else this is? This is the Viper Shark. That poison onto damage, or onto buildings, is no joke.
The negative armor is not insignificant on these towers. They take the melee racks and walk away. They don't need range racks. They don't care. They got the important stuff.
Yep.
Nature's Prophet did cut the mid wave, but it was not enough, not fast enough, that's for certain.
So if you're on the Dire side, what are you waiting for? What's your moment here? You've got the Aegis, you've got your full build Phantom Lancer, all your ults are off cooldown. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, I think you're in this very interesting situation. I think Nature's Prophet's doing exactly what they need to do in regards to cut the waves, and trying to delay this push in, because what you're really wanting to do is take a fight after Aegis has been reclaimed, and you can bait out a Ravage. If you can bait out a Ravage where it doesn't hit a lot of people during these team fights, that's your dream. But I don't know if Food's going to give them the option for that. I mean, Food really just grouping up and trying to push down this tier 3 bottom top.
So we're actually going to see Lotus Orbs on both sides get completed. One on the Lion and one on the Death Prophet.
That makes sense. Keep your people alive. Lotus Orb's another purge. Is just very good. And
oh my god.
Dire's bottom tower
Viper
is
just
under attack.
putting the damage into these towers. How do you stop this? How do you stop this, man? Look at this. CM walking forward, see if she can get the ulti. There's the Ice Clone with the stun. Phantom is going to get stunned up. The Manta to get away. There's the Link onto 2. It's not going to matter. 2-man finger is going to bring that Death Prophet down. Down goes the Centaur. Down goes... That's an ultra kill for the PL. Will he get the Rampage? Are we going to see a second Rampage? That is the second Rampage of the Kernel Kup. My gosh, 3 buybacks committed, 5 are ready. I mean, this is not looking good. They're overcommitting. They're going to recognize it and back off. These are some strong-willed players. Opting to not time the fountain there. They know what is on the line.
If it was our
want
stack,
the
that
Kernel
wouldn't
Kup.
happen.
We would be dead in fountain right now.
Yeah. Good thing we're not playing.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
But yeah, they're just going to pressure bot lane.
Radiant's bottom
CM
tower
gonna throw the ult, try to kill this Lion. They're committing so much to kill the Lion. Meanwhile, Vegas.
You got
PA
Vegas.
jumps in.
They're trying to commit to kill the PL. PL still has
Lion's
Aegis.
gonna buy back. PL still going in. There's another one dead, and another one. GG's called. That's gonna be
It
it.
is. That's game.
Game 2 going in the way of Korn In My, Foop.
There it is.
Congratulations, Foop. Like we said, big team fights on that draft. Very well executed on the side of Foop. Final thoughts, Morgan.
I think that was just a beautifully executed mid game from Foop. Just, I think, had the easier to execute draft and really was able to punish the more complex execution requirements that Korn had.
Well, that's gonna be the end of game number 2. Thank you for casting me, Morgan. Shout out Jimmy Buffett, big Dota 2 fan. We'll see you in about 10 minutes for game number 3.
This is it, baby. Malibu DILFs, Corn Dogs, Kernel Kup, lower bracket, 1 game away from cementing a spot in the grand finals coming up. That'll be a best of 3, but this is a best of 1, baby. And it's Crash and Sneeze bring you the action. Both these teams got to win out against Fear the Hog, and now they're going to have to face off against each other.
And we've got some interesting bands coming out, Sneeze. Now, these teams, they're watching and they are listening. They are learning. Night Stalker, Timbersaw banned out. These heroes that have been pretty much the hero that cemented their victory right now. I think Bojangles could have almost played any hero and have found success as the pause one there. I do think the lane ended up working. Like, the Wraith King was significantly very good for them. But I think Bojangles could have been playing anything. I think the real winner there was Rampage on the Night Stalker, right? And the same thing with Squizgar Squeagelf on the Timbersaw, right? There were showings from everyone else, right? Nathan Explosion, quite like the name, exploded multiple times on the axe, right? Like big showings from the offlane as well. But I think the Timbersaw, right? That was the hero that got you into that point in the game where you were ready to play with everyone.
Yeah, I'll just sort of flat out put it simply. I disagree. I think Bojangles played great, and I think the Wraith King was integral to their success, because the key thing about the Night Stalker is that him having another additional body to help you out there, and I think the key thing for me was just that insane tower pressure that you put on. Yeah, you get a couple kills on the Pudge, but the fact that Bojangles was able to work down so many tier 1s all by his lonesome, that was a huge factor. But, you know, we're into sort of a new draft now, and like you mentioned, they're learning, they're listening, they're watching. The band's coming out reflective of that, but that's going to open up the way for a DK first pick for Corn Dogs. It's responded to with a Warlock, which
Questionable.
intriguing. Now, as we know, Warlock, he's a bit of a soup preparer himself, right? So he can definitely get that USB-C port filled up.
Sure.
But I haven't really been convinced by this hero as of late.
I don't think anyone has. I think even Warlock players haven't been convinced of Warlock as of late. Now, I'm gonna harp on it for probably a third, but not final time. Comfort is king. And
Sure.
if someone at Malibu DILFs, right, if Rando Calrissian or Lars is like, hey,
Yeah.
give me this Warlock on my own. Who are you to deny them, right? Who are you to say, no, absolutely not. You cannot get your Warlock. We're gonna pick you Venge. Ugh.
Well, okay, look, see, key difference here is that
Sure.
they go back for the axe, and it's gotta be a situation where Nathan Explosions is like,
Yeah.
I called him real good previously, baby, give me that shit. The problem is, axe, along with every other Malibu DILFs hero, the key thing for them was that they're always equipped to skirmish, low cooldowns, always active spells. Warlock, not quite in the same boat, right? He's not part of that crew. He ain't roll with the always on kids. He wants to sort of take a chill pill, step back for a little tea break, wait until his golem's back up to accompany him, because he's scared, you know? He's a little scared about his little golem. And I don't know how that's going to pan out, especially into a Dragon Knight who, you know, with the cooldown reductions on the dragon form, can just always be banging at your towers, and you're essentially playing with half a hero, right? Half the time.
It's not even just the golem, right? All of Warlock's abilities have a decently high cooldown, right? Except the Shadow Word, which, I mean, that doesn't even get leveled half of the time, right? A lot of the times,
Who gives a shit about Shadow Word in 2024, right?
Yeah.
Like, literally,
Who
Shadow Word not even
cares?
real.
Yeah. Not in this day and age. No, Warlock is all about the damage moves, the power plays, the soup, baby, the soup.
Yeah, under those robes are just like the most jiggling titties you'll ever see.
What
Just
the
really spurt out some.
Nope, we're ending that one.
Okay.
Speaking of jiggling
Jakiro?
titties, look at Lion, dude.
I thought you were gonna say. Speaking of jiggling titties, look at Jakiro. And I was like, I haven't really glanced under that, but you know, to each their own. The Jakiro worked out really well for Octopus, right? I think it's hard to say that, oh, you know, he really stood out as a Jakiro, but I feel like those ice paths, being able to break out or buy space in the fight, just area control. Sometimes we see the way that Jakiros play is that they use the ice path as a follow-up to initial setup stun. He has that option as well, but just I think, you know, he's on a higher plane, Octopus. Malibu DILFs, they do go for the Death Prophet and the Lich, so allowing, I believe, Rando to reprise that role. So there's likely going to be Lars on the position 5 Warlock. And Death Prophet, so are we thinking this is going to be a Squeeze Guard mid Death Prophet? Because that's what I'm smelling.
I would hope so. I really hope it's not a fat monster safe lane Death Prophet.
Support X into Warlock mid incoming. And their last picking up.
Yeah, I mean, Malibu DILFs are on the fast track to lose if that's the case.
Hell yeah. Also, I realized we didn't see this earlier, but what the hell is up with that flag, dude?
That's a
like,
DILF.
Who is that?
That's half a DILF,
Is that
dude.
supposed to be a... Okay, suddenly I'm not too big of a fan of DILFs.
You were a fan of DILFs before.
In my mind, they looked a little bit hotter.
Well, I think...
You know,
like, a DILF
to
to me
own.
isn't a DILF to you. Yeah, like...
That's true.
To DILF...
It's kind of like how jiggling titties will be different on Lion and Jakiro.
Yeah.
You know, it's to each their own kind of sitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Condots, they've built themselves a very strong draft. I don't see any Spirit Vessel builder or anyone who can really deal with the immense healing that Death Prophet can put out, or at least keep herself sustained with. That might come through the form of, say, a mid laner that Condots might be considering picking. In the previous match, let's hear a hot
Coddle.
one.
Never
That
mind.
would have been good.
Not anymore.
It's still, I think it's still pretty good. I find it interesting that they've chosen to go for the Drow Ranger into the Axe, because I feel like it falls into a similar circumstance as the Weaver, where yes, you have tools to push him away from you, but that's if you get that jump on him. The Condots, with Bojangles picking this up, you're basically relying purely on Dragon Knight, as well as whoever Cloud Kicker ends up selecting in the mid lane to give you that information and space in the fight.
I think it's safe to say Cloudkicker will not be playing a hero like Zeus this game. I don't think you can afford another squishy backliner. You've already have 3. You need some hero to shore up in front of your drow and just kind of stand there. Because DK, he's either going to be hitting your buildings or hitting the enemy backline, right? He's not a hero to kind of stand. He is a hero that stands in front, but he's also a hero that gets deep in the back. Same way that Axe isn't a hero that kind of stands in front. He just gets as far into the backline as possible and wreaks havoc.
Yeah. You're trying to cut through, right? You're trying to cut through
exactly.
as well. So you're not necessarily going like a man-on-man fight straight up close. And right now, Malibu DILFs, they've already equipped themselves with some pretty good middle of the fight components with Death Prophet, right? Wherever there's chaos happening, she's got to plant herself right firmly in the middle and make sure those ghosts are going hard. Condots, they need to play a lot more front to back, and whenever you're front to back, that's where heroes like Lich and Warlock have the best time. Right, when you're in a formation, it's so much easier to land those big teamfight ultimates that we were a bit concerned about. But it seems like they're gearing more towards, especially with the EXO as well. It's gonna be a situation where, okay, no Golem, no EXO, we don't fight, and the game plan gets a lot more clearly cut. Malibu DILFs choose to ban out the Wraith King, so not letting Bojangles have that, even though the Drow is already selected, which is an interesting thought.
Could be a mid-Drow.
Yeah, although when's the last time we've seen that? Maybe they're thinking this Drow Ranger is picked up to counter the Death Prophet in lane. I don't think it's too good anymore, though. It's definitely well past its prime. Condots, they're probably missing a mid laner, if I had to guess. Unless it's Rampage last picking his hero. There it is. Okay, Centaur instead. So the body that you wanted, Dragon Knight in the mid for Cloudkicker. Very stable and robust pick. And all around, solid draft from Condots.
Yep, once again, it's a mixture of meta and comfort, and this is what they found an incredible amount of success with last game. I'm liable to say they should be feeling themselves pretty well after that game going into this game. They're drafting something kind of similar. Should be feeling pretty good. There aren't really any long cooldowns that they need to be reliant on other than like Dragon Form, which like we've already talked about with the cooldown talents, it's not... you know, the most long, it's not the longest wait, really, and Malibu DILFs, if they misuse Exorcism, I think, once or twice, the game is going to slowly start opening up for corn dogs, right? You really need to be getting objectives with every Exorcism, or the game might start falling out of your hands.
Yeah, I wonder how this Axe Lich lane is going to go as well, because I feel like that's so important for how Nathan Explosion's timings are going to be. You might sort of run into a situation where just the supports alone are able to flush you out and kill you off, and you can't actually pick up, but interesting. So I think this is actually going to be a role swap, because I would be damned to think that Death Prophet is safe lane and it's a mid PA, especially into Cloud. Yeah, no, not just not in my Dota, but also like into a Dragon Knight. Maybe there is a world in some other matchups where mid PA might work, but just for the sake of this game, let's just assume that PA is going to be in that safe lane.
Yeah,
a good carry to carry matchup with the Drow, but also a bit of a double-edged sword, because marksmanship can hit you with that true strike.
Yes, so you do have heroes to jump on top of the Drow, right? Both Axe and PA can get on top for to cancel out that marksmanship. Stampede, there's your answer. Right? Get Drow away, reconvene.
Stampede is so insane this game, dude. Stampede is actually insane.
Pop like Fat Monster pops Exorcism, Stampede away. Right? And
yeah, you
as
hear
long
the
as they're
coming
not taking
out,
objectives, it's fine.
You're fine.
Yeah.
You have a decent amount of wave clear because of the Jakiro. At the very most, you can just pop the Macropire down to sort of clear out the entire creep wave and waste a lot of time. And I'm just worried because I'm thinking Warlock and PA up against Centaur Lion.
Yeah.
You know, your PA, this isn't gonna dominate the lane, and if Rampage is anywhere near the success that he had last game in the lane, he is gonna this is the Centaur's game. This is actually, unironically, the Centaur's game.
It should be. It should be, right? Rampage was the hero to watch last time. Nathan Explosion was as well, to be fair, so both these offlaners, we're definitely gonna have our eyes on both of them, but my eyes don't like what I see in this offlane, Sneeze. Lich Axe. What do you do?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, what do you... I know you touched on it a little bit, but what do you do?
As in, you can harass them, And I think it's still solid. It's just a matter of execution, right? Because
Sure.
Rocktopus was doing a great job helping out Rampage here, as we might have to hold that thought. Straight up onto the high ground, 5-on-5 situation, double stun, and the Soup, it's starting to get channeled. This could be tricky if they stay for long, but they just get the first blood onto Squizgar. They still are able to punch out the Nathan Explosion, and even though they're taking a lot of damage from that Soup, it's not enough to finish off 7. They finally will get the last touch, but Randall, he's had to give his life up for it more than likely. The Frost Arrows just continue to slow down the Lich to a crawl. And Rocktopus wasn't able to finish the job off onto last. So even though it was essentially a full duration upheaval, they basically only get 1 kill. And 3 picked up for Condogs. Great start for them again.
A killer start, right? The gold went to the perfect heroes. The DK and the Centaur. An early Veil is going to be killer this game. Endo says we're drunk. That's what happened. That's what happened. Everyone was taking a little sippy of their juice. I wish I could claim that excuse, Nathan. I love the the nice team chat. I love it. Big fan.
True.
Or,
yeah, they were talking about all the bevies that they were having, getting ready for this. A lot of Mountain Dew Reds, it seems, which we don't have here in Singapore. So definitely a bit envious, but a lot of red happening as well in that first blood situation, and hopefully more in the favor of Malibu DILFs as we get deeper into this game, because like we said, I think we're watching the offlaners. I'm watching Nathan Explosion get good timings on his items the previous game, able to get things going. Randall's gonna have his work cut out for him holding these 2 range heroes back though.
Yeah, that's so actually interestingly enough, I know we talked about it a little bit earlier. This is 7 on the Lion, so he's going to be top with Bojangles. So it's not going to be a Lion Centaur instead of the Jakiro Centaur, which honestly, I like a lot more. Because with the Lion, it's instant stop with your stun, right? And the mana drain is going to, I know it got nerfed, it's going to be huge this lane. Axe does not have a large mana pool. And to be fair, neither does Lich. 411 max mana is not a lot. Especially when your spells cost over 100.
They're so expensive. Like Lich's spells just feel so expensive to use. Over 100 mana cost on almost each of them.
Yeah.
And I mean, you say you like this Jakiro a lot. I think that's just kind of a byproduct of the hero, right? Jakiro paired with anyone, it's just such a solid little partner to have in the lane. I feel like I've never had a time where I'm like, oh man, I have a Jakiro in my lane. This sucks. Literally. Just stable, solid, puts her ass out, excellent body, and Rocktopus, with the way that he plays it, it is such a reliable partner.
So many multi-man ice paths, macro pyres that last game too. Like Rocktopus
was crazy.
Was hitting them like crazy.
And it wasn't even flashy. Like he kind of did it all casually too.
Yeah, he just
like
kind of
in the
walks
fight,
up.
roll up. Yeah, click an ice path, nothing crazy, and then suddenly it's the best ice path you've seen in your damn life. So other than that first blood, just relatively quiet overall. And this mid lane, we haven't talked about it just yet, but Cloud Kicker and Fat Monster, I'm tucking myself into bed and falling asleep as we speak. Literally
this is a
nothing's
fat
gonna
nothing
happen.
lane. Yeah.
Yeah, these guys, look at the whole bit of absolutely nothing that matters that happening in this lane. Dragon's Blood, Spirit Siphon, who gives a shit? Not them.
No, they're going to reach level 6, try to take each other's tower 8, 9 times, not succeed,
literally.
and then go rotate.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I'm popping my Exo, and then Cloud Kicker's like, okay, Breathe Fire. Oh, I'm popping my Dragon Form, Crypt Swamp. These guys are coded the damn same.
Yeah, they are. They're as the kids say, not built different.
True.
They're built the same. Built the same. Like,
built well. Don't get me wrong, built well, but just very, very similar in build. Okay. Well, this bot side doesn't get any easier for Squizgar, in my opinion, as Lars went for the aggro build on the Warlock, which literally does nothing into Rampage. He already has that Helm of Iron Will in just 30 gold, and Lars is dead.
They're just gonna click down casually. Rampage doesn't even need a point in a double edge. He actually got 2 points in a Retaliate, which is a little crazy. I wouldn't like to see any more points in a Retaliate. I think 2 is fine. Because at that point, you can tank tower, you can tank the wave behind the tower, pull it in if you're getting aggressive. But you need your aggressive spells on the Centaur. Not just to farm if lane, for some reason, starts going incredibly poorly. But because you want the lane to not go poorly. You want to chain kill this PA, because that's what you need to do. If PA gets out of hand, you'll have a problem.
My thought, and I'm trying to justify this for Rampage right now.
Okay.
Is maybe he's getting more points into this build because he wants to get the tower down ASAP. That will make this entire area inhospitable for the PA. As compared to if you chain kill the PA, as long as the tower's still alive, even if you kill her a couple of times, if she's able to bring back up through the form of maybe the Axe or the DP, things could get hairy for you and you didn't really get anything. You're giving a lot of that gold back the other way. So maybe that's kind of what he's thinking here. He just wants to be able to actually apply tower pressure by himself. I honestly don't mind it. We'll have to see whether it ends up being successful for him though.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with the 2 points in Retaliate, right? Because it does give you that tower pressure.
Oh, no more. No more. Enough.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, we'll see.
Got a little bit of lane swapsies happening. Squizgar says, I can no longer lane bottom. It is indeed a mid PA, for better or for worse.
Yeah, and it's not actually that bad because Cloud Kicker, until he hits that level 6, there isn't much pressure that he can put out.
Yeah.
This one is going to be even more value for him though, but he wants to sort of doesn't have a level in the stun, which means that he can't actually get any meaningful damage off on the PA, especially if that one level in Blur, some of the auto attacks just not landing as well.
The PA is not going to do anything to stop Cloud Kicker from kicking down this tower. Siege creep coming
just
in,
come through.
right?
Yeah, even if you sort of TP in the Octopus or the Lion, things are going to get hairy real quick. And you committed the TPs on both these heroes to complete the lane swap. So if you really wanted to manipulate the positionings here, come out with a really strong advantage. The Cloud Kicker just face tanking the tower and the PA, doesn't even care. Oh my god. Yo!
That's so much damage.
Yo.
Yeah. you gotta leave now, like
Nathan
this
explosion,
is the problem
top side.
with PA. Oh no.
Being clicked down, and with the slows, he can't actually survive. I think that definitely was the mana drain coming into play, like you mentioned, Rando. We saw him not only just have the spells on cooldown, but not even have enough resources to use them. And just that, not much of a defense for the Axe. So everything going the Condor's way, it seems like, in this early stage of the game.
I mean, look at the CS difference between everyone. This is looking incredibly rough. Axe has 9 last hits right now, Sneeze, and there aren't any stacks in the jungle. There's nowhere for this Axe to go back to and farm.
Yeah, I mean, these two supports a bit too preoccupied here, and Fat Monster taking some damage, but without any levels in the double edge, like you mentioned, it's not meaningful enough. But with the Twin Gates rotation, 7 able to get the connection, and Fat Monster, this is your mid laner, by the way, essentially being treated like an off laner. I really disagree with this decision here because Cloud Kicker, he's already taken the mid tier 1 tower.
He's gonna take the T2.
Dude, like, it could have been a situation where you took advantage of how strong the DP was to try and angle you back into the game, but now instead you have 3 cores who are all struggling.
Yeah. Yeah, the every single core on the Malibu DILFs aren't happy with the state of the game right now, and I don't think they're gonna like it going forward either, as soon as level 6 comes out on this Centaur, it's gonna be aggression moves coming in from bottom. Maybe a point into double edge at level 7, just saying. But with
Crash
Rampage...
biggest double edge fan in the world.
At least 1 point, come on! I would be fine with this build if it was a 2-1-2, right? But I think the 3 points into Hoof Stomp, kinda crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Not bad, but kinda crazy. That's it.
Yeah. I get you. I mean, for now, speaking of getting, Condor's getting just about everything that they want out of the map. It seems like Wisdom Rune was secured by the Lich, so no pesky sort of thievery going on, but 7 should be able to wrap around on this poor Lich, run him down with the Gust as well. No more mana to operate. And hell, they'll even Stampede in the mid lane just to try and get Cloud Kicker out. He actually runs up into them instead, and they commit the Exo to get that kill. So the 3 cores, they managed to get Dragon Knight in the mid lane, but they still lose big time. Rampage able to connect on the support and just continue pressuring out this tower. So they're going to use the tail end of the Exo in the mid lane to at least get some meaningful damage. Although, with that Glyph, and with the DK coming back in 6, I'm not sure whether you can stick here for long.
Oh, do you think this is a... Do you think PA... Okay. I've heard 2 stories, right? PA needs Battle Fury, and PA Battle Fury is a bait. Do you have a specific side of the coin you sit on? As we might have to hold that thought, as Rampage, there's lots of heroes coming down here.
Yeah, I think he's toast. Just bring the numbers, kill off the horse. And nice kill for Squizgar to get. That is a killing spree, especially if that AD rune conveniently picked up. But take a look at Condox. They immediately want to respond. Might have to hold that PA Battle Fury discussion, because he might just be dead. Giving away that gold she just earned. Not what you want. Nice stun through the trees. Set up the high ground vision. Squizgar will try and blink away, but just way too much magic. And like we said, if these two supports get started, they can just chain these up and get it done themselves. Finger of Death down, and Lars goes down again. Cloud Kicker, he's here for your tower, and he's not leaving without it.
All the while, Nathan Explosion.
Tower is under attack.
No explosion. It's like Nathan.
No.
Nothing happening.
Nathan, party popper that's defective. You
there
pull
you
the
go.
string, and then you're like, oh. I mean, there's supposed to be confetti sometime in the next year, I think. You know, like, I'll be sort of going anywhere here. I mean, he's still level 5. He is so EXP staff for an offlaner. And I kind of feel like some of these rotations from the side of Malibu DILFs has really hampered them. Now you stampede through, look for a touch. Grab the Lich, and Cloud Kicker's here as well with a stun. The Frost Shield can't really help him out in that regard. He will go down to the last touch from Bojangles. A huge 3-man gust. Nothing further to be found there. So both teams converging up here in this top side, but Malibu DILFs, they are just not ready to fight. Like you mentioned, the PA desperately trying to work our way to the Battle Fury, which I think is just... You kind of are locked in at this point. You don't have a choice, because what else can you do?
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's going to put you in a very weird situation where now, Condox, they are feeling so powerful and ready to just take control of your area on the map.
Oh, goodbye, Lars.
Goodbye, Lars. Macropire, Breathe Fire, hot and heavy. Never looked this bad. Now Rampage will start to get run down by Fat Monster. The Spirit Siphon actually doing a number on the Centaur, but nice slowdown from Roctopus to keep him intact. Meanwhile, Squizgar trying to get the kill onto 7 here, but Cloud Kicker able to act as a bodyguard, so at least chasing them out of the triangle. But you got to keep in mind that this is an exorcism committed for basically losing a support, and 5 heroes up here in this top side. Squizgar finally TP's bot to just try and pick up some of that farm, but it just feels like Condox, they're starting to do what they did to Fear the Hawk. Just slowly court them, slowly circle and surround them like hyenas hunting their prey.
Oh, what a stun.
What the hell? Roctopus! Somebody stop this man! I mean, you're gonna come through with Cloud Kicker now, breathe fire through onto 2, and Fat Monster, he's just dead. Insane levels of execution from this hero. He's chill with it. You know, you don't even know it's happening and you're dead.
It's not that, I mean, Jakiro's not a flashy hero to begin with, but when you're playing like this, you might as well be, dude. Roctopus is, as the name says, rocking it right now. Another T1 down in the books. Dude, look at this mid T2. This is so funny. It's 12 minutes and it's almost dead.
I mean, Cloud Kicker, he's been in the same way that Nathan Explosion was in his game, in this first game on the Axe. He has a very clear mission, and that is to auto-attack towers as much as humanly possible. He's been doing great.
Yes. Objective so far successful. This will be a point in which Corndogs might slow things down because they don't have the best Aegis taker, so they need to rely on fighting. We'll see if Malibu DILFs are willing to give them those fights.
Doesn't seem like it at the moment because the Warlock is still not level 6. And finally we'll hit it, and maybe the Rock will change things up a little bit here. At least break up the situation into something a bit more favorable. Only 2 levels in the Fatal Bonds, but that should still be decent enough for this early stage of the game. But, you know, the heroes on Condox, they're already getting some big items, right? I mean, Kicker. It just has that Mage Slayer done, Bojangles. Nice bit of stats with that Yasha looking to be complete soon as well. Of course, we talked about Rampage already. Now working his way towards the Blink Dagger. Just 200 gold from that. And it's a very big contrast to what Malibu DILFs have available.
Oh, goodbye
7.
Nathan's mana. No, never mind, he's fine.
Randall is here as well, but Cloud Kicker, this is the big bad Dragon Knight that you can't actually challenge at the moment. They'll pull you in with the Lich, but it's just a Dragon Knight in the area, and with the Finger of Death, they just make quick work of that poor Axe. Squizgar will come through, start the auto attack up, and they'll rock only onto the Lion. I think that's something that Condogs are gonna be very happy with you. Chase forward on Squizgar, but this is a lot of magic damage you're taking, Rocktopus. If you just had a little bit more mana, I could probably walk you down. But Bojangles misses out on the gust. That should cost him his Jakiro's life. But Bojangles able to just auto attack you down. And oh no, now Lars, he's shown his face where he's not supposed to. Just gonna get taken down. Through all that madness, Fat Monster casually denies the mid tier 2, which is hilarious.
It feels so bad, like hilarious and such a feels bad as well.
It's like your team is dying and then you're just like, okay, the best thing I can do in this fight is deny this tier 2. Like that's how bad things have gotten, as it's a 10k gold lead. At the end of the day, the gold exchange is pretty significant because they get kills on the supports who are essentially cores at this point, but it still doesn't really help you in terms of the catch-up game. You're still so far behind.
I mean, look at Nathan Explosion's net worth. If you want to see sadness in a picture, it's this Axe's net worth.
Dude, I mean, he's not even halfway to his Blink Dagger. He's just about there. And you gotta imagine that even with a Blink, he might just explode to this magic damage. We saw Squizguard, try for the chase out onto the Jakiro. I think, maybe a bit of panic coming out from Rocktopus there, not sequencing the spells together. But if he managed to connect that all on the PA and just stand in his Macropire, I don't think he dies before the PA does.
I know, he was able to get Rando Calrissian with that Macropire down bottom.
Yeah, like randomly, right?
Yeah.
Stampede coming through Squizgar, Ice Path, rare miss from Rocktopus, allowing for the jump away. They had vision on a kicker, but is the Dragonite really the target you want to use? Okay, Chain Frost doing a number onto Rampage now, as he actually has the Blink Dagger pocketed. Very awkward. TP in from Nathan Explosion. No Blink for him just yet. Another Ice Path. Perfect. Rocktopus breaks it up as Rampage, not able to run away. The last little Battle Hunger starting to take him down. Safety Bubble can't come back up. As Cloud Kicker, he still Fatal Bonds out. It finally expires. Nathan Explosion, double call, but double stun. 7 able to return the favor as they cut down Lars with the lingering magic damage. Rocktopus looking to be in trouble though, but Fat Monster has no mana. Finger of Death casually from the backside. 7 has just done a great job in terms of restricting the resources with that early shard, and without any mana, you can't do shit. You're gonna try and finish up Rampage. He's still alive in this corner. Gonna turn around for a double edge, take you down, and Fat Monster, you want to come and clean up, but with what? An auto attack? You have no mana, you have no team, and you have no damn hope. Cloud Kicker cleans up with a triple kill. This is just an awful chain of events for the Malibu DILFs. They are losing DILF status and going into hobo territory soon with how poor they are.
Whoa. Are you saying hobos can't be DILFs?
I'm saying hobos can be DILFs, but I feel like part of being a DILF is that you need to be, in
certain
a way, a bit of a
class
sugar
status.
daddy as well.
Sure.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You gotta support a family. You can't do it without a home.
Well, they're about to be kicked out of their home potentially very soon. Really, the only thing
they already
stopping
are. They already are.
is Roshan. Right, it's going to be T2s. Maybe they just clean up these T2s, go take Rosh, and then high ground. Because you're not constrained by Roshan in the fact of pushing these T2s, right? You are under no time pressure. Bojangles is going to continue to accumulate. And even, oh no, this PA.
Bye-bye. I mean, she said it best a bit earlier. So sad. This PA last pick felt ambitious. And they just couldn't come out of the lanes at all. They never came out of the lanes. You look at their items, it never happened.
They're still laning.
I can't help but feel like that decision to bring Fat Monster down to the bot side kind of ruined everything that they wanted to set up.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it goes back to what I was saying about how, even if you leave the DP in the mid, at least you can go toe-to-toe with Cloud Kicker and prevent you from just losing that tower fast. But the PA being there, she didn't really get a lot of CS. She didn't get the recovery XP that she needed. Cloud Kicker was just killing her. And you will buy some time. Rampage in with a nice little hoof stomp, but has to be careful because it's a rock onto his head. The Golem will start to punch away. Nice stun from 7. Doesn't stop the Golem, but stops the Warlock from any further chase. And Condogs, they'll show that respect. They retreat. This is the big ultimate for the Warlock use, and like we mentioned, Lars isn't much of a hero after that.
No exorcism as well, right? Corn Dogs, they recognize it's smoke time. The time is now, and they might get Squizgar here on the side.
Not
He's
again,
not careful, no. Right before the battle, Fury 2, 50 gold away!
Oh, if he shows himself on the way for anything, but he's under the tier 2 right now. Seems like they know where he is, trying to hunt down. Rampage's smoke will get broken by the proximity to the tower though, as Squizgar tucking as best as he can. Do they spot him out? For now, he's still hidden away. Oh, they might just see him if he starts farming again. Yeah, this is curtains. Nathan might come through with a stun, but straight into a double stun, double macro by a finger of death disaster! The rest of the team's in no position to help. And you can just keep chaining these up. Here's Cloud Kicker. Yeah, I mean...
Oh my god. I just want to farm. I want my Battle Fury, please.
Dude, this game is...
A shellacking?
This game is just top tier. This is what happens when your car is malfunctioning and you bring it to the store, okay? So the story with Malibu DILFs, right? They're driving up in their vehicle, their little Prius, right? And suddenly they hear a little bit of in that ride against Fear the Hog, the engine started sounding a bit funny. There were a couple of moments where they're like, you know, is this really working? It still gets them there where they need to. But they're just like, okay, I need to bring this to the shop. This game is them bringing the car to the shop, and Condox, the goddamn mechanics that they are, just tear it bit by bit. Now, Cloud Kicker, he's gotten a little bit too fancy for himself here, sticking in the suit for a bit too long, and Rocktopus, they were just chilling. They were feeling... Yeah, I don't know. Cloud Kicker a bit ahead of the curve there, but yeah, I think the summary of what I'm trying to say is, it feels like every single piece of what makes Malibu DILF so successful is just being stripped away from them part by part, and then you're coming back and you're like, what's wrong with my car? You're like, and then they're like, what car?
Everything.
It's gone. We scrapped it.
Yeah.
We scrapped it. It's garbage. Like nothing you're trying to do is working. They do have a rock in 15 seconds that they can throw at the Condor side, but you gotta imagine with that death on Cloud Kicker, they're just waiting for him to come back to head into that Roche pit.
Might just do it right now with Rampage Bojangles, but this is incredibly risky. One big axe call could be your demise.
This is the one opportunity that they have, and they're all grouped up. No, Condox, not like this. You're about to get a lawsuit to your mechanic department. Blinking up, looks like 7. Has that bounce noticed by in with the call, in with the rock, and it's the team fight that they needed. Nathan explosion, it's a delayed burst, but the confetti comes through after all, and this PH, he's gonna be celebrating big disaster from Condox. At the one moment that they could have lost it all, they spread themselves wide. Just get split up like a banana on a Sunday.
Now that's not gonna stop our boy Cloud Kicker running down these racks. Cloud Kicker says, my team, I don't need them. I am the team.
My God.
I am the racks taker. So what you're taking, Roshan? We're taking buildings and I'm laughing. Lars picks up the Aegis!
Why?
Nathan can't help himself from laughing. Oh shit. And the racks, they're gonna lose the racks!
Why? It's not like they didn't have time. No one was in the area to throw. What is going on?
Oh no,
what is the Aegis?
The rock is really important, alright? The rock is very important to their team fight.
Oh my god.
No, little do you know, Warlock is level 20 and he has rock on death, so he's gonna go in, he's gonna rock.
Yeah.
He's gonna run in,
he's just gonna get
die.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're gonna, within the next 2 minutes, they're gonna get Warlock 10 levels
worth
of EXP. They might start with Rampage as a kill, but the Stampede, like we mentioned, such a great tool. And Condox, they've got to be feeling a little bit uncomfortable because even though they're still very firmly ahead, you can't afford to give that type of team fight to the DILFs.
Oh no.
Stomp out, straight into Tormentor. It's not enough damage for now. Finger of Death just narrowly missing the margin on that kill. And they will pay the price for it. Rocktopus coming through. A bit far forward, trying for the TP out. Nathan just off the mark with the blink. But meanwhile, Rando just dies to a neutral. That must have been the Tormentor.
The
Very
DOT.
sad.
So, look.
Dude, Rando has been a victim to these macro fires twice
the
now.
random
so
DOTs, yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason corn dogs are kind of slipping things away here is because they're just feeding themselves one by one. They're not going as a team. DK is farming your own jungle for Christ. What's Cloud? He's sitting back and kicking clouds, dude.
Is he throwing a tantrum? Is that what's going on? Because the team didn't go with him. He's like, fine, guy. You know the classic sort of pop thing? They're like, okay, you don't want to stick with me? I AFK farm. Since everyone wants to AFK farm. And that's kind of what's going on here. Why is he farming the safest corner of the map right now?
I love that that's not like an NA Dota thing. I like that that's just a Dota overall thing. Like people being whiny babies, like, I'm gonna go sit and farm because you didn't want to do what I wanted to do.
Yeah. Every Dota player is low-key like a control freak, I think. Cloud Kicker.
Explosion.
Yeah, this should be Nathan exploding, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Ta-ta! Nice stomp
Bye-bye.
on the backside as well. Rando, again, victim to random DOTs. It's tough. As they see Squizgar. Yeah, all you have is a Battle Fury, brother. It might be good for farming creeps, but you look like a creep to us. This is 5 stacks of finger. Charges, essentially. A lot of damage.
900 damage, pretty much. 925
Ugh.
damage. So
Oh my
much.
god.
Oh,
There's Cloud Kicker.
Back on the racks.
Diverting from the usual plan of punching last, which is very unlike him. And just hit those racks, homie. You know you want to. There we go. Rock onto 3, but you've only popped this up, and it's a good thing your Warlock has Aegis so that he can stand there and die as the last member of the team in shame after literally doing nothing. Okay, look, real talk here. I wonder whether that was a mistake, or I wonder whether that was the side of Malibu DILFs accepting that they were already so far out of this game that it didn't matter.
It's gotta be a mistake, right? Nathan was
think
laughing
so?
at it. Yeah. It happens. It happened in my pub before this tournament, actually. Oh, Nathan.
Gets a connection, but no follow-up at all. They don't have Chain Frost or Rock. And oh, nice little dodge, I guess, but it's so awkward because Squizgar goes. His team's not ready. Nathan is the furthest back of the entire squad. Gets the blink cancelled by the multi-shot, and just... This is a series of unfortunate events.
Look what corn dogs can do when they're together. A whole bundle
Yeah,
of
that's
corn
crazy.
dogs, but not that bundle.
Nice call though. Straight onto Bojangles, and he's in a little bit of trouble managing to just pike away narrowly. And meanwhile, looks like Rampage was able to take down the poor Lich, who has not had the time of day. Start up onto Fat Monster. This Death Prophet's damage is just nullified by that Mage Slayer. Come through with another stomp, another kill, and this is really feeling like the end here. They just continue to stream forward one by one, and this isn't the play, this isn't the move. Sea-Dogs, they are dominating all over, they are sea-dogging, some might say, all over the DILFs.
Yeah, they are, I would say that. They are definitely doing that. They can't get Mega, so they're just going to go for T4s instead, but Rampage, you can't take it! Rampage, you're dying to towers! Rampage! He's fine. Wasn't worried for a second.
Bojangles, using that marksmanship to auto-attack the PA, and she's just dead, even though the... I don't know, the Drow literally has like 300 HP and would have died to maybe 1 or 2 crits.
Bojangles just... Okay, no, he's backing.
Yeah,
this
like
game
he's
is
just sticking
so
around
crazy.
like with like 200 HP.
Yeah.
I don't know. They'll even Stampede just to get Bojangles out of
Get
there.
out
Like,
of
come
there!
on, we can get
Dude,
the...
Bojangles is
are you
5.3k gold.
Yeah, just pick up the... Just an easy grab on the butterfly, I think.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Gotta be.
It's so...
Beat PA at her own game.
It's crazy.
23k up.
Gold per
27
minute,
minutes in. Holy cow.
It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, they're not...
Oof. Dude,
I don't know
Lion
what
has
to make
more
of this
GPM
game.
than Axe and PA.
Yeah.
And Drow has more than them combined.
Yeah, the fact that the Death Prophet is lower net worth than the Jakiro really tells the story of this game. To be fair, I think Rocktopus has done a phenomenal job both times on the Jakiro in terms of amassing his own net worth and getting involved in these fights to get key items like the Force, like the Pavis. All these little tools for survivability. Here comes Cloud Kicker. There's a Macropire and nowhere for you to run. Fat Monster just gets obliterated there.
No chance even with the Death Prophet, right? This is, so this is how you deal with Death Prophet for anyone asking the question. You deal with her in lane, and then you just chain kill her for the rest of the game, and make it so that she gets no chance to breathe. And
Yeah, I
right
think
now,
that's how you
Corndogs are-
deal with any Dota hero.
I guess, but like Death Prophet specifically, like you just like there are heroes you can kind of leave alone for a little bit. Like PA, leave her alone, get her Battle Fury. Sure, I'm gonna put pressure everywhere else around the map. This could be a huge rock to start things off from Lars, but nope. Instead, he's just gonna give him the soup.
Yeah, he's busy cooking here, but Rampage, he's into the mix, and it's just an easy finger of death. Once again, we're saying it could be a good rock, but Lars already spotted out. Even if you set a rock here, where are you going to follow up? The buyback forced out as the PA is just there. Nathan Explosion comes through with the call. A lot of blade mail damage being reflected on the Drow, but she's just able to get out of there. Again, your Rock is on a solo Lion, and meanwhile, Bojangles is just able to multi-shot from afar. You've popped the Exo, but you're trying to run up into the full force of Condogs. You're coming through with the PA, at least get something. Are you gonna give her a rampage? It seems that way. Give her the kill, Bojangles. This Drow Ranger is on fire. 2 amazing carry performances from this player. First on the Wraith King and now on the Drow. Not really the top picks of the meta, but still doing extremely well for herself. And what a game. Again, Condots. Just sheer domination, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm definitely favoring Corn Dogs going into these grand finals.
Okay, one chalk. Rampage just biding his time. Perfect patience play. Chop just barely enough with the spin. But Bojangles will clean it up. And Cloud Kicker, he has other things to do.
Priorities. I'm curious to see how much building damage Cloud Kicker has done this game. It's gotta be like, what, like 20k at least, maybe?
Yeah.
15,
I think he's done
16?
a bulk of the building damage, right? Because he's just in there.
Yeah.
Actually, Cloud Kicker. I actually think that Cloud Kicker seems the most comfortable on heroes like this where the game plan is like super clear cut.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think...
With the Zeus, there were some moments where it got a bit hairy, right? Because he doesn't know whether he wants to go in, go out, keep his distance. But the Dragon Knight, you can see that he's
Always
like laser focused on just... Yeah, he's just always go in, get a stun,
Yeah.
it's vibes. I'm so tanky, I don't even die. My team is there to back me up. 30k gold lead. And they have more than 1k gold a minute. And MKB going to be finished up very shortly by Bojangles.
Is there any way?
No.
No.
No. No.
Gaben?
No,
Anyone?
actually...
Gabe? Nope.
No, there is a crazy team fight.
Okay.
Gabe doesn't believe it, but I can see it. It's always this Warlock X situation, right? These two guys could really tag team up to do a number on them, but I just can't help but feel like with the way that they're coordinating, it feels like nobody is vocalizing a plan.
These two
of
heroes
how these
can't do
engagements are gonna go.
Tormentor. They try it, they ping and they're like, no, we can't.
Yeah. Just have to defend
so
against the
sad.
Megas, but yeah, it's just weird because it feels like for the side of Malibu DILFs, this time round, there has to be some sort of communication breakdown because everyone's kind of on their own little prong of what they want to do. Like last starts out with the Soup, Randall's not in position, suddenly you see Squizgar jumping in when Nathan's not even ready yet kind of stage. It's just weird.
Like, that's been it, right? Squizgar jumping in. You're a PA with a Battle Fury. What do you mean jumping in? What are you gonna do? Like, it's 32 minutes in and you have naked Battle Fury. Like, I don't know what the plan is even joining these fights. If Squizgar spent this entire 15-minute like fight fest farming, maybe we in a different scenario. But look, they're trying to take Tormentor.
Yeah, I don't know
Squizgar
what
hasn't
this is.
gotten a
Like,
last hit in the past like 3 minutes.
I can't help but feel like, you know, the second you got that Battle Fury, you need to be splitting map, right? Because Condots, they want to just barrel down lanes. Your contribution and your presence in the fight doesn't actually do anything. You just try and wait to see whether there's a good opportunity and TP in. Like, Squizgar, he's wasting so much time just hanging around here. With that Battle Fury that is not getting any level of effectiveness, you blink out onto Rando and he can't even get away in time. Just gets melted down. They kill off the PA casually thanks to Rampage. And it's a good call, it's a good rock. A bunch of little Fatal Bonds spreading as well, but you don't nearly have enough damage. GG is called, and a little bit of a sad tap out there. But Condots, given their performance up against Fear the Hawk, I kind of feel like that was expected.
Oh, Nathan rubbing salt in the wound. To be fair, he's rubbing salt in his own wound, huh?
Yeah, I think he's just having a good time,
Yeah,
right?
I
It's like
hope
laughing
so.
about the ages, you know.
Yeah.
I think Nathan, you know, he's just kind of laughing it off, and I hope that's kind of how Malibu DILFs are approaching it as well, because really it felt like at every interval and in every possible junction, they're just outclassed.
It certainly seemed that way, and Corn Dogs. Now, I don't think I'm gonna ask admin because we don't know. We were not watching the other stream. We're casting this one, but Corn Dogs, they're in the finals, right? Grand finals. Congratulations to them. They've made it from the lower division. I'm gonna quickly check with admin, see if the other tournament's going on. But let's talk about this game first off. What went wrong? Is it as simple as just the lane swap? Things really started.
The lane swap.
Yeah.
You're throwing a level 3 PA mid against a level 6 Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
Like, Cloud Kicker would have to, like, you need to overreact for Cloud Kicker to sort of end up losing like that, because like you might imagine with another Dragon Knight who's not sort of as clear cut on what they need to do, they're like, oh, you know, my DP is down there, do I need to rotate to no, he understands that Rampage is just fine. In fact, they can even get a kill. And once again, it's the two supports on Corn Dogs who are making such a big impact. I feel like this line in the top side just completely damaged the Axe and Lich's confidence in terms of them coming up into the lane, because they had no mana. You know, they're trying to find an angle. They can't work him down. He bought a very good amount of regen to keep himself topped up and allow Bojangles to just get kill after kill. Just last hit after last hit. And you're not ganking the Drow because your Death Prophet is in bot side. You're not getting anything on the PA because you're up against a Dragon Knight and your Axe is losing and you have a Warlock. Who does shit in this fight? Who does shit in the game? It has to be Nathan Explosion, but he doesn't even have anywhere near to a blink. He only got it at like, what, half an hour?
Yeah, pretty much. Now, to be fair to Nathan, he is currently he was the highest level on his team, but that came way too late, right? Any sort of big things for Nathan came way too late. Squizgar is a Battle Fury. Look, if the game doesn't go like that, maybe you can make some sort of reasoning for the Battle Fury. But if you're getting stomped like that, you have to build fighting items.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think we live in a world where PA builds fighting items, and that's kind of the tricky thing with this hero as a whole, right? Like, just not a very convincing final selection for us here, or at least just kind of carry choice. Can kind of understand what the idea was going into the draw, but like we mentioned, it's a bit of a double-edged sword from the get-go because of the marksmanship, and that is going to mean that Corn Dogs moving ahead here and feeling very comfortable with themselves, and unfortunately that means we say goodbye to Fear the Hog, although I think we sort of already saw that one coming, especially with them losing to Corn Dogs in that game number 2.
I mean, Corn Dogs are looking like I don't want to say good, because good is so much, like, they're so much better than just good. They're so much better than looking amazing, right? Corn Dogs are looking like, well, and they have proven themselves to be the top team in this lower division. I am so interested to see what finals are going to look like. Who can hold a torch to Corn Dogs? And taking a look, I do have word from the admin. We do have a little bit of potential tiebreaker happening. If Pizzadog beat Foop, then we're going in for tiebreakers. So we might end up taking a longer break on this stream. So we're going to head off, but don't worry, there's more Kernel Kup, right? You just go over to Kernel Kup _TV1, and you're there, baby. You're right there. There's more Dota.
Oh yeah.
And we'll be back when we figure out what the hell's going on. If there's a tiebreaker, we won't be back for a while. But if there isn't, we'll be right back in, like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, however long it takes for that game to end. So go grab a snack, go watch some more Dota, and we will be back. More action coming up very shortly. Well, not very shortly, but short enough. Bye-bye.
Dire team
Ladies
back.
and gentlemen, welcome to the surprise
Radiant
game number
team
3. We're starting pretty damn early.
Yeah. It's Ryan and Eric here.
I was not ready for this. I'm
Nope.
gonna be honest.
Yes. Actually,
10 seconds remaining.
yeah. Why don't you recap real quick how the last game went, and I'm gonna
5
Hit a tape.
seconds remaining.
All right, here's the
Dire team
recap.
back.
PL
Radiant team
Aghanims
back.
busted. There it is. That's the recap. Now, we saw Foop draft a pretty big
10
team fight
seconds
comp, which they
remaining.
executed pretty flawlessly around that Grim Ulti and Ravage in
5
the late game.
seconds remaining.
But, I mean, the real champion of the game was that PL. Absolute all-star, got the Rampage, big Aghanim Scepter, nice and early. It's just an absolute menace. And honestly, Korn In My Poop didn't have any answers to that PL. So, We're gonna see if we get something similar in the draft here. Right now, we're gonna see some pretty basic bands. Besides the Meepo, does Pizzadog play Meepo? I don't know anybody on that team that plays Meepo.
Yeah, I don't think so. I've seen Pizzadog ban Meepo like every game they've played. It seems.
Okay, that's gotta be like
Radiant
some
team
Meepo
back.
PTSD right there.
Yeah,
They've
for
been
real.
Meepo'd.
Okay, I'm gonna bring us into a private call. Ryan.
Okay.
Seconds remaining.
Yep.
All right. For everyone in the
5
Discord
seconds remaining.
stream, hit us up in Twitch.
Dire team back.
All right, coolio.
All right. Now I can actually
10
see what's on
seconds
stream.
remaining.
Yes, yes. All right, and I'm gonna add Morgan to this
5
just in
seconds
case he wants,
remaining.
if he can make it.
Perfect.
Oh, all right.
Dire team pick.
Just moving everything around. All right, there we go. Sorry, I didn't realize that it was gonna have to recall for Morgan.
You just need, yep, perfect.
All right, all right. So we've got 4 bands
Right,
on.
we're good.
Seconds
Technical issues
remaining.
have been solved. We're back at it.
5 seconds remaining.
All right.
Gonna see the Outworld Devour as well. Got some probably some
Radiant
PTSD from
team,
that
dire
first game.
team back.
Yeah, yeah. They saw. I think they did see Pizzadog playing it in the first game, so they definitely didn't want to have. Oh, Abaddon first in this bracket here.
You know, I don't think I've seen him picked or banned, which is kind of surprising because this is a very strong hero right now.
Yeah, I
10
think he's
seconds
been
remaining.
banned once or twice, but I haven't seen him picked.
Okay.
5 seconds.
That's for
remaining.
sure.
Dire team ban.
Slark gonna get banned out. Death Prophet. Just your same old bands. Nothing crazy going on so far. Foop gonna be lining up with his Witch Doctor. Maybe another big team fight call.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, yeah. I've noticed that
5
Foop is
seconds
really big
remaining.
on banning big team fight ults here. I think no, it was actually Kimp that banned like 3 big team fight ultis in a row. But they banned like Tide and Faceless Void and everyone.
Well, Foop still seemed to manage to find those big team fight ulti characters as well. Like, even after they got most of the big ones banned out, they found the Grim, they found the
10
Tide, and they
seconds
made
remaining.
team fights happen.
Yeah. Hey, Morgan.
5 seconds remaining.
Hello.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys take over for a little bit because I'm gonna try to fix a couple things.
Radiant team pick.
Sorry for coming in late. What have I missed?
Witch Doctor and Abaddon. That's about it.
Any interesting bans? I see again.
Rubik?
Foop really.
Dire
Foop is
team
looking at
pick.
basically banning out team fight.
Alright. I'm not gonna lie. I'm already vibing with Pizzadog's drafts. We're gonna see a bunch of big burly boys just running at you.
Big burly boys, but they do give Foop the ability right now to grab AA, and AA is so good
True.
against Abaddon Wraith King.
True.
I don't know if Foop has an AA player, but right now AA looks beautiful. Oh my goodness! Snapfire? A little Mortimer?
Okay. Alright. Sure.
Okay, so the real question is, right? I know you play it poorly,
10
just like I
seconds
do.
remaining.
Is this going to be a Snapfire core?
Yeah, I want to see him mid.
5
I wanna see
seconds
him in.
remaining.
I mean, I both know we are horrific mid players
Terrible.
when we play Snapfire. Like, it's
Radiant
borderline
team pick.
griefing our team. But
That's the mid.
is it? We've already seen
No.
Dragonite actually in the
Not the mid.
3.
That's the 3.
already.
Yeah. This is 3-4 snap DK.
Again, holding out hope that it's actually a mid Snapfire. Unlikely, but the dream is still alive.
You know, that's a
10
mean
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Snap Dragonite. I hope you liked being stunned for like 5
5
seconds.
seconds
The
remaining.
only part is, does Wraith King care?
Early he may, but after level 6, no, not at all.
So, You're not wrong. Like, it is a gnarly Snapfire Cookie into Shield, into Dragon Tail, into Shotgun Breath. Like, that is a lot of damage, but do they really care? Gotcha. All right. And, like, I was impressed with the last Crystal Maiden, specifically on the fact that Foop just ignored her. Multiple fights in a row.
5 seconds remaining.
Don't know if they'll make the same mistake this game, though.
Yeah, I'm really not leaning either direction for the draft right now. They both look like your stereotypical pub draft. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is a comp I went up against like yesterday.
I'll be honest, I haven't been playing a lot of pub Dota. Is Abaddon a consistent pub Dota character now?
Abaddon can be played in every position right now. You want to play him 5? You play him 5. You want to play him 1? You play him 1. You grab the rate. Okay.
He's not going to be 3, though. He's not going to be 3 because we got Enigma here.
I like that.
Favorite purple grape monster. Purple Drink is up in the house. I love it. I love seeing Enigma played. I think Enigma's in a great position right now.
How long has it been since we've really seen Enigma be meta?
We don't talk about it because he's always
4 years?
been meta.
5 years?
Just like my favorite item, Meteor Hammer, he's never fallen out of meta. Thank you.
That's true. That's true. All right, so what does Foop need? How do they answer these big team fights? How do you answer the
Silencer.
CM ult plus the Enigma ult?
Silencer is a
Silencer is an option.
That's a call. That is an audible. The only problem that I have with Silencer is he doesn't really do a whole lot other than silence, and Wraith King can still beat your face in while silencing with Abaddon. So I'm not the biggest fan of that one.
Well, it's like you get caught in black hole. That's it.
Yeah, I think you probably want to look at like a BKB piercing stun to stop the.
I have a great idea.
Okay, all right.
Hear me out. Nyx Assassin.
Nyx Assassin.
Okay.
Ooh, that's cute.
I like the Nyx Assassin. CM food. Enigma black hole before BKB. Just throw your body into it. Who cares?
Going back to the
they're gonna grab the PL. We saw how scary that was.
Tried and true.
Safe. I mean, they obviously comfortable with the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah.
Going to bans. So now this is the part where I think Foop just bans all bans. All things are straight up. Most likely looking at banning pause 2s here.
5 seconds remaining.
Assuming probably stuff like Puck. I think probably is going to catch a ban. Monkey King's a great ban because Phantom Lancer can't kill Monkey King. Same with Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight cannot kill Monkey King. So if you ran this Wraith King in like the 3 and Enigma 2, Dragon Knight can't kill Monkey King.
Yep. 10 seconds.
What if this is a support Enigma?
I think it's support Enigma. You think it's what, like a
5
core
seconds
Abaddon?
remaining.
Yeah.
Could be.
Radiant
I think we
team
need
back.
to. I think this might be a 3 Enigma. We're just waiting to draft our mid here.
Yeah.
The Kunkka band's a good one. That's another big team fight. Oh, kind of scary.
Lost
You know
to
what I
cancel.
like to see here?
10
Zeus.
seconds remaining.
You love Zeus.
I think he's just so strong
5
right now.
seconds remaining.
I think the fundamental problem with Zeus is he brings nothing but damage. Now, damage is important, but I think that's right now my biggest problem with Zeus is that that's all he brings.
What do we always say? Bigger numbers wins games.
I mean, bigger numbers are
team
better.
back.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
But
I do like the Puck ban. Very smart ban on the side of Pizzadog.
That's some more PTSD rearing its ugly head right there.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Storm Spirit
for Pizzadog?
for Foop.
There's no hexes.
I like the ability to jump in. You get the Ags on him. That's a ton of control.
Dire team pick. Radiant team.
Here it comes.
Here it is, Foop.
Ooh.
Wind Ranger.
Don't know how to feel
Interesting.
about it.
I mean, I like the character. I don't know if I like it here in the game. It'll be very fascinating. It does kill one person very effectively. I always feel like Wind Ranger's meh against Wraith King, though.
10 seconds remaining.
But-
You know, and I feel like Foop went for this big, like, team fight ult
5
strat
seconds remaining.
with the Ravage and everything around that. I don't see it. I mean, Mortimer's Death Ward, yeah, but how do you keep them there?
This is a mid-Wind Ranger, no?
I mean, why would you not? I don't know how you would lane this, but why would you not just pick the Centaur on Pizzadog and just run away? Leshrac.
Because it's Leshrac. It's another person with 4 legs.
That guy Leshrac, he's been on the up and up lately, I've heard.
And he just takes buildings so fast.
You have a lot of push, actually.
And, well, obviously, though, Hot Coldman having the best skin so far in the draft with the Ice Frog Snapfire skin. Which we all know, skins are important. As we all know.
Skins get wins.
I'm right now just waiting for Pizzadog to pick their last Wraith King. See really how that skin plays out. That might turn the tide. Isaac, Skeletons. Alright. Alright. Alright, Replayz. How you feeling?
I'm going Pizzadog.
Going Pizzadog?
I like the Enigma. like I said in the last game, I like the big team fight ults. I like the big jumps. I like a bunch of things happening on the screen that almost puts me into an epileptic seizure. I don't know what's happening and I can't keep up with it, and then everybody just ends up dead. It's a thing of beauty, if you ask me.
Yeah. I think the one thing, though, that I will say is Pizzadog's draft does require you to play around the Enigma Leshrac follow-up, which I think is a little easier to execute than Foop. I mean, one of the big things that I generally notice, especially at this situation, is really what is the easier one to execute in general. And I'm kind of with you. I think Pizzadog's is a little easier to execute. You really only have to follow up 2 abilities where if you're looking at Foop, you need to make sure Wind Ranger's landing the stun on 1, you need to make sure your cask is bouncing correctly. I won't deny I'm a little worried about their need to be more complex and more very precise with their ability usage.
Well, here we go. Game number 3, Foop versus
Prepare for
Pizzadog
battle.
Academy. We're going to see Abe Lincoln on the Witch Doctor, Shadow Moses on the Wind Ranger. We've got Snooch? What's that name?
Sneech
Sneech on the Phantom Lancer. We got Big Boy, aka Big Boy on the DK. We got Hot Coldman on the Snap. Gonna be smoked out onto this top side. Meanwhile, over on the Radiant side, we've got Double A on the Enigma, Mooped on the Abaddon, Verge Chan on the CM, Eternal Rain on the Wraith King, and rounding off in the mid lane, Erotic Flower on the Leshrac. See if we can get a little action here in the top lane. It's gonna be a 4v5, so they need to be careful. They've got no Wraith King.
They might be pressuring it. This is surprising. This might be the
Big Boy
first
knows.
time we see some fights.
Big Boy knows. Look at this. He's
Boy
calling them
knows.
out. He's saying, hey, they're coming. This way, guys. Turn. Look.
See it.
Oh, Fate Play's gonna get caught. Big
initiate.
Bongo with the blood grenade. There's the shield dispel it. Double A stun.
Went to
That's
a wrong.
first blood. Oh, no.
That is first blood.
He had nowhere to go. Nowhere to go.
And won't deny, though, if you look at Phantom Lancer's health, Phantom Lancer going into the top lane, going in at very, very low, only 200 hit points. That's going to really put a damper on this early, and he's going to need to go through a lot of regen to get back to a healthy state.
Still comes out 2-2 on the bounty runes. First blood going the way of the dire side. And we're off to the laning phase. Mid lane, this matchup. How do you feel about the Leshrac Wind Ranger matchup?
We're gonna need to see what build this Leshrac goes. So recently I've been seeing a couple different builds. You have the classic QW build, where he's trying to land those stuns into those big edicts. You've also recently been actually seeing a DQ build, which looks like potentially what Leshrac's looking to do here. You lose a lot of your ability to take towers, but your pressure and push on the creep wave in the enemy core is so much more prevalent. So it'll all depend. I think if we get the Lightning Bolt build, I think Leshrac will have a better time. Otherwise, I think this is a really easy win for Wind Ranger to win.
Bot lane, we're going to see this Wraith King CM matchup against the DK Snapfire. Wraith King, I don't think really cares about either of these heroes. He's going to get his farm.
He's going to get his farm no matter what. He doesn't care. The scary part, in all honesty, is the second Snapfire and Dragonite leave, Wraith King's going to take your tower.
Topside, we're going to see a little bit of action happening. The Enigma with these Eidolons is just absolutely harassing this Witch Doctor. It's a ton of damage.
Yeah, this is what Enigma loves. Enigma loves these laning phases where he has just free reign against no one with really any real AoE wave clear, which neither Sneech nor a Blinken has any real AoE wave clear. Bongos does not do enough, nearly nowhere does Spirit Lance. So Enigma gonna get basically free Eidolon control on these lanes, and that's something scary for Phantom Lancer.
One thing I don't like about this Radiant draft is this pause for Abaddon into the Witch Doctor. It's just such an awkward matchup. You're never going to be able to hit him. He's just going to be able to kite you and poke you. You really make no impact on this lane, besides saving the Enigma.
Yeah, but saving the Enigma is not insignificant. You really can't have your Enigma die. And also in the situation where, let's say you do get a pick, Enigma Eidolons with the attack speed buff from Abaddon into that tower is going away fast. Bot lane, looks like Crystal Maiden's getting low, but isn't going to die, gets back to the tower.
Just a little damage, it's gonna be okay.
I'm very scared I will not deny for this top lane in that tower. If that Enigma and that Abaddon can hit that building...
Look at this,
Look at that. Wind Ranger, 22 last hits, 10 more than anybody else in the game. And this really was what I was talking about earlier. Wind Ranger just is not going to be contested in this lane a whole lot unless Leshrac gives up his ability to take towers. And you're seeing that right now in the last hits in the net worth.
yeah, she's just, and I mean, with that power shot, she secures every range creep. She's going to get her XP. It's looking good. You like to be Wind Ranger in this situation.
100%. Now looking at the top lane, right now we're watching the top lane and we're seeing this Phantom Lancer and Witch Doctor do their things. I really don't know what kill potential Enigma and Abaddon have here until they're 6.
0.
And so...
Big
yeah,
stun from the Stompy Boy.
Stomp Boy.
But Vershak gonna get low
Maiden.
from all the creeps. Wraith King gonna see if he can finish off this DK, but that armor is too much. Stompy Boy again! Stunning the Wraith King! I don't know how he feels about this. Shotgun for the slow. There's the Dragon Tail with the cookie follow-up and the breath. That's it.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean,
MVP Centaur Camp.
yeah, Pizzadog needs to report for the... needs to go tell Icefrog it's not okay for the Radiant safe lane to actually be getting 3-2'd here. That stomp, getting 2 stomps on heroes, multiple fights in the same fight. So long. That's just... I don't think I've seen a fight happen like that in a while. Stompy Boy is MVP.
True.
No doubt.
True.
Looking at the... Can we check really quickly the mid lane here? Because I want to see where this Leshrac's getting positioned, because we're still at this point where Wind Ranger's just getting everything they want.
Yeah, he's not able to really execute these denies. I mean, he's only going to see 1 deny on the side of the Leshrac to Wind Ranger's 7.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't feel good to be Leshrac right now.
That is very true, and Leshrac is going the build I was talking about, the QE build, so Leshrac's given up the ability really to pressure towers by not taking any points Diabolic Edict. has great team fight and great way to last hit on these lanes and confirm these range creeps. But yeah. Wind Ranger is gonna hit 6 now and has the ability where if Leshrac just gets a little too out of position, can probably just walk him under tower. And that's what that Shoutout Moses positioning on the high ground to contest that.
Yeah, I mean, we already know, right? As the Wind Ranger gets the javelin, rotation bottom onto this Wraith King is going to take some damage. Might die to Edict. Mid lane just going to get dove as well. Wind Ranger taking down this Leshrac while the Wraith King ticks down to Edict. That's a big play by Foop.
You have Crystal Maiden currently running south, trying to get away from the Dragon Knight and the Witch Doctor. Let's see if they get out. Looks like they give up the chase.
They're gonna
surprising.
just not commit anymore.
Yeah,
I was gonna say this Wind Ranger gonna wait for the javelin to dive, but I mean she didn't care.
Here we go.
She didn't need it.
I mean, this was a situation, I think, also just Witch Doctor recognizing he really can't make much of an impact in this top lane. So, he goes to a place he can. Recognizes that he's just not getting a lot done, and I'm just taking experience away from my core from here.
Taking a peek at the top lane, we're going to see the PL is getting a little bit of farm. Nowhere near as good of a start as he had last game. Going to be pressured under the tower by these Eidolons a good amount, but still not terrible. Not the absolutely spectacular start he had last game.
Yeah, the scary number to look at right now is the 53 last hits. You have a 7-minute javelin now on Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger could kill anyone on this enemy team right now.
That's Javelin Shred's double bracer in 7 minutes.
This is a very scary timing, and Pizzadog needs to respect this because Wind Ranger can just.
I mean, look, she just
find anyone.
She knows. She smells blood in the water. She sees this. Look at this. We're gonna see it right here. Watch it. Yep. There's the shackle. The lightning, luckily there for the slow. That was big.
And Enigma almost dies top lane, in all honesty. Luckily has the wand, but Maledict and damage coming out.
That's the D-wards coming out on the side of the Wind Ranger. She's able to just get everything mid. Bottom lane, not much happening. Wraith King gonna be doing some jungling, it looks like. Not able to get a lot out of the lane here, unfortunately.
Dragon Knight goes in on Wraith King.
There's the tail.
Recognizing that Wraith King's not 6, and he has the potential for another death right now.
Cookied out. Skeletons are gonna get popped to just kind of push the wave a little bit, but I mean they're gonna back off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Enigma's gonna get jumped on, soaking up lust. There's the black hole onto the Phantom Lancer, gonna get committed. It's a dead Phantom Lancer.
Here's Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger is here to clean up this Enigma. That's a dead Enigma. Really no way to contest that.
And then they dive bot lane and kill the CM under tower. I mean, this is just a
bloodbath.
Bloodbath on all the lanes, back and forth. And this this is Green Dragon form. Bot tower already at half health. Ow.
Both of the off lanes just being a little oppressive right now.
Doing their jobs, that's for certain.
Wind Ranger's just gonna continue to farm the mid lane, make sure this tower doesn't get taken. I don't really think Leshrac has the ability to take this tower without that diabolic edict.
I agree. Yeah, I mean this is the downside of going the build he's going. He can take team fights. Lightning Storm does a lot of damage to heroes, but doesn't do anything to buildings, and that's kind of the downside you're seeing here. A Wind Ranger and smoke.
See if we can find this Enigma again. Just cripple him. Here we go.
3 seconds until focus fires up.
There's focus fire. There's the Mongol with the Malding. Dead. Melted.
And that is enough gold. They have, if they want to, they can buy their Mjolnir and start their Maelstrom. And here you go. Maelstrom on the courier coming out to Wind Ranger. That's a 10-minute treads double bracer Maelstrom. That's a lot of damage coming out.
We really haven't focused on and talked a lot about is this DK in the bottom. 66 last hits. He's got his treads. He's going Midas. He's almost got Midas.
Aw, a Dragon Knight for my own heart really is proving the whole, if you put two rocks against each other who can't die, who's going to get the most last hits? And it turns out Dragon Knight's getting more than Wraith King at this point. Dragon Knight can't kill Wraith King alone, and Wraith King can't kill Dragon Knight alone. And so it really is just turned into a farm game. And Dragon Knights, they have equivalent farm. Both have 66
Basically
last hits.
Dragon Knight gonna get jumped.
Stun.
There's the stun, double stun, plus the Nova, plus the Frostbite. Should be
Go.
enough damage to take him down. It's gonna
That
delay
is
that
what-
Midas a little bit and get Wraith King closer to that armor.
This is exactly what Wraith King wants.
So we got some technical issues on the stream. It's gonna be a little choppy.
Let's take a peek back at PL. Rushing into the first
There's the Wind Ranger diving the Enigma. That is another dead Enigma, but she's gonna get caught. There's the Frostbite into the stun. She's gonna TP out. No luck. That's a 5 kill streak going the way of that Leshrac. 500 gold.
Yeah, that is a lot of money. Yeah, that's everything Leshrac wants in this situation. He now actually has been getting the levels from these kills. He's also getting the levels, level 3 in Diabolic Edict. You gotta be careful for your buildings now. Leshrac can take them fast.
This will give them the envies.
But looking back, like I was saying before that fight, Phantom Lancer is actually rushing the Ag Scepter again this game compared to last game. Of course, he's not going to get it like he did last game at the 15-minute mark, but that is, again, just something to keep in mind of. He's not going to go to the Defusal. He's not wanting to fight early.
Yep, Peel's gonna offer the axe. I like it. I think it gets that nice early farming item, and it's gonna be an absolute menace. Dragon form in the bottom lane gonna get popped again. He's gonna take this tier 1 tower. This DK's got Midas. He's taking buildings. Nobody is contesting his farm. He's just getting everything he wants. Top lane, we might have a little bit of a scrap.
Dragon Knight is coming top with the Dragon form.
Wraith
Wrapping
King
on
gonna
this
get
Crystal
jumped
Maiden.
on by the Wind Ranger. That's 1 life done. Stunned with the creep. Focus Fire still gonna be active on that 2nd life. Wraith King's still gonna. There's the Black Hole onto 1. Gonna catch the Phantom Lancer.
That's Black Hole
Dragon
2.
Knight's still up. There's the Abaddon ult. Enigma's gonna try to walk away. This Wind Ranger is still full health. That's a dead Enigma. Moop's gonna try to chase down this DK. There's the wand, gonna give him a little bit more time. He will die to the Q. There's the power shot onto 2. Verge gonna go down to this Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger walking out of this with a triple kill.
Yeah, Wind Ranger getting a lot.
Actually gonna be a quad for her, I'm pretty sure. It's just that last one was too far out.
No, unfortunately, no. Dragon Knight, sorry, Witch Doctor stole, not really stole, let's say confirmed one of the kills earlier in the fight on the Leshrac. But yeah, no, I mean, Wind Ranger just able to dance around that entire fight, putting out so much damage focused onto the Wraith King. Beautiful 2-man Black Hole to confirm the Phantom Lancer and the Witch Doctor, just it was not enough.
That's gonna put that Aghanim Scepter a little behind.
Yeah, gonna push that a little farther. But does push the Wind Ranger up to 9.2k net worth going into this 15-minute timer, and that's a lot of money. Oh, and just catches the Wraith King again. Is this actually just gonna be another kill?
He's got the armlet toggles. He's gonna get stunned up again. He's got no ult. And she's just gonna win run away.
Do they get out? This is gonna be the
4
big question.
seconds, it tilts up again. Cut off by the Enigma. Gonna get rooted. Gonna get stunned. There's the ult. Gonna get committed. She's gonna pop the wind run. There's the Dragon Tail. Getting body blocked by her own Dragon Knight. Can't get out.
But everybody else is here. If Pizzadog does need to be careful.
She's gonna be fine.
Radiant's middle tower is
They
under
actually
attack.
get an extra kill of the Leshrac. They're gonna turn around. There's the Maledict onto the Abaddon. Ult's gonna get popped, slowed up. There's the Dragon Tail, keep a stun, plus the Shackle, plus the Cookie. That's a dead Abaddon.
Actually, being sneaky enough to give the money to the Phantom Lancer, just everything you need here. Phantom Lancer now only 850 gold away from that Ag Scepter.
Yeah, Foop is absolutely running wild now.
Yeah, Foop is playing quite tight. Wind Ranger just really able to punish that Wraith King. You do not want to come back from your reincarnation death team fight to immediately die. I mean, he's been dead for 30 seconds of the last 2 minutes. Like, that's not something you want.
Enigma's got the money for the Blink Dagger, opting not to buy it yet. Just something on the go.
Maybe holding a little bit. Maybe not wanting to buy it because they're wanting to not potentially show it off in lane.
That's another kill of the Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger doing Wind Ranger things. I mean,
you blink,
to get
you miss
only
it.
1k away from BKB, that's... Yeah, wow.
17 minutes, almost got the BKB. Witch Doctor gonna get out of there with the help of the cookie and the glimmer, gonna be fine.
Yeah, just playing against the high ground with 4 on it because why not? Where else can you be on this map? And they're splitting it completely down the other lanes. Dragonite's top solo farming and PL's bottom solo farming. While the entire Pizzadog draft's just still chilling here in the triangle, killing Ancients.
The Dragon form popped again. This is gonna be another tier 1.
Radiant structures.
And nobody's gonna go contested. They're just gonna give it. You know, I think Pizzadog is in this weird position where they need to be active to do, you know, keep them from pushing this tier 1s and taking over this map, but they just haven't had the farm to be able to actually do anything. They don't have items, they don't have gold, they've got Wraith King, who's a very late game carry. He's got the armlet, but he's opting for Radiance.
I like the Radiance, especially with the Wind Ranger, forces them to go MKB. Otherwise, the mischance actually is just a lot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's an effective 35% evasion on the strength core. It's everything right, especially against Ranger. And PL, for that matter. And PL does have the Ag Scepter now, so 17-minute Ag Scepter. See where they go next. Most likely to Fusel Blade, because in the end you are still up against a Wraith King. You do want to force Wraith King to spend the money on Shard. So... Black Hole, solo Black Hole, onto Wind Ranger.
What? She's fine.
Hey,
just a Wind Ranger things.
That feels bad. With the turnaround for the support taking a core, that is a feel bad for Pizza at this point.
Phantom Lance is gonna have just finished that Aghanims as well. The farm begins.
Yep. Dragonite is just taking lanes right now. I mean, this is the second tower he's taken. Top, of course, tier 1 down. He's just doing Dragonite things. Pretty much keeping this Midas on cooldown. Sitting at a 9k net worth when you compare it to the other pause 3. I mean, Enigma's only at 7.8. Kind of get everything they want. Looking at going the Mage Slayer into BKB. Makes a lot of sense to me. And look, they're about to bottom, and looks like they're all looking to group up, pushing the bot lane.
I think both teams are just going to take a little bit of a farm break here.
Yeah.
Both teams realize we got some big items coming up.
Whoa.
We're just going to farm up.
Didn't notice this dire stack. Looks like they're grouping up to take that as a company, because that is a lot of ancient. And a lot of money about to be injected into their pocket.
My gosh. This is an 8k net worth lead at 20 minutes.
Foop is really doing a clinic right now.
And it's not even like they're just farming. They're finding the kills. They're finding the plays. They're taking the towers.
And there it is, right at the 20-minute mark. What are they doing at 20 minutes exactly? Grouping it for Tormentor.
Yeah, they are on their timings.
It is interesting. It is good to see that Pizzadog also doing the same exact thing. Pizzadog taking Tormentor right now as well. They do have access to the rack Leshurek is a very good torment taker with They take it and it goes to Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden's getting that little crystal clone.
Foop is also gonna try to take theirs. Actually, lacking a good amount of damage. This Snapfire is getting pretty low. It's a little bit longer than they wanted to, but it goes to the Phantom Lancer.
All right, who already had it? So Witch Doctor already
going on here?
Bought theirs. Oh, that makes sense actually. So Witch Doctor already bought their shard.
It was a 50-50 between the Snap and the PL.
Yeah, and PL gets it, and that always feels bad as a support, but
feels bad as Snap. But you know what? It makes him feel a little bit safer than this early farming. You can farm a little bit more aggressively now, and have that option to escape.
100%.
I don't think it's
a nice mobility tool as well if you want to be using it for that as well.
Yeah,
that's good. Looks like they're grouping up behind Wind Ranger right now. Standing with them or something else, but at the same time, Wind Ranger does have the BKB. Unless they're going to commit Black Hole solo. Ranger's
Radiance completed. Gonna be Radiance done on the Wraith King. He's gonna go for that Blink Dagger next. Really taking advantage of this space. We see them grouping up mid. Are they gonna turn this into a smoke play? Or are they just wanting to continue farming? I mean, DK doesn't mind the farm. PL doesn't mind the farm. Wind Ranger definitely doesn't mind the farm.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I just don't know.
I'm surprised.
Gonna get jumped onto the Wraith King. Dragon Tail out for the stun. Gonna keep him in position. There's the shotgun slow. Cookie Stun's gonna miss. There's the shield to keep him back. Team's gonna rotate in. 2-man stun from the Wind Ranger. Foop is gonna drop to half off of one hit and a power shot. Oh my gosh.
Well, looks like there's going to be a smoke turnaround here. Pizzadog going to punish the failed gank.
There's the ball go onto the Leshurek. There's the ult. He's not going to be able to jet it for long. Oh my god, he's melted!
2-man Black Hole!
Onto 2, onto the Wind Ranger and the DK. It's going to be big. Wind's going to pop that BKB, start chasing down that CM. CM's going to fall to the Wind Ranger focus fire. PL diving the back line, getting onto that Leshurek. He's melting though. The lightning strike is melting. The Leshurek melting the DK. Everybody's just dying. Second life finally onto this Wraith King. The Radiant's doing some work onto this Snapfire. Are they going to spot it? They don't see her TPing out. They don't really have a stun to stop her anyway. Pretty dead even exchange.
That was perfect burst damage coming from the Wraith King there. Really finding the targets effectively to bring them down from 25% with these crits. Stopping the Witch Doctor from being able to get off a switcheroo. Stopping the PL from being able to doppelgang. He's only 1 second away from being able to like doppelganger to get out of that fight. Really picking his targets really well with these crits.
Yeah, I mean, not much changes in the game state off of that, I would say. It's a big XP influx onto the Abaddon and gold onto the Wraith King. I think that's the biggest takeaway, is that gold onto that Wraith King.
The gold on the Wraith King is going to really help, but what that fight did just show is the Wind Ranger starting to fall off, especially with all of these bigger team fight abilities coming out from Pizzadog, with the Leshurek stuns coming into play, the Enigma Black Holes really coming into more fruition. The Wind Ranger focus fire, I think they might have potentially missed a little bit of their timing here. I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive whenever this thing's off cooldown, much like when you're playing with a Legion Commander, you need to find a kill.
Gonna be a little activity in the bottom jungle. They're gonna get scouted out. DK's gonna see the Leshurek. Both teams gonna opt to just walk away.
I see you, you see me. I'm gonna walk away now. You walk away too.
Call that the high ground stare down.
Hell yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Finds Wraith King.
There's the switcheroo with the Maldic. He's gonna wait around. Glimmer Cave's gonna keep him alive for a little longer. Wind Ranger gonna come in with that focus fire, start bursting them down.
And gets the
That's
kill.
it. There's no
Yeah,
second
mana.
life.
He did, yeah.
It's on cooldown.
10-second cooldown
Dire's
still.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that is
That-
not
yeah.
worth for the Wraith King. That Witch Doctor kills. It's not it. Not
Dire's
it.
middle tower is under
Witch
attack.
Doctor did exactly what we needed to survive, though. Had the switcheroo timing, had Glimmer Cave, trying to make some space, and you got there in time. PL does have the Diffusal Blade and is now going really interesting if you notice with the PL. Into an E-Shroud. Huh.
Your shrine has fallen to the
Very
I don't hate it.
surprising. I would have expected more so Mage Layer, but I guess if your Dragon Knight has one, you might not want one yourself.
Yeah.
It's I don't know, I've personally never seen many Eternal Shroud PLs.
Why not just the heart or something? You know? Maybe somebody builds the pipe, build the heart.
Maybe Dragon Knight builds that pipe with his $1 billion.
Yeah.
But nah, he's going
See how it
BKB
works
now.
out. Why not the BKB on the deal? I'm very curious about this E-Shroud. See how it pays off.
Well, I can understand though BKB because it does sort of make it a lot easier to know which PO is the one for you to use your abilities on.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah,
We'll see.
Wind Ranger I can now find out Ranger is outranging the tower. Wraith King looking to wrap.
BKB gonna get popped. There's the
One-person
black
black
hole on to one. It's gonna be a dead Wind Ranger.
Immediately takes
Back
the Aegis.
line. The CM's gonna try to pop the ult. Can't do it. Ult Aegis gonna get popped. BKB immediately getting used. Wraith King first life down. Back in position. There's the root. Wraith King getting melted for that second life. Meanwhile, DK zoning out the rest of this team, keeping the Leshrac, the Abaddon, and the Enigma at bay. They just fall apart. They couldn't get through the DK.
They had a beautiful pick onto this Wind Ranger. Did a lot of damage to her in that black hole, but unfortunately you're in this problem. She had Aegis.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's
And they're
bottom
probably just
tower
gonna push high ground now. They're gonna force these buybacks.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Unless these try to force these buybacks at
Radiant's
least.
structures are
Well, they've got no black hole. They've got no second Wraith King light.
Dire's
Wind Ranger
bottom
ultimate.
tower
How do they contest
building.
this?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
A lot of damage from this lightning storm. Big stun out of the DK. Is it gonna get out? Bongo on the
Dire's
2.
bottom tower
They get him
has
out.
fallen.
Alright.
So they don't take the racks, but they do take the tower in front of it, which just opens that up for creeps to come in now for the rest of the game.
16k net worth lead. 29 minutes. That's gotta feel bad. Yeah, we got a win probability of, what is that? 84% going away.
Yeah.
That probably doesn't feel good.
Oh.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Elliot, calm down, dude.
I'll take that.
Ali, it looks like we have some.
Some infighting.
Looks like we have some inflaming going on. In Foop, just to bring some levity into it.
Now, if you're Pizzadog, how do you feel about that? To me, that's an insta mute. I don't
Yeah.
need you all chatting when I'm this far behind.
Yeah, and already asking for a drop penalty next game can be seen as potentially maybe a little BM, but we're gonna look like they're gonna be getting caught in the jungle here, and Snapfire trying to get out. Snapfire,
Radiant's
get out.
middle tower is under attack.
The Wind Ranger shows up and Enigma immediately turns around.
Yeah. They don't want the smoke. They see the Wind Ranger. They know what's up.
Yeah. The Wind Ranger going into the Disperser next. That's gonna be
Love
a
that
lot of damage.
Love that item. Leshrac gonna get jumped on with the, no, never mind.
Radiant's bottom
She's fine.
tower is under attack.
Gleipnir was committed, but it ain't nothing.
We got going on.
Meanwhile, PL just farming. Yasha completed. Manta style on the way.
Yeah,
It's just
no,
gonna
let's,
be some easy peasy farming.
yeah, Dragonite just doing Dragonite things with the Manta, Phantom Lancer's pushing the lane up with the Ag Scepter Spirit Lance. I mean, this is about as comfortable as you can get as a Phantom Lancer at this point. Maybe wanting a little bit more money, but just not there yet.
DK's got that Mage Slayer and Manta style ready to go. This Midas is getting some value. Going for the Aghanim Scepter next. This is a big DK. This is a big boy. Big boy is a big boy.
Big DK. You are not wrong. That is a very big DK.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It looks like Radiant's looking at smoking up.
See if they can catch somebody out here. They're close to the Wind Ranger. Blink forward onto the Wind Ranger. Black Hole's gonna get committed onto the Wind. BKB gonna get popped again. She's turning onto the Nigma. Nigma's dead.
It immediately countered for the
stun onto the Wind Ranger. The team's here now. Phantom Lancer throwing the ults. There's the Dragon Tail out onto the left track. Gonna hold him in position. Mage Slayer debuff is up. Mooped is gonna body for a second. TP out. He should be able to get out here. But
wow.
Again, another failed gank with that Black Hole committed onto the Wind Ranger. I mean, what do you do as Pizzadog at this point? You commit the Black Hole with the 5-man team and you still can't kill her.
But actually, was that a 5-man team? I don't think I ever saw Wraith King there. I think that might have been the bigger problem. They took that fight without their Wraith King, and their Wraith King is so much of their net worth right now as a team. I really think that's what you need to do in these fights.
That's gonna be easily a lane of Rex, maybe 2. And those DK Dragon Form Illusions doing quick work of these racks.
Yep.
Wraith King jumping in, gonna get stunned up onto 2. Shackle shot. Looks like they're gonna be forced off the high ground. There's the dust. But Wraith King's getting focus fired. He's dead. That's first life. Death Ward's still going off. They're not going to commit onto the high ground for this. Great disengage there by Pizzadog Academy, getting that Wraith King out.
It looks like we're going to have Roshan in a minute, so they might just be backing up and looking potentially at Tormentors if anyone doesn't have their shards. You know, you still do have the potential of getting a Gale Force on Wind Ranger, which makes doing some of these high ground fights a lot different. Pulling people down off that high ground with Gale Force can be problematic.
Big Boy's gonna finish that Aghanim Scepter as well as the Witch Doctor. That's Black Dragon and a very strong Death Ward. I mean,
yep.
These are some big ults gonna be coming out.
Oh yeah.
Snapfire gonna be finishing up that Shiva's Guard here pretty soon, it looks like.
Shiva's Guard or Lotus Orb? Because I think they're looking at doing a Lotus Orb.
Lotus? Oh, it's Lotus.
Do you think it'd be a Lotus Orb? No, if it's Shiva's Guard, that'd be awesome, but I think they're looking at a Lotus so they can stop these Malefice stun combos on the Wind Ranger, as well as potentially just cleansing off the Curse of Ernest and those sorts of things. They need more purges. They do have some very powerful, longer debuffs that are dispellable that they'd love to get rid of.
Morgan, I just got news from the other side of the bracket.
Oh?
We've got our confirmed 3rd rampage.
There we go. 3 rampages in Kernel Kup 5. Wow.
Going the way of a Mr. Bojangles on the Drow Ranger.
Oh, there we go. Congratulations to that, but that is 3 rampages in Kernel Kup 5. I guess we're making up for having no rampages up till now.
Assault Curious gonna be finished on this Wraith King.
And they're smoking and looking at doing Roche right now.
Okay, Pizzadog's gonna try to get the Roche. And Foop's not gonna know. There's not gonna be a roar. I mean, unless they get scared. Oh, we're moving. Oh no. The timing. They know. They're outside the gate. They're aware. The Black Hole's gonna get committed onto the Wind Ranger, though. The BKB is pops. That's not doing very much damage, but there's nobody else there. It's just the Enigma. There's a big CM ulti. They're taking a ton of damage from this Black Dragon, though. The burst damage is absolutely insane. Enigma gets shackled to the tree. PL coming to finish him off. Black Dragon's gonna chase down that CM. Wraith King getting caught over by the DK. PL now getting onto the Wraith King.
How does Wraith King kill this Black Dragon? This Black Dragon has unmitigated movement. He can just keep going up and down the cliff.
No. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you gotta watch that timer. Rosha moves between the day-night cycles. You gotta be prepared for what's on the other side of that gate. You never know what you're walking into.
And they give the Aegis to Wind Ranger, give the cheese over to Phantom Lancer, which at this point really is just everything he wants. He wants to be able to throw out more Qs and get his mana back. Ooh. And PL actually going for the Orchid. Looks like he's going to pivot into the Bloodthorn to give himself crit for all of his illusions.
Oh, I like that. I mean, that makes Enigma, Leshrac, CM, that makes everybody's life miserable. What do you
Gonna forego the Disperser for our Orchid.
This is a 30k net worth.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job just choking out this map. And really doing everything that they're supposed to.
Another Black Dragon already up. Gonna walk onto the high ground. Two-man shackle. There's the focus fire on Leshrac. BKB is gonna get committed. Leshrac is going down. He's gonna stay alive a little longer. She's diving fountain. She wants him.
Waiting for the Aegis to trigger.
Somehow. She's sitting outside their fountain, still alive. Leshrac diving fountain for this Abaddon. Abaddon's gonna go down. Leshrac's gonna walk out of there alive somehow. Abaddon's fine.
Trying to force the GG.
That is the fountain. That should be GG. That is 3 or 4 buybacks committed, plus a fountain dive. I don't know how you come back from this as Pizzadog Academy. I mean, this Black Dragon is full health, full mana basically, taking your tier 4s. What do you do against him? They have no answers to this Dragonite.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna stay in and fight. There's the buyback onto the Wraith King. The Malphus onto the... Okay, 2-man Black Hole onto the DK and the Wind Ranger. This is a really good turn. DK is gonna go down as well, probably. That is huge. That is a ton of gold.
And that is Dragonite not respecting Midnight Pulse. I mean, really the only way you're going to kill him is by doing percentage health damage, and that is just 10% of your health a tick. You can't be sitting in that big purple circle.
4.6k net worth swing, 11,000 XP going the way of the
That's more. That's a 5.6.
Oh, 5.6, my bad.
Yeah, that is a big net worth swing in the favor of Pizzadog.
It still doesn't look like it's made much impact on the win probability graph, unfortunately, but you like to see that they still got that fighting spirit. They're not giving up. Enigma's gonna get jumped on. There's that Bloodthorn. There's the turn, stun into the Midnight Pulse. Beal's taking a lot of damage. There's the slow from the freezing field. He's invis, walking away with that shard ability. Will they see it pop? The Abaddon should have seen it pop. He's gonna try to TP away. They don't know.
Wow.
Away? Oh, that feels bad. Snapfire gonna be a good consolation kill here.
Yeah, the consolation Snapfire. Snapfire says that he shouldn't have gotten away. Just take me instead.
Oh.
And just gives it up. But, wow.
Man.
Look, they're gonna set up for another Tormentor. What is this?
They get that PL killing. Maybe they're gonna get it. I don't know.
Hey guys, do you notice this? There's Tormentors are up again. I don't know about you guys, but in my pub games, I don't think they ever actually spawn.
Wait. You're allowed to take it more than once?
Yeah. We'll see if they take it. If they take it again, but they're going to deny their tier 2 bottom. And you have 3 people bot lane right now. Maybe they'll look at potentially taking the Tormentor. They do have a few still to get.
Previous tier 4 neutrals coming up. Rattle Cage onto the Wraith King. He's taking a lot of damage. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Havoc
yeah,
Hammer on
yeah.
the PL. That's just that's a lot of health.
That's just a big stat stick.
Yep.
Start seeing what the other cores are going to start getting. Oh, there's another one for Dragon Knight.
Mindbreaker onto the Wind Ranger, as if she didn't deal enough
Pretty
damage.
good. Dragon Knight currently thinking, hasn't picked one yet. Takes the Havoc Hammer.
There's the Havoc
That's
Hammer.
a scary.
That's a
scary
big boy.
for him, that one.
That's an even bigger boy now.
That's a 4,300 hit point Dragon Knight.
That is big boy on big boy
That-
on a big boy.
No, has enough money for the Ag Scepter, but looks like they're saving for buyback. Actually, respecting their team, but
Yeah,
We're-
he's gonna go for
real
the
close to that.
Ag's Blessing into the Shard. Yep, looks like
it looks like Ag's Blessing into Orchid. Or just Ag's Blessing so they can have their Midas back in their inventory, in all honesty. That's probably what it actually is. PL being PL, taking the entire enemy jungle by himself.
You gotta keep that GPM up. Like I said, bigger numbers win big
Also,
games.
Enigma did just buy the Refresher Orb, so this is something to be aware of, is that is...
A Verge?
You do have double Black Hole.
It's interesting that CM jumping in, force staffing forward to save the Enigma illusion. Not even the actual Enigma.
You're worried. Or the Enigma illusion. Of course, looks like Witch Doctor rushing into the Aeon Disc so he can stop getting two-shot by Wraith King. Good choice. Snapfire going towards the Ag Scepter. Just wants to gobble up his team. Oh, we have a Wind Ranger initiating on someone. Instantly kills the Crystal Maiden.
He's food.
Yeah.
Just food. They're gonna continue to push forward though. They're down their Crystal Maiden. And they're opting to walk towards where they know the bad guys are. Wind Ranger gonna scout out this Enigma. They'll back off. DK blinking forward onto the Abaddon. Gonna drag and tail him. Gonna stun him up. Wind Ranger diving onto the
Wind Ranger
Enigma.
finds a free Enigma
Silence.
back.
He's dead. That's no black hole. That is no buyback on the Enigma either. There's the Death Ward onto 2. BKB popped on Leshrac. The dragon is on the high ground. Down goes Abaddon. No buybacks on the side of Pizzadog Academy. They have to retreat to their fountain. That's Phantom Lancer. And
Wind Ranger's in the enemy fountain again.
This should be GG. Pizzadog gonna fight it out though. It's not over till the fat lady sings. Leshrac going down. There's the CM.
This is Ag Scepter Wraith King giving people second lives.
But you know what? We've got an objective-based gamer. That's GG, going the way of Foop, taking this game in a dominant style against Pizzadog Academy. Just no answer to this DK. Absolutely insane. Great
That
game.
was the last game of our upper bracket, or not our upper bracket, but really Group 1, and it looks like Foop City going into the grand finals tonight.
I think our grand finals might be set. I think our grand finals is going to be Foop versus Corn Dogs.
Oh my.
Corn Dogs going 2-0 on the other side of the bracket. So a great game played out by both teams. Give it to Pizzadog Academy for fighting it out to the end. Just absolutely hearts of warriors. Great game by them. But final thoughts, Morgan?
I think it was just a beautifully executed mid game. This Wind Ranger got ahead and just did everything you'd ever want to see a Wind Ranger do. And I think, yeah, Pizzadog had some valiant fights, some really beautiful black holes coming out, multi 3-person black holes, but unfortunately just wasn't enough. Wind Ranger and Dragon Knight just got too big and they didn't have the answers.
Well, unless I'm mistaken, I think that's actually going to do it for this stream. If you want to watch the grand finals, I believe it's being casted on Kernel Kup TV 2.
Grand finals time. All the best of ones led up to this. Corn Dogs versus Foop City for Kernel Kup 5. Gonna have ourselves a winner by the end of this, Crash.
I'm excited. If Corn Dogs play half as well as they played in lower as they do in these grand finals, this isn't even going to be close.
It's gonna be quick. It's gonna be quick. I mean, we've had a couple of best of ones. They breezed right on by, but we didn't get to see the upper round where Foop City had a similar story, right? Corn Dogs, I think amongst the three teams, Fear the Hog as well as Malibu DILFs, they were very clearly a tier above. Foop City kind of seemed to assume that same position in their own bracket up against their opponents, right? Just basically picking the PL both games that is gonna get banned by Corn Dogs, and they continued to crush with it on Sneech both times. Didn't really seem very challenged at all, even into counter picks.
It's weird too because PL isn't like the hero anymore, right? Like there was a time and place in Dota where PL was the end all be all, the raid boss, the unkillable illusion hero. Where's that gone? Like that is years gone by. PL is some squishy ass, no items, like no good items for the hero other than defusal ags. Such an odd hero to play. And I mean, if you're finding success, we've talked about it. Hey, Sneeze, I mentioned it every game and I'm going to mention it again. Comfort is king. If you're a good PL, then pick the PL. You know, it's very simple.
Yeah, we ain't gonna talk about that though, because it is banned now.
It's banned.
Right? That's
yeah.
that's
no
not
comfort
in the
for
equation.
you.
Yeah, they take out the Witch Doctor as well as the Dragon Knight and the Wind Ranger. So picks that might seem like they're the meta, but also just picks that have dominated their opponents. The Viper being taken out of the pool as well. Shadow Moses was looking very dangerous on both the Wind and the Viper. Maybe green mid laners is his thing. You know what I mean? Maybe that's his little secret strategy.
Mid hoodwink can come in?
Please no. Bench mid. Bench first pick against the bench mid. Bench mid? No, bench against the Jakiro. This is already a dynamic that we've seen a couple of times in the games that we cast today. On paper, the bench has a pretty good role at it, right? Because brings a bit of minus armor to the table, as well as that save potential and aggressive potential. But Roctopus on that Jakiro, that is some nasty stuff.
Yeah, and it's not even a hero you want to ban, right? Like, banning Jakiro feels so bad. So Roctopus gets to reprise his role once again on Jakiro, and like you kind of talked about with the Venge, usually I would say, hey, this is Venge favored, just because Ice Path lands on one hero, swap him out easy peasy. But Roctopus, he's been doing something a little special. He's been hitting 2-3-man Ice Paths consistently. And at that point, Vengeful Spirit's gonna have to choose who you save. Oh, that's when the hero starts getting a little wacky, because it's like, oh, do I save my mid or do I save my safe laner? And there's never going to be a right answer.
I like that they're also doubling up on Disable. Not only is this a combination that worked for them already in the Lion and Jakiro, but we've seen how they navigate the fights, right? It's rarely ever layer the stuns on top of each other unless you've caught out a big group. With how Roctopus chooses to play, it's always Lion starts out with an initiation and Roctopus is setting an Ice Path on the back lines to prevent any sort of response. I think that's going to work out especially well into the Venge and the Grim. So both teams tagging up the supports early. We saw a Grimstroke with a Pudge in our previous game. Didn't really work out. So hopefully, you know, Abe Lincoln has a bit of a better world with it.
Hey, you can ravage people with Grimstroke Vengeful Spirit. Right? Soulbind, quadruple magic missile.
What happens if you Soulbind swap?
Do you...
10 seconds
remain. No, well...
we'll have to see. No, we're gonna find out, goddammit.
No.
City,
wait,
you better show us.
So what? So, okay, like, I'm just imagining. So let's pretend the Venge is... let's pretend both the Jakiro and Lion are soulbound on our screen right now, right? Sure. This draft screen. And then Venge swaps Jakiro. The first thing to go off will be Jakiro getting swapped, right? Sure. So Venge and Jakiro will swap places. So Venge will move up, Jakiro will move down. And then Venge and Lion swap places. So they essentially do a little lazy Susan spin around, I think.
I think what happens is when you swap, it breaks the chain. If you swap
it has to.
Distance,
yeah, you're right. Well, I'm dumb as shit. Okay, let's put that aside. As you see a Bloodseeker as a response to the Razor, I was really liking this Razor pick because I think it just acts as such a annoying front line in a way for these two supports who have to work through and a lot of AoE damage. But this is interesting. Earthshaker picked up here for Corn Dogs and likely to be in a core role as well.
This is, I think we're looking at a Rampage Earthshaker.
I hate it.
To be fair, Rampage has been last picked almost every game, hasn't he? So this could be a Cloud Kicker Earthshaker.
Oh yeah, you're right. But then that's a mid Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the games that we've seen Cloud Kicker so far, I think he's a very I mean this in the best way possible. Very straightforward player, right? You give him a game plan, he executes it, it's clean. When he needs to start getting a bit creative or when things don't go according to plan, that's where he might struggle a little bit. They pick the Ember Spirit up as well, which implies that this is either some crazy Dalai Lama-esque off-lane Ember, or we're gonna see a Razor in the safe lane and Ember mid instead. So they're missing an off-laner for both sides.
No
is what
off-lane
we're
Razor?
assuming.
No fan of off-lane Razor into Bloodseeker?
You could, but it's kind of weird.
I think Razor Grimstroke's kind of a crazy lane, in all honesty. Maybe when you have to deal with the Lion, things get a little complicated, because I would like to see, once again, 7 on the Lion in the 5 role, right, instead of... and then Jakiro on the off lane.
I mean, with how well Roctopus plays that Jakiro, you gotta put him on it, but I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of a switcheroni as well. So, like, Jakiro goes to help the Bloodseeker out, because I think those stunts or those slows are gonna be very important to stop the Razor in his tracks.
I mean, Lion has slows too, right? Mana Drain, you know, 10, was it like
Smile,
10% level 1 or something like that?
And Razor's like, I can't move
I'm so slow.
anymore.
I'm a notoriously slow hero. Oh no.
I don't have an ability that gives me a flat percentage move speed increase.
And it's probably like 10% level 1, so the Mana Drain just cancels it
true.
out.
It like cancels out. Okay, there might be a world where we're looking at Ember Spirit versus Earthshaker mid, in which case I feel like Earthshaker's gonna completely dumpster.
He's gonna dumpster the Ember Spirit, dude.
That's a horrible matchup. But I think overall in the game, I'm not really seeing where this Earthshaker comes into play. I don't really get it. I'm not seeing the vision. I don't see an Echo Slam. The fissure is nice, I guess, for separating the Razor from his squad, but with the cast range that both these supports have and the Ember's ability to play the sidelines, I don't think you're ever going to be too concerned.
You need a gather around me hero. Because right now, Corn Dogs don't have that. Bloodseeker, heaven forbid 5 heroes get on top of him, because he's dead.
No, that's not what he wants.
Point.
No. Yeah, the only blood he'll be seeking is a
own.
transfusion, because he will be bleeding out.
Yeah, it would be very rough. So, Corn Dogs, I would love to see some sort of offlaner that stand there and hit me. Centaur would be a great one, right? A good initiation, so you don't have to rely on your Earthshaker. You've got follow-up with Jakiro Lion. I think Centaur bog standard kind of hero. Stampede into Razor into Grimstroke is phenomenal. I'm full send in the Centaur for Corn Dogs.
10 seconds.
I get where you're coming from, and it's something that Rampage has already picked up to success. We'll see whether Foop City choose to ban it out as well, as both these teams obviously have that bit of information on each other. Seems like they're not very decided as to whether Corn Dogs are missing a mid laner or a off laner. Whereas on the flip side, I think for Foop City, they're quite convinced that it's going to be a last pick for Snitch here. So Necrophos ban coming through. Honestly, don't think I would have liked it that much on Condot's side, but in its own way, it's a gather around me hero.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to get everybody collapse onto him, and they last pick the Wraith King. So taking that away from Bojangles, who was doing a very good job at it earlier, and kind of a problem, right? Because you have mana drain from the Lion, sure, that's going to be annoying for the Reincarnate, but you could also just Venge Wraith King kill them.
Yeah, we saw it success. Corn Dogs ran this with success, right? The Venge Wraith King. You've got to pick some sort of high armor tanky. Okay. This OD was banned every game against Corn Dogs. This absolutely this fucks, dude.
Okay, Cloud Kicker, show me some shit, man. Because the mid lane is so closed right now. Regardless of whether you put the Ember or the Razor in the mid, this should be your lane, right? I don't think I've been talking down, but Cloud Kicker definitely, if I had to pick the weakest link on Corn Dogs, or someone who I feel like, it's not like they could have been playing any hero, but it feels like they didn't really do anything super flashy. Right?
Yeah.
They were just playing their hero for the most part with the Zeus and the Dragon Knight. This is a style hero. You gotta flex, you gotta outlast hit them, you gotta make sure you get that early advantage, crush them, and you gotta play careful. And you're up against Shadow Moses. you know, this mid lane battle is gonna be tough because Shadow Moses, on the very flip side, based on what we can see at least, has dominated every game he's in.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a difference for Shadow Moses this game because I genuinely don't see how Ember Spirit beats OD in lane. I don't. So Shadow Moses, it's gonna be up to him to find space. I mean, if OD wins, find space elsewhere around the map with your level 6, and that's where kind of OD maybe potentially falls off as a mid laner. He's not known as the best ganker. He's a lane dominator for sure.
Yeah.
But he's not a tower taker. He's not a ganker, so it's just sit and accumulate. And when I look at Corndog's draft, I'm a little worried about this Earthshaker. We've already seen how strong Venge Wraith King lane is. This Earthshaker might just get ran over.
I'm gonna be real with you. Even with this OD pick, it's cool and all. I still don't know what the plan is. Like, what is the strat in the fight? How are they? What is the timing, right? Because with Bloodseeker, I think that's the weird thing with this hero. He can get involved early and mid game, but there isn't really a clear like, oh, you know, he has item A. He's going to crush the game now. This is where he wants to start hitting objectives. It's a little bit different, and based on what I'm looking at, or based on what you're highlighting, it looks like it's nothing too crazy, you know, he's just getting a bit of early advance towards his Ring of Bassi and the Arcane Boots.
I guess. It's just, these are weird starting items for me. You're dealing, like, this is a magic stick lane. These heroes are going to be spamming their abilities.
Oh, again and again, Condox, they always come through bright and early, and looks like they might be able to get the touch on Snitch. That additional move speed, Hot Cold Man, quick with that Ink Swell, sorry. Abe Lincoln in some trouble now with the early level of the Astral Imprisonment, and the stun should be able to connect on a kill. They'll give it over to Cloud Kicker. Nicely done, and already an advantage garnered. So didn't really get the target that they wanted. Snitch able to walk out, but they still get that little boost.
You know, Honest Abe will die for your sins. That is, I mean, I guess that's lore accurate, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess you could say that about the what actually happened in his presidency. Which,
that's exactly what I'm alluding to. Thank you, Sneeze. Yeah,
they don't make presidents like that anymore. The ones that just die.
Well, not in like too recent history, but you know, Biden.
Well, maybe soon. We're getting there.
He's kicking for now, but who knows?
Age racks up, man. We might get another situation where I don't know. There was like this congressman who was there, and then it looked like he shit himself, and he got escorted away.
I do remember.
I don't know I don't know his name. I'm not ingrained in American politics, but what I am ingrained in is this game in this grand finals, and yeah, I think looking at the mid lane real quick, fair to say Shadow Moses, he's not gonna have the best of times.
No, 7, he's currently not having the best time. The Fairy Fire is going to keep him safe, but Jesus. It's a lot of damage coming away, but maybe that was the plan. Bojangles, he gets a free half a lane. Big Boy is yet to get any Big Boy CS.
I think it's not too big of a deal, right? I think with the Razor, as much as CS is important and you want to get your way to those items, I feel like a lot of what allows Razor to be a successful off-laner is just the staying power. Yeah. As long as you're not being harassed down, you can keep your EXP up. Eventually, you're going to reach a point where the static link is just too much for Bojangles to deal with.
Dude, look at how even. I know it's like 1 minute in, but look how even these are. Like 5-1, 5-2. Every single hero is getting their CS, which I'm kind of surprised with. And maybe this is where Foop falter just a little bit. The Grimstroke 5 is interesting to me, but he's got Ink Swell level 1. This is just like you're a non-laner at that point. You're going to sit there and right-click. You can't secure range creeps, which Rampage should be getting all of with this Enchant Totem. There should be no reason that range creeps don't get denied.
I mean, it's literally just a byproduct of Hot Cold Man trying to save the Wraith King early on, right?
Which he did.
That's why the Inkswell is level. Yeah, so mission success, but it's gonna slow down any sort of attempt that they have. Either way, you know, between these guys, they're probably waiting for the level 2 to 3 timing before they make anything happen. But for now, Rampage, you know, he's very comfortable up here. Well, you know, we thought he might have struggled. 9-3. He's chilling.
He is chilling, absolutely. And I think maybe running Venge in this lane's a little bit better, like...
Yeah, that's what we were talking about this entire time,
crazy, right? Stay on top of it, get on top of a hero, stay on top of a hero with Inkswell, damage with the stroke, and Venge minus armor with Wraith King. We saw how successful it was. We have first-hand experience with the success, and I mean, we're not going to see it in lane, but we're probably going to see it throughout the game, right? If Sneech wants to go this Deso build, it'll be even better. Minus armor stacking, so strong.
Yeah. The disparity in the mid lane isn't actually as bad as I expected. The Ember's still able to scrounge up some CS and even has a wave coming in. So he's doing pretty well for himself. Seemingly maxing the Flame Guard, which I feel like is not really a build we see very often anymore, but pretty useful because, yeah, the Imprisonment isn't going to fully cut through that. And with the Orbs, I think, doing pure damage instead, it doesn't actually dispel it. So Moses doing quite a bit of damage back to Cloudkicker and at least responding in kind.
You have to be aggressive as this OD is on you, right? OD is weakest when he doesn't have many levels into Arcane Orb. Ideally 4. I mean, 3 is fine, but ideally you get 4 and then you really start doing the damage to the enemy. Until then, you're able to trade kind of effectively into OD. It's still gonna hurt, but you need to put on some pressure.
Yeah, and it gets better thanks to the bottle as well.
Yeah.
Hot Cold Man up in this top side. Just yeah, I mean, it's quite a law-accurate lane because he will both be hot and cold, and Grimstroke, last I checked, is a man. So, you know, hitting all the right notes there on that sort of little nickname. Yeah, checks out. Now we just need Rampage to get 5 kills, and we're on the right track.
Yes, yes, please. I mean, someone on his team got 5 kills, right? Bojangles got a Rampage last game.
Yeah, he's starting things fresh and early already. Abe Lincoln with the rundown. Presidents die, unfortunately, and yeah,
So
I don't know
true.
anything about American history. Is he on Mount Rushmore? No, right? That's a different set of fellas.
No, I don't think I'm not an American. I don't know, dude. I don't.
Okay, well, thank you.
I think Mount
Anyways,
Rushmore are the
Bojangles,
founding fathers, and Abe
Whoever
Lincoln is
the-
not a founding father.
Abe Lincoln's not a founding father. My God,
I don't think so.
who's the founding father? Walt Disney.
George Washington.
Okay.
The guy
Michael
who
Jackson?
Benjamin Franklin.
Lion
is
Albert
dead,
Einstein?
much like a president, potentially.
Lion is literally
He's
fine. I
fine.
don't know what you're talking about. Much like our current presidents, they are okay.
I was convinced Big Boy was just gonna run at the Lion, but not having any of it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? With this Razor, you always want to sort of get higher levels in the static link, which means your effective area is just your immediate vicinity. I've seen some Razors go for the higher levels in Plasma Field as well, just to be able to tag up and help their supports trading on the sidelines, but yeah, nothing to be scared about. Seven has done a great job in terms of spacing because he's gotten close to dying a couple of times, but he still stocks up on regen and makes sure that he's in fighting condition to contest the lane, which I think is a good move.
I think it's super important to buy extra regen in these lanes, especially as a
Right?
5. Right, the amount of times I see my pause 5 walk to lane with no points into regen, well, okay, regen's not going to save you from this 7.
Yeah, that one's a little bit rough. You just get run down, and that's the
Yeah.
combination coming into play here. Bojangles, he's trying to fight up into the Razor, who's stolen 56 damage. This doesn't look like it's going to work out for you. You're dropping low with the Thirst, the next stun coming through. The Blood Right available, he's just going to go for it!
Nice.
The last touch can't get it! But it's a good try, Bojangles. You got to respect the gall of that man. But he doesn't actually end up getting the better trade, so you can imagine if he got the full heal from that, might just be able to turn things onto Abe as well. But
Yeah, Storm Surge
unfortunate.
MVP.
Yeah, true. Zapped his ass, as Razor might say.
That's exactly what Razor would say, yeah. Checks out.
Also, Storm Surge level 1, 8%. So you're still 2% slowed by the Lion. Boo boo,
Okay.
very sad. As a nice little double stun, set up with the Blood Right as well. Abe Lincoln doesn't get tagged by it. Bojangles actually throws out a Blood Grenade
Really showing his
to
boss.
try and get the kill, yeah. Come through with the Razor as well. He needs to watch himself. He's 2% slowed right now.
Oh, this is
and,
level
yeah.
2 mana drain, which is 20%. Hold your horses there,
Oh my
Sneeze.
god, 12%.
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy. Just like our current president, he's so slow right now.
He's 20% slow, 12% slow.
Uh-oh, topside, Rampage being squared up upon by both Sneech and Hot Coldman, but Hot Coldman, the creeps, they just auto-attack him, what the hell, and Rampage, now he's going on to Sneech. In a 1v1, you're never gonna win this against the Earthshaker, and a little bit of a fumble, Foop. You can't really afford to be giving this Earthshaker this free-ass time up here.
Radiant's middle tower
Well, Ember Spirit heard you, and he is running up top as fast as he can. His aggression's coming in bottom. I'm gonna keep his eyes up top on Rampage.
Rampage needs to try and get himself out of trouble here. There is one level in the chain. Shadow Moses, a couple of remnants to commit through as well, but guesses wrong. Nice little juke around. It's not going to stop Rampage from being tagged up though. The aftershock levels, the two of them, you just need one more slide, but you can't commit onto it. Meanwhile, bot side, trade out on the cause. Bojangles dies, but Big Boy falls as well. And Cloud Kicker mirrors the rotation on the other side of the map. Gets a kill on Abe Lincoln. How many times can a president die? Very sad.
I think you're kind of hitting the mark, Sneeze. Presidents dying, or Abe Lincoln constantly dying, isn't the worst. Like, as long as you're not losing, like, Wraith King Ember Spirit. Now, you do lose Razor every now and then, and you are potentially losing Wraith King top. So maybe now it doesn't matter. But
yeah, now look at Cloud Kicker.
Oh,
the setup in the mid lane, Ice Path down as well. Arcane Orb, 4 levels. It's not enough to finish off Shadow Moses. And now with Abe Lincoln coming in, should be able to repel this aggression. Sadia chase down, can't connect on the Inkswell. Very unfortunate. Shadow Moses misses the mark on that slight chains as well. They want to keep chasing. The Dead Wife giving the vision. Octopus trying for the stun, but doesn't even have the mana to help. And Shadow Moses able to get that kill with the help of Abe Lincoln. They're pretty deep though, but with this regen rune running, it's actually not too bad. Shadow Moses should be ready to fight Rampage. Looking for a cutoff. Just needs to fissure. Finds him on the wrong side though. A little unfortunate. Looks like the fight will be suspended for now. That's 7. Still squaring up, just full on mana draining, but Seven's doing a lot of damage back your way with that Flame Guard, so back it up. Quick Abraham Lincoln quote for you, Crash.
Sure.
If I'm killed, I can die but once, but to live in constant dread of it is to die over and over again. And I think he's really embodying the spirit of that quote right now, because he's dying, but he knows he's making the space for his team. Speaking of space, that's being created by Rampage, but can't run away far enough to get away from the Inkswell. With the aftershocks, it should keep Snitch at bay though. And it's just so annoying as this Wraith King to deal with the Earthshaker who just has stun after stun to keep you in your tracks.
Snitch, he's gonna lose all of his mana here. He's gotta be careful. No, suck him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, maybe it's better that he reincarnates here, actually.
I guess. I mean, he's about to die to Finger of Death. Is it really better? Zap. Oh, 7. The opportunist finds an opening to kill off the Grim as well. Another double stun. These guys are insane. Swap back. Abe, great move there. Not walking into that Ice Path, and Rampage in some trouble, but still has a fissure in 2. Just gonna turn around, tagged up by the Plasma Field, but it's not enough. It's a perfect block off. And Abe trying to go fishing with the Wave of Terror, but wouldn't have been enough damage either way. And Shadow Moses being chased away by Cloud Kicker in this triangle area, so they aren't able to capitalize. Whole time we're talking, Bojangles, he's farming. I mean, this is the classic corn dog special here.
Yeah, give Bojangles space. Bojangle will take that space, farm with it, and show up with a few items. That's the true carry.
Yeah. Oh, Shadow Moses, he's actually having a really rough time in this mid lane. He's keeping up in terms of net worth and even sort of leading to the OD. 7, nice try on the deny of the Invis rune. Doesn't manage to get it off though. Sanity's eclipse in 4 seconds. You don't have the distance. Just keeping him down. And Abe doesn't have mana for a stun. Shadow Moses is just there. You know, Sanity right over his head. The stun coming through as well. Arcane Orbs going burr right now. But Cloud Kicker, not gonna risk it. Doesn't know where the rest of the Foop lineup is. Only sees Big Boy at the bot side. So either way, Shadow Moses not nearly having as successful of a game as he has been.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be hard. I'd like to think Shadow Moses knew it was going to be hard as well, and I mean, it is proving that, despite that he is top of the net worth of his team. So if moves are going to be made on Foop, it's going to be through him.
Yeah.
Look at 7. They have vision on this Remnant. They could just sit on it.
This is such an easy setup, but Abe Lincoln was right there to help his buddy out. A bit of a vote of confidence in Shadow Moses' favor that he might still be able to do something with this life. As Abraham Lincoln once said, the ballot is stronger than the bullet. I just have an Abe Lincoln quotes page open as in comes the Echo Slam straight out to Shadow Moses. Not a single shred of mana to work with, and no more life. They'll just take full use of this catapult. They've kept it alive for quite a while. And nobody else on the side of Foop is in any position to respond. Big Boy, he's cowering down here in this bot side to Bojangles. And, I mean, where's your action maker? Where's your party starter? It's this Ember, and he's currently not having much of a good time.
Party starter, more like a party pooper, am I right?
Aha! more like a party fooper.
Oh, nice. That's better.
Ah, crazy.
Oh, I can't believe I missed that one. I'm so sorry. Sorry I disappointed you, Sneeze.
It's all good.
So Rampage.
Well.
So look, this Earthshaker is gonna wait every what? How long? What's the cooldown? 130. So every 130 seconds, you're gonna look for some sort of big-ish team fight. Until then, you're just gonna go with pickoffs, right? Run around with your supports, look for heroes to kill. OD's just gonna sit mid and continue to put pressure on Ember Spirit. Let your supports do the dirty work.
Yeah. And with how well they're doing it, it's looking clean, right? Roctopus as well as 7. We already talked about this tag team duo. Now TPing in response to the bot side. Looks like they want to get a setup onto Big Boy. The pings come through. They don't actually see him for now. 7 gets an advanced spot out, but it being daytime, I think the Razor sees him as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it looks like Rampage has come down here as well with that Blink Dagger. He must have seen it on the creep wave, but they're actually smoking away to try and punish Cloud Kicker instead. This could be an opening without any... Oh, I think Shadow Moses scared him away a little bit here because he's looking for the angle, still swap back, able to just get himself out of trouble, but with the link going, it looks like the rest of the side of Condor can't come through and help their OD in time. Bojangles will TP in, but like we mentioned, the other supporting members of Condor just TP to the bot side. They'll be streaming over now to mid to try and help out. Big Boy already TPing out. Chains up, Bojangles. Oh no! You need to wind your way out of here. Nice stun to hold you in place. Unfortunately, the dead wife doesn't give you HP. And Bojangles, one more slide, but he doesn't have mana. Again and again, we're saying that about Shadow Moses. Just drained to an absolute lack of juice. You're gonna try and come through and dual breath, but guesses wrong. Hot Cold Man will be lukewarm. But oh, a stun. What the hell? How did he know?
What? There's no... He just...
I was blind. He just guessed. He just guessed it. He just figured, okay, the only way you get out of here is if you try and TP, and I'm just gonna throw out a wishful stun. And what a play from Sep. I mean, this guy. He's. No! Oh, okay. Well,
no one saw it. No, we didn't catch that one, Rampage. Nuh-uh. We were watching somewhere else. I swear. I promise. That was rough too, because Blink was canceled for a good like 2 seconds at that point. Like it wasn't even like, oh, I just missed it.
Yeah.
We won't talk about that.
Yeah, it's tough, right, Foop? They still are taking some time to get ready, but as Abraham Lincoln once said, give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. This is a long-ass 4 hours though, right, Foop? They still have a long way to go to get their Wraith King into fighting shape. Only has that armlet completed, bum rushed it ahead of the phase boots, and they are still going here. Rampage in with the stun, starting with the link out. Holding the Earthshaker in place. It's a pretty good start to the fight with the chains up as well. Forced to just imprison himself. Looks like the 4 hours has passed. It's Sneech. He's ready to get going. The supports can't do enough to withhold the pressure. They lose 1 core. Cloud Kicker is somehow still alive through all of this. What in the shit? I thought he was dead to rights, but he's able to just turn around, steal just away a couple of support kills, and now he's looking at Shadow Moses with his Witchblade. Shadow Moses! Where's your team? Where's Snitch? They've all left you high and dry. You're just gonna get auto-attack down, able to get that last remnant out of here. But, oh, look at that. They tried to TP in, and 7 was like, you wanna? You sure?
Yeah, I dare you.
Come on, buddy. Is that really what you want?
Watch what happens.
Yeah. You just TP in here, and then you find out, okay?
Yeah.
Just TP in here. A 5k gold lead for Condogs. This is looking like another day in the office for them. There's continuous dominance. It looked a bit scary with them losing Rampage like that, but 7 with a Haste Rune, Ice Path off the mark there from Big Boy, and the stun won't be enough. Both the Fissure as well as the Earth Spike. Looks like Cloud Kicker and Roctopus, they're caught in between a very, very awkward situation. And finally, their aggression will be punished as Foop bring the whole squad and punch them back.
Do you have a quote for when Abe Lincoln gets a double kill?
Let me just look that up.
Yeah.
Give me a bit.
Sure. So I think what really ended up happening there was Corn Dogs, they do the old run in and feed 1 by 1, which even through them dominating 2 games, we still see inklings of this throwy nature from Corn Dogs, right? Yeah. And this is kind of that rearing its ugly head. Rampage was not ready, is now ready. So if Foop try to engage in another full-on team fight, it could be a disastrous result.
Yeah. And speaking of Abe Lincoln, he once said, "Be sure that you put your feet in the right place, and then stand firm." And clearly, Corn Dog, their feet were in the wrong place because they just weren't. That was essentially no man's land for them. They haven't sort of taken this tier 1 bot tower yet. Rampage is now working on that and will have it. So at least now the triangle opens. You kind of need to approach Dota sequentially, right? You got no business being in those locations. Ember again being drained, able to get the slide off, but Remnant's in place. Very awkward as he continues to get his mana drained out, with 7 just standing his ground and draining away with that early shot! Echo Slam! Rampage finds it perfectly, and both supports just melt. Beautiful ward placed in the lane allows them to get that opening, and they're not done just yet. Still are angling for more, big boy. You are 2 stuns away from just being deceased. Sanity is Eclipse available for the squad, and they'll start aggressing on this tier 2. Some additional tower pressure coming through. It's only a level 1 liquid fire, but it does a good job in terms of slowing the attack. And without your supports, you can't really defend this. Just hammer away. Get it down to half HP already. Shadow Moses has reset and is TPing back into the mix. Want to get a slight change, but nighttime vision gonna prevent that. And to bring the full squad, maybe something like a smoke. I mean, Abe Lincoln has one. As Abe Lincoln once said, the best way to come back after a lost Echo Slam is to smoke. And that might be what they're doing.
I remember him saying that in his Gettysburg address. Yeah.
Yeah. What is Gettysburg? Sorry.
Something.
Something America. I remember.
battle.
I wasn't. No, I don't think that was the Gettysburg Address. I think he said that during the iconic first opening of the first Wendy's outlet in America.
Yeah.
The best way to come back from an Echo Slam is to smoke immediately after, but that's what our Corn Dogs, they're taking Abe Lincoln's advice. They just find the bench. And she can't even smoke because he turned around with the fissure. Looks like Rampage in a little bit of trouble, caught up in the mix of things. Too much magic damage and they're dropping very low. Rocktopus might be in trouble as well, but it's a nice little imprison. I don't think the Bloodseeker's anywhere nearby. Finally TP's in. Finally has the Rupture. Punching away onto Big Boy, but there's not enough HP. Cloudkicker turns around with the Sanities, and it should be enough damage. He's gonna kill off the first line of the Wraith King. The Skeletons will make him pay for it, but Bojangles coming through and punching away. The mass buybacks onto 2, both the Ember and the Bench. But you need to watch yourself, Shadow Moses is just gonna get hunted down. Bojangles, it's an ultra kill, and don't tell me he's gonna get another Rampage. Turn around the stun, it's a Bench duo, but he has that wand working for him. Swap back into the mix, and last auto attack denied. But it's still an overwhelming teamfight win for Corn Dog, as it costs Foop big time to keep the Snitch Wraith King alive through all of that. He's making pretty good headway towards his... Oh my goodness. 7. Just slightly off the mark with that. I'm not sure whether the Wraith King would have died a second time, but Rampage, he was in the vicinity ready to strike.
7?
Oh, 7. No, he's baiting. He's just baiting for Rampage. He's just waiting for his Earthshaker to come in, but the silence is going to stop that fissure follow-up. And now things have gotten a little bit awkward. Abe doesn't have a swap just yet. As Abraham Lincoln once said, I don't have a swap for another 10 seconds. Thankfully, that 10 seconds is passed, and he now has...
I love the Canadian and this... Who is it? Singaporean? What is it?
Yeah.
Okay. No. Because like it's different words for like different suffixes for different places. Sometimes I have no idea. I never knew. Okay. I love that we're the ones talking about American history.
Yeah, of course. Who better to comment on this? Top side, Shadow Moses in some trouble. Gonna try and stealth it out. Yo, is Wave Bug on high ground? What is he talking about?
I have no idea. I can't check either because fights are breaking out left, right, and center.
Yeah. You get the setup straight onto the Ember. He's taking so much damage. The swap will be there in time. A Rampage right on top of where Abe Wright was. And I don't know if Abraham Lincoln has anything to say about that situation. That was just rough.
I think he said as he was dying that Echo Slam wasn't needed.
I think as he was dying, he probably said something along the lines of, "Oh shit."
Those were his last words, actually, inscribed into his tombstone.
Yeah, it came right after. It came right after his famous quote, "Yo, is Wave bugged on the high ground?"
What high ground?
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's talking about the vision that it's supposed to give.
Maybe
that's the only thing I can think about.
Interesting. Screenshots, please. Map hacks? Map hacks, anyone? Foop? Get him.
Okay, well, Condor, they are just steamrolling ahead right now. 9k gold lead at the 22-minute mark. They are once again in a situation where they are firmly in control. We talked about the Bloodseeker being a bit of a weird carry hero, not necessarily having a specific power spike, but with this Mjolnir complete as well as the shot, we saw the amount of work that he can do, especially with... Yeah, sorry.
Oh, Roche's bottom, sorry.
I
saw everyone walking top, and I was like, Bojangles, your team is going to Roche, and then he just TP'd bottom. My brain lagged out for a second. It's good. It's fine. I'm learning where Roshan sits. It's fine. You know, his schedule is wacky.
No, come straight in for the Roche pit. Now, look. DAWGS, they've been in this situation before where they try for a Roche and lose a fight.
Yeah.
Big time. It doesn't seem like... I mean, Foop, they're coming through with 3 members. I was gonna say it doesn't seem like they're contesting because it feels like such a half-assed attempt, right? You're not bringing the Ember, who's really a big damage dealer in these moments. Now, speaking of your Ember, this is a very uncharacteristically rough game for Shadow Moses. He only has a Mage Slayer, and he's sitting well below in net worth. Dude, what's with Roctopus and his ability to just eclipse the other sort of cores?
I mean, I think one thing that people forget about Jakiro is how fast this hero can farm.
True.
Right, like people always say, oh, just Macropyre the wave. Yeah, but what about his other abilities, bro? Like, what about his other DOT ability that's so strong? Freaking Dual Breath just clears a wave.
Yeah. Slap on a Liquid Fire on top of that, you might get some nifty tower damage at it while you're at it, right? And he also literally has the Philo Stone, so that, of course, always helps.
Yes, obviously. Lion, he's still rocking the tier 1 neutral item. He loves this Faded Brooch.
Faded Brooch is lit, dude.
Faded Brooch is lit, dude. Absolutely. Seconded only to Light Collector, that is literally lit.
No, I think... Okay, wait. No. I might have to dispute you on that. You're telling me Magic Lamp isn't lit as well?
I didn't say it was the only one that was lit, did I?
Fine.
Just said it was.
Okay. Someone's getting defensive.
Okay.
Rampage does have that, I say, sounding extremely defensive. Rampage does have that Aghanim's completed, Roctopus. Being static linked up, but Big Boy knows that this high ground is danger and he can't afford to run up there. It's interesting that the Razor is going for Linken's, perhaps to try and be able to resist this Rupture coming out, but I feel like he has 1,000,001 other problems. And they start with a stun, which he gets out of. The Rupture is on his head though, and Big Boy doesn't even need a finger to finish him off. Bojangles just has that blood right working.
I like the Cloud Kicker came to back up 7 there. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Right, just making sure that his homie's safe and sound. Very nice team play.
Let's continue. Now, the one weakness about this Condox lineup is that they don't really have the best tower damage, but when you have it basically free and easy like that, it's not too big of a deal.
Yeah, when you're uncontested hitting towers, yeah, it's pretty easy.
Ooh, this could be cool. Hot Cold Man trying to set up for the Tormentor, but oh, they do it way too quick.
Rampage gets the shard too. Nutty.
Nice.
What a good shard to get. Free pathing on your fissure is very good.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't mind Liquid Frost as well, right? But for now, you literally have a Solar Crest onto Bojangles, and he's just the one hammering away at these towers. The question is, at what point does the Ember feel solid enough to fight? Don't really have a lot of tools. In comes the Wraith King, starting to TP back. Bojangles has that second life, but might just be losing it really willy-nilly. Stuns up. On the side as well, it's a beautiful Earth Spike from 7, but he might just have to give up his life for it. Can't get a Finger of Death off onto anybody. It's a little bit awkward now, Sneech. He still has that second life available, and the Bloodseeker, he pops the BKB so late! Echo Slam turns it around, straight out to Shadow Moses, holding them in place, and the Sanity's Eclipse as well. You've got the second life of the Wraith King while you're at it, and Abe Lincoln is gonna go down as well. Just can't underestimate Cloud Kicker on this OD, it seems. A reason why it's been banned out this entire time, and they snatch it up at the last pick. Just when things were looking hairy. Comes up big for the squad. Oh, Bojangles. He's dropping low, but he's just fighting into Shadow Moses. Cloud Kicker, he needs to be able to create the distance. He kills off the Ember, but again, it's the buybacks that bail Foop out. Big Boy, able to clean up big time on Cloud Kicker. Get that mega kill streak for himself. So they at least stop the Rex from going down for now.
For now, but you did lose the tower, which still feels really bad, right? Because it leaves you in a point where Corn Dogs, they could just go to another lane. They don't necessarily have to force down that lane because it's open for them, right? They push top or they push mid, ideally, get this tier 2 tower. Push top, bottom's opened up. They could go mid, bottom super quickly. It's just going to take one fight in an awkward position for Foop for these racks to go down. Right, I think defending the like it's good. I'm not trying to understate that, but it's just not as good as you'd like it to be. It still stings a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, either way, you need to defend those racks because, as Abraham Lincoln once said, you cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today, right? If you didn't take that if you didn't take that fight, they would still come knocking the next time their ultimates are up, which I think still very much is in the Condor game plan. They just need to be a bit more wary about running in like that, right? The fact that Rampage just gets controlled up. He doesn't have a BKB, he's working towards a Linken's now. But these Soulbinds and the control spells have actually been foiling his plans quite a bit.
I mean, Rampage also fissure blocked Bloodseeker on the high ground, so that wasn't ideal either. Like, there was a chance Bojangles just walks away, but he got freaking fissure blocked. So, that's not an option.
Still getting aggressive here. I think this smoke was spotted out by the ward that was placed in the triangle. So Foop should have a good awareness that there are Condor heroes lurking in the area. They're just playing it safe at the moment, sticking by the tier 2 that's still alive somehow. Now once Shadow Moses gets this axe.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean Tormentor can be? You mean their own Tormentor?
Yeah,
oh,
no, the enemy
swap
torment
out.
doesn't matter.
Onto Bojangles. It's a pretty awkward rupture as ends up being the Razor going down instead. Big Boy tried to come in and help his allies, but gets tagged out by the Earthshaker instead.
Big Boy looking like a little boy this game. Being a little underwhelming on the Razor.
Crazy to say because he's literally the only shining hope for his team right now, right? He's 10, 6, and 7. He's the only one whose lane didn't go to complete shit, it feels like. Oh. Rampage, again, taking quite a bit of damage just from that initial jump. Will come through flying with the Aghanim's. Ice Path can't tag him. And the swap out, allowing Cloud Kicker. Oh, actually, Cloud Kicker, what the hell? What is he doing in there?
Don't worry about it. You won't understand.
I am a little worried about it. It's only Roctopus with that nice Ice Path that bails him out. And now Bojangles just forced to pop the BKB to try and finish off. He has to heal out off the creep wave. Soulbind is there. 7 actually submits himself into the base to buy space for his team to survive. He's gonna go down despite that nice Earth Spike. So Sneech able to get just a chop down on the Lion.
They gotta be
I'm getting a bit
for Foop, though.
Yeah, I honestly am so concerned now because we're starting to see the lack of tower damage really start to bite Condor.
Yeah, this game could have been done and dusted like not 5 minutes, well, not like 10 minutes ago, maybe 5 minutes ago, 2-3 minutes ago. If they had tower pressure, this game would be gone a lot quicker. Like, they have no Deso builder. Really, the only hero that hits towers is Jakiro. You've got to rally behind your Bloodseeker for way too long. And all the while, right, Foop, Sneech has finished up a Radiance and a BKB, working on a Blink Dagger now. This Wraith King is catching up.
Yeah, I mean, he's always sort of been on that right trail. A couple of rough fights where he ended up dying. It's just too much damage to work through, but he's still very much a factor in these engagements as we see from the sheer amount of damage he can do. And I feel like Condor, they just need one additional layer of defenses, right? Get a BKB on Rampage, get your Linkens, your Lotus, your defensive items. They can help you out, survive all these just tools that Foop have, because it's annoying, right? You just got the constant slides, you got like Grimstroke magic damage coming through, Razor's just a ball of explosive energy. If you don't deal with him, he's just gonna constantly zap at you. It's I mean, these heroes, they do a lot of damage, but they're not really the tankiest on the side of Condor. They're very susceptible to just being killed off as well. Just gotta watch yourself.
This is one of those situations where, like, you've banged your head up against high ground twice now. Once with Aegis and once without. No chance in hell you're doing it again without that Aegis, right? No, absolutely no chance. And even after that Aegis, I think Corn Dogs are probably going to look for a pick off before they go high ground.
Quick blink out from Sneech, avoids trouble there. They'll even apply the Mjolnir shield to Cloud Kicker to help him out against those skellies. Very, very annoying. It's something that OD just can't deal with. So if Cloud Kicker can actually... if Cloud Kicker finds an area in the fight where suddenly he's being swarmed by the Wraith King, he could be in big, big trouble.
Dude, do you remember when Arcane Orb used to do splash damage?
What the hell? Yeah, that's...
What a dumb idea that was. Or when Marksmanship used to one-hit creeps. Oh.
What the hell?
Some of the thinking back about some of these abilities in Dota, like, what the hell? Mana leak?
That was fine. That wasn't too bad.
Dude.
That was...
As soon as people figured out Mana Leak was OP, people started maxing it on Coddle, and as soon as people started doing that, it got dang removed from the game.
Thank goodness.
I'm just saying, it was probably one of like the better, if not one of the best abilities in the game that was since removed.
As Abraham Lincoln once said, if you max mana leak, you're gonna get it removed from the game, and that's exactly what happened. It's crazy how good he is at predicting these things.
Abe Lincoln is a top tier analyst, all right? Don't
the A in Abe, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you talked about how, you know, Corn Dogs, they bang their head against the high ground now. I can't help but feel like this is only gonna get harder and harder for them, right? Abe Lincoln, he's not working on an axe of any sort, instead going for the Lotus to perhaps try and reflect some of those ruptures, the Lion spells, and perhaps even the OD's Astral Imprisonment.
All very good abilities, right? You ask yourself the question, is Lincoln's good this game? Yes, so then Lotus must be just as good.
Yeah.
Desperately looking for Sneech, but he's...
Yeah, I mean... Corn Dogs are still doing what they're great at, which is just herding you around your base, but they haven't really found much outside of it. Starting to run up onto Bojangles, but again, they know that this is a hot zone. They can't just walk up here all willy-nilly without setting up vision. And Cloud Kicker, he's just waiting in the wings, ready to jump on any unsuspecting customer, especially if it's Rune. The mana cost going down on those orbs is insane.
I mean, I guess it's not too big of a deal, right? OD doesn't necessarily run out of mana. And don't orbs do like a fraction? Yeah, it's like your total mana pool.
Total mana pool doesn't change anything when it comes to Arcane.
Yeah, that's true.
Literally talking about mechanics that don't matter.
The horn of retreat has been sounded for Corn Dogs. I don't think Rampage quite heard it. No, Rampage, he doesn't know. He didn't hear that
Rampage,
horn. He missed
oh
the
my god,
email.
he has the AirPods in. Get him out. Oh, he literally is fine.
No, they're fine.
Dude, the funny thing is he sees the Radiance like burning the Ancients and he panics, but like he still sticks around. Cloud Kicker pops that BKB, he's up here, but it's a lot of physical damage. Oh, Roche actually coming through and bumping everyone away, helps him out here. He's able to Hurricane Pike his way to safety. And Glimmer Cape as well. Bojangles wants to stand his ground and fight, holding Shadow Moses in place with that Rupture as Sneech still chasing down onto Cloud Kicker. You need a second stun, but you just can't find the connection. Very awkward situation as Big Boy's the first one to go down. And it's a huge Echo Slam and Finger of Death. All the supports just get crushed. And Sneech will come back into his second death. A Cloud Kicker, the fact that he survived so long thanks to that shard on the Astral Imprisonment allows him to just walk out, and what timing as well. Roche coming through, bumping everyone aside, and just ruins that pick-off for Foop. And just like that, they're gonna lose the second Aegis and the Chiefs.
This would have felt a lot better if you had some sort of high ground pressure for Corn Dog. Because taking that fight, you might not even go Roche. You might just run high ground and take 2 racks, like 2 lanes. But because they don't have any building pressure, really, they have to take Roche. And even now, with the respawns from Foop, things aren't clean cut for Corn Dog.
Yeah, they definitely are not. It's this is the problem that we'll talk about this entire game, but it does get better as they become more survivable. And Bloodseeker, with this Aegis, he's gonna feel a lot more comfortable. I think specifically the tools that I'm talking about is this OD Astral Imprisonment, right? Allowing you to basically use that as a proper save this time, instead of perhaps sentencing him to his death. 7 more seconds without the Wraith King. It's going to be just enough for Bojangles to feel a bit more comfortable running up to this high ground. They need to keep doing that though. If they don't kill Big Boy, he's going to be a problem in these fights. I like that focus. The Rupture coming through onto Hot Cold, and Sneech blinking through, looking for the double stun. Back the other way, the BKB's popped on both fronts. They're just punching away on this Wraith King, who doesn't have a second life yet! What are you doing going in like that, Rampage? Coming through in the sky, slam down straight on that Razor. And they just have to run straight back into the fountain as the buybacks come through though.
Okay.
Aegis life going down. Bloodseeker in the fountain. You have an Astral Imprisonment to fish him out of here. But it looks like Cloud Kicker decides that his life is the priority. They leave the Bloodseeker in for dead. Okay,
from
there
dead,
we go.
for dead.
It took
And
a
you
bit
don't
longer
even-
than I expected.
You get A range tracks for that? That's not worth it. Cloud Kicker, you're not playing a DK. You can't just no-life the buildings. Rampage, he's taking mid though. He can no-life buildings. He has Echo Slam if he wants to commit it. Nah.
He had Ogre Seal Totem as well as Enchant Totem as well. So the totems probably, you know, he didn't know which one to use and got a little confused. He does get the racks in the mid lane like you mentioned though. And as much as you're talking about, oh, you know, that's not really worth it for the side of Condog, they do force like 3 whole buybacks.
Yes.
Which is
yeah,
pretty significant, right?
it's
And there's
win
24k
territory.
gold lead up now. Now, if you lose more heroes and start bleeding out like that, that's where things get a little bit weird. But oh, 7 just needs to fall stuff away, trying to juke down to the low ground TP. Are you kidding?
No. Surely not.
God.
Oh,
Oh
good,
my
good tip though. That is a well played tip. That's not a toxic tip at all. That is a good shit kind of tip. That was a really cool play by 7. This is a bad we tipping now. You've unleashed his wild side.
True. I mean, we don't. Honestly, we don't know whether that was like a BM, like haha, you didn't get out, or like that was a really good attempt, right? I'm more inclined to think it's the former, knowing the nature of Dota players, but
Fair, yeah. Make sure you don't forget. The all chat has been
Damn.
stellar this entire like, night.
fighting words.
Well, like friendly fighting words too. It's not like I'm gonna kill you and your entire family if you don't
Okay,
let us
look,
win.
see,
like...
if somebody says that, we kind of have a bit of a problem. I'm sure that's against a rule or something.
Oh, it's gotta be, right? Some sort of TOS. If not the tournament TOS, then Dota TOS. Like Valve TOS, you know what I mean?
Yeah, as we know, Valve representatives are very keenly watching the Kernel Kup 5.
Oh yeah.
For...
Gabe actually emailed me about the tournament. That's why we're here, Sneeze.
Yeah, actually, I think how I actually got here was that Gabe was like, "Oh, Abe Lincoln is asking us to cast this tournament. You guys mind like?"
Wanna do my buddy
do you guys
Abe
mind...
a favor?
Yeah, do you mind pouring one out for the Prezi? And I'm like, yeah, of course.
You know us, Gabe. We love our American history. We love our dead presidents here in Canada and Singapore.
Yeah. Dead physically, but alive in our hearts. And is a man truly dead if you remember him? Keep him in memory, you know?
Yeah, he is. Oh, death works, Sneeze.
Yeah, medically speaking.
When
yeah.
you're dead, you're dead.
Shadow Moses does get that shot, so that means he should be able to help with some of the wave clear. Be a bit more low risk. Oh, revenge. We have a little bit of something here. Starting with the chains, starting with the link. Hold it out onto the Bloodseeker. It's a lot of stolen damage. They're trying to chop through onto 7. They committed the BKB for this, but Cloud Kicker able to turn around and pump out the damage. You lose the Earthshaker instantaneously. As Cloud Kicker, he's dropping low as well, but has that cheese. Turn around Sanities. Work down the Razor. The offlane for offlane's dead right now. So you'll try and get yourself out of trouble with
Where's
the Astral
Bloodseeker?
Imprisonment, looking more like an Astral Escape. The Bloodseeker, I think he probably went back to heal up on some creeps. With that Blood Mist, he's starting to work down this Wraith King. The second
Is
life
he?
already used, but he ends up going down, but the Finger of Death is there to clean him out. Now Shadow Moses, not a lot of resources left, but the buyback on the Wraith King. He's gonna come through, doesn't have a second life, but might just be enough. Looking for someone to touch. But held back by the Astro as well as the Ice Path. I think he dies here, Sneech. He needs to swap back to safety. Abraham Lincoln famously said that I don't have swap and I don't have the mana. He's gonna try. But still, the chase down Cloud Kicker would love to get that die back. But putting off his best Dragon Knight cosplay, going to the swap back. But this is not something you can survive. Cloud Kicker's just gonna beat you down. He's dominating at this point. And Bojangles will buy back because he understands now's his time to strike.
Yeah, this is the
They can
time
just
to close
continue
out the
cleaning
game.
up on all their racks, and the tip comes back through. Honestly, not as cool of a moment, but you know, 7, you know, he has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder after that one. So
7 is Super Saiyan mode right now, right? He is tipping, and that's the second tip he's tipped.
oh, has he? Is he dead?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god, wait, he's fine.
That's
I thought
fine,
he was
he's
gonna
gonna
die
tip
here.
again.
Manages
He's
to
gonna
blink
tip
out.
again,
It'd be
right?
kind of embarrassing. It'd be kind of embarrassing if he dies there after tipping. Not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
oh, 100%. But all the while, 7,
but-
he's making space, but your racks. Hello.
Yeah. 7's making space. Bojangles making space. It's called a demolition. and clears out this entire area for other purposes, of course. And Mega Creeps, Foop, without their supports, it's been a relatively lackluster showing, specifically from Shadow Moses. He's tried his best, contributed quite a bit of damage throughout the game, but nothing compared to Cloud Kicker's performance, and I think this OD has really impressed me. Now Sneech, like we mentioned, he still is very much a factor on this Wraith King, but it's just so hard for him to get any sort of connection. Rupture out, the Echo Slam straight on his head as well. He's just gonna get burnt up in the Macro Pyre. Turn around with the BKB, but Shadow Moses is in some trouble already. Bloodseeker needs to heal. He's gonna die back here, actually. But Cloud Kicker around again with the Sanities. It's more than enough damage to take down the Wraith King in his second life. You need to address Big Boy, though. You're starting to drop low, and maybe the game's not over just yet. I say that. No, Cloud Kicker's doing a huge chunk of damage, and just the auto attacks, they're way too much. Hot Cold Man gonna go down. Abe Lincoln comes back in to see his brothers die. And as Abe Lincoln famously said, GG.
No, you're confusing him for Hot Coldman. Similar, like old presidents, right? Got assassinated in a movie theater, blah 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 blah.
Right. Yeah.
But,
you're right.
yeah.
Okay, well,
Similar,
GG, well played.
Yes.
Condogs walk away with game number 1 in a fashion very similar to the matches we've seen them play already. Now, I will say, this is not my territory. I don't know these guys, but I will say it would have been a lot cooler if 7 didn't end the game with all those like smiley faces and tips. You gotta take the high road. You just play chill. You know what I mean? You dumpster them. Why do you don't have to?
Yeah, don't gotta stoop to their level. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you don't gotta set like
just
just keeps you for dying out of TP one time. You're 5, 6, and 24 on the line. You're flexing on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
But either way, yeah, flexing is an understatement. Again, Cloud Kicker, 19, 6, and 14 this game, doing close to 50k damage. That is crazy.
Jesus. We understand now firsthand why this hero's banned. Right, this was Cloud Killer's specialty. And despite only being like level 8 on the OD, right? Rampage, I get the Earthshaker bans. Level 26 Earthshaker, bam, wow, okay. Cloud Kicker only level 8 on the OD, so but still, like, you're good on the hero, you're good on the hero, right? It's not rocket science, is it?
Yeah, absolutely not. And they, you know what else they're good on? Earthshaker, it seems like, master tier, as well as Rocktopus on this Jakiro. I mean, every single player-hero combination for Condogs just felt so comfortable and natural. I think Foop City, they're going to have to do a bit more to dismount them from this seat of, I guess, dominance. For now, this is a best of 3, so it's not over just yet. We still need to decide who's going to walk away with the grand final and the title of Korn Cup 5 champion. Condogs, they're 1 game away from getting that for themselves. But Foop City, let's see whether they can fight back after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Kernel Kup 5, Crash and Sneeze. Condogs 1 game away from taking the title this season up against Foop City. And Foop City and the Condogs, they both came into this grand finals with a similar story, right? Crushing their opposition, looking like they're a tier above. Well, Condogs kind of just did it to him again. Foop City, Shadow Moses in particular, the drafter as well as the mid laner, didn't really have the best time on the Ember up against the Fear Cloud Kicker OD there. So we might see it getting banned out. For now, just some respect going through. They take out the Earthshaker that Rampage was playing well. And on the flip side, Condogs, they repeat most of the bans that they were enjoying in the game number 1.
I feel like if you pick some sort of off-meta hero like Earthshaker, and you stomp them on Earthshaker, and then next game they ban the Earthshaker, you are laughing.
You're so high.
You
have a little cackle.
You are laughing the entire time because this leaves more meta offlaners open. Now, Rampage might not be like good on those meta offlaners, but it still leaves them in the pool, right? Like a Doom is still strong. DK's out of the pool, but a Doom is strong. Centaur is still strong. Foop, they're gonna grab this first pick, Lion, a hero that was so important to Corndog's success both times, right? Lion mana. How many times were you like, they can't do anything because they're out of mana, right? Lion, so strong. Okay, Corndogs. Now I'm interested. What the hell is this?
I know you're a big Disruptor player, so I'll let you talk about it a bit later, but what this tells me is that Condox, they're gonna build a draft centered around Vision. You gotta keep in mind that Foop City, in game number 1, they banned out the Night Stalker. That's available now. And Condox, what this screams to me is they want to get ahead early, and they want to grab the reins of the game and never look back.
You have to when you're playing Disruptor, right? This hero feels so bad playing from behind. When you were getting run at, Glimpse does nothing. You have no stuns, you have no survivability, you have no mobility tool, right? That's the thing with Disruptor, is like CM has Crystal Clone, Zeus now has Heavenly Jump. These heroes are getting mobility abilities, one way or another. Disruptor has none of that, and none of it would fit into his kit as well. And I think if they gave this hero mobility, it would just be too OP. Imagine like anything like Force Staff, like a faux Force Staff and Glimpse. That's crazy.
Dude, we literally see Disruptors rush Blink Dagger so they can get like high priority position for
right?
Static Storm, right? The Viper gets picked up, and yeah, that's the Night Stalker like we talked about. It's all going to be about this Vision, and the one thing about the Lion is that even though he can become magic immune with the shard, the Night Stalker can literally punch you down. Like, he gets so much damage from Dark Ascension that he doesn't care if you're magic immune, he will just eat you up.
Yeah, there can be cheeky plays with this magic immunity on the Lion, or the debuff immunity, I guess.
Can you imagine if you're in the middle of the Static Storm and you're just draining, and they're like, "Oh my god, look at him! He's just
the draining." Or you're getting glimpsed and you mana drain an ally, so you go debuff.
Oh yeah,
immune,
that's true.
Right? Like there are some cheeky plays you can make. I'm gonna keep my eyes out on him because I'd love to see it, but. I'm liking what Foop City are bringing to the table, right? Lion, Venge, Corn Dogs, they have found success after success with this support lineup. Foop, they could go back for, nice. Grab the Centaur, right? The old reliable Centaur.
Yeah, and as Abraham Lincoln once said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again. Technically, with this vengeful spirit, they are trying it again. Sure. I mean, I don't. The thing is, this is a strong hero, but I feel like with the way that it was played so far, in some instances that we saw one pick up a Hurricane Pike, and previously in that game as well, while the swaps were generally on point, there were a couple of moments where I was like, where's Abe Lincoln? Like, where's our founding father when we need him? And he just wasn't there.
It's hard to play Venge, right? Because the problem was you had so many swap priorities. Do I save my Ember? Do I submit myself to death to save my Ember for certain death? Do I save my Wraith King who has Reincarnate? Not really.
Yeah.
That seems kind of awkward. Right? Yeah. So, like, Swap was such a weird ability that game. This game, you definitely see the value in it. Right? Swapping someone out of Static Storm, swapping someone away from Night Stalker, there is incredible value in the swap. That being said, if I'm a Disruptor player, which I am, I love playing against Venge, because you know what I do? I just wait. Wait for the swap. Hold your glimpse, wait for the swap, swap them, glimpse them right back, and all of a sudden you have 2 kills instead of 1.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Abe Lincoln. You're such a generous man. Now, okay, one thing I will say, and this might be a bit too, like, it might be a bit of a reach, but hear me out.
Sure, I'm hearing.
So, Condox, I think what they've been successful with so far is when they empower their support players with the ability to make plays on their own. So, when you see the Lion, when you see the Jakiro, it's very much heroes that don't require a partner. And if you +1 on them, they kill you, right? But other than that, we see Seven and we see Roctopus just making things happen by themselves. With the Grimstroke and the Disruptor, it's a very different story. You're never going to see a Grimstroke solo kill someone. Same situation for the Disruptor, right? You always need to pair up, and that might disjoint the game plan that they're used to. They might not be feeling as comfortable, might not be feeling as individually strong to get things going.
Yeah.
And one thing that we've seen so far is that Bojangles, he's been an excellent carry player in terms of picking and choosing his battles so far, but he doesn't really like to get involved bright and early unless there's a brilliant opportunity that presents itself. We might lose out on some lethality that Condox are so adept at bringing to the table. That's kind of my concern right now.
This mid laner's got to be a big sort of playmaker. Ooh. I kind of hate the troll, if I'm being honest.
Doesn't this make OD like an insane pick here?
Yeah, they're going to have to ban it. Yeah, they do. Because I 100% agree with you. Listen, corn dogs, I love you, big fan. You've really won my heart. This safe lane, I don't think this is it. Now you do have the cheeky.
You mean the Bloodseeker or the Trolls?
The Bloodseeker Disruptor from Corn Dogs.
Okay, yeah,
this is a really weak lane. Now you do have, like, if Disruptor goes 0 points into Thunderstrike and at least gets an early point in Kinetic Field come level 2, you could do some cheeky Bloodright moves. Right, throw down the Bloodright, keep them in with Kinetic Field. That's literally the only play I see them making in this lane, other than a glimpse back into a kill. Right, and at that point, they have to be low and running away from you.
Yeah, I think the main thing also, to add on to that point that you're making, the Bloodseeker lane, as much as he can sustain, it's kind of weak to the burst, right? Previously, we saw Centaurs like go for that max retaliate build and whatnot, but I feel like you can just go doubly aggressive with higher levels in double edge this lane and just really make the Bloodseeker hurt.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know, like, it just feels like, I don't know whether it's really thought out. I wonder what the rupture was intended for, or whether it's just something that Bojangles felt good about in game 1 and it's like, yo, you know, they still haven't banned my hero yet. Let me just run it back again. Feels like the circumstances are very different this time around.
I mean, it's good into Stampede, right? Like, you can no longer Stampede away.
Okay.
But that, like,
and
it's good
Stampede
into
is like
Swap.
nullified for everyone else, right?
Right, it's good into Swap as well, because, like, you just can't swap a target that's ruptured. It's gonna kill them.
Yeah.
It hurts. So I get it. I get the Bloodseeker, but, like, this leaves you in such a weak lane against such a strong lane. Now, Corn Dogs, they do have overall last pick, so Foop City, they're gonna have to give away their mid laner here. And like we kind of talked about with Corn Dogs, they are looking for some sort of aggressive playmaker, because Night Stalker, as aggressive as he can be, he's limited by something that is out of his control, time.
Yes. What would be a good mid laner here to get things going and really stamp out the Night Stalker in these fights? You want someone who can get vision and play with the supports, make things happen. Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, still in the pool, but Foop City, maybe they feel a lot more confident about that now that the OD is not an option for Cloud Kicker. Cloud Kicker, his Zeus gets banned out as well. So essentially, the heroes that he's played so far, the Dragon Knight, the Zeus, as well as the OD have been taken out. He's gonna have to decide on something else. But same thing can be said for Shadow Moses, right?
Yeah.
It's really just whether he feels confident enough on the Ember, which I think, to be fair, is a pretty good pickup, except for the fact that they have 3 silencers.
Except the fact that Disruptor Night Stalker kind of screwed you over 4.
4 silencers.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, they are lacking on the old stun department, so that's another thing the Corn Dogs are going to need to rectify. Okay, once again, kind of hate Razor this game. Right, like, if you are running at, like, Disruptor loves heroes that kind of want to play in and out of these fights, because the second you go out, you're coming right back in, right? Razor needs to now essentially, Razor, Troll, and Centaur all need to full commit for these fights, because if they try to weave in and out of these fights, Disruptor's going to pull them right back in. They're going to either, or that, or block you out of the fights with Kinetic Field, right? There are multiple ways to play around, so Foop, they need to just full-on commit, send any sort of aggressive moves they want to make. Corn Dogs, I would love to see, you can't pick a melee hero right now into Foop, so you could go something along the lines of Storm Spirit. It's great, Inkswell target, gives vision. Okay, similar type of hero with the Quap. Aggressive move makers, is limited by cooldowns just a little bit. But overall, I am a fan of this Quap. It's going to kind of destroy the Razor in lane, and it's really good into Trolls as well.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for me is just that instant burst of damage that can set your Bloodseeker up for a good fight.
Yeah.
Essentially, Foop City, it's a great point that you mentioned about them needing to full commit into a Disruptor, but now that full commit feels even worse, because if you're all running at one target, that's an easy setup for the Quap to work with.
Yeah.
And I think she's someone who can run around with the Grimstroke Disruptor, not really in the traditional sense where she can carry the Inkswell with her, but just that additional Dispel might help her out of sticky situations where Abe Lincoln catches her with a Hex or maybe a stun or something like that as well. So overall, I think I'm liking Foop City's lineup a little bit more because it kind of feels like they have some recovery potential even if things don't go really their way. Whereas for Condogs, it kind of feels swing or miss, right? Night Stalker, Queen of Pain, Bloodseeker, these cores are very feast or famine. If you start to fall behind, they don't really have the best ways of catching back up or evening the score.
Now I know this is a lot of ifs, but if Sinich was playing Troll Warlord last game and OD wasn't in the pool because they banned it, like if they banned it, they would have been in a much better situation because Sinich kind of started farming, came out of the jungle, and was like, okay, let's go. I have Radiance BKB. If you're playing Troll, you have like Maelstrom BKB, or like Mjolnir BKB, what, Satanic, another Purge, maybe your Aghanim Scepter, and you're chilling, right? You have more items because you farmed faster, and then you're an actual hero that contests the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker, time after time, we saw. Now, he ended up losing the fights eventually, but just Bojangles just runs in, man fights the Wraith King, and kind of destroys him. You can't man fight a troll like that. He will win every time.
Yeah, but I guess it's a bit of a different story as well, right? Because I think while you were man fighting the Wraith King was also doing damage to everyone else, where Troll's a lot more singular in focus. It might just have that advantage this time around, and we'll see whether it serves them well. As this is game 2, meaning that Condogs, they are 1 game away from taking the title of the Kernel Kup 5 champions. But Foop, it's not if they have something to say about it. The past few games we've watched Condog, they have made aggressive moves into their opposition, but I think now they understand that their level 1 isn't quite as strong, so they decide to hold their own high ground instead. Foop are the ones on the move.
A Disruptor instantly makes your level 1 quite weak, especially getting Thunderstrike 7. What the hell is this, man? Get the weakest ability level 1?
I mean, what do you get level 1 then? I think his idea is just that he wants to sort of harass out whoever he's trading with, right? Because any other spell, he just loses out to bench, but... Oh, a double... Abe Lincoln! How has he found that? That is illegal. Feels like it tagged them both on the tip of their booties, and now 7 has to turn around and run. I don't know whether a Glimpse or Kinetic Field would have really put a stop to that, if I'm being honest with you.
Kinetic Field saves him. What do you mean, dude?
I don't think so. They're still slowed and they were able to reach through.
It saves the Disruptor at least. It saves the Disruptor.
Yeah, but he got stunned.
Yeah. No. Like right here, like when they're fighting right here, he doesn't die if he gets Kinetic Field. But then you have Kinetic Field level 1 in lane, which feels even worse. But if
I mean, I think either way they were screwed from the start. The second Ape somehow landed that 2-man stun. That was like, I don't know how he did that, but it just bought them enough time to all start collapsing. And I think they realized as well, because they're like, okay, you know, if he has Kinetic Field, we need to sort of step up first. They're able to get that nice start. Foop with an early advantage. We'll see whether they can keep rolling with this one. This battle of the D-wards up here in this jungle area. And yeah, I mean, I don't mind this Thunderstrike too much for this very reason, right? It actually allows you to trade with Abe. And not just trade with Abe, kill Abe. Abe is dead. No, double stun, big boy. Very nicely done. They don't deward the sentry in time for the small camp to spawn, which is a bit awkward, and Bojangles still chasing down with the level 1 Thirst. Knows that Abe doesn't have any mana, and as Abe Lincoln once said, I'm dead.
That's what he said as he was dying. A lot of people don't really know that. But
yeah.
he was well aware that his time on Earth was running out.
Yeah, it came shortly before is Wave of Terror belt on the high ground. It's somewhere along there. It was a whole monologue. Like, that's just one of the crazy lines in that entire stretch, yeah.
I mean, Lincoln is known for his long speeches, right? Or I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Lincoln is known for being American
and
a president.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true words.
And all his wonderful quotes.
Yeah.
A little bit of a weird one as they stack disables there. Not really sure what that was about. Maybe just a bit of miscommunication, but it feels like you kind of need to shore that up if you really want to pressure the Bloodseeker. I feel like as the levels go up, you might have more magical bursts, but Bojangles, he's just going to stat up as well.
Yeah, this isn't the easiest lane for Bojangles this time around. Like, he kind of had a free lane last game. This time, it's considerably harder. Like we talked about, the burst potential is very high, and Abe Lincoln 7, you're gonna get a taste of your own medicine this time around, because last game, or last series rather, we were talking about how Line into Lich is really good because all of Lich's abilities cost 100 mana. Lich has no max mana. Same thing with Disruptor, right? No, like 360 max mana and 100 mana for each ability.
Oh,
Shadow
solo
Moses.
kill. How he's just sort of fully sapped him, and you don't really expect this to happen as he's dropping low to the creeps, but will get a water rune to tide him through. And I don't really know how that happens. I guess no level in the blink on the Queen of Pain. That is a greedy build.
That's
Bot
incredible.
side though, Bojangles runs down A. Nicely done. Didn't even need to use the glimpse. They just put Thunderstrike on him, it seems like.
Oh, glimpse him back to base 7. Do it. The wave's gonna go under tower. You have free vision. Just go.
Okay. Abe, can't afford to make this mistake here.
Yes.
TPing in 7. Oh my
Yes.
goodness. No!
Yes! Yes, and the tip!
Oh my god, 7.
Disruptor players rejoice.
Okay.
Oh, the old walk of shame for Abe Lincoln.
Look at him. Let's look at him. Let's watch him.
Everyone point and laugh.
Look at this idiot of a president. How did we even elect him?
Oh shit.
Doesn't even know how glimpse works? Come on. I mean, at least he has the boots to make the walk a little quicker.
Could have smoked himself too, made it even faster.
Okay, concerning bit. Look at this top side. In another lane where I feel like Rampage has no business getting even CS.
Yeah.
He's going toe-to-toe with the Troll and the Bench, which I thought would be putting a lot more pressure onto him, but if it's one bracer, he's fine. And just to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, in just about 45 seconds, we will be entering the stalking phase where Hot Coldman will be dead man. Rocktopus coming through with the Inkswell for the setup. Looks like they want us to get things started already. And Hot Coldman, he doesn't have a stick or anything, which means he just needs to try and walk this one off. This just gets scarier in 30 seconds. Like I feel like I'm counting down because this is gonna explode. I'm not talking about Nathan.
This top lane is going to be uninhabitable for the Troll Warlord for the nighttime. That does mean Troll, he can't just back up and go jungle. He just bought something for like 1100 gold. What the hell did he just buy? Oh, Courier, Secret Shop. Got it. Cornucopia. Battle Fury. Ooh, this might be a bait. The old Battle Fury Troll can really screw you up if you miss your timings. But if you're not, like, the same thing with PA. If you're not farming well enough and you miss your Battle Fury timing, it just delays everything else for so long.
Dude, this is so many freaking creeps up here in this top side for Rampage. What the hell? But bot side, they're trading out Big Boy. Last bit of HP. The Disruptor can't finish it off.
Glimpse.
As but I'm gonna try. I don't think it's enough damage on that alone. Double edge slices him to bits.
And the tip.
Oh, the tip in now. The tip in.
Big Boy remembers.
I don't. Dude, I don't really know if you gain anything from trying for that kill, right? Don't you just let your Disruptor finish it off?
Yeah, you do. 100%. It was a very risky play to make, but I guess you make those, right? Why not? You're not playing for $1 million. You're playing for fun. If you're playing for clout, right? If you get that kill, imagine how good you feel. Imagine how bad the enemy feels, right?
Okay, but he didn't though, and now it's a little bit sad.
Yeah, but if he did.
Top side, Sneech, just getting beat down here. The misses actually coming to play and hold Hard Coleman. A big magic missile keeping Sneech alive. A bit of a awkward attempt there from Rampage.
Easy 10
I'm not
gold.
sure what Rocktopus was trying to do there. Yeah. And that's gonna be a free salve. Meanwhile, bot side, Bojangles. This laning stage early on hasn't really worked out the way that Condog have wanted. As a big Shadow Moses down here, the Scream coming through. Sonic Wave is enough to work down the Centaur. Both mid laners have come down here, and it's an AD rune for Cloud Kicker, which allows him to get that insane burst. Meanwhile, Rocktopus able to finally close the gap onto Sneech. So that was with the help of Rampage coming back through into the fray as well. That just kills non-stop.
They had no right getting Troll there. I don't know what you're... Like, we've already talked about uninhabitable in this top lane now that it's nighttime. Troll, go jungle. Go to another lane. Mid was free that entire time. Right? Troll could have gone mid and farmed his way back through the jungle up to the top lane. There are much better things to do than try to live at a quarter HP up top. And try to get your cornucopia to do all the work for you.
Yeah, taking your suggestion is Bojangles though, who's sort of come through and is ramming this catapult, or at least buying it quite a bit of space to work. Do a bit of a number on this tower, and that number specifically is around 600 damage. Not too bad.
Yeah, respectable.
You're kind of in a similar situation as last game though, where Condor don't actually have a lot of tower damage. So that might be something we need to keep an eye out for. Their high ground push is rough.
Yes, but their high ground defense is very good if things go the opposite way. So they have that
For
going
Condor,
for
you
them.
mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I see what you mean. Although I do think the Night Stalker just becomes a little flying insect if he doesn't have a good game.
Yeah.
Luckily for him though, for now, Rampage, having a swallow time. All the core CS is very even. But the net worth, clearly, it's Shadow Moses getting a bit of an advantage after that solo kill in the top side. Sorry, in the mid lane.
Yeah, what the hell? You don't know where lanes are.
My bad, my bad.
So, top lane is awful for Sneech, right? We've already talked about it, and he has not gotten last hits net worth in a hot minute. Look at this wave that he's missing, right? An entire wave out of his reach. Not even level 6 yet, and even if he was, I don't know how much that helps you. He gets one last hit, rejoice.
The Cornucopia feels like such a conservative option, and like I mean, you talked about it already. Like this Battle Fury build up, it feels like it's gonna hamper him. Here they come, straight on to Sneech. The stun will help him get out of there for now, but the glimpse was prepared. And they'll just turn around and kill off this troll. Like you mentioned, I feel like the longer he stays here, the worse off of a game he's gonna have. And for now, he's just decided to submit himself back. Another kill for this Night Stalker.
Like, especially because you're going Battle Fury. You need to just go have 10 minutes of peace. And you're never going to get that in this top lane. Especially when it's nighttime.
Now that is ending for a little bit. Stampede does come through. Looks like there's an engagement in the mid side. Shadow Moses is ruptured up and will go down. So Cloud Kicker tag teaming out with Bojangles. Use both their ultimates there, but they get a big ticket kill in that Razor.
Dude, I didn't even think about Rupture Sonic Wave.
It's like minute, right? It pushes you back just a bit, not like a 4-star.
It pushes you back pretty far though. I don't know, like
okay, but not like a 4-star for
what? Extra damage on top of the what? 350 damage pure nuke? I don't know, dude. It's pretty good.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it gets them to kill on Shadow Moses, and that's good enough, right? Yeah, more than you can ask for.
Bojangle casually just freaking 500 movement speed because Centaur's low bottom.
He's just skirting around, especially the phase boots, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, Hot Coleman collapsing in the mid lane. It's not nighttime, but they can turn it that way with that Dark Ascension. An easy pickup as they continue to storm through. Looks like they'd love to angle for Shadow Moses as well, but you gotta watch yourself. There's a lion in the area ready to finger of death you down. Rampage, starting to come through. Nice stun. Ultimate plays finger of death just enough. They fall for the trap. There's a rupture onto Shadow Moses with Bojangles. Do you do enough damage here to really work you down? Inkswell, it kind of just gets instantly popped, and with the Hex, Shadow Moses actually able to zap him down. Narrowly just dies there. The last bit of damage coming out from that Disruptor does work him down. But this fight has not gone anywhere near as successful as Condog were hoping for. They lose 3 members here in the mid lane. And one of them is a carry, man. Like running up, diving this tier 1. What was that about?
You kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit there, right? Nightstalker feeling completely unstoppable in that Dark Ascension. Had no idea an Invis was there, like you said, waiting to stun you in the wings. And that was kind of the difference maker, that fight, right? Just Lion being there, existing. So crucial. And that's going to be incredibly crucial going forward as well. Lion needs to just exist in these fights for as long as possible. Mana drains, hexes, stuns. If Lion and Venge live through the ends of these fights, Foop are going to have a very good time taking engagements.
In a way, some of these disables coming out is defensive too, right? It can help your troll just break free of that silence for just a little bit, not taking quite as much damage, turn around, able to pop the battle trance. Relatively quiet from Sneech. We talked about him having a tough time up here in this top side. Not as bad as the Queen of Pain though, as a little bit of miscoordination. 7 doesn't get the timing right on the glimpse and the static storm, and just basically has to see the troll just walk away. So Inkswell now onto the Rocktopus Grimstroke, but they actually commit the Stampede to get out. Shadow Moses has the link up. Uh-oh, Cloud Kinker. He already used the blink and he's just gonna get whipped down. very awkward situation now. And it's not nighttime. You don't have Dark Ascension. Shadow Moses, he's gonna get another kill or at least help with it. Sneech will just punch down Rocktopus. And this is kind of what I'm talking about with the, I guess, construction of the draft. Meanwhile, bot side, nice little play from Bojangles to get something going there. The tips come through. Wow, they're really trying to mess with Big Boy, huh? I feel like the entire team's just been tipping him this entire time.
They didn't know they could tip before Big Boy tipped, and now they're all about it.
True. Yeah, but I feel like this is kind of what we talked about, where Rocktopus and Seven, they have nowhere near the same amount of playmaking potential on their own. They need one of the calls to come through. But with Cloud Kicker and Rampage just coming through, they're dying as well. And they aren't really able to get much done other than feed. Rampage just goes down, and a lot of that early advantage that you had over the Troll is just now dissipated.
Yeah, there were 4 heroes top for that gank initially. No hero showed anywhere else on the map, and Rampage for some reason thought, well, it's daytime, I'm safe enough to go walk up into this lane while 4 heroes are missing and one of them's dead. I don't know. I feel like they're getting too complacent, Corn Dogs. They need to stay on their toes.
Yeah, they're gonna try and come through and make something happen. It's always that feeling when you're behind, you want to just kind of fight back and get one. With the Stampede just running away, hot cold, man. Even if they get the kill now onto Rampage, it's a support kill, and I'm not sure whether it's enough. You'd love to find Big Boy here, doesn't have his blink just yet. Starting to swoop through, high ground vision already set up by Abe. The glimpse, nicely done. Finds him with that nighttime vision, but getting chopped out is Rampage, a bit too far forward, and Abe, with a great ward setup, allows them to spot the Night Stalker even though he's dancing around the trees. They kill off Rocktopus while they're at it as well, and repel the aggressive move from Corndog. Like you mentioned, getting a bit complacent here, and more than anything, an excellent cliff ward from the Lion.
They just aren't respecting Foop, I feel like, at all. Like, 2 supports try to make a solo play onto Centaur? Hello? Like, in what world do 2 supports, even if you're playing Lion Venge, in what world do they get a kill on Centaur War freaking Runner?
I mean, that's kind of what they were making happen with the previous iteration, right? And that's kind of what I was worried about. Like, you get a bit too comfortable and thinking, like, you can still do these things, but the heroes you're equipped with just don't have the same skill set. And it's really starting to show here, the support difference between the Venge and the Lion, who've been such stable performers for Foop this time round, as compared to the Disruptor, who has yet to really even find a meaningful Static Storm glimpse.
It's hard. Like, it's not even like a hard ability to land. It's just one of those, like, if Glimpse is a little bit shorter than you expect, it comes out faster than you'd expect, and it could really mess with your timing. So that's what's happened to Seven once or twice, I've noticed. Is that Glimpse was a lot shorter than he expected, so he has to panic Static Storm ulti. Or Static Storm kinetic field, and it's hard. It's very hard. Rampage, not again, dude. Not like this. I know it's nighttime, but you gotta be so careful up here.
Mocha looking towards the mid lane instead. Stampede had to be used by Big Boy to just get away from the Bloodseeker. I don't think the Rupture was even popped. He just had to get out of here, and he's dropping low, so she gets spotted out by the Thirst, but mid lane looks like action is about to break loose. For now, it's a mid tower that breaks loose of existence, and as it goes down.
Corndog supports seem like they're on the same page, right? Every time we see Seven and Rocktopus make a gank, right? They're together. But it's these cores. These other heroes just aren't around. No one is around with them to make these plays. We saw them just walk up onto high ground brazenly as Bloodseeker's gonna do the exact same thing.
Finger of Death is available. Nice blink out, Abe! Jukes is sort of turn around with a finger, but oh, he's starting to heal up. Not expecting the one coming through. Couldn't get the little finger in time.
Cloud Kicker? Yeah, he's like, they're not there, shit.
Okay,
The
well,
double glimpse.
crisis averted. Bojangle survives, and I think the most important part of that fight was the magic wand that he popped, right? Even though it was fancy footwork coming out from Abe, I think he was expecting to turn around and see the Bloodseeker at a HP level where you could finger, and then started hesitating a bit, and that ultimately ended up being his downfall. Sort of a successful chain of events, I dare say, for Condor, at least surviving that initial jump.
Yep. Yeah, gold into your Bloodseeker's pockets. Because you need to start ramping up the pressure. Troll has Battle Fury. He's gonna start farming up a Storm. Now Bojangles, he has the Mjolnir, so he has a good farming tool of his own. but it's also a fighting tool, right? That is Bloodseeker's tool, so as soon as you get a BKB, you gotta go. Because Trolley's gonna be waiting for you with a BKB of his own. And if you let Troll out-farm your Bloodseeker, I mean, Bloodseeker is not the end-all be-all carry this game. It is definitely the Troll.
Yeah, Blood Mist or not, he's still gonna out-damage you in a 1-to-1 team fight. It's, we'll see how that goes. I actually haven't seen it in action because I know Blood Mist is really strong in these situations. I haven't really rated the ability personally very highly. Wait, what is this Queen of Pain going? She has something flying out to her in the courier, but no other goal. It's just a Witchblade complete. Okay. But she was kind of running around with no items for a while, actually, Cloud
Yeah.
Kicker, so...
Very weird for a
It's still
mid
able
laner,
to-
too. Like, mid lane's all about those
Right.
stats, you know?
Yeah, you want to get those incremental little bumps up to your hero, but I guess Cloud Kicker's just involvement in this game so far has been slightly minimal. 1 or 2 Sonic waves out here, but not really as active as you'd like. Maybe just not really winning out on those rune spawns as compared to the Razor.
It's nighttime, and look at Rampage. He's farming.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
It's
Look at your
nighttime and
supports
he's
defending
farming,
mid.
jeez. TP in now though, but it's a bit too late. Roctopus already goes down. It's just a nice swap from Hot Cold Man. Grimstroke is just deceased and they smoke away as well. Now there is a ward that spotted it out, so Foop, they might be winding themselves up for a little bit of a trap. I'm not sure whether Condog were paying attention. It doesn't seem like they're too interested in taking an engagement about the
Grimstroke pinged it a
Grimstroke.
few times.
Radiant's bottom tower is in
It looks like they are wary of this gank coming their way. But yeah, Rampage, okay, you have Harpoon. I guess it's go time now. I feel like Echo Saber would have been enough, though.
Nah, I think you need to wait for Bojangles BKB, right? Like, there's literally no way you fight without it.
Well, now there's no way you fight because it's about to be daytime. So you have to wait now another, what, 5 minutes before you can fight again?
Is there anything stopping Sneech and Hot Coldman from just going for Roche as soon as
No,
it comes down to the
I
bot
feel
side?
like that's exactly what they're gearing up for down here.
Yeah, right? Like, this is, you set up vision around the area, you see heroes on the Condot side in the top side.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, the
It's
circle
not-
comes through. They know exactly where, like, Foop, I have completely ID'd and traced where Condot are.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Instead, it looks like they're going to move forward towards a gank mid.
Under attack.
I mean, this ward has placed right beside the centaur to his right has just spotted out so many of the Foop moves. They haven't cleared out vision in this area just yet. With a glimpse back onto Abe Lincoln. Looks like he's gonna get tagged by the blood right now. Nice footwork. Gets around the perimeter. And because of that, Bojangles, not able to find the connection, will still pop that rupture. And looks like Abe will be going down. They've utilized the Dark Ascension as well, but Rampage is so far away. They're still gonna try and chase down Sneech. If you could just split up these cores, it'll be a pretty big deal, but they already scattered to the wind. Still a nice glimpse back in those Static Storm and the Stampede out. No Rupture means that you can just get that swap off for free. The supports pay the price for that move. But that is a Dark Ascension used and it's gonna run out in just about what feels like 5 to 6 seconds. That's your little moment of power for the next 4 minutes diminished.
That's all of your big ultimates but Sonic Wave used there, so I don't think Corn Dogs are willing to take a fight for another hot minute.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, your next sort of timing will be this BKB that seems like the Bloodseeker already has as a result of those kills. Maybe you want to catch them by surprise by skipping up in there.
Problem is, Troll, he's going for a BKB of his own. Went for a Yasha first, which we'll see if it's a mistake or not, because I feel like having a BKB nice and early is good, but if Sneech is deciding he's going to farm instead, which it seems to be what his objective was, farm and now pick off time, it's fine. It's fine. Delaying the BKB is a-okay. Cloud Kicker.
Yep. So easy.
It
It's
didn't-
almost unimpressive how easy he just dies.
Yeah, right. Press your
Like, I
abilities
look at it,
and-
I'm like,
yeah.
okay, like cool, yeah. But a great move here from the side of Foop, and with that, they should be
Seven's
able to walk
dead.
into the pit and
Bojangles
secure.
is dead.
Oh my god. And it's the disruptor
And it's
shot. Are you
it's like one of the worst shards in the game. Jesus.
Oh my god, and the tip. Oh my.
You have to, dude. It's the law.
Yeah, and, like you die, you get your shard on the shittiest hero to pick it up on, and then you see the notice pop up that they have Roche. It's just like, it feels so bad.
I think this is a problem that a lot of teams can kind of run into. Is they're like, okay, Tormentor, super important. Let's take it as soon as 20 minutes rolls around. It means that you're not ready for an engagement again for the next minute. Right, it just means you have to go back and reset. All your lanes need to be in good positions. The enemies need to not be roshing or looking for a gank on your heroes on your side of the map. Like, there are a lot of caveats to taking the Tormentor that I think a lot of teams don't necessarily think about. But if you end up taking a fight there, like Corndog, they had their ultimates up. They could have taken a fight in around the Roshan area. But now they're going to try to hold their tier 2 tower. This is ambitious.
I'll try. Start out with the Dark Ascension straight onto the Centaur. That's a good target to get for now. The Troll locked up in the Static Storm as well. They're doing a lot of damage to his first life. They will get it. He doesn't have the BKB. Gotta keep that in mind. And Shadow Moses doing his best to hold him at bay. Ruptured up is the Troll and being poked and prodded aside from all angles. He can't get the Battle Trance off. Perhaps a bit too far forward this time round for Foop. No BKBs. They don't wait for the timing. And Bojangles trounces them with his.
Well, Corndog, they know more than I do, it seems, as it's just, they got the jump on Foop. Foop, it seemed like they just weren't ready for any sort of engagement there, and their items kind of show it, right, Troll? Like you mentioned, no BKB for a while, either. Right, this is going to be a crazy little next 2 minutes, because it's going to be nighttime, ages before this Troll gets BKB. So, now all of a sudden, your Troll needs to find a safe place to farm at night into a team with a Night Stalker. Ooh.
No. Yeah, you gotta wonder, as much as the ages made them feel a little bit more comfortable and confident, that fight essentially just flattened out the lead back into the way of Corndog. You need your BKBs to fight, it feels like. The Disruptor, when he's allowed to set up like that and he's not under any pressure, he can just do exactly that. Send Big Boy back, but it might come at the cost of his life. He doesn't even die to the Finger of Death. How is Seven still alive? He's finally gonna get zapped down, but you've already lost your Lion, and somehow Bojangles actually getting worked through. Sneech and Shadow Moses were able to get the touches out onto him, and even though it's nighttime, Rampage, he can't run away from this. They will cut him down. This time round, it is Corndog's turn to overextend and overstay their welcome. They will pay the price.
I wouldn't even say overstayed their welcome. They were trespassing the minute they set foot on the side of Dire River. They had no right being there with their HP pools and their abilities down. Absolutely no right. It may be nighttime, but Disruptor, he just brazenly sits in front of the tower, gets blown up by a Finger of Death. That was the only reason that Seven survived so long is because they were going on Bojangles.
Yeah, and they kill a Bojangle, and then like, yeah, right.
Oh yeah, the Disruptor. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we don't care about you. It's a bit of a weird one because I think just with that alone, they've given Foop enough time to finish up these BKBs, right? The Troll, now with this like 1.5 minute of freedom that he has on the map, he will be able to grab that very, very important item. And suddenly he's not as scared about the Static Storm, not as concerned about all these silencers anymore. The Battle Trances should come out this time.
You just go again. If you're Corndog, yeah, they're gonna smoke up, but you gotta do it as a team. You can't do it as 3 men like this. You're not strong enough. Okay, if you just gotta aim, it's fine. Oh,
Seems like who they'll try and go for. The Static Storm comes down, but Cloud Kicker just Sonic waves himself into the Blade Mail, and you haven't even died yet. You double glimpse and double rupture. Oh, you can't stampede out of this one. A little bit of trouble now for Big Boy. In comes Rampage as well, starting to punch down on the Centaur, and the chase keeps on going. The Troll nowhere in the area to try and respond to this fight. Shadow Moses will just be able to get away, I say that. Nice harpoon and the glimpse back. They catch out the Venge, and Hot Cold Man should be going down. Now Sneech is in the area. Does he want to commit the BKB? Get ready to fight. Battle Trance popped as well, starting to chop out on the Bloodseeker. He needs to get out of here, but he just gets rooted and destroyed. Shadow Moses links him up and chops him down with the electric damage and the axes of the Troll. And again, Corndog, in what seemed like a good start to the fight, they end up losing it in the end because they just submit their Bloodseeker to certain death.
I don't know what these fights are like, what's happening in these fights between these two teams. It's literally just like neither of these two teams understand when they're at their weakest, right? They win a fight, they let it get to their head, and they just push for some reason. You try to get this Abe Lincoln kill, and it immediately backfires. The play at that point shouldn't be bring more heroes. Especially when teams start respawning, the play should be we need to just cut our losses and get the hell out.
I mean, the buyback coming out from Hot Coldman. Foop have shown they're not scared about using these to win the mid-game engagements. And realistically speaking, I'm not even sure whether the bench needed to buy back there, but just great stuff from Sneech.
It was a show of power.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for me that impressed me about Sneech is he understands that, you know, I don't need to be conservative about the BKB on my ult. Like, if I have the chance to, I should just pop it and secure this kill. Yeah. Right? The additional attack speed that he got from that definitely just make quick work of that Bloodseeker.
Yeah, as soon as he got that first root, like the animal brain turns on in Troll Warlords, and they're like, first root, okay, time to pop the ulti, pop the BKB, full commit on this hero, right? And this is what we talked about into Disruptor lineups. You just full commit, and all of a sudden this Disruptor hero does nothing. And you have great heroes on Foop to full commit on. The Centaur, the Troll, the Razor, these are heroes that go in and don't necessarily have a way of just getting out other than walking.
Yeah. And while we've already expressed at length the power of walking, it is nothing compared to stalking when we're talking about Night Stalker. So, you know, clearly a bit of a disparity there. Foop, I think this is, as much as it's not a Blade Mail patch, this is definitely a Blade Mail game, big boy. Just reflecting so much uncontrollable AoE back to the sender.
And controllable AoE.
Yeah. Just damage of all sorts. Anything you could ask for, he can reflect.
Are you kidding me? Oh,
BKB
Rampage.
pop preemptively, Rampage just straight onto Hot Coldman. Should be a good start to the fight. Just grabbing one kill. Just grabbing one kill. They will get the first opener, take down the bench. There's a dieback. They rupture out onto the Razor as well as the Centaur, so they can't continue this chase. But Troll, hot on the heels of Bojangles. With his BKB running out, he understands he can't continue anymore. Rampage still on the backside, cleaning up the supports. We'll have to Ogre Seal Totem his way out of there, but Big Boy right on his heels. Looks like attention has been shifted though. They pull back Sneech. Starts to chop up on the Disruptor, and Shadow Moses jumping forward. Looking for Bojangles, whipping him into shape. The kinetic field will hold the Razor at bay. But now that it's daytime, Rampage is deceased. He can't run around anymore. And so is Roctopus. Double kill for Big Boy, who's done a great job rinse and repeating these initiations with the Hoof Stomps and finding his targets.
And 7 just had no impact that fight. I feel like Corndog, they're getting so disconnected. For a team that we were praising for their team play and being able to stick together and play together very well, 7 has had no impact on this Disruptor despite having a few good glimpses. That's been about it.
Yeah, haven't really been impressed by this first pick as the Troll does go down. Both these teams really taking turns to just hurl each other a freebie.
Literally just A-click the tower after you win a... What the hell? Sneeze, I don't get it. Can you explain?
I don't know what's going. I actually don't know what's going on anymore.
Because now look, watch. Cloud Kicker and 7 are going to be the only two heroes to push this tier 2 tower, and they're going to die to the supports and Centaur. Ready? Here it comes. Oh man.
I'm waiting.
I am too. It's gonna be like another 30 seconds, but you can keep waiting. Or we do have to talk in between that waiting period though. It's gonna.
Oh,
be
we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can't just. I mean, we could try. Do you want to? We could. No one's gonna stop us.
We just go completely silent and wait for it to happen. And if it doesn't, and they actually win the fight, then we're just completely speechless for the rest of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Here they go. 20 more seconds until that respawn. They'll buy some time with the glyph though.
It's just a glyph to defend your high ground, right? This is the free glyph. It's your first tier 2 tower down.
Yeah, it's not.
Just throw it out, right? Throw it out. Why not?
Yeah, the respawns are back. Foop should be able to smoke out and try and find something, given that it is just daytime. Dark Ascension is available, of course, but this is as best of a timing as you're gonna get.
Oh, if they catch Bojangles.
He gets stunned, but he gets the rupture in advance, and oh, the glimpse just does so much damage to Abe Lincoln. Big Boy, he's into the mix though, forcing the BKB pop. They're starting to set away on the Bloodseeker's damage. He needs to create some sort of distance and get out of here. You can't man fight against the troll. Sneech just rips you apart, and now Cloudkicker tries to scream but will just die as Sneech just chops them all up. Looking like a butcher with those axes. Rampage, he has that high ground movement, and that's the only thing that saves him in that situation. This Big Boy was trying to chase down the Grimstroke, but couldn't quite find the connection. And dude, that fight is never gonna go your way. They do enough damage to work down the Razor, but you just get linked up and chopped up as the Bloodseeker. You can't win.
This Static Storm does nothing now. Right, and this is a little bit of a problem, despite it being such a really good Solar Crest game. Like, this is a really good Solar Crest game. You're dealing with Troll and Razor, right? These heroes that do a lot of physical damage, so why not build a Solar Crest? The item is trash now.
Yeah.
It's such a
Newsflash.
Like, it is a good game for it. I'm not gonna trash it, but the item itself, doo-doo. I get why you want to pick it up, but it's just a non-item. You would have had 4 staff and half an Aghanim Scepter already.
And the Aghanim Scepter would have played such a huge part in that fight, just nullifying some of the BKBs if you could get it out in advance. Rampage tries for a scary blink in to steal something, but Sneech snatches it. And
Sneeches it.
Aegis kill.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sneeches it.
We can
Basher
still
as
see
well
a
to make
fight
things
for
even
Corndog,
more.
though. They're
Yeah,
smoked
although...
up.
I mean, you don't have nighttime
That's
for another
true.
1 minute, so I don't think much of a fight is going to be found unless Foop literally walk up with a couple of heroes straight into them.
That's been happening, Sneeze.
Yeah, this game has been so back and forth in like the worst way. Like, I don't even... I feel like either one of these teams had great opportunities to win, and at this point, even with this Aegis, I'm not even sure who has the advantage. It kind of feels like, so far, the Condog, whenever they remember that their Bloodseeker can't man fight, they're in a good spot. And it's honestly been a very quiet game for Cloudkicker on this quad for me. She's so far behind on the net worth from where you want your mid laner to be.
It's weird because, like, Quap can farm-ish, right? Not the best farmer, so you need to be finding kills on this hero, and Cloudkicker is has not been, right? Is currently 3, 6, and 13. You've been a part of half the kills on your enemy team, or you've been a part of half the kills on your team. You need to be a part of more if you're Queen of Pain.
It's kind of weird as well because I don't really understand the game plan. Like, you know, Cloudkicker's hiding in here, maybe expecting there to be someone in the area, maybe gunning for her. But I feel like you're losing so much efficiency when you could be pushing side lanes on the map, you know what I mean? It's just
doing
this weird
puck
thing.
things, right? Like being annoying on the map, like cutting these
Yeah.
waves and playing aggressively on the enemy side because you're a Queen of Pain and you can blink out of it.
Yeah, fight's looking to break out here though. Even though with the nighttime vision, Foop are gathering around in this area. They'll show Shadow Moses and Sneech just jump straight through with their cores. The supports hiding at a safe distance. In comes Rampage, Static Storm as well, connects onto no one. You pull the Centaur back in, but BKB's already. It's a huge sonic wave that will scream down the line, but they chop down Rampage, and Centaur's still alive. Now looking like the Disruptor is next, and Bojangles just couldn't get into the fight. They will be able to magic damage down the Centaur War Runner on the tail end of that. That must have been a Shadow Strike coming through to work him down. But still, they get what they came for in the tier 2, and they keep the Aegis intact. Still 2.5 minutes on that, so they can make a move towards the tier 2 mid as well.
Actually kind of crazy, but now is the time to fight for Corndog despite being down 2 heroes, and I think Foop might recognize that. No BKBs and no ultimates for Foop. I mean, you have the BKB advantage. We saw what Bojangles can do with said BKB advantage earlier on in the game. And it's still incredibly important to get this BKB off and effectively use it.
Yeah, we saw some of the struggles of the Static Storm. I feel like every moment that passes, we're getting closer and closer, albeit very slowly, to the Aghanims. And I feel like that's going to really turn things around, but you kind of need to make it there. And Foop, if they're able to just rinse and repeat and just kind of routinely clean up these objectives, I'm not sure whether you're going to have enough time on Condor.
Oh, this troll walks up for free, Sneech. He's got to be careful. He can get glimpsed back.
Still has an Aegis. Does get glimpsed. into kinetic field, but there's Abe Lincoln right ahead, ready with the stun. Rampage has the silence, but the Ghost Scepter as a defensive measure. Shadow Moses forcing that BKB out from the Night Stalker as the retreat is sounded. Condor, they need to get the hell out of here, but Rock, he can't. Nice little static now. It's into BKB, Sonic Wave as well, pushing them back. That's the damage that you mentioned, and it'll be enough to work down the Razor. They buy back on the Grimstroke as well. But Big Boy, he's here, stomp up right at the correct moment to punch down the Bloodseeker, and he doesn't stand a chance. You chop on to Cloud Kicker as well, and you still have the second life for the Troll. He only loses it to the tower. It's a triple kill. As Big Boy feeling mad confident, just blinking up like that. But he understands there's nothing left that can really threaten him. Rampage. We'll try and find an angle, or maybe just a ancient creep to
He's
eat up
hungry.
with that hunter in the night.
Yeah, he's a hungry boy.
Munch, munch, munch.
I love this itemization from Razor. Just right into Butterfly. Right, Sanjin Yasha, BKB, Butterfly. Bloodseeker, try to trade into me, please.
A lot of that sort of life steal that you're hoping to get from Blood Rage. Just being able to get some of that back. Is it from the... Yeah, because the Aghanim Shard heals you, right? From pure damage. If you're not landing the attacks, my brother, it ain't happening.
No, it's true, and this is where I'd like to see Troll get some evasion as well now. Sneech, he could go for
he already has that inbuilt with the whirling
Oh,
axes,
that's right.
So that's...
Oh, fucking Troll Warlord, yes, absolutely. You're right. Thank you for...
Abe!
Oh, Jesus.
Jeez, hey, that's scary, man. Oh, okay.
Abe Lincoln.
Survive. Avoids a tip.
Yeah, you know a fat tip would have been coming his way, yeah.
Dude, they got the tip bound to like a very accessible key. They're ready.
Yeah,
got one bound for every single player on the...
What key is your tip button assigned to? Please tell me.
I don't know. Can you actually?
No,
wait, let me go check.
you can't. How would
I'm
you
sure
do
you could
that?
console command it. I'm sure
you could probably
command
console command it. Yeah, that's true. Have like a macro that opens console and types out a tip to someone.
yeah, like you literally just I don't know, you bind your numbers 1 to 10 to
Nice.
opponent heroes and their position, and then it just tips them.
I mean, that'd be pretty good.
Not like you have more important stuff to click, right?
Oh,
Especially if you're
no.
playing a hero like
Like
playing a hero like
Lion?
Warlock, you just have so many. It's like, okay, so quietening down a little bit here with this Aegis expiry. Looks like Foop aren't necessarily in a rush to continue hammering away at the objectives of Condor. That's going to give them a bit of freedom, but as you can see from the way that they're playing, they are very, very scared, even though it's nighttime. Of course, now that it's the 40-minute mark, maybe this is going to be Foop feeling confident enough to keep it going despite not having the Roche. Still going to be at least 1 minute plus until that respawns.
If these two teams 10 minutes ago were playing 5v5 Dota, we'd be in a completely different scenario. But it's been like a chain of throws back and forth this game. Right now, Foop are ahead, but who the hell knows, dude, right? Like,
That's
who
true.
knows when Foop are going to decide to potentially throw the game.
We'll see. I mean, once again, they are 1 game away from tapping out of this grand finals. In comes Rampage, holding you in place with the kinetic field as well. Stampede allowing them to create the distance though. And now you're soulbound up. There's a static storm right on top of this Troll, but again, Bojangles, you just can't fight. You just can't fight. The Sonic Wave just tickles Shadow Moses and Troll as they just rip apart their foes here. Your Glimpse is just to buy you space, while Rampage now, he's stuck in the mix of things. Just lucky that they don't have flying vision for now. He's just twirling around, buying his team some time. But the stun is going to catch him, and he should be going down. Finger of Death. Both the Bloodseeker and the Night Stalker out. At the very best, it's a 4v5, and that's all happened with Bojangles buying back. But that's the thing, right, Foop? They don't need to force the issue. They can just back up, reset, and do that shit again.
Yep. I don't know how many times we're going to see Bojangles run into the Troll Warlord and try to man fight. Because I feel like it's happened the last, like, 5 fights. And it's not gone Bojangles' way in the past 5 fights. Like, I don't understand the reasoning, right? Like, this is something that we talk about a lot during our cast, and it's something that I preach when I'm playing and I'm watching people. Like, Dota is all about learning from your mistakes, right? Especially mid-game. You are allowed to make mistakes in Dota. It's not like you're not. But it's about learning from what you've done. Bojangles is currently not learning from the mistakes that he's been made. It's just constantly run in, try to man fight this troll. Same thing with 7. You are not learning from the mistakes that you've made. You cannot static storm this troll Razor. Those are 2 heroes you just can't. They're gonna BKB and not care.
You kind of need a... Then again, 7, it's this awkward situation where I'm not even sure what else he does in the fight, right? That's
Hold
just
your
about all you
abilities
can
and
offer.
wait. Just chill, baby. Use your Thunderstrike Aghanim Shard to scout out multiple places around the fight, right? It's a 9-second cooldown, and it sits there for 7 seconds, so you can have a lot of vision out with your wards with this Thunderstrike, catching out the Centaur, disabling his blink in the backlines. There are things you can do other than glimpse static storm the first target you see.
I mean, whatever it is, it seems like the page that Condor are on are the same one, albeit it being wrong, right? Because with Bojangles running in and covering the static storm, it feels like they're expecting a miracle to happen when we know just off base game mechanics that literally that's not gonna happen.
Okay, now it might, because da-da-da, Rampage has finished a Heaven's Halberd.
Okay.
Should be enough for Bojangles to 1v1 the Troll Warlord if Troll can't attack back, right? Surely.
I mean, now Battle Trend's strong dispels.
Okay, well, you didn't have to. You didn't have to do that, Sneeze. You didn't have to. You didn't have to ruin all the fun there, Rampage. You just got this shiny new item.
It's a bit too late, isn't it? 43 minutes into the game. And Aegis as well as a refresher shot. And Roshan banner picked up by Sneech. Very, very prestigious set of items.
There was nothing funnier than today. And if you caught it, you're gonna know what I'm talking about. In Dream League. Frickin' Suns fan and Sin talking about this Roshan banner for like 10 minutes. Was it yesterday or yesterday? I can't remember.
I think it was yesterday.
Oh my god, that was like the funniest shit I've ever seen. Because they're right. This Roshan banner sucks. It does absolutely nothing, and teams don't know how to use it either.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you could just place it just about anywhere and you'll have the same effect because nobody's figured it out yet.
No, that's the thing, right? It just does nothing, though.
I don't mind it, though, because I feel like a lot of the times when new things are added to Dota, people are very quick to identify the best optimal way of using it and to have something that everyone is so unanimously confused about. It's like one of those, like, you know, those old school new Aghanims or shards that get added, and at first they're spells that nobody understands. They're like, why would this even be good? And then suddenly 2 patches down the line, it's the meta and it needs to be patched out.
I mean,
Ricky Sleep Dart.
Sleep Dart. The Bloodseeker Ags is the similar thing, actually. In fact,
everyone's like, Blood Mist is so shite.
I have an old Bloodseeker guide on, and if you take a look, Blood Mist, congrats, you wasted gold. And
nice.
It's pretty funny. It's do not ever buy, you're wasting gold, and that's what people used to think about it. But it's turned around, right? The Blood Mist is now the Blood Mist plus the Blood Rage is incredibly good in a combo together. So it's just about tweaking and finding the perfect thing that fits.
Yeah, and right now they will fit their Roshan banner in the top right. So right outside of the tier 3 tower. That's kind of where they.
Oh, right here.
The Roshan.
I was looking top.
I said top. I said top right.
I guess.
Your screen.
I heard top. I heard top, and I just looked top. That's what my problem was.
I mean, even if it was top lane and the right side, a bit. Bojangles, he's kind of doing a little bit of ratting down here. He's killed off the Roche. He's killed off the Roche banner, and I think this is great because he's actually doing so much damage, forcing the glyph out, and essentially forcing Sneecher's hand. This is kind of crazy, though.
Nice disarm. Sneech
I haven't seen this. The shot coming out from the troll, just allowing him to essentially multi-shot. But Bojangles, bro, he's just here. Hex up. You're gonna try and catch heroes on the retreat, though. And the fight has broken out in the mid lane, forcing the BKB pops. Cloud Kicker just blinking out of there as Shadow Moses will be allowed to run free. Maybe Sneech not so lucky though. He still has a
Use
second
Satanic.
life and they need to help that troll out. Yeah. I mean, how about it again? But pops the BKB. Nice Sonic Wave onto 4. Static Storm as well. Holding them in place. The Rupture and the Soul Mine. It doesn't seem like it's going to be enough though. Bojangles just has to run away. Looks like he's learned his lesson, but is it too late? Finger of Death and he goes down. Rampage. Hiding away under the cover of Trickster's Cloak and they don't have vision for him. He'll be safe for now, but again and again, the Bloodseeker, he just can't enter these fights. There's nowhere for him to go. There's no one for him to kill. And the Aeon Disc on Abe Lincoln gets swapped out back to safety, and the rest of the side of Condor looking to fall as well. Crash might be a bit ahead of myself, but seems like we're going to a game number 3 with how Foop have maneuvered this game.
I think you're right beside yourself, Sneeze. I think you are exactly where you should be. And Foop,
Hell
they
yeah.
recognize that too. It's time to end the game.
Yeah, straight in, no buybacks on the important heroes. Good game, well played. It's called 7. He'll be the one to tap out and probably feeling a bit of a sting. He was feeling himself all on that Lion, but choosing not to ban it, go over to the hands of Abe Lincoln. And as Abe Lincoln once said, we're going to a game number 3.
That's what he said. That's what he said. No, that's what he said. He
did
was
say
a big
that. He
Dota
did say
fan. Big Dota fan.
Yeah.
Abe Lincoln. Yeah, he was a big fan of Game 3s. So am
Played
I,
many
though.
games, yeah.
Game 3
Yeah.
all on the lines, right? It might as well be another BO1.
True, and that's kind of what we'll have, right? Dogs and Foop City. I think they both had instances of just kind of rolling over their opponents. It's clear that Dogs, I think they threw this game, in my opinion. I think they had it. They had a good chance. They were still going to run into some potential high ground issues with Sneech ramping up because Sneech, despite the rough early games that his team might have, he's still doing very well. And this time round, I think they put Shadow Moses on a hero that he's able to do a lot more on. And with Cloud Kicker on the Queen of Pain, just didn't really feel that impact.
No, I mean, look at the items too, right? I knew that Cloud Kicker had an Orchid. At no point in the game did I go, oh, look at that Orchid.
Oh, he got the Orchid off. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like, literally doesn't even matter. Like, realistically, the only real-world use for it is silencing maybe the Venge before she gets swapped, or silencing the Troll before he gets out. And either one that you use, there is a countermeasure to it, right? You silence the Troll, he gets swapped. You silence the Venge, he pops out, right? It just isn't enough. And
Yeah.
even though they have 4 silencers, like, this Disruptor completely fell flat. Like, it was so goddamn flat.
I think it has to do with the Solar Crest, Sneeze. Like, if you replace Solar Crest with 4 Staff, and then 4 Staff with half an Aghanim Scepter, you get your Ags at around this 40-minute mark, and things are already looking horrible for you. But that's the only item that could change this game in its entirety, because 7 was hitting the Static Storms. It just didn't matter because everyone had a BKB.
Yeah, I guess the idea was there, and to be fair to Condogs, they were ahead. So maybe Disruptor's like, okay, in a regular game, I would get the Aghanims because that changes the game and makes me so strong. But I guess at that point, they feel like, oh, it's a win more item. I just need to end the game ASAP so they don't get there. Solar Crest so my Bloodseeker can hit towers. Because Condogs, like we said, they have that issue with pushing the buildings, but they just weren't fast enough, giving a bit too much time over to Foop City to come back. And speaking of time, we'll be taking some before the final game of the Kernel Kup 5. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll find out the champion right after this. Finals Game 3, Kernel Kup 5, for all the little bits of corn that you could ask for. Corn Dogs up against Foop City. And we've had some back and forth, and by some, I mean literally the entire series feels like back and forth. We don't know what these teams are going to do. Every single time we think Corn Dogs are ahead, they do a little bit of throw-in here. Foop City, do a bit of throw-in there, and I get it, you know. Throw-in is part of us planting seeds, right? You need to sort of plant the seeds for success and reap the harvest. One of these teams is going to walk away with the title, and one of them is going to be very sad about the amount of throwing that they did as we're into the draft crash.
Sneeze, I don't know if you know this about Kernel Kup, but the prize pool is actually paid in kernels.
Ah, okay.
Each player will be getting 10 kernels for their victory here.
Okay, and what can you exchange for said kernels?
Well, fun fact actually, 1 kernel is $1 American.
Okay, that's
so
a conversion rate.
It's a really easy conversion rate, thankfully, for Americans. For Canadians, it's like 1.32. It gets complicated, you know, but for you Americans out there,
but we don't care about
the
Canadians.
No, none of that. Foop, shooting hoops, back with the line, right? That's a swish, baby.
That Abe Lincoln double or nothing, just like the amount of presidents that he was.
Huh?
just like the syllables in his last name.
Ah. There you go.
Okay,
you got it.
I found it. I sorted it out. Dragon Knight.
Yes. The corn dogs, they get their hands on this DK. And Rampage, Bojangles, or Cloud Kicker should happily play this DK.
Nah, it's gotta be Cloud Kicker. Let's be real. Yeah, it's Cloud Kicker DK. Come on. Let's not kid ourselves.
I don't expect Cloud Kicker to have an easy lane like he did last time.
Okay.
Where he just got abandoned by the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
I don't expect that to happen again. I mean, maybe Cloud Killer's just too good, right? Maybe the presence is too strong in the mid lane.
The pressure, dude.
Yeah. I don't know, but DK is just this strong laner. You can't push him out unless you're, an OD. So ban out the OD, ban out the Vipers. These are heroes that really destroy the DK. But then, I feel like if you pick those mid heroes early on like this, then you just swap the DK to the off lane and you're chilling.
Yeah. We'll see what they choose to go for. The DK in the offlane suddenly feels a little bit scarier, especially the Witch Doctor.
Yes.
Because I feel like that just makes the kill a lot more viable, which is probably why they go for it. Hot Cold Man is probably going to pilot that one up, while Abe Lincoln brings the line again to the offlane. Condox, they're equipping themselves with a lot better supports now, right? The Venge, I think it just didn't feel inspiring. The Grimstroke Disruptor pairing wasn't really hitting, right? And Grimstroke's a strong hero, sure, but it felt like it was falling pretty flat as well. So Venge, I like this a lot more. It's been consistent. Hasn't really won the most amount of games in this tournament so far, but the swaps, right? We've seen them come into such great effect.
Yeah, swap is good. It got buffed, right? With the shield now. I know it's an old buff, but it was good before. It's better now with the shield, and it was even better when it got damage put onto it too. So Venge is in a very good state in the meta, and if you're comfortable on Venge, that's a double whammy.
True. Just like the amount of syllables in Abe Lincoln's last name.
I hate you. I hate it. Oh, I hate it, but I love it.
Okay, well, they're also gonna double back, and by double,
like Abe Lincoln's last name. Yeah.
No, like the Centaur War Runner being picked the second time.
Oh shit. Okay. And much like Abe Lincoln, Centaur's rocking a wonderful beard.
Is that what? Wait, you call that wonderful? Have you seen your own?
What the fuck? Oh, okay. I thought sorry, I was
It
immediately
was a compliment.
on the defense. I was immediately on the defense there.
You had no idea where I was going.
I thought you were gonna trash talk Centaur's beard, and I was like, dude, homie's got it braided. Like, brother knows
it's
what's
kind of
up.
ugly. Some might even call it a goatee.
He's got like the mutton chops built into the beard as well.
It's kind of okay. That part's kind of weird. It kind of looks like he smells.
What the? You don't know.
Actually, honestly,
well, hold on. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, probably smells like horse.
If you look at the whole, I feel like the entire Foop City lineup looks like they smell at the moment.
Oh, they 100% smell. Witch Doctor's probably got some like bad voodoo
janky
kind of
stuff,
smelly.
Like probably apply some weird like paste on his armpits or something. Look at that, it's probably reeking.
Doesn't the immortal shard or the immortal scepter? Doesn't that give you like swampy, like fly kind of healing aura, right? Doesn't it make the healing aura kind of gross looking?
I think so. I think so.
Witch Doctor is smelly in the lore, confirmed.
Yeah, now Techies, not a hero we've seen the entirety of today, but it's a hero that is still very, very strong. The follow-up into the Dragon Knight stun or even the Venge stun, I think will be able to break up this initiation that Foop City are looking to have. And I think most importantly, it can cause a serious problem for the Techies and the Lion and the Witch Doctor, because if you're able to find them at the back end of the fight, they have to just kind of fully focus on dealing with you and not so much on whoever their main target's supposed to be, Zeus as well being snatched up. So this is likely likely going to be the Cloud Kicker hero this time, for real this time. Okay, I don't mind it too much. A lot of magic damage to follow up on this setup. Corn Dogs, they have a recipe, and they're running with it.
And speaking of recipe, they're running a recipe that we're familiar with, and that we would have liked to see them run last game too. Killer supports, right? These two support heroes are gonna run around the map, cause havoc, and they could solo kill your supports, and potentially with the help of a Zeus ultimate, with the amplified magical damage from the mines, you could potentially full kill the Centaur too.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, somewhere down the line, this Centaur's either going to get a pipe. I don't know whether he's going to rush it like some others that we've seen. But either a pipe or maybe... okay, pipe is a little bit less likely compared to the Eternal Shroud, which seems to be the flavor of the patch these days. We'll see what Foop City choose to equip themselves with. Void Spirit in the mid lane for Shadow Moses. Has been banned out 1 or 2 of the games already, but it's a great option into the Zeus, especially when Corn Dogs, they don't actually have a lot of stuns or disables or silencers that can catch the Void before he disseminates.
They have one reliable lockdown and one semi-reliable lockdown. Like the DK one is weird because it's an instant stun if it's a melee hero, but it's a projectile in the dragon form, which means Void Spirit always has the potential to dodge not just the Venge stun, but the DK stun as well. The only thing that could really catch him off guard is the Techie's Blast Off, but once again, that's an ability that you can dodge, so on paper, which has fallen flat for us in the past, but on paper, Void Spirit should be a good hero here, right? Limited control abilities that aren't really telegraphed, so... to be fair though, Void is limited by cooldowns, right? Telegraph spells for what? You can only dodge one of them. So if Corn Dogs kind of bait in the Dissimulate, maybe they'll be in a position where they can kill off this Void Spirit.
Yeah, the second that Dissimulate comes out, you know their eyes just start gleaming. They're like, oh, I just pop out of one of these holes, homie. You're dead meat.
Yeah.
Now, I really like this Void Spirit because I think the Agadim Scepter build has some merit here. If you're able to just cut through to the back line with the help of the Stampede and the Astral Step, silence up the Techie Zeus and Venge, that is the entire fight capability gone. You're looking at 3 range creeps. So, I would like to see a bit more control, although it's a bit weird now because if you put the Dragon Knight in pause 1 against the Centaur, it's not gonna be very oppressive and Centaur's gonna have a free time. If you put this Dragon Knight in the off lane, then there's not a lot of position 1s that bring the level of control you need for Void Spirit.
Is there any world you like Sven?
Doesn't Sven suffer from the same problem as everyone else though? Like the Stormhammer is gonna just be so telegraphed.
Yeah, but that's where you got the Aghanim Scepter, right? Like, and you just go along with it, and then all of a sudden you're there too, so it doesn't really matter. I'm liking the Sven a little bit more.
I still am not really convinced, but we'll see what Corn Dogs choose to pick up. I'm inclined to believe both these teams are missing a carry, and Foop City will round out their draft with a Jug. Likely played by Mr. Sneech himself. I don't mind it too much. It's gonna be able to juke it, or at least just nope its way through most of the disables, other than the Vengeful Swap.
Yeah,
but there isn't really anything that saves DK from Omni, huh?
No, other than his like built-in armor. But that's about it.
Witch Doctor Jug lane also extremely lethal.
So good. So good. It's not like the best Jug lane. Like, I think the Jug Lich lane we saw earlier was really good. Like, Jug CM. Heroes with slows and reliable stuns are really good with Jug. You've just got to get the perfect coconut. And Maledict, I think, is the big one. But you need your coconuts to exist, too. Oh, this is risky, dude. I like it, but it's risky.
Basically, what I'd say is Bojangles is saying right now, in this moment, me and the techies, we gonna mess you up, big boy. You ain't got a chance in this lane, right? You run all over Hot Coldman, you run all over Big Boy, and you try and take the game up a notch in terms of tempo. It's scary into the void because you're still susceptible to being pressured down, but they can get very early objectives and great early fights with this Weaver pick. I don't mind it too much, but it is a big gamble, and there are multiple, as we've mentioned, kernels on the line here.
Many a kernels, many a cups. The 5th Kernel Kup even. As one team will be crowned victorious after this last game. Sneeze, my friend. What are you thinking?
Foop City.
Yeah, you're going Foop? I guess that means I have to go Corn Dogs. I have to. I can't just agree with you.
That's true.
I do.
Sorry to put you in that position.
Yeah, I do think Corn Dogs have a lot of boxes ticked for what we wanted to see from them more. Right.
Sure.
We would love to see these killer supports. Check. Tower pressure. Check. Team fight. Yeah, okay, good enough. So I do like what Corn Dogs have brought to the table, but like we talked about with the Weaver, big risk, big reward, but big risk.
Hey, don't win games off of cowering in the sidelines like we see. You gotta go full hog, straight into the mix, and make it happen. And that's what the Corn Dogs are trying to do here now. I think where I'm favoring the Foop lineup is because it's actually something you already mentioned. You said, they've shored out the team fight a little bit. I don't think it's enough. I think they're going to have a lot of trouble running into the full force of Foop and actually killing off any heroes in a meaningful way. Cloudkicker, he's going to have to just show us why he's so comfortable on that Zeus Master tier up against this Void Spirit who will be absolutely lethal for him throughout all stages of the game.
How does lane go? Is it not a little bit Zeus favored?
It's literally, I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's doable.
The Void Spirit doesn't bother. He just gets like state, which he already has, gets runes. The only way it really goes bad is if the techies rotates repeatedly or a spin out onto 7 and he will be the first one to drop despite the Fairy Fire. Yoshikuchi threw everyone, but Roctopus. Shadow Moses actually have a level 1 in the Remnant, bringing him back straight into the Storm, straight into a death and a stun. Last touch, he will get rewarded for his level in the Remnant. And inch closer to that bottle. So already a 2-0 advantage for Foop as Condor stick their kernels where it don't belong.
Now, Sneeze, I don't know if you remember this last game. It was Foop that got first blood. And every prior game before that we were watching Corn Dogs, they were the ones to get first blood. So it seems if I'm following the correct pattern here that's been weaved before me, first blood equals win, and Foop, they don't just get the first blood, they get the second blood to boot, which doubles their odds, right? That's how that works?
Yeah, how much more blood can they find? Stay tuned to find out. This is the grand finals again, and a little bit of a, I think it's become, I won't say a grudge match, but there's definitely more on the line than just kernels. There's pride, right? Not from just winning the title, but Seven and Big Boy, they've been really at each other's neck ever since the tip incident. And for you to have such a rough first game on Big Boy, and then, the Lion's talking smack, he's smiling in all chat, and then you come back and reverse sweep him, that's got to be something that is at the top of Big Boy's mind. He can smell it, he can taste it, and it smells bad because he's surrounded by stinky individuals on his team, but it's fine. Yeah.
To be fair, they kind of unstinkified their draft. Like, Jug doesn't necessarily scream to me as a stinky boy. Neither does Void Spirit.
Void Spirit looks like the type of fella to wear Yves Saint Laurent cologne. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's just up there, flexing a little bit. Hot Cold Man looked like the type of lion to die in lane at 1 minute and 23 seconds. That's exactly what's going to happen. Bojangles and 7, they chase him down and can put on a lot of pressure with this timing. It's the 2 minutes, allowing them to both use the Shikuchi as well as the Geminate attack. It's more than enough for Bojangles to grab that freebie.
Feeding Weaver in lane is not... I mean, he hasn't been fed, but getting kills on the Weaver in lane is very important, right? He is not the flash farmiest hero, especially with this build that Bojangles is going to go for. It looks like he has queued up the Treads and the Deso, which means it is just raw damage, raw fight potential from this Weaver. It's not until you get that shard that your farming starts ramping up.
Yeah. I like this a lot. I think Bojangles, he understands that the game plan for Corn Dogs is to get things going as soon as possible, and you want to get there so bright and early to start farming up those stacks. And true enough, you can already see that between Hot Cold Man and Abe Lincoln, they're going to be taking a lot of damage from this Weaver, and that's going to make their fights a lot harder to navigate.
Now, Big Boy did something a little crazy last game. He ended up maxing his double edge in lane, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do that this time around.
Just a lot of trading going back and forth. I think ultimately it's not too bad, given that, you have way more HP regen than your counterparts, especially with the Helm closing in 400 gold. But we'll see. We'll see. It's still a viable lane to get maybe 1 or 2 more levels into the return as well, just to make sure that the Weaver is suffering for each auto attack.
I don't know, 300 damage at max. You just don't have the health pool for it early on. You may have the regen, but you don't have the health pool.
Yeah, that's fair. I get what you mean. Like, you come through with a bit too risky of a double edge and you literally just die to a blast off.
Bojangles playing very carefully as
Oh, that's a nice blast off though. 7 connects onto 2, but the Lotus will allow Hot Coldman to create a bit of separation. For now, you just need one more stomp. No, it's not enough. A double for Bojangles, as this aggressive pivot in the last pick of their draft has really paid off for this duo lane.
Bojangles on the tip train as well. It's the whole team against Big Boy. Everyone from Corn Dog has his number, and they're ringing him up and giving him a quick little tip.
Yeah, some prank calls left and right as well, just to really make him uncomfortable. Hey, this is the police. I don't know. I've never prank called someone. Does that make me lame?
Is Seymour Balls in is Seymour Balls his residence?
I got a call for a pizza from Hugh Jazz. I don't know. I'm not good at the prank calls.
No, that's pretty. No, that's good. That checks out. No, that's correct.
Okay,
you're doing it.
You got any more? You got any more?
Has your fridge been to hell and back to hell and back again?
Your name Abe Lincoln because you could really use a little bit of help in the lane right now. It's not really going the best. No.
No.
Not something. No. Okay.
No, it's all right.
Well, we try. We'll work on it.
It's like a 4. You know, it's okay. It's passable, but like, I wouldn't say it was your best work.
Holy shit! Shadow Moses is shitting on this Zeus. 10 CS disparity. What the hell?
Holy cow! 10 denies. Yeah, we're just kind of zoning in on these side lanes. What the hell's been happening mid?
Cloud Kicker is getting kicked to the curb right now. Just being controlled up in this lane, and I mean, we talked about it already. All you really need on the Void Spirit is a magic wand to make sure things are fine. And constant refills on the bottle, of course. Just max mangoes up, looking for the chase down. But this is not something that's very realistic. Nice little heavenly jump away to avoid that trouble. The Shadow Moses, he is really making Cloud Kicker very uncomfortable in this lane.
Cloud Kicker has spent so much resources on mana. Has popped 3 mangoes, has a clarity sent out as well, and this empty bottle. If Shadow Moses wins this rune, it's going to be incredibly hard for Zeus to play Dota.
Shadow Moses already won the level 6 race, right? Which means that you can't show your face anymore. If not, you're just going to get full committed on. Look at him. He's just angling, waiting for an opportunity. He has found it and connects. Seamless execution there. This was what he was waiting for the entire time.
Oh, Hot Coldman. Bye-bye, Lion.
Meanwhile, top side, they finally get the Witch Doctor combination off onto Rampage. It's a lot of damage from the health that he lost, but still, level 2, not good enough to kill off the Dragon Knight. And like you mentioned, bot side, Big Boy is still under threat. If one more level 3 Shukuchi can just run straight through him, it's a nice stomp to hold him in place. But you actually double edge and submit yourself to death. TP's come in, Hot Coldman looking for a stun. Nice pickup. Shadow Moses is the one to grab it as well. And he is starting to get big money.
We're all fixed now. A little bit of stream problems, but we're all okay. Rampage,
Top
you're just
side.
making time for us. Thank you very much, Rampage.
Thank you, Rampage. Yeah, everyone look at Rampage and be like, haha.
Yeah,
they finally get the Witch Doctor. Yeah, point and laugh. They finally get the Witch Doctor and Jug execution off, which took them a little while, all things considered. And look at Abe Lincoln trying to be a little sneaky. Of course, Abe Lincoln, the president, well known for his robbery skills. The coconut deny the wisdom rune. Yes,
but 7 did get one, so a net loss for Foop.
Oh, 7 stole it.
Yes.
Goddamn.
That's what I meant when I said 7 got the rune. That he took it from the wisdom. They got it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was unclear, but I get it.
Yeah. So so they only end up getting 1 rune, which is the same amount of syllables in Abe Lincoln's first name.
No.
If you use the short form.
There you go.
We can count in this stream. And right now I'm looking at 1. No, looking at 2. Big Boy in a lot of trouble. 7. He doesn't even nearly return enough damage with that passive and will go down. Bojangles claims another 6 and 1 on this Weaver already.
Now, I know if we take a look here at the last hits, you're like, hey, Jug's winning, right? He's got more last hits than the Weaver. The real winner actually is this Void Spirit's 51 CS, but if you take a look at net worth, Weaver is sitting pretty comfortable, not quite at the top as Void Spirit. He's had a free lane and a solo kill, but Bojangles doing very well right now. Like, low on the CS, but has a lot of kills and a lot of momentum heading his way.
Yeah. Sort of gone for that early Bracer, Wraith Band sort of mixed build that I like to see as well. Just a nice split of stats to help you tide through some of the early magic damage. And they've kind of ensured him with mid lane, a jump through, Cloud Kicker in some trouble. That Haste Rune being popped. There's another Astral Step coming through. All you need is one final Dissimulate, not even. Shadow Moses dominating here, just crushing up and gapping Cloud Kicker on that Zeus.
Big boy. Big bomb. Here comes a Witch Doctor to save the day. Abe Lincoln. The president comes when you need him to. Wait.
They summoned him here for the royal address, and he doesn't want to say shit. And so, Stomp gets a Lotus onto Big Boy. Shadow Moses is in the area as well. Bojangles, he has a time lapse, but he really needs to be careful. They're waiting, but gets spotted on the creep wave. The Hex, though, doesn't allow for any sort of a response. They will at least get the return onto the Centaur. Not a second Astral Step for 1 second, and Shadow Moses will think twice about chasing any further. But actually bringing huge numbers here. Look at Roctopus as well. Has the double Arcane Boots just to pep Cloud Kicker back up as well.
What the hell are these creeps doing? Get them the hell out of here. Shadow Moses, clean these up.
Jesus.
Top lane, Sneech, he's doing quite well. I mean, to be fair, I'm not what's the word? Confused as to why he's doing so well. It's a DK
Weaver
lane.
again just came back down here.
Oh,
He's just
no!
gonna get melted. He time-lapsed and died anyway.
Oh,
Yikes,
no.
that is... You talk about the momentum. Foop have put it to a stop. They're gonna try and return the kill onto the Jug, and oh no. The stun comes through at the tail end of that TP, maybe mistiming it a little bit there. Even though there was no swap level 6 from the Venge just yet, they're able to answer in kind. So at least the Weaver won't be feeling too bad about himself, but still very, very bitter.
Cloud Kicker's feeling too bad. Pretty darn bad. It's impossible now to play this lane. Shadow Moses is 2 levels ahead of you. And Cloud Kicker, he's resorted to just arc lightning the wave and sitting as far back as humanly possible.
No choice. I mean, you show yourself, yeah, you might just get caught out like that. Shadow Moses so quick with it. And the Aether Remnants as well. He has ensured himself with an infused raindrop though, so that's gonna block some of the burst. Not to be stopped. Bojangles still comes through back in this lane, gets hexed out, but Hot Coldman should be going down. No. They actually choose to stampede to keep the line alive. Interesting. Meanwhile, Big Boy looks to be rounding out that area, but top side, that's where the fight's breaking out. Shadow Moses has initiated onto Roctopus, the 2 supports, able to try and hold their own though, drop the bombs out as well, but the Venge does go down. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight dropping low, trying to finish off the kill onto the supports, but he doesn't have any luck on his side, just gets chopped down. Omni Slash commitment. Shadow Moses though, the bomb is gonna explode. 7! He's lined up 2 with these mines. Amazing stuff from the techies. Not willing to lose out on this engagement, and does it his damn self.
You could get more potentially. A little bit of Zeus action. Gotta kill the healing ward though. 70 wants it. Don't die for it. Not too deep, my friend.
Yeah.
Would have felt good to get it though. How good would that have felt? Sneech can't jungle anymore. He feels bad. 75 gold in your pocket. Ooh.
Hell yeah. Give me a healing ward any day. I'll take it.
Absolutely. Better than a creep anytime.
Mid lane, Shadow Moses has TP back here. Was looking like he was trying to angle for aggression a little bit there. Well, there is an illusion rune, but you're leaving it around for too long. The Void, does he choose to commit for this? Just tosses out a low committal remnant, swap back out onto Abe Lincoln, and Abe Lincoln, the president, is dead. Shadow Moses didn't protect him. Hex out onto the Dragon Knight, but the follow-up stuns. Still is Astral Steps available, but Shadow Moses being very conservative with them. understanding his limits and knowing that he's not under any threat of dying just yet. A last touch on the tower. Can't get the deny for now as the rest of CornDogs just rampage forward and get this objective for themselves.
Speaking of rampaging forward, has that Mage Slayer on the DK, so increasing his tankiness tenfold. Well, I mean, someone do the math. It's not quite tenfold, is it? Threefold?
I'm not doing the math.
Twofold? 2.5?
I'm not.
What's the
somewhere
current...
between the syllables in Abe Lincoln's name, I'm sure.
Probably. Adam Moses, he's
3k gold lead up now, which is the total amount of syllables in Abe Lincoln's first name without any short forms.
That's what Dota devolves into, isn't it? Just different versions of Abe Lincoln. I mean, look at the positions. 1, 2, and 3, all different variations of even 4 and 5.
Yeah.
And we've got 7 in the lane too. President Abraham Lincoln, that's 7.
Oh, wait, President. Wait, how many? Wait, okay. How many syllables is Abraham? Is
3,
it Abraham?
Right? Yeah,
right. But some people say Abram.
No.
Okay. Big boy is gonna say as he stampedes away right now. Rounded out, Roctopus finds them on the side. Hot Cold Man goes down in Abe Lincoln looking to be next. Just like the real president, he's going to die. I say that, no. Just like the president, he is alive. I'm of course talking about Joe Biden, who is still up and kicking.
For all we know.
Big boy. Yeah, I did, you know. As far as the public is concerned, that's the case. In comes 7, still looking for an angle. The setter of the mines narrowly misses the kill onto Big Boy. As how is 7 still alive? No! How is he still alive? The last touch. Reactive tasers out though. They trade support for support. And Roctopus getting caught out. Sneech is here to play as well. The Shadow Moses has a regen rune, can pop it. Starting the Omni Slash out. Full commit out onto Rampage and the slice through as well. Bojangles not able to follow up and he needs to pop the one. Time lapse in time. Actually popping the regen. Wow, Shadow Moses. The discipline on this guy and how well he's using his tools and waiting them out. The patience pays off and he's topped up back to full essentially.
Bojangles okay. Listen, Sneeze. They've had a rough time with CornDogs. Had a rough time about it. Do you think this Deso changes anything? Right? Because I think Weaver's ready, but Zeus is nowhere near phylactery. Cloud Kicker is going to be kicking it back Cloud style, right? He is going to be chilling on his little Nimbus and just farming creeps for the next maybe 5 minutes. Not 5, like 2 minutes. And that's all that he wants to do.
I think the Weaver can still get in, but we're seeing the problem with the Weaver that we saw in the previous iteration already. It's just hard to get into the fray on a Weaver, especially against a lineup like Foop, who can just do so well to stay together, cover each other with their disables, and you gotta really watch your step. You've basically full committed in for this momentum build in a way, and you need to start racking up charges because your Weaver's farming speed is severely going to dampen. Moving forward, walk right into a stun, just an easy double hoof stomp, finger of death! It's perfect! A nice Deso, buddy! We're the ones just charged up, ready to go. It's what the heck?
This is kind of one of those last game situations where heroes just run at a tier 2 tower sub 20 minutes and expect anything to happen other than they die because they rotate one extra hero in. I don't know. CornDogs and Foop, they've made these mistakes so many times.
Yeah, but I don't really know whether that was a mistake more so than it was a good play from the Witch Doctor, right? He planted... is that him? Yeah, Abe Lincoln just plants a sentry right in this area, predicting that that would be the case, and predicting that CornDogs wanted to go on the aggressive, and is able to respond with a beautiful coconut to set up the rest of his team. So, realistically, you know, CornDog, I'm not really sure whether that was more so of a mistake or just maybe a bit of oversight. Just great play from Abe all around to get that vision set up, which is so important against a Weaver.
Yeah, Vision is going to be king this game, right? These two teams, it's gone to show that they are quite evenly matched, right? And when teams become evenly matched, it starts becoming these micro things, right? It's the little bit of communication in these fights. It's the wards. It's how you use your regen rune that you've kept bottled for the entire fight. right?
Yeah.
All of these little things are going to start adding up, and that is when one team will be crowned victor. It's not going to be a slacking, stomping kind of, oh, this team is clearly better. No, this one is going to be close, and it is very close.
Yeah, so the key differences for me that I'm seeing now is that Seven obviously has gotten a lot more out of this game than his counterparts and his Rocktopus Venge, which is a bit of a flip of the script. I'm going to be watching him for his setups because the amount of magic bursts he can put out enabling the Zeus, like you mentioned, is going to be significant. So far, he's the one sort of keeping the net worth relatively even because if you look at the cores, it's just the Centaur who's kind of struggling. Everybody else is doing great. Abe Lincoln in a lot of trouble, and they're not even gonna need to commit the Thunder God's Wrath. Good discipline there from Cloud Kicker, understanding that he had no need for that to pop off.
You also definitely didn't need to swap him there. He was walking up to high ground on top of you, and you swap him horizontally. It was just a little awkward from Rocktopus jumping the gun, but out of Moses with this AD rune. Very scary.
To be fair as well, they did have vision set up for Foop, and maybe what Condot were thinking about is, okay, we're under smoke, but if we slowly allow him to walk up, he might see us if he has vision in the area, right? They didn't really clear it out or drop any sentries on the way. So that's my guess. Either way, a kill's a kill. What?
Time to tether to his phone. What?
Run out of internet or something? Like, what's going on?
He lives in a LAN cafe and he ran out of minutes? I don't know. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Like, you live in a LAN cafe in Texas or what? Like,
yeah.
Are there even LAN cafes in Texas?
I mean, if it's anything like where I live, it's few and far between.
All right.
Like, I think in like in my city, there's and to be fair, I live in Ottawa, so it's a big enough city. I think there's 2 LAN cafes. I worked at one of them, and they don't even have Dota on their computers. It's very sad.
Bojangles is famous for his disconnects. He actually died, so that's unfortunate. Just like Abe Lincoln.
Just like Abe Lincoln, he actually died.
Yeah.
Not like Joe Biden.
Do we actually have confirmation that Abe Lincoln is dead?
I mean, do we have any confirmation that Michael Jackson is dead? Do we have any confirmation that like Tupac is dead? No, they're living in Hawaii eating peanut butter sandwiches, dude. We're all kicking it back on the beach.
Okay, that's fair.
Guadalupe.
I thought that Michael Jackson's last album was a sign that he was dead, because if he was alive, would he get other people to release an album for him? No.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's Michael Jackson and I'm just like Mike the cast. Don't have a winner's attitude.
Yeah. You're not letting people cast for you and take the credit for it. That's what you gotta do.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Fix things up here.
Ooh. Okay, big items are on the way. DK Blink Dagger is coming. And Weaver, I know it's not like the biggest thing, but he's finished up his shard. So, damage is increased. Farming capabilities increased. Weird Jug. He's going to...
Is that good?
What?
Is that good?
What's good? The shard?
Yeah, like
it's
as
so
it feels like it's yeah, I get it, but I feel like there's like a million other items that you could get as the DK instead.
No. As the Weaver, he got the shard.
Oh, the Weaver. Okay, I'm blind. I thought the DK got a shard.
No,
like, what
DK
the hell
got
is the
Blink.
fireball?
DK got Blink. No.
Okay.
R.I.P. Bojangles. Thank you, Hot Coldman.
No, come back, Bojangles. Don't do this. Not in the last game of the Kernel Kup 5.
I mean, look, it's not like they lost their mid laner during the laning stage and they had to micro them from their position 5 for the entire game, right? Not like that.
And then the mid laner suddenly comes back, but they are like 4k gold behind everybody else.
Yeah.
And, yeah. It's not like that happened
No.
ever.
No, we've never had to experience that casting.
Much like Abe Lincoln's death, we have no confirmation of whether that was real or not. Just...
So, when do you think Sneech is gonna feel ready? I
feel like Jug is one of those like Bloodseeker-esque heroes where
there is no.
Yeah, right. Like it really just depends on the team.
Sure.
I think right now his main concern joining these fights is just opportunity because he can't be the one going in. He's relying on his centaur as well as the void spirit. So it's just depending on where he's fighting, right? Because if you take a look at the bot side, somehow the tier 1 tower in bot is still alive. So if there's an engagement happening at top and he understands, he sees most of the heroes there, you know he's going to swoop in, try and clear it out. He's always playing on the outskirts, you know, trying to make sure that he's juicing the map for as much as he can. I think unless the fight ends up in a place where it's closer to an outpost or a tower that he can TP in and clean up for, unlikely to see him join the fray, in my opinion. Especially without a blink from Big Boy just yet.
Yeah, Big Boy's been a little bit slow on the old Blink Dagger, but is okay. He hasn't had the easiest lane and the easiest game on the Centaur. And it kind of shows by Techies almost eclipsing him in net worth.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, they basically had him for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in that bot side.
And you're not even allowed to eat horse anymore. That was very illegal.
Yeah. Whole bunch of illegal activity coming out from Corn Dog right here.
Yeah, they made glue out of him. It was not feeling good.
Yeah, you know what you can eat though? A Corn Dog. And maybe that's what's going to happen up here in this top side if they step a bit too far forward. Shadow Moses has become such a real threat that I feel like you almost need to chain stun and full focus him down. Like you can't afford to have any split attention at all. Like if you start getting distracted by Abe or even by Lion, it's going to end up losing Shadow Moses. He's as slippery as Houdini with Vaseline on.
Vaseline, if you will.
That's Vaseline, Crasheroni's Italian cousin. Swap through, straight onto Abe Lincoln. They prioritize the supports and the Stampede can't come through in time. But it might be enough for Big Boy to set up a storm onto Rocktopus. Aether Remnant out, trying to pull it back. Still undecided, but it looks like the Jug has shown up to the fight with the Omnis out. It's not enough damage at this early stage and he runs himself straight into a bomb. Big Boy goes down to the Zeus's magic damage, but oh no, Bojangles gets caught out by Shadow Moses. That freshly picked up Aghanim Scepter and the silence doesn't allow him to time-lapse. 3-for-1 exchange for now, as the Jug doesn't really have much else to offer. Shadow Moses is essentially a 1v4 situation. Jumps through, cuts through onto the Venge, but Rampage right on his heels. The blast off goes wide, Cloud Kicker still looking for an angle, but this Void Spirit is actually so deceptively tanky. Abe Lincoln with the low respawn time is back into the fray. We're stunned up. Get the Maledict off, but not enough confidence to full channel that Death Ward, especially not into Rampage. And that is the reason why. Here comes Big Boy, still no blink, which means he just has to back off and watch. That will be the end of that. Shadow Moses still inching around with the Arcane rune.
No way.
He's becoming a real... He's such a big problem now. Like it kind of feels like you need to focus him, but with this Ags and like the Mage Slayer, I'm not sure if you can.
He's tanky and he deals with your Weaver, and I mean being tanky also deals with the Weaver. But those silences coming out is so crucial for Bojangles dying there. Right, that is the only reason that Bojangles dies. Oh, Big Boy, big stomp!
Set up the stomp straight in, blink reveal. That's what they could have needed, the silencers as well, not allowing for a single response from Condor. And they lose out their offlaner. The bug is on Big Boy though, and he's working overtime to try and get that off. Shadow Moses continuing the chase forward. Nice swap from Rocktopus to save Cloud Kicker.
Another stomp.
As Bojangles, he's still being watered away, but on the front lines, he just clean up big time. Sneech just rips them apart. The magic damage is a bit too much for the Centaur to stand up into, but he's done more than enough for his team. And he gets the Jug a nifty double.
Once again, Sneeze, I'm asking myself the question. What are Corn Dog doing there? What's their plan? What's the game plan for posturing in that area? Get a
I guess they just didn't expect...
I don't know. Get
the blink from Centaur.
Yeah, I guess
that's the thought, right? Like, because technically that was the blink review, and it was an excellent one at that. It kind of feels like you need to be a bit more wary of the vision that you have, though, right? Because that entire area, that jump was completely unexpected. Couldn't see it coming. And you already mentioned how important vision is in this game. Haven't really done their due diligence in terms of clearing out the vision that they stand around Condogs, and that's making them very susceptible to these jumps.
Take your bets now, Sneeze. Is any of these supports gonna die to Tor? No, not the Healing Ward. Never mind. Bets are cancelled. Healing Ward is unfair.
Satch.
No, they definitely would have died without that Healing Ward. The both of them. Now, CornDawgs might know something's up. They might try to make a move on a Shadow Moses top.
That's what they're doing, but as we said, unless you 100-0 and chain stun him into oblivion, he's just gonna be able to do this and dodge out of the way. It feels like you barely tickled him too. Aether Remnant pulling in the Weaver and he's just dead. Finger of Death, nice coconut holding them in place, and all the Death Ward from the high ground walks down Rocktopus. The Zeus are at least able to trade one, but Rampage, he's not getting out of here. Double kill for Shadow Moses. As Foop, they continue to get better and better trades. And the Weaver, like we keep mentioning, just can't exist in the fight. He's still desperately trying to finish off that BKB. As he might just lose the techies up here in the top side as well. Reactive Taser available. But Shadow Moses right on his heels. More than enough magic damage with those resonant pulses, bursting them down. This is an excellent Void Spirit performance from him.
You know, I genuinely thought CornDawgs were gonna have rather Foop were gonna have a Weaver problem this game with the way the lane went. Shadow Moses was not worried at all, right? Recognized, I have Aghanim Scepter, Weaver is no longer an issue, and Weaver has not been an issue since that Aghanim Scepter has been purchased.
It feels like he'll continue to sort of die out free and easy until he gets that BKB, which basically means that this might just open Roshan up for the side of Foop. They don't have the best Rosh taking potential, it's just the Jug who does damage to it. That's going to help out his survivability. Maybe even just put it onto Shadow Moses, and just get him to go straight in.
Yeah. Once again, you're posturing around Roshan, but your whole team is not on the same page. Sneech not having any of it. Roshan, Shmoshan. I guess he's still coming top, or coming top,
Yeah.
so you can afford to farm.
He's
but
waiting.
This gives CornDawgs a little bit of opportunity to maybe make their way over to this Roche pit. You can't
They are
give it up for
definitely
free.
coming over.
You gotta try. There's no Witch Doctor. Oh.
He's going to make his way through the Twin
Nah.
Gates. Abe Lincoln reporting for duty.
It's such a hard
Looks like they
kill.
want to smoke up.
I like this much better from Foop. They can't risk a fight.
They're waiting
the
for
pit
someone to
going
show on the
awry.
wave. They see 7 jump in. No detection though. Gonna allow him to escape. Quick Glimmer Cape. Nicely played from 7 to survive there. And just like that, the jig is up to a certain extent. High ground vision being dewarded. CornDawgs approaching with much more diligence. And that is mandatory if you don't want to just get insta-bursted down. Bojangles does have that BKB, and now here comes the smoke as well. Scan comes through. They know that the Roche is being started, and the Thunder God's Wrath will confirm it. Awkward stuff now as the Nimbus will scout out the entire team. They clean up. All on the high ground. The Bucks give them vision, but where is the setup? Rampage blinks into certain death. That is not what you wanted, and you're immediately swapped out. But Big Boy, he's already helped with the kill onto Rocktopus. Finger of Death down onto the Dragon Knight as well, and Cloud Kicker nowhere to run. You might have popped the BKB on your Weaver, but your whole team just throws their lives away for what? Now Big Boy looking at 7. Oh, this has gotta be a feel-good kill. Here comes Abe, ready with the stun. And this is a dead Techies. Still has a Ghost Scepter and invisibility, but Shadow Moses cleans up Bojangles on the back end of the fight. And the captain and the Pulse 5, who's been finding a glimmer opportunities in this game so far, just snuffed out. Like you mentioned, Crash, the push is coming.
This is one of those scenarios where you kind of... I guess if the wave was in a better place, you push instead of taking Roche, and then you take Roshan, but because the wave was so far back, and I think Bojangle has something to do with that, but if wave was in a better position, you definitely just push instead of taking Roche. You're still happy, right? You win an incredible team fight. You kill absolutely everyone on the side of CornDawg, and I gotta ask, Sneeze, what the hell was Rampage thinking? They had full vision. They scanned the Nimbus. They knew they were there. The Swarm. It was all up there, and Rampage still decides, hey, 1v3, I like those odds.
So here's my guess, and I'd have to watch the replay back, but the Swarm actually wasn't all up there. It only tagged out onto one hero. I think it just caught them on the tail end. So all he sees, because it doesn't give you surrounding vision, all he sees is one hero up there, and he doesn't see anyone else. So maybe he was lulled into the false sense of, okay, this person's left out alone. I blink up, I stun, my team gets a solo pick off, we're 4v5. I don't necessarily think that was Rampage's fault there, because I'm sure that he thought like they weren't all there. But clearly, you know, not having vision control of that area is going to bite you in the bum.
I think this is Bojangles' best move right now. You're not winning fights that aren't on your high ground. Just push, right? Just be annoying. Be a pesky little bug.
Trying. I mean, Abe Lincoln can't really deal with him himself.
No.
At least trade out.
Although here comes Shadow Moses.
And there goes the Weaver. Luckily able to time-lapse up and BKB in time.
This is another window, though, for Foop. BKB down for 80 seconds on Weaver. If you can get Big Boy out of here safe and sound, you should be looking for a big 5-on-5 engagement.
Yeah, ready to go again, Foop. Chasing away the Zeus from his own triangle. It's like they're getting ready for a smoke out. There's still 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis. You'd love to clean up the remaining tier 2s. I mean, this game slowing down has got to help Condog out, right? Like, the fact that the Zeus managed to get that axe and now working towards... he's got his shot, which is interesting. It's pretty early on, but trying to go for the lightning hands to deal that DPS. I don't know whether I agree with this, but he is a Master Zeus after all, so... Gotta defer to his judgment there.
Yeah, I guess it's... You're dipping your fingers in a lot of pies, though. Right? You think you can stand there and right-click. You want to do spell damage. But you're buying a Manta style, which doesn't necessarily increase your survivability against all of these abilities like Omni Slash, especially into like Coconut and stuff. But you're also a Zeus, so it's not like you're going to be building a BKB. Or like maybe Octarine Core just to give yourself more raw HP. Like a 3000 HP Zeus isn't so easily burnt through. I don't know. I don't think there's necessarily any correct item for Zeus this game. It's rough, to say the least.
I'm not really sure what you get. Maybe a Kaya?
Like Kaya Sange, increase your survivability that way.
Yeah, just get a bit more damage. Because I don't really see a world where you're auto-attacking up against the Void, you know? You just need some stats to survive, right? Or maybe even help your allies out. Maybe something like an E-Blade would be great as well, just to burst someone down 100 to 0.
Yeah, I think Seven's along those lines as well, but it looks like he recognizes that high ground defense is coming, so he's building an Octarine Core instead.
Yeah, Octarine Core or is that Aghanim?
Or Aghanim Scepter, sorry, thank you.
I mean, the Minefield is kind of deceptively annoying to deal with. I feel like if you've never played against it before, you just fall prey to it.
What's the trick?
The real ones
for us
know
who
stand.
don't know?
The real ones know stand still.
There you go. That's your tip of the night, tip of the morning, friends.
As Abe Lincoln unironically said, you need to plant your feet firmly in the ground. That's a real quote.
That is a real quote.
You don't know that. You're just trusting me.
Yeah, I am.
Big mistake.
No. We've learned, Sneeze. I need to trust you. You're not gonna mind game me. You're gonna mind game me by making me think that you're mind gaming me. Rampage has a BKB.
Sorry?
Rampage has a BKB. Surely this feels good. Surely you can now 1v5 as Rampage, right? You can just kind of walk in and blink into 4 heroes and be fine now, surely, right? No?
Omni Slash exists. No,
and that's the thing right now. I don't know if there's any items.
Big Stomp again, big boy! Just sets up perfectly. Rocktopus just has to buy back. You can't venge save. If you're right next to the target, you need a swat. Another stun's come through, but that's a fresh Lincoln from Shadow Moses. He's undeterred with the gem in his pocket. Ready to put an end to this game. Ready to claim the title. The march continues. 10k gold lead right now. And you're 4v5. But look at Bojangles again. Just ratting down here. Taking towers. And Bojangles, look at him again. Disconnecting from the game.
Oh, feels so bad. Because you gotta think that it just, like, it's a gut punch when something like this happens, right? Even, like, a pause slows down the momentum that one team is feeling. It makes everything feel a little bit worse for the team that's losing, because you just kind of have to sit there and accept it for a little bit longer. But it's okay. Bojangles is back, and He might get a free kill on... Oh, no, that's Jug TPing back. Never mind. Oh, that was Witch Doctor for a second. I saw the little glowy blue stuff.
I mean, it's a bigger reaction. Like, if, you know, if the Jug shows up, he has an Omni, right? But he doesn't actually have a Dust on him because he's relying on the Void to bring the gem. So you could just kind of run up, pressure him a little bit, start auto-attacking him. Dude, it's so sad that Bojangles got this Deso as early as he did, only to get literally 4 charges.
Yeah.
Like, this Weaver build is so painful.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Keep in mind, that's only 2 charges. We're good at doing math here. Right? The 4 charges equals 2. That's only 2 kills that Weaver's been able to have a hand in. Oh, Bojangles.
Oh, a bit of a Subway sandwich situation, but the top half of the bread came a bit too soon. The rest of Corn Dog couldn't close in time, and the ingredients just spill over in the form of the Weaver getting splattered like a bug. Pull back with the harpoon. Yeah, Roctopus is just dead.
That's a
Shadow
dieback
Moses.
too.
Yeah, this is feeling like we're inching closer and closer to the end here. There's a buyback for your Weaver, but using it in this instance, especially with how strong your opponents are right now, it's gonna be tough. Now, the one saving grace for Foop is that, you know, Sneege doesn't seem very interested in joining his team.
Yeah,
He's
not
saying,
quite
hey,
yet.
come to me.
Yeah.
I'm the carry, bro. Like, what are you doing here? We have matters to attend to, and the matters in question are the bot tier 3. Which, honestly, not too bad, right? Because the Techies has been setting up his mines in the mid instead, expecting that's where the push would be.
Now, Sneeze, I don't want to call it before the fat lady is sung, but much like Biden's first name, this one's looking Jover, dude.
Oh my, let's go. Okay, we're not there just yet. Much like his presidency term, it's not over.
I don't know, much like former presidents, I feel like Corn Dog, they've been trumped.
I run out of presidents. Just like a president, I'll be frank here. I'm not. There is a Franklin, right? Franklin.
Yeah.
Something did Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, much like the president before that, they've held their Baracks. And that's the last, and I've got no more.
Much like, okay, I
got nothing else. The last one was a stretch, but I think I'm out for real this time. Oh, we do have our fun here, Sneeze. We do have our fun, but Corn Dog.
Much like former president, if Foop could just John F. Kennedy after that.
Oh my God, just JFK the Weaver, dude. Just get him out.
Yeah, just freaking kill the Weaver, and it'll be over.
Not quite over. He does have buyback, so at least one more fight for Bojangles. But if he does come back for a fight, it's going to be without a BKB, right? Because probably you're using it in your first life. It looks like Bojangles is going to go for Satanic. I think you desperately need it, right? You need some sort of raw HP item, and you're not going Scotty. So Satanic is your best option. And the Purge is going to be really nice into the Silence as well. Because that's mainly what's killing you, right? Is Silence into like Hex or something. Or these taunts.
Yeah.
So you haven't built a Manta style. So build Satanic.
Yeah. It's just low committal dispel, right? You can't really rely on your teammates for it as well. I don't blame Bojangles for going for the BKB. It feels mandatory, but it always feels bad to play carry and feel like all you're building is mandatory items, right? You're not really growing towards a power spike or a peak sort of point that you're aiming towards for a power spike. Instead, you're just like, oh, I need to buy this item. If not, I can't even play the fight. And that really is a testament to the way this game state is at the moment. Roshan has respawned, and it should be an easy sort of swoop in and pick up for Team Foop.
Yeah, it feels so bad, even like any Dota game. When you're playing proactively, or you're not playing proactively, you're playing reactively, it feels bad, right? Every single move you're just reacting to, every single initiation you're just counter-initiating. That's no way to win a game, right? Playing passive like that is no way to play. It's hard. It's hard.
Something that's not playing to win, baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just you look at the net worth as well. It's just reflected that the Jug has completely eclipsed his counterpart, right? We talk about when the Jug feels strong. Late game Jug is an absolute terror, and we're there already. At the 37-minute mark, Sneech has been completely uncontested the whole game. 8-1 and 8, an excellent performance of stability shown from this player. Been a very sort of it's all him right now, and Shadow Moses, of course.
Yeah, Shadow Moses was the hero that got us there, but Sneech is definitely the Lion. Not Coldman, Jesus, with that Zeus ult.
Oh my god.
Big boy, don't do it. Oh no! Kill on Coldman!
Someone had to die.
A worthy sacrifice. Speaking of a sacrifice, Abe Lincoln, they're hunting up top. They might find this Witch Doctor. Rampage runs right into him.
Limbus follow up. Follow the vision. Glimmer Cape does nothing in this situation.
But no Deso charge. Feels so bad.
True.
Bojangles has just not been around for any kills. Right, like every fight we see Bojangles skirting out to the side, already BKB'd, and then trying to run his way back in without the BKB. It's just very awkward engagements from this Weaver. And to be fair, it's an awkward game for him. I get it.
Yeah. I mean, we keep talking about it like it's these mandatory items to even sort of walk into the fight. You need to do this. It's like those stupid giveaways. It's like, oh, follow these 10 accounts and repost these 12 hashtags, and you're like, hi, I'm just trying to play some Dota, dude. Like, what's all this about, right? It's so much hassle with all the silencers, control, and team fight. And even you think about it, even if Bojangles gets into the mix, the question is, does he have enough damage to actually kill anyone at this point?
Not with 4 Deso charges and a Satanic.
Absolutely not.
You don't have the damage. You have survivability now. You've got some nice raw HP with your Satanic and BKB. But with just that 4 charge Deso, you do not have the damage. You're going to need a Daedalus. So if this game's going to go on for another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe we'll see Bojangles start clawing his way back into this game. But for right now, it is Foop has the advantage quite heavily. Like, I would say, let's see what Gaben says, but I think there's like a 70-30. Gaben's a little bit further. Yeah, 1585. I don't think Corn Dogs are out just yet, right? They're high ground. They have Techie's high ground. They have Zeus high ground. It's good. You bench swap like Shadow Moses onto 10 mines. He could die.
I think Roctopus, you just need to be a bit more wary about your positioning, because I feel like in multiple fights we've seen him tagged up by either the silencers or the Hoostorms, right? There's no merit in you standing where your teammates are standing ever at all. Because I think gone are the days of you needing to be the one to sort of aggressive swap in, because that's how you lose a fight. So just make sure you're not doing what you're doing right now and sticking right next to your allies. The chance they just jump in and just insta blow you up, and that wouldn't be a good look now, would it?
I get so, like, if there was any sort of high ground vision here, Corn Dogs are just standing, like, holding each other's cheeks. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, right.
Like, they are clumped up in groups of 4, just willing for someone to kill them.
Try at the Tormentor, but they'll be able to get it onto Sneech. Looks like Shadow Moses tried for attempt in, but the BKB popped by Rampage. Straight off of the Stampede. In comes Big Boy though, still looking. It's a long mindset he's running into. He has the cheese, has to pop it early as Shadow Moses jumping in, forcing the BKB out from Bojangles. The Satanic as well. They'll swap Abe Lincoln back into the high ground where he will die. At the end of all of that, a bunch of little item timings traded as well as the ults. But nothing other than a Witch Doctor who's gonna come back into the mix in around 40 seconds. It literally doesn't matter, it feels like.
No, it doesn't, because you got the big items, the big abilities. BKBs are down, Dragon Form is down, and Rampage, he's going down.
Slice, 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 slice!
So
Dragon
satisfying.
for dessert as Sneech. Great stuff. There's nice little, I think, diligent play. Basically sweeping around the perimeter over and over like a patrol officer, right? You can't allow anyone to trespass, in a way. Big Boy. Run up to the high ground, straight into the minefield. Eggs. Swapping back as well. Just continuously proccing that, but with that Eternal Shroud, he's fine. In comes Shadow Moses as well, forcing the buyback, but you've already lost your bench. Immediate buybacks as well. 7. It's just gonna get chopped down. They're trying to find an angle, Bojangles, but he's just warded off by Shadow Moses. He can't penetrate through, and the Witch Doctor, he's gonna be just a little bit away from rejoining his team. You don't even need to force the issue. 80k gold lead. Corn Dogs, they are grasping at straws here. And there's nothing, turns out you're not even at a beverage shop, you're not even at a grocery store, there are no straws to grasp. It's just despair all around.
But the high ground has been saved, but you did have to use buybacks. But they didn't take any towers. But it still feels really bad, unfortunately. But now Aegis has expired, so Foop, they shouldn't feel too comfortable pushing high ground like that again. They should just chill out for another 2 minutes and wait for the next Aegis. But that's where the Weaver comes in, right? This was the timing that we were kind of talking about. Weaver, he needs some sort of damage item, and he's going to be given the time to get it.
Still waiting. MKB looked at. Deal with the butterfly of the jug.
But once again, Sneeze, it's a reactive item. Right, like, you feel like you need to build you'd love to build a Daedalus, but you feel like you need to build an MKB.
I mean, hell, you feel like your Bloodthorn would be lit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
A Bloodthorn, Daedalus. What else could you get here that would be great for your damage? I don't think you go Butterfly ever, do you?
No. No. You want, like, tanky kind of items on Weaver. Like a Scotty could be nice.
Oh, yeah, that could be good.
It doesn't give you raw damage like a Daedalus does. I think Daedalus is what Bojangles wants. But MKB is a responsible purchase. Big boy. Playing alone with the gem. His team is up top. He's just chilling, farming the bottom lane. Now, if Corndog were feeling adventurous, they'd probably mosey on into their jungle as 5 and look to route someone out, but they don't know where the rest of Foop are, and that's what leaves them scared.
Oh, big boy. Looks like he's found the Vengeful all alone. Stampede up, and I mean, even with the help of the Nimbus, he's just able to work her down. Now, Rampage is trying to get a return kill, but this is awkward now. They're trying to come through, just like free Omni onto Rampage, and he just gets sliced up again. This is why we see the jug picked with the Swift Blink as well. The auto attack speed is just insane. And just like that, it's a 3v5 situation. They can smell it, Foop. They are so close to getting this victory. The healing ward will tide Big Boy through that rough minefield situation. 7, you know he's desperately just trying to mine up as much as he can.
I love that pre-game where we're like, oh, the Witch Doctor staff makes it all stinky. It's beautiful. It makes like grass grow.
Yeah, I just kind of went with what you were saying.
No, we missed the mark. It's
like it kind of looks like what's it called? Glow flies, glow bugs.
Yeah.
Instead of whatever stinkiness you were. I'm sure that if you found yourself in the vicinity of Witch Doctor's armpit, you would still surmise
stinky.
that he's rather stinky. Yeah, still stinky, but just a general pleasant outlook. Not too bad. As up to the high ground now, Foop looking for the game ender, but Big Boy actually taking a lot of damage, forcing out the Stampede. They're already slicing into Bojangles, and he just goes down. No more life on the Weaver, and it's looking like it's over. Zeus gonna pop that ultimate. But it's like, what does Lightning Hands even do when you can't get into the mix? This is the very problem that your Weaver is dealing with, and now it's just kind of repeated on you. You basically sort of put yourself in the same archetype, and we already know that doesn't work. Aesthetics Cat buying him a little bit of time to heavenly jump out of trouble. But Cloud Kicker, this has not been the showing for him. Actually, this just has not been the showing for Corndog. It's a nice blast off through 7. Very ambitious. He will just go down here to the overwhelming burst. He understands. It is over. Did you expect the GGs to be called at any time now? They at least maybe can try and get a kill onto Shadow Moses. The last little bit of electricity can't connect, and he's back to safety. Abe Lincoln is healing all of them up. As we all know, Abe Lincoln is a big practicer of herbs and potions. And,
100%. It's what he was most
puts
known
that to
for.
work. Yeah.
And then Lion sucks him back up. A little mana for HP exchange. Very cool.
Yeah. Abe Lincoln also very well known for being sucked by lions.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh.
This is looking very, very dominant, and Foop, they're not going to mess around even. They just want to go back and check whether the Roche is up. It will be respawning in 40 seconds. But this kind of gives an opportunity, right, for Corndog. They are by no means out of this just yet. It is painful, and it is looking borderline unwinnable with a 1% being awarded to them by Gaben. But there is a chance with the time that they're given now. Do they contest Roche, or do they just try for another high ground fight?
I think you just try for another high ground fight. That's where your techies is the strongest. You're just going to be too late coming to Roshan as well. You're going to be caught kind of in the middle of your base and the Roshan pit, and if you get caught there, you're donezo, right? The game's just over.
True. That's fair.
Roshan, we anxiously await your return. Much like Abe Lincoln, he has returned. Here comes the damage.
It's just Big Boy though, what the hell?
No, Sneech is coming. He's coming. He had to smoke himself with his ninja gear first. Make sure he's sneaky coming in.
Right. You know what it is when you're in the presence of Abe Lincoln, you gotta smoke it out. That's how you come back after a fight with an Echo Slam.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's what he says, yeah.
They say, smoke it up.
Aghanim Scepter is available.
Witch
Just
Doctor,
pass it over
right?
to the Lion.
No,
Witch Doctor's already has his.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he's bought it. Finger of Death. Gonna be an AoE burst ability,
Still
and right
no
now
buyback.
Bojangles dead.
Where'd it
what
go?
What the hell was that?
Oh, Bojangles. Well, we did say the Weaver was high risk, high reward, and we're definitely feeling the high risk of it this game.
The lane, right? So you could kind of tell what Condot were thinking as top side. Oh, the two supports, they're doing it again. Forcing the TP out from Rampage. Great heads up play. Gets out of trouble. Somewhere down the line, Abe Lincoln just like turns his aggro off his step. Oh, the bombs almost finished Sneech off, but able to heal up quite a bit thanks to the crits coming out from the Blade Dance. That looked risky for a moment, but you gotta watch your step.
Good old 60% lifesteal feels good.
Oh, they're just straight to the high ground. Full Omni Slash. Nice E-Blade save though, but that's what the Finger of Death is for. Hot Cold Man works him down, and Big Boy looks to be having the last laugh in this situation. Still 15 seconds without your Weaver. And this Zeus just hasn't really been able to do anything. Like, this build is not working out. Sure, he's pumping out damage, but you got the Healing Ward and the Witch Doctor working overtime.
He's canceling blinks.
And not this one, that's right on top of his head. The Storm comes through and the techies goes wide. Just sliced down and crushed. Your one upside is you don't actually have a creep wave here, so there is backdoor regen going off. And the Minefield sign, it's proccing.
They're just standing their ground and looks
yeah,
like
GG.
Yeah, they kind of recognize that's it.
It looks like we have ourselves a Kernel Kup 5 champion. It's none other than Foop City. Foop City. They did it. That's crazy.
They did do it. That's a Taiga song, isn't it? Foop City.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, checks out. Well, Sneeze, Kernel Kup 5 is in the books, as they say. And we do have a victor, Foop City. Quite convincing, too. Right, like Corn Dogs, they were looking really good in lower, but we missed Foop City's domination in the upper, and they continue that domination into the grand finals. And it just felt like Corn Dogs, they never really had a chance. There were inklings of goodness coming in, and it's just the game 2 draft wasn't it, and then game 3 you draft this really high risk safe laner that just ends up winning the lane but losing you the game.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Condot's lost the plot a little bit there, and I think it really does go back to I'm looking specifically at Cloud Kicker, right? I think that even in the showings where Condots were looking great, there were some middling performances from him, and even though he was the one to drag the team across the finish line in that first game up against Foop City on his amazing OD, turns out that when you ban a few of his heroes, the pool gets smaller and the confidence just wanes a little bit. I didn't really feel his impact on this Zeus. I didn't really feel the impact in the last game as well from him. So a bit unfortunate, but they bring us to a game 3, and I think that's just about as good as we can ask for. But once again, a very big congratulations to Salacious Crumb, Shadow Moses, Hot Cold Man, Abe Lincoln himself, the literal president, and Sneech as your winners of Kernel Kup 5, Foop City. What a performance.
Now I am just confirming with Mr. Admin We might have a winner's interview if anyone from Foop City is willing to talk to us for like 5-10 minutes. I know it is also like 3 in the morning for some people. So if they're unwilling, that's totally understandable. But just bear with us for like another minute while we confirm. Sneeze, how you doing? How you doing? It's very rare that we get to kind of flip the switch, right? You're usually at night and I'm usually in the afternoon, and now it's kind of swapped around. How you feeling, dude?
It kind of sucks, man. I won't lie. I'm used to like casting into the wee ass hours of the night. So the fact that I now am like starting my day and I'm like half awake and I'm like trying to keep up with, I don't know, it's weird because I've basically gotten used to having to be sharper near the end of the day to make sure that I'm catching everything.
Sure.
I think some of the first few games were a little bit confusing and it didn't help that my brain was still waking up, you know what I mean?
All right, so we do have confirmation, no winner's interview. Everyone is too tired, which is totally fair. Like we said, it is the crack of the very early morning, so we get it. Like we said earlier, Foop City, everyone on that team, congratulations. You done did it. You beat the Corn Dogs in the Kernel Kup. You did it. Congratulations. Take your kernels and bring them to the bank. They'll convert it for you. And hopefully we'll see everyone back next season.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure sort of covering this event. First time for us, but maybe, who knows, maybe not the last. We'll have to wait and see. But for everyone in the Kernel Kup and all the participants, all the staff, everybody just kind of watching and supporting your friends as well, we bid you goodbye. It's been a great Season 5, and see you for Season 6.
Bye-bye.